They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but we're the ones with the cameras, and that doesn't work for us. Welcome along, everybody, to Pro Tour Las Vegas. The cards are in the air here, brought to you by TCG Player, the trusted marketplace partner for all things flesh and blood. My name is HowlingMines, joined in the booth once again by Hayden Dale. It's been a while. How are you?
It has been a while. I don't think we've been in the booth together since Taipei,
yeah.
which was High Seas World Premiere. So it has been a hot minute. I'm super excited to be here with you, though, Scott, in Vegas. And as you said, players are going to be laying their cards on the table for this Pro Tour, all the prep, everything that has gone into getting here this weekend, whether it's your first time at the Pro Tour, whether it's someone's 10th time at the Pro Tour, you know, at this level. I'm looking forward to it.
It's just a different energy in a room like this, and I think that's very appropriate for a place like Vegas. It just feels very grand, and I'm happy to see that people feel the same way in the room. I'm not sure they're feeling particularly confident, though. I don't know about you. I asked players last night how they were feeling, what they were playing. I got some interesting answers. I may have asked some of the same players this morning and got some slightly different answers.
Yep.
And I guess maybe the most interesting part of all, none of those answers were the same answer. It feels like we're kind of in a very unknown metagame right now.
I think we are, and this I think the Victor LL national season ending, Shinjuku last weekend, has really just thrown players for a loop, and they're trying to work out, what is this metagame meant to be? How am I meant to show up this weekend? What is the deck to be? I think players have landed on what, you know, the deck to beat is, the probable best deck in format, but as to what the other top decks of the format are, what the answers are to those decks, I don't think players have it worked out, and that was evident by what you were saying as we walked around the hall during the keynote last night, chatting to players. As you said, what are you playing this weekend? And you know, even a friend of mine, I was surprised to see what deck they'd registered this morning.
Yeah.
I thought they were playing something else, and that is how much people have been sort of chopping and changing and trying to work out where they should land for this Pro Tour.
There's a few surprises in the room. We asked some established names, and I heard Betsy more than once. So
Yes.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed they weren't lying to me, and we'll have to see how we go from there. If you're joining us for a Pro Tour for the very first time, fear not. Let's walk you through it and show you how it works. If you're joining us this weekend for the show, we have 3 full days of action, kicking things off on day 1 with 5 rounds of Classic Constructed, and then 3 rounds of Omens of the Third Age Draft, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, you feel the same way as me, Hayden. The Omens Limited format quickly became one of my favorites, personally.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this today on the highest stage again. We haven't seen it at this level since, I would say, US Nationals, which was really early in the season. Now, that's not to discredit, of course, national season and players playing at their nationals, but I think when you coalesce at a tier 4 event with a draft format, and this format is so deep, it is complex, it has got so many layers to it, and it has evolved so much since 8 weeks ago when we were in London for the world premiere.
Lucky enough, we'll get 2 tastes of it. Will be day 2 as well. 3 more rounds of draft there, followed by 4 rounds of Classic Instructed, where all the chips will be down. Those final games to decide who will be joining us in the 3rd day of competition for top 8 single elimination.
Yeah, all to play for on that Sunday. And there's nothing bigger than a Pro Tour Sunday. It is what everyone is here to try and get their, you know, to cash in their check for, to be able to play on a Sunday. It is every Pro Tour player's dream.
100%. Couldn't agree more. I've dreamt of it myself several times. I'm sure you have. I'm sure all of our hundreds of players out there on the floor have it on their mind at least a little bit, even at the beginning of today. Speaking of things we got plenty of this weekend, drinking buddies. I've had a few already, but not so much the promo cards. Those are a little rarer. Those are a little harder to come by, and we will be having the pleasure of giving one away each and every day with that cold foil hot stamp that makes these so coveted.
I am a big fan of those.
Me too. I'm hopeful I can eventually get my hands on one of these. I was lucky enough to get some of the rainbow foils from beforehand. It's been a pleasure to give those out around the hall. But there's just something about that Legend Story Studios hot stamp, cold foil kind of stamp. The collector in me is screaming for something like this, especially when I know how difficult to attain it actually is.
Yeah, so make sure you are in the chat along with us here all weekend as we bring you the coverage from this Pro Tour if you want to win yourself one of those very, very special drinking buddies, Scott.
Might be a little easier to get your hands on this than some of the prizing that we have in the room this weekend, though. $200,000 up for grabs to our top 64 players, including a very cool 50 grand up top. Not a bad weekend's work.
Not at all. And all the way down to 64th, we're paying out those cash prizes. You make a deep run on day 2, you're looking at yourself for top 32 potentially, getting yourself some of that cash.
Gold foil legendaries, of course, highly coveted. Big fan of these. Some of them now extended art versions of cards that don't have them elsewhere. Makes them feel even more premium than they did before. Invitation to the next big dance available for our top 8 players as well. And for a lot of the people in the room this weekend, the most important aspect of this event might just be those World Tour points.
Yeah, what I really like about the last 2 years of our World Tour, and particularly with our Tier 4s, is how we have this event over event progression. And you see these narratives unfolding. You see players who are here, obviously to win a Pro Tour, right? That is the ultimate goal. But if it doesn't go your way so well on day 1, even you have a bit of a rough start to day 2, so many of these players are playing for the World Tour points to be the winner in their region or to chase that overall title. That is a big ask, though, because we have some people who have already struck out to an early lead there.
Oh, yeah. I think, especially in like the APAC region, for example, that it's real narrow down there. There is
tight.
So close. A breakout performance at a Pro Tour like this can switch the whole leaderboard on its head, and that's pretty incredible. Speaking of incredible, the prizes that are available for our winners here are something special. You'll see some examples from the past on the screen now, but you get a Pro Tour Champion exclusive version of your hero card alongside all that money. Something that money just can't buy.
Yeah, and we will see if it will be a brand new hero that we are crowning this weekend, or if it will be one of our returning winners, such as Gravy Bones, Syndra. We'll have to find out, Scott.
I was always really jealous of the ones that Michael Jaska got at Worlds, the gold spiral on the Dio and the Syndra, getting 2 of them because it was a dual format event. Just a real sick flex, and I'm going to be very jealous of whichever one manages to come out on top this weekend.
Well, that is what happens with our World Championships, and honestly, at this stage, we're in Vegas, Scott.
Yeah,
Where would I put my money right now as to which hero is actually going to win this weekend? What I said 24, 48 hours ago, honestly, kind of out the window, and I don't know what the safe bet is anymore.
Okay, all right. Well, we're in Vegas, but that doesn't mean I have to gamble on players. I got some feelings. I know the likes of Jacob Clements are out there still rocking that Arachne marionette that just won UK Nationals, straight into winning Calling Shinjuku the following week.
Yeah, pretty good run.
I'm a gambling man, but I like safe money, and I'm pretty happy to go there. I think Jacob's going to break that curse this weekend. I know Tier 4s have been a bit of a bane for him one way or the other, so I can see that finally coming together. Outside of Jacob, though, I'm a little less certain myself. I kind of spoke to yourself before the broadcast today. I'd have brought Jarl this weekend if it was me. You laughed me off a little bit for doing that.
A little bit, yeah.
So clearly, I think that's what I find most amazing about an event like this. There seems to be no consensus. Players are not just actively disagreeing, but it seems to be like venomously disagreeing on where we actually find ourselves.
And I was talking to our good friend, Pankaj Bhojwani, yesterday and saying, I think this is the event where you bet on a player. You don't bet on a hero. It is a meta where you can be really rewarded for understanding your hero, but also what everyone else is trying to do and trying to understand that dynamic. And that's what our players are going to have to do.
Absolutely. So I know who I'm betting on. You got some ideas of who you're betting on. Let's see who the folks at home might find themselves betting on with a few of our players to watch this weekend. There should not be any names on this list you don't recognize. Everyone here, certified juggernaut of flesh and blood in one way or the other. Might be a former Pro Tour winner, Nationals winner, both. World Championship winner. Somewhere down the line has won something rather absurd. And I feel even less certain than I did before based on the variety that we see on this screen.
I mean, you see it right there. I tell you what, if 2 weeks ago you said to me, hey, we're going to be showing up to Pro Tour Vegas and on our players to watch from one of our best players in the world, you're going to see a Betsy? Florin-Cristian Loghin there has registered Betsy for this event. I actually spoke to him yesterday, just in passing. Florin is a great guy, great part of our community, and I just said, hey, Florin, how's it going? What are you playing tomorrow? I'm playing Betsy. Oh, good luck. And, in a very exciting way, because Betsy is a hero that has been on the rise this past week. And since Victor has hit Living Legend, I think Betsy may be the Guardian that's best positioned this weekend. Forget about Jarl, my friend.
I'm not going to forget about Jarl, and clearly neither of the Michael duo have either. Michael Jaska, Michael Hamilton, both choosing the Earth Ice Guardian as their hero of choice this weekend. Somehow there is a 4th Guardian on this slide. Matthew Foulkes did enjoy the flight out as well. Brought Valda to UK Nationals 2 weeks ago. Was a top 4 finish there, falling short to Jacob Clements. I'm going to
so many people have before him.
I'm going to assume he's hoping that doesn't happen again this weekend. But Valda, how do you feel about Valda?
I'm unsure. Honestly, Scott, I am really unsure. I think Valda has some really, really strong matchups. I think if you're playing Valda this weekend, you're really hoping for the likes of things like Syndra to show up to take advantage of. Oscilio, of course. I think you're hoping that the meta is quite aggressive, and I'm just not sure that it is. A lot of players were bouncing around, and I think we've coalesced on a decent chunk of players deciding that Marionette is the safe way to go and potentially one of the best decks in the format. And we see there from a couple of our players, the Michaels on this slide, that the Jarls are also really popular as well. So I'm just not sure about Valda. I think you have to have a good Guardian matchup plan as well.
Couple additional standouts at the top here are existing reigning Pro Tour champion Evan Herndon, bringing back the same hero that did it last time. Looks a little different these days, but Oscilio's still there as the weapon of choice. And Brody Spurlock, at this point, been a bit infamous for this Vincent deck, has been having a lot of success with this. Makes me look stupid every time he plays it, which is exactly what I want to see from a good game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, off the back of a calling top 8 in Shinjuku last weekend as Brody Spurlock piloting that Vincent. I wasn't sure if Brody would run back the Vincent, but clearly really believes in the hero. And I think when you've got that momentum behind you from a top 8 of a calling, it's really hard to move away from that. Speaking of moving away from a deck after top 8ing a calling, Evan Herndon at the previous Pro Tour top 8'd in China on that KO in Sage, decided the following weekend to pivot to Kano, won the Pro Tour, had a really strong run. A player that makes bold choices. And actually, 24 hours ago, I thought Evan was playing Gravy Bones and has decided to register Oscilio here. So even our top players in the world flipping and flopping between which heroes they might register. And yeah, this metagame just keeps evolving.
Also want to give out a shout out there to Shoma Yamamura, still rocking that Kassai, had an incredible weekend in Shinjuku as well. I'd argue the hero and the player had a bit of a breakout weekend there.
Yeah, 3 Kassais in top 8 last weekend, so definitely one to watch out for. And personally, I'm still really unsure about Kassai. I was doing the math though. I think there is 7 heroes in this metagame right now that if someone told me they're playing that, I would say, yeah, really reasonable pick. And actually, it might even be 8 because I wasn't considering Betsy in that. And I think Betsy is a reasonable pick. Well, that is crazy to be saying, honestly.
What a world we find ourselves in. It's players to watch, but also teams to watch this weekend. Sometimes card games feel like a little bit of a lonely sport, but no one gets to this level on their own very often. We're going to take a look at some of the biggest hitters that are joining us this weekend. Starting things off with Team Snapdragons, 14 players making the journey here. Any standouts to you?
Yeah, a team that continues to grow. Of course, you have the Matthews on this team. You have the likes of Jake McCormack, who is a recent calling winner. And again, you talk about hero diversity, Scott. Look at the amount of different heroes here. Obviously, a lot of these players choosing to register Kassai. I think that might be a bit of a Jake McCormack influence, recently winning a calling there. But as well, you see Jarls, you see Marionettes, Syndras as well. I think what I'm surprised about is this team. Do you know what, actually? 4 heroes, I think, on a team right now is consensus. Like, I think that's a pretty good consensus in just how wide this meta is. But you see there 4 of our top heroes being represented there across these players.
Well worth noting a couple of standouts of the Guardian community here. The likes of Filippo Barbani and Dennis Sang finding themselves on Jarl. Believe that is the one that is to replace the stalwart horse that is no longer with us. But the bar is 4. Let's see how many teams have decided on more than 4 heroes as we make our way through. We'll start things off with Table 1 as our next choice. 5 players from the European Juggernaut making the trip over. Way more of a consensus here, and not what I'd have guessed at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, 4 of 14 to 2 of 5. You can see 3 Marionette players there. And then, as you say, yeah, 2 Betsy players. And Andrew Rothermel, Florin-Cristian Loghin deciding to register Betsy. 2 very big names in our game. That is going to be something that I keep my eye on all weekend to see how they track.
Of course, Rob Catton, 2-times world top 8 competitor, and Bartosz Dabrowski, top 8 in Yokohama as well, on Arachne Marionette last time around, so running that hero back too.
I've got to shout out Bartosz because his run since he started playing this game, he is fairly new still to this game, and he has the Bartosz buff, lest we forget. But top 8 in our first Pro Tour this year, just won Polish Nationals as well.
Yeah.
So Bartosz is on an absolute run. The momentum is with Bartosz, one to definitely watch this weekend.
Making a name, so... The mostly European team are attempting an invasion, but they're not the only ones. Invasion, of course, full of fan favorites here. Not quite as much a consensus all around, though.
No, was that 5 different heroes registered on Team Invasion there. And you can see that Zyggy, Lucas deciding to play Zyggy. So I'm really excited to see some different heroes that maybe wouldn't expect. Nia Tran there, a calling top 8er on Arachne Huntsman as well. And we were talking just before the show, Scott, that we thought that this might be a really strong pick this weekend, given where this metagame is looking to shape up.
I'm a believer. I played Arachne Huntsman myself in Pro Tour Yokohama. It went very well for me, despite Silver Age not doing that.
Letting you down.
Just a little bit, mostly myself, but I was a really big fan of the deck coming out of the weekend, and I think with the ban list updates, with Victor leaving the format, I think there's a lot to like about where Arachne Huntsman is right now. I'm hearing that there is maybe for the first time in history, a difference to be seen between Margin Bay and Peter Budensek
Bit of dissent within the ranks.
which is just something that it just doesn't occur. Peter here on the list that Margin kind of popularized, that more aggressive, gone in a flash style of Oscilio, but Margin Bay leaving Bay-Cilio at home and going more towards this Spell-Cilio list. We're hearing it's not so much about Aether Flare. They're in the deck, of course. You have the ability to do that, but less Future Sight, more Tall Arcane, more Burn Bears, more ways to kind of push additional reach.
I think very, very smartly, Margin Bay here taking advantage this weekend that the consensus seems to be, and a player who pushed it himself, the consensus seems to be that you play this aggressive attack action orientated version. So players are cutting away their Arcane Barrier. Maybe they're playing AB1, maybe they're playing AB2 in some cases, but very few players are registering Oasis Respites. Very few players are registering more than Arcane Barrier 2 or Spell Voids. And these Spell-Cilio decks are really poised to take advantage of it this weekend. I think this Spell-Cilio pick from not just Margin Bay, but from other players as well, could be a breakout pick this weekend.
From BAE to PCG, the premier card grading team are also here this weekend. Dissension in the ranks here as well. No certainty across the board yet. It seems like a lot of teams just could not find a way to go, but we're seeing a lot of what we've seen from other teams here as well. It's Kassai, it's the odd Oscilio from Evan, and multiple copies of Jarl.
Yeah, my kin here, my brethren, and Michael was... I have a little story to tell. I said to Michael yesterday late, what are you playing tomorrow? I'm playing Jarl. Do you think that is still a good pick? Of course, you know, I've already been berating you about your Jarl.
Yeah, just
love.
a little bit.
I pulled out my Syndra deck box out of my bag, and I said, you could play this if you want. He took it in his hands and he held it, and then he said, no, I'm staying true to my choice. But there was a moment where I thought he might flip-flop. You can see there, Jacob Barr is choosing to play Syndra this weekend. You've got a couple of players on Kassai there. And then Evan, current reigning Pro Tour champion, bringing back Oscilio for a second go at it. Can he do back-to-back this weekend?
I'm really curious what version of Oscilio Evans ended up on. We obviously know about the consensus, gone in a flash build versus Spell-Cilio, but there's some whispers of this brainstorm build in the room as well, so who knows exactly where players might find themselves. PCG to AGE, a team that has definitely been the talk of the town recently after Colin Eriksson's pretty incredible run at US Nationals. Back on Kassai, the Wunderkind this weekend, chooses to leave Gravy at home, but Rhinar, Ira, not really decks we've seen from other teams so far.
Yeah, there you go. Yet again, not consensus within the teams. And I have a bit of a gravy bones to pick with Colin Eriksson because he was my player to watch this weekend, but I was certain he was going to play Gravy Bones. That's why I chose him, and he decided to play Kassai. And then Kassai becomes my pick to win the weekend by default of Colin Eriksson. Charles Dunn there on Ira. Interesting to see Charles register Ira. I wonder, you know, typically someone who likes to play quite defensive, quite grindy decks. I wonder if that is what Charles has gone for with this Ira pick. And then you can see just Marionettes. The commonality is a lot of Marionettes on these teams. I think people are defaulting to Marionette. That is the default hero this weekend, I believe.
Definitely feels like the litmus test. You need to at least have a plan. If you're not playing Arachne Marionette, you need to know what you're doing instead. And I'm excited to see what the rest of the team chose to be doing instead. Team Sigil brought a mighty 16 players to this Pro Tour. And, well, they might have brought just as many heroes if you look around.
Yeah, you want to talk about diversity within the teams here. Wowee, there is a number of heroes represented here. I got to keep my eye out for Felipe Lima Cardoso, though. I feel like it is time for Felipe to make another run at a Tier 4 event. But this team is just absolutely stacked, honestly. Interesting to see a number of players who quite like those defensive Guardian styles. Jason Rolfe, Noah Bagelman have chosen to register Jarl here. That feels, like you said earlier, a bit of the default from the Guardian side of things, although we are seeing some Valdas and some Betsy's.
Absolutely. Want to shout out Austin Reddington as well. The infamous illusionist Stan is on Zyggy, to the surprise of no one. I mean, I'm excited to see exactly how that one plays out this weekend as well. Kieran Lee on Kassai. No big surprise. Last time we saw Kieran finding success, it was with that Decimator Dore list over in London in Silver Age. So a fan of these more grindy warrior decks, one way or the other. Shout out to Anton Sid Mejias as well for knocking me out of UK Nationals 2 weeks ago, which was a lovely experience. Dio Mirrors, I won't miss them. I'll put it that way. Value Vampires, our last team to check out this weekend, does have 9 players on the roster. We see our first copy of Fang from Bird Cabrera, who is pretty infamous on that deck as well. But finally seeing some Gravy players. Yeah,
that was going to be my sort of point. I was about to say, wow, we've seen no Gravies in these teams. Players really not deciding to pick it up. And that's actually quite surprising to me. I think Gravy is fairly well positioned this weekend. Max Diekman, of course, Pro Tour finalist there. country hopper, always seems to be representing a different flag is Max Diekman. He's Spanish, German, Brazilian at this point. And then you can also see there Jared has decided to play that. Sonny Yang there as well, one I'll be looking out for this weekend. Sorry, Noah Clark is the other Gravy Bones player. So two fairly well-known players there deciding to represent Mr. Bones himself.
Big ups to Martin Hollock, definitely hoping he has planned a way home this time and isn't quite as reliant on finding success at the Pro Tour to make it back over to Europe. Exciting stuff all the way around. Just an incredible roster of teams to watch at this point. The level of talent we find ourselves with at an event like this Pro Tour, it's almost impossible to pick a player I expect to take this home.
Yeah, I mean, but you have. You've chosen.
I did say almost impossible. If they're going to make me put a gun to my head, I'll do it. But I think on any given day of the week, I could have found myself choosing any number of people on those lists.
And I think the challenge is not only are you trying to work out, okay, which players are hot right now, who's going to make a run this weekend, but like, what even hero are they playing? As we saw there's just so much variety and diversity, and the heroes that players have arrived at playing for this weekend, some of them with supreme and utter confidence of their choices, and others saying, yeah, I feel pretty good about this, but I wasn't 100% sure what I should be playing. And I really wonder, Scott, I think we're going to see those who have stuck to their guns, who have tested, who have put the time in with those reps, get really rewarded this weekend because of that diversity. There is so much nuance to this current metagame and the way that heroes play into each other in different matchups.
I think a lot of that uncertainty definitely comes from the explosive national season we found ourselves with. Victor Goldmain leaving the format Prism, leaving the format to the surprise of a few people. And arguably a more important and impactful ban list than either of those two heroes leaving Living Legend. Big talk coming in, literally, in this sense of talk a big game. We've kind of alluded to it in the past. It has some potential in Lyeth. It has some potential in these other Guardians. Maybe there's a space for Betsy to leverage it in some way or the other. Are you expecting to see much from Talk a Big Game this weekend?
Absolutely not. Not yet. Not yet. I think, so Talk a Big Game, a card I was very excited about when it got unbanned. Played around with it a little bit. I think cute would be my view of it right now, but I don't think it. And actually a bit of a role player in some of these, like a Tough Nut even, for instance.
Yes,
I think this card is a role player, but I'm not expecting big game to be spoken of this weekend.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Electromagnetic Somersault of the blue variety. Meant to be a little bit of a buff to Zyggy. Give you some more ways to pick up those dualities after blocking with them. Maybe some of those other 2-cost attacks. But I think the talk of the town really was Skyward Serenade. I think this is a card that is a fan favorite after it came out in that Armory deck for Aurora. And people have been eager to get their skuzuk on for a little while now. Happy to see this one making a return.
This is the card I think that is going to have the biggest impact. Although looking around at our players and teams to watch, not a single Aurora being registered within them. So maybe it's something we might see more impact of in the calling. It might just be a little bit early. I think because of how diverse the metagame is we spoke about and how many heroes are set around that tier 1, tier 2 territory, I think players at this point in time just aren't focusing on Aurora. There's Oscilios, there's Dash.ios, there's Syndras, there's even Fires, Katsus, Iras maybe, even if you're looking for an aggressive deck. And I think that is just, unfortunately for Aurora, not quite Aurora's time yet. But I do think Aurora has gotten a lot stronger with this card. As
much as these unbans were very sweet, I think the talk of the town was definitely the ban. Remembrance, a pretty hotly contested piece of cardboard over the last years.
Yeah.
How you feel about this one finally not being with us?
My favorite thing about this is that art and Remembrance was literally me when this announcement came through. I was finally, as much as I love Remembrance as a card and what it offers and has offered to our game, I fully agree with the sentiment that was shared by LSS of it's time. It's time that we move on from this card, and we were seeing the impact of it, particularly in the last two metagames, where it was how players were getting to fatigue in some of the ways and how players were beating fatigue. And I think it's time to say, okay, what else we got? How else? There's so many other ways to combat potential fatigue. There's so many cards now that have been printed that can do a similar job that fits a little bit more with the class element. I'm really excited to see how players get creative with that and how they approach it. So yeah, I think for me, this is a big change. I actually think, I spoke about Gravy Bones and how little Gravy Bones we're seeing this weekend, and I do really wonder if it is off the back of Remembrance. Players just haven't had the time, haven't had the chance, or maybe they have and they don't think that without Remembrance, Gravy Bones is in a strong enough place worth registering right now.
I think it's safe to say this card was a formative part of the format where it was. Definitely had a bit of an arms race from time to time. I'm definitely more excited now to see if cards like Up on a Pedestal or similar can find their way into replacing things like that. Talk of the town in Silver Age, of course, some big shakeups over here. Cash in, a card that I am terrified of. It gives all kinds of new breathing room to Kassai, to Gravy Bones, decks like this in this format that can make use of this effect. Maybe even old Kassai, who's happy to churn out some coppers and fund it the hard way. Seeds of Agony, brand new way to leverage chain. He might need a little help after yesterday.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was about to say, I'm excited to play Sage and Silver Age because that's the only chance we need to play it according to James White, because Chain is dead. So I will be excited to be busting back out my Seeds of Agony. Chain is one of my favorite heroes. You see their Steelblade Shine, Vigorous Smash Up. So some nice changes we'll see as we go through some of these Sunday events as well over the coming weeks.
A lot of questions to solve in both formats, and I haven't quite had the chance to dabble in Silver Age yet myself, been preparing for the Pro Tour, as you can imagine, but that makes it more exciting than when we're done here. I still have a puzzle to go and solve, which is pretty cool, if you ask me.
Yeah, and Silver Age is one of those formats where, for me, you can just pop out so many games. It's so enjoyable. It's so fun. It's the sort of thing where I'll jam with friends. I think, having Sunday showdowns and events like that, you get to try so many new things. For instance, I'm like, I might just put a chain deck together next week.
Yeah, totally. I think for me, it's the onboarding potential of the format that really sells it for me. It's people that I know that have had a passing interest in Flesh and Blood, haven't had the time to get involved, and I can just go, well, I have all these cards already because I own far too much cardboard. Like, how about you give this a shot? And it's great to be able to teach someone the game and watch them fall in love with a deck for the first time and go, well, actually, you can keep that because that's yours now. Yeah. And I think it's just a great opportunity to be able to do that and bring people into the game that way.
It's nice that you've come prepared with a couple of decks. We'll play some Silver Age after this, I'm sure.
Who needs a Pro Tour? Am I right? Yeah, okay. Probably for the best we've done.
I need a Pro Tour.
Okay, yeah, me too. I'm inclined to agree that we would much rather watch some professional level gameplay from the booth. Metagame on the way in just a moment. What are your expectations kind of looking like before we see the graphic?
I think Marionette, just even looking at those teams to watch and our players to watch, is the default deck this weekend. It makes sense to me, of course. There were so many questions around, is this hero still strong? And that was very much proven. I mean, maybe it's just Jacob Clemens that's OP.
Maybe.
I mean,
he's pretty good.
At the end of the day, that might just be the end result. But
my Jacob matchup is horrible, and I imagine many people in the room are feeling the same way.
Mine too.
Is Hayden correct? Let's check it out. Metagame breakdown for Pro Tour Las Vegas is with us right now. As diverse as you would expect. It is no more than 13% of any hero in the room. Arachne Marionette just about holding that title above Oscilio, Constella Intelligence.
Super, super close. And we go back-to-back with Pro Tours where the metagame share for our top represented heroes is in the low to mid-teens. That has been something we've seen over the last few events. A real stark contrast to some of our previous years of Pro Tours where the consensus in a room would typically coalesce to, high teens, low 20s of our top 1 or 2, even 3 sometimes represented heroes, and that is just not happening as you see how diverse yet again this metagame is with, a grand total of 7 heroes with more than 5% representation.
Jarl Vetreiði as deck number 3 on the weekend. Big believers in the room. There's an iconic line from the lore for Jarl. Do not stand between Jarl Vetreiði and something he intends to kill.
Which might be me, because this weekend I am very much putting my neck out there and saying that I think Jarl is not a pick that I would have made, and I think as a hero that, despite 11% representation, I don't think it's going to do particularly well this weekend. Scott, I just don't think it is that well positioned, but some of the best players in the world are here this weekend to prove me and others wrong. But we will have to see. Oscilio there in second place, not surprising to see. I think that is... It was a question of which is the default aggro deck.
Yes.
You look at Oscilio, you can see Dash down there as well with 31 copies registered, 21 for Syndra, a little bit lower than I was expecting, but those are the 3 sort of aggro decks everyone was having conversations about of which is the aggro deck to bring this weekend, and the answer is, well, all 3 of them have been bought, but Oscilio has been the winner in that respect so far.
Rounding out our top 5 with Kassai, the Golden Sand, and Dash.io, 2 big players that were kind of expected to continue that momentum going forward. But there's a few numbers here that really stand out to me as surprises. 20 copies of Arachne Huntsman, not so much surprise, but more than I thought. I think going in, the consensus was maybe that the deck wasn't in the conversation the same way that it was before. 10 copies of Betsy is not something I would have put money on heading into this weekend, which is stellar stuff. And I'm also interested in the 6 copies of Arachne slipped through the cracks. A deck that really has slipped through the cracks in recent memory, but there's some reasonably big names playing the deck this weekend that believe it has a place in the metagame.
Yeah, we'll see if they have found something there. We were talking just before as well about this Huntsman deck and the position in the metagame, and if you look at all the heroes above it, you got to feel pretty good about that metagame, I think, if you're bringing Huntsman. So that is a hero that I have my eye out for this weekend. It has had Mixed results over the past 6 months. It's been exciting to see it come into the metagame. Hunter or Hunted obviously really changed the fortunes of that hero. But this weekend could be a good weekend for Huntsman, obviously coming off the back of a top 8 in Shinjuku last weekend. Gravy Bones, 4% of the meta. That is something that I was really not expecting. I was expecting it to be high single digits. I really thought Gravy Bones was a good pick for the weekend. Looking at the metagame above it, I can understand why players have decided to potentially not bring that hero, and instead you're seeing the likes of Jarl, Kassai really well represented.
Shoutouts to the underdogs as always. A single copy of Max, the Hype Nitro, Pleiades Superstar, Riptide, Tough Nut, Bravo, and Lyeth Goldmane. Fun fact with Riptide, recently saw a Fang get double melting pointed in a WCQ, which definitely made me want to pick up the deck for a moment.
Yeah, interesting. That feels terrifying.
Not a great way to go. Not a great way to go.
Yeah, that's the way to end your tournament. 3 copies of Hala as well, one of our newest heroes in Flesh and Blood. Interested to see why people have decided to choose that over other heroes. I mean, I know one of them is Josh Lau, and Josh Lau loves making crazy picks like that. We'll see how Hala plays out this weekend. The last one for me, I think, though, Scott, 10 copies of Zyggy. It's been a hero that has had some success over this national season. Victor Brocker taking that to a win over the likes of Simon Nielsen in Denmark. Zyggy, still so many questions for me, though, about whether this is a hero that can contend in this current metagame.
All kinds of questions left for us to answer, but honestly, a pretty stellar metagame. I'm always happy when it's not 30% at the top of the room. I always like to feel like there's more to give for player specializations, and that feels like the kind of room that we're looking at this weekend.
Yeah, I honestly think that players are going to be scratching their heads when they sit down against some heroes this weekend. They're going to say, I didn't prepare for this. This is not a matchup that I was expecting. There is so much, I'm sure, through these first 5 rounds of CC that we play today, that players are going to play matchups that they just didn't have time to spend prepping. But the ones that did, again, I think those are the players that are going to get so rewarded this weekend, Scott, for putting that time and effort in to test the Betsy matchup, to test the Zyggy matchup, for instance, to test the Rhinar matchup. I think that is what we're going to see have really big impact.
Well, speaking of things we're going to see, as is tradition, Evan Herndon will be kicking things off in the feature match area as our current Pro Tour champion on Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Luckily enough, I have the opportunity to give you the cold shoulder from the first round because his opponent is Jarl Vetreiði. Stay tuned.
hero making a deep run or must have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
No better time to be a Flesh and Blood player, my friends, or a Flesh and Blood viewer, because it's Pro Tour weekend, and that means only one thing, or should I say multiple things: games played at the highest level, camaraderie and competition, the likes of which we've never seen, and Pankaj Bhojwani in the booth alongside me. It's so good to be here with you. We're back for another Pro Tour. It's going to be a good one.
We're back in Vegas, baby.
Yeah.
Third time for us here in the past few years. It's a fantastic place. The vibes are just immaculate.
Yeah.
So for those of you who haven't been to Vegas, we're at the Westgate, and there's an area called the Sportsbook where a lot of people gather and they bet on the sports games that are happening. Taken over by Flesh and Blood players the past few nights. Just fat players playing games there. It's been amazing.
Yeah, you walk in and you expect like, oh, they must be playing some... No, that's all fab. It's all fab all the time. You can see there's all the big screens, all the sports. No one's paying attention. No one cares at all. People are focused on how much damage did I just take on hit gold. You're going to raise an army? Oh, no. this couldn't be worse for me. But Pankaj, we're about to get into our very first games here of Classic Constructed from the Pro Tour. You got a chance, I know, to just kind of like check out the tables right as the players went and sat down. Anything interesting you saw from on the field?
Yeah, what I love about these Tier 4 events is that from round 1 onwards, you are already seeing big names clashing against each other. We're seeing, this one broke my heart a little bit, but Colin Eriksson versus Chris Yali are facing off in round 1 of the Pro Tour. Two teammates, two very renowned players in their own right. I saw Shoma Yamamura against Josh Lau in a Warrior face-off. Hala versus Kassai. That's something I really want to watch, but we have more banger games to watch as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting event. Now, we talked a bit about the metagame and potential and the decks we might expect to see yesterday on the Pre-Tour. Go ahead and check that out if you want to see some special reveals from James White as well. But about the metagame, we just got a chance to see it with Hayden and Scott. Talk to me a little bit. I know in our feature match, we're about to be showcasing our last Pro Tour champion not on Jarl, facing against Jarl. There's a lot of Jarl in the field, though. Our last world champion, our current reigning world champion, Michael Yasker, on Jarl as well. What do you think this Ice Earth Guardian is going to do to this meta?
Jarl really started picking up towards the end of Nationals season. The last week of Nationals, Jarl won 3 of the Nationals across the world, and that was when Victor was still legal.
Yeah.
And then Victor has since LL'd, and a lot of players have moved to Jarl as a de facto guardian of the format, the control deck that keeps the aggro decks down.
Yeah.
Whether he's good enough to do it as well as Victor did, we're going to have to see.
And we'll have to wait and see if what Pablo Pintor said, who won one of those nationals.
On Jarl.
On Jarl, right? A 2-time Pro Tour champion in his own right. He was not able to make it to this event, but he said, if I was going, I'd definitely be playing Jarl. He said online, he said, I think the deck's even better after the Remembrance Band and after Victor LL'd. So we'll have to see if Jarl can do it. For our Jarl in the feature match area, it's going to go ahead. He's going to have to take down our reigning Pro Tour Yokohama champion. We've got Evan Herndon on the right side of your screen. Reigning Pro Tour champion from Yokohama with Oscilio, Constella Intelligence. One of those aggro decks that Adam Heilbronn is going to be trying to take down with this Jarl list.
It's so great to see Evan on Oscilio. I mean, this is the hero that he took down Pro Tour Yokohama on. It's very different now, and what I'm curious about is what version of Oscilio is Evan running. There are perhaps 3 different builds of Oscilio that are common these days. There is full arcane, there's Gone in a Flash combo, and there's what people have been calling counter burn, which is full of arcane damage effects that you deal on your opponent's side of the turn cycle. For my guess, knowing Evan, I'm going to guess that he's on the Gone in a Flash version, but we're going to have to see. Maybe he's got some surprises up his sleeves.
I'll have to wait and see in just a moment. Taking a look at the heroes, we briefly touched upon it, but Pankaj, these are 2 decks that we feel like might just define this weekend, and we're seeing them early here.
Jarl is, I think, a fantastic pick for this weekend. The Ice talent is something that we haven't seen be very prominent in the metagame in the past few years, but Jarl is now bringing it into the field with force. Stalagmite, Channel Lake Frigid, Blizzard. These are all cards that people have started to get used to playing against, but I'm not entirely sure if everyone's there yet and whether people have the tech to deal with the resource taxing that Jarl's going to do on them. And of course, Felling of the Crown.
Felling of the Crown, a good card. Stalagmite can do some major work into a deck like Oscilio, but We know Evan Herndon pretty good with this Oscilio hero. Took down a Pro Tour just a couple months ago, so it's time to see if Evan's run can continue as we head down to the feature match table here for the very first round of the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. Brought to you by TCG player Evan Herndon, bringing out the first action of this game. It's an instant. It's a discard of the Constella Uplift to that hero ability.
And immediately we know what version of Oscilio Evan Herndon is on. He has presented Lightning Greaves, which means that he is on the Gone in a Flash combo version, which is something that we can expect from our current reigning Pro Tour champion. On the other side, Adam has presented AB4 total. We've seen some Jarls perhaps present up to AB5. They did bring in Lantern as well, but Stalagmite's going to be incredible against Evan Herndon. And on the contrary, AB4 isn't going to be very effective against a Gone in a Flash Oscilio because they don't actually send that much tall arcane. Comet Collision is one of the few pieces that they have that goes above, pings of 2 that is typical of this Oscilio deck where they discard Echo Flash, tap Volzar, deals 2 arcane. Aside from Comet Collision, not too much tall arcane over here, so a lot of these arcane barrier pieces on Adam's side not going to be incredibly effective.
Heart of Ice going to be the activation here. This is a card I haven't seen played or activated in quite some time. This is an interesting one. Heart of Ice is going to make it harder for Evan Herndon on the next turn to play cards and activated abilities on the turn, that we're currently on. It's not Channel Lake Frigid, it's, hey, you can't do things on my turn right now.
So Evan had the window of opportunity there to activate Oscilio before the Heart of Ice resolved. He chose not to instead, so now if he wants to activate it, he would need to pitch a card, so unlikely to be wanting to activate the hero ability at all on this turn. And on Adam's side, I want to point out, banishing an Earth card to this Elemental Strike. So that's one Earth card in the banish already, which means that once he finds his Felling of the Crown, if there are 3 Earth cards available to him in the graveyard, that will immediately come in for 8. That is the draw of Elemental Strike in these Jarl decks these days.
Yeah, really getting to see how effective it can be early. A single Decompose with 3 Earth cards, and Jarl Vetreiði's attacks, like Felling of the Crown, like Plow Under, will be online. We're seeing Sigil of Brilliance hit the bin. Now, all of a sudden, Starfall online.
Starfall online, 6-card hand for Evan Herndon, including that Arsenal, starting the turn with a Scarf on Adam's side. Again, not a lot of armor because of the Arcane Barrier he has chosen to present into what was, at this point, an unknown Oscilio. That's the advantage of bringing Oscilio in these early rounds as well. Your opponents don't know whether you're on the physical damage version or the Arcane variant, and they might misboard into you slightly, such as, I would say, Adam's AB4 over here is perhaps a little bit too high against a physical damage deck.
Gorgeous first chain link. Are you kidding me? The Yokohama Scar for a Scar met by the extended Art Shelter from the Storm. Pretty good first chain link here on the turn for Evan Herndon and Adam Heilbronn. So we're going to follow this up with the Flittering Charge. You talk about the lack of armor. An important piece, of course, that's Stalagmite. This is maybe a turn you want to think about it because the Tunic isn't online. You can't float the Tunic in response to the Frostbite from the Stalagmite, but we haven't seen it deployed yet, and this Lightning Press, the perfect card to couple alongside Flittering Charge. 7, go again now on the Flittering Charge. 4 damage going to be taken here by Adam. So down to 37 goes our Jarl player, and the turn will continue. Second strike comes forth. It's the 3rd strike on the turn, but go again nonetheless. 4 damage. And plenty more to come.
And the Felling of the Crown blocked with already by Adam Heilbronn, even though he already has 1 Earth card in Banish. So either doesn't have enough ways to get enough Earth cards in the graveyard on this turn to turn on the Felling of the Crown, or has some other threat that he wants to send Evan's way.
Block with Enlightened Strike. 1 damage over the top. 36 for Adam and Jarl. Now this is where things start to get interesting for Evan. We've got an instant that we can play. The Starfall will be online. Got the Strike twice.
Strike twice, a very interesting inclusion. That is, I would say, a little bit of spice that Evan Herndon has brought into this Oscilio deck. Wasn't something that I believe Margin Bay presented when he pioneered this Gone in a Flash version of Oscilio at US Nationals.
Wow, and look at this. Rather than play the Constella Uplift, because we wouldn't get the extra benefit from the staff without the resources, we're just pitching it away to come in with the Strike twice for 4.
And here's where the AB4 can come in very, very handy. 3 of it going to be used here, and just leaking 1 is Adam Heilbronn over here. I like the choice of pitching for the strike twice. You really want to save your tunic for the stalagmite, and so you don't want to arsenal a strike twice and then use your tunic on a future turn. You really just want that as insurance against frostbite tokens.
On your insep, I'm going to activate Oscilio, discarding Echo Flash. And then
Discard Echo Flash with Oscilio. Utilize the Volzar because Adam only has 1 card left in hand, which means get some really nice value from that Volzar. And of course, that's damage and a card just right on back. So for the cost of 1 card and a tapped Volzar, Evan gets two true damage over the top.
It's 1 card from deck, not really 1 card from hand, and that's what makes this Oscilio deck incredibly scary over here. They have such strong tempo plays at the cost of cards in deck, where you discard Echo Flash, you have gone down 1 card in deck, but you didn't go down any cards in hand, and you still presented 1 to 2 damage to your opponent.
then I'll draw Oscilio. Yep.
Once again, hitting that same sequence for Evan. This time, no Volzar activation. Scar for a Scar, even though Evan's last turn was so impactful. Adam kept his life total just a little bit too high to stop the Scar for a Scar coming on in with Go Again.
Starting your turn by discarding Echo Flash when you are on the physical damage variant of Oscilio is so mean sometimes because the opponent needs to decide right there and then whether they want to start pitching for AB, but you might not send any more arcane damage the rest of the turn. The rest of your turn might just fully be physical damage. They need to make the call at the beginning.
Looking at this, we're going to see a Rootbound Carapace. It's going to just be 2 Earth and 1 generic here. Because if we're using that first Decompose off the Rootbound Carapace, it's going to be a little bit longer before we can get something like a Felling of the Crown online. Lightning Press in the second as many turns comes forth for the Scar for a Scar. Now it's time for the Comet Collision for Arcane. Does Adam want to do anything about it? It's currently 30 life for Jarl, 29 for Oscilio, but 4 arcane damage on the stack with 2 floating, which means we're going to be using Crown of Everbloom. Down to 28 goes Jarl. 2 cards being kept in the hand as everything untaps and a card hits the arsenal for Evan Herndon.
So Adam's recognizing that he cannot commit to a full fatigue plan into Evan Herndon's Oscilio. He's not confident that that would be a winning strategy. That's why he's happy to trade some of these life total points so that he can send Disruption Evan's way.
That's fine.
And I believe there's a Command and Conquer in Arsenal. It's going to come out. Evan Herndon. Now, this Oscilio deck, not very good at blocking Command and Conquer. A lot of the cards are instants. A lot of blocking cards are defense reactions. As I say that, though, 2-3 block arcane damage effects here just blocks out the Command and Conquer very easily.
And one of them that strike twice. Maybe that's part of the reason that Evan brought it into the deck. Not just for the 3 arcane damage, but for the 3 block potential in the bottom right-hand corner.
Electrostatic Discharge, and then I will wrap.
Going to be a Ravenous Rabble, buffed up by an Electrostatic Discharge for Evan Herndon. It's a yellow on top, so power of 3 is a Ravenous Rabble. So coming in for 6 total after the discharge. Both players sending 2 card 6s at each other.
Difference for Adam. There was something that Evan needed to care about with that Command and Conquer on hit. Cool to see the strike twice utilized in such different ways in just a couple turns here for Evan. Seeing a little bit of innovation on the list popularized by Majin Bay in his quest for the 2-time national championship trophy. Felled, unfortunately, by Jonathan Magnuson in that breakout Zyggy deck on the weekend.
Majin's an Oscilio 2 for this weekend of this tournament. A different variant, though, than what he brought to U.S. Nationals.
Oh.
Yeah.
6 damage, go again. Blocked by an Oakenold. 3 damage over the top. 25 for Adam Heilbronn.
And with these early turns, Adam really showing us the pace of the game that he's trying to set. He wants to play tempo into Evan. He does not want to play a fatigue Jarl into this Oscilio opponent.
And we're seeing the Comet Collision come forth. This time the Volzar are available to power it up thanks to that +3 from the Electrostatic Discharge. It's very cool seeing older cards from Rosetta be utilized in such different ways. 2 card 6, not that impressive, but when the instant hits the bin and turns on Starfall for both Volzar Meteor Storm and Comet Collision, that's when things start to get pretty impressive from Oscilio.
This was 3 cards, 11 damage, with the Ravenous Rabble revealing a yellow. If it revealed a red, it would have been 3 card 12, which is incredibly efficient. This Oscilio deck just puts out some raw numbers that are incredible.
I'm sorry. Jarl's doing the thing! Elemental Strike banishes a Colors of Aria, which means this Elemental Strike sees all 3 of the mighty elements together. Jarl Vetreiði doing the best Bravo star of the show impression that he can. 7, dominate, go again on the combat chain. Nice comet collision, idiot. Here's 7, dominate, go again. Followed up by maybe just a hammer, or maybe an Oaken Old from the arsenal, even if it won't be fused.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Dominate, go again. I was not expecting to see these keywords on the same card.
All right, Oscilio activation, getting rid of the Comet Storm Shock.
I'll say no blocks.
No blocks. Call from Evan. Down to 22.
And then we have a hammer for...
And it is just going to be the hammer.
So it's another 3-card 11. Both players, send 2-card 6s at each other, and then 3-card 11s at each other. Just matching the pace of the game. But Evan is the one with the combo.
Yeah, that's so interesting because you talk about, right, like these both decks have been kind of mirroring each other in terms of points of value, but they do different things to try to break that math and win the game. And Evan here, looks like we maybe found the first copy of Gone in a Flash in the hand. Tunic is online, but the third Scar for a Scar means this is probably not a turn to go with, especially because we saw the Comet Storm Shock be binned away. Evan might be trying to set up for something, but Adam has the disruption. We saw the Command and Conquer. We know there's plow unders. We know the Stalagmite still has no defense counters on it yet, so Adam has some potential, but Evan's looking like the electricity is starting to charge.
And speaking of setup on Evan's side, he has found another copy of Sigil of Brilliance, so we'll be able to deploy that on this turn, deploy the Lightning Press right now as well, arsenal the Gone in Flash, and set up a 6-card hand for the combo, which is something that you need to do against the Stalagmite in particular, because your Tunic counter wants to be spent on the Lightning Greaves, and you need another card to pay through the Frostbite that the opponent is for sure to give you once they see you deploy the Lightning Greaves. So Gone in Flash coming in now has a Sigil of Brilliance to bounce back the Gone in Flash and set up for the following turn. Question is, can Adam, knowing that there's a Gone in Flash in the opponent's arsenal, do something about it? Has he found Disruption of a card like maybe even deploying a Channel Lake Frigid can just stymie the combo to not allow Evan Herndon to do anything?
A Channel Lake Frigid that we haven't seen blocked with or pitched, I don't believe, so
Exactly.
I'll have to see if it's in the list. Evan Herndon deploys the Sigil of Brilliance, draws on back up. What's the 2-card play from Adam? 16 plays 18 here. It's the Felling from the arsenal, not the Oaken Old. Discard the Fruits of the Forest in response to make sure we get the requisite Earth cards in.
So he did find Disruption, so is going to neg 1 card from Evan Herndon over here, which will get effectively refunded by the Sigil of Brilliance. So Evan will still have a big hand with his Gone in a Flash if he wants to go for it. And Lightning Greaves are going to be snap blocked with, heralding the coming of a Gone in a Flash combo.
Coming in for 8. Greaves hit the chain. Adam's probably expecting something big on this next turn. Down to 11 goes Evan Herndon. Felling of the Crown did its best to stymie the offense from here, but Adam's done a really good job of keeping pace with Oscilio so far. Will there be defensive pieces? Unfortunately for Adam, he had the disruption, but now that arsenal doesn't threaten something like a defense reaction, doesn't threaten something like a blizzard. There's the Channel Lake Frigid.
A turn too late. No ice card in here to even actually keep it around, though, with the flow counter, but that is a card that he wished he was able to deploy before the Gone in a Flash combo.
Braces are released. Let's see the top. Ravenous Rabble is shown. It's 2 damage, but it's also information for Evan Herndon.
Typically, when you see them pop Braces of Belief, is because they're holding an Astral Bridge in their hand that they want to know whether it will hit an instant of the top or not. In this case, for Evan Herndon, it is not an instant. He could, of course, Oscilio into it if he really wants to, and then free up the top of the deck to potentially find an instant with an Astral Bridge, if that is indeed what he is holding.
6 damage with the Gone in a Flash. Only 4 cards in hand on defense for Adam.
The question is, when does he want to deploy this Stalagmite? You see your opponent play Gone in a Flash with no go again. Lightning Greaves has already been blocked with. This is almost certainly the turn where they will be popping the Lightning Greaves, so pretty valuable block of Stalagmite over here, basically negging the opponent an extra card as well.
Adam here, giving this one a real think. Take a look once again at the cards, working with, they all block 3, but that's all they really do here. You can discard Ripple Away as a defensive piece, but it's not going to do anything to Evan Herndon.
He does have a natural fused Oakenhold over here. It will need him to keep the entire hand, though, into an opponent's Garden of Flash. It's not a very attractive option, especially since it's not a double fuse card. Like one of the cards are both Ice and Earth. You need to keep both the Everbloom Life and the Channeling Frigid to fuse the Oakenhold. So not very appealing there.
Stalagmite hits the combat chain, which means there's a triggered ability for a Frostbite to be created, but Evan, in response, going to activate Oscilio, discard that Consign to Cosmos Shock.
And draws the Ravenous Rabble that we knew about because of the Braces of Belief. And now Ravenous Rabble is also another card that gives you information about the top card of your deck. So you can play that. Oh, but it's going to be Astral Bridge first. That's the instant over here.
So he's just going to rip the top blind. Resolve the Astral Bridge. What do we see on the top? Oh, it's a Kindle. Yo. I'm sorry. Take the Ravenous Rabble off the top of your deck with the Oscilio ability. Play the Astral Bridge on a random top card. See an instant that you can play for your Gone in a Flash is exactly the type of play you might need to win a game at the Pro Tour.
So Kindle, a little bit awkward on the Gone in a Flash turns. You can't actually get the draw from the Kindle because by the time the Kindle resolves, you put the Gone in a Flash back in your hand, and your hand is no longer empty. You will still get the Amp one, but I think Evan's still just happy to just get another instant because that is just one more instance of attacking with the Gone in a Flash. So think of the Astral Bridge hitting there as +4 damage on this turn.
And we're seeing, I think, Volzar Meteor Storm being tapped on the Astral Bridge immediately for the value. That's in case Evan hits a Constella Uplift, right? That's in case we see an instant that can untap the Volzar. We want to make sure we tap it as many times as possible if that's on the table.
It could also be telling that he maybe doesn't have other instants, and he started with the Astral Bridge. I think it might be the case that he didn't have another instant because he would have preferred to start with a Ravenous Rabble to know whether the Astral Bridge was going to hit. So very likely just didn't have another instant. Yep, Kindle not going to get the draw from it, just the Amp one, since his hand is definitely not empty.
Gone in a Flash. 4 more. Leave the Kindle floating amp.
Boots of Omnis Ward, interesting over here because Adam has taken arcane damage, so the additional text on those boots, on those legendary boots, actually live over here, blocking 2 out of those boots of Omnis Ward, and will not be destroyed by the tempo effect.
Block 3, take 1, down to 12. Players continue to walk down the life totals. Another Astral Bridge without using the Ravenous Rabble.
And then 2 arcane on this one.
2 arcane from the Amp of the Kindle. Let's resolve the Astral Bridge. That time we're just going to see the E-Strike. I mean, so what this allows, actually, you get the 2 damage. You get to just throw Ravenous Rabble here. Keep the Gone in a Flash. You throw the Gone in a Flash. You keep the Ravenous Rabble. You have options if you're Evan Herndon from here.
Yeah, keeping the Gone in a Flash once you've already used your boots and you aren't ending the turn with an Embodiment of Lightning can sometimes be a little bit tricky to use. But you can, of course, just sink it away to Crown of Providence. So the Crown of Providence here giving Evan a lot of flexibility for how he wants to end this turn. Wouldn't be surprised to just see him send both the Ravenous Rabble and the Gone in a Flash and just say, this is the combo turn, this is the turn I need to leak as much as possible and not let you tempo me back, disrupt me out of the game. Because remember, once Adam starts falling to the single-digit life totals, he could very well die on his own turn because of the arcane pings that Evan has access to, including the cards like Strike Twice as well, which offer him even more reach on the opponent's turn.
Adam really giving this 2 arcane damage on the Astral Bridge a thing, and this is where this Oscilio version of the Oscilio deck really finds its wins, right? You get all of these impressive attack actions that Evan's been playing. You do on-rate things, you do slightly above-rate things with those attack actions often, and then you just sneak in, you're weaving in 2 arcane, 1 arcane, 2 arcane, and then like you're mentioning, maybe there's that Strike Twice, 3 arcane, 4 arcane. That's how you actually finish the game. That's how you break it all over.
So Ravenous Rabble coming in for 3 only, but speaking of leaking arcane damage on your opponent's turn, Evan Herndon has revealed an Echo Flash off the top of the deck. So Adam already knows some arcane damage will be coming his way on his own turn. So even if he blocks out here, he will still take even more damage.
Block 3 and the Gone in a Flash to continue it up. Like you mentioned, Pankaj, Evan knows I'm just throwing the farm here. I am using my action points. I'm not holding anything back. I'm just trying to get damage across the table. And we know Adam's last card in hand is that Oakenhold. This is the decision point, right? Do I block 3 with this card, keep my life total higher? Do I keep the Oakenhold for that potential pivot? Adam here is not playing to not lose. He's playing to win.
He needs Evan to break away. He knows he's going to take at least 1 damage on his own turn because of the Echo Flash. Potentially 2 if Evan uses the Volzar. Going down to 4 basically means you need to block out everything that Evan Herndon does. Still have one more block on the Stalagmite though, so he's just banking that he draws one of those double fuse cards, something like a Crumble to Eternity, something like a Pulse of Ice and Loft, to be able to resolve the Oakenhold on as small of a hand as possible.
I love Adam's face. He said, pass priority, and then just a nice little smile. Like, listen, I understand you might want to do some things. Oh, and then you can actually see it on his face. He looked a little like,
wow.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm happy to go to my turn and drop some cards that block and some cards that pitch. And we might see why here, because that Echo Flash is, instead of being used for arcane damage, it's being used to power up this Entwine Lightning for 4 go again to start off this turn.
Evan also holding back a yellow in case the opponent wants to deploy Stalagmite over here. This gives him a bit extra, few extra resources. Yep, there we go.
And like we said, Adam either hoping for the brick or trying to utilize the defensive pieces that he has to try to pivot towards something like an Oakenhold with that card in hand.
The Crumble to Eternity, exactly, which is an Ice and an Earth card. So deploying the Stalag over here, just buying himself as much space as possible. And I believe this is in response to the Frostbite.
Yes.
So doesn't need to pay yet for this Oscilio activation. 2 arcane damage coming Adam's way. Just takes it, drops on 4. These are precarious life totals. 4 is very much in range of this Oscilio deck on your own turn.
Now the Oscilio ability refunds that card.
And then this is good for the Frostbite.
Yes, the Frostbite is good.
Frostbite is good. Next thing's going to cost 1 more. We've got the Constella in the hand for the Ponder. Constella Contemplation. Discharge, E-Strike for Evan Herndon.
Does need to pitch one of these cards to do further game action. So he effectively is working on a 2-card hand over here. And that might just be an E-Strike for 7. It might be 7. It depends what Evan wants to do over here. Draw potentially gives him a bit more reach on the opponent's turn, should he find it. There's Crown of Providence as well available. But you are taxing less from Adam's hand currently.
Yeah, Crown of Providence, a good call out there. Another reason why you want any card in your arsenal. A little bit more optionality on your next turn. Here's 5 damage. Adam has to put something in front of this.
But because he chose draw a card, Adam only needs to put 1 card in front of this.
Oh, but you did hear Adam just say, you didn't draw a lightning press. You wouldn't lightning press me, would you? And Evan just kind of gives a little bit of a nod. Arcane damage means the Boots of Omnis Ward can prevent more of this damage, so 1 damage over. Down to 3 goes Adam, no lightning press, and the card hits the arsenal for Evan Herndon.
And it's going to be an Oakenhold fuse here for Adam. This is the space that he needed.
This is what he needed. He needed to save himself for this exact play.
And 3 life over here. But remember, this Crumble to Eternity is in his hand. So Evan needs 6 arcane damage to be able to kill Adam on his own turn over here. 6 is a little bit high. And opponent, is showing Evan that he is holding a blue. So Evan knows that as he faces down this Oakenhold.
Okay, if Adam Heilbronn has any fans, I am one of them. What's the copy pause? Because, are you kidding me? He's got such a great demeanor. He's being so respectful, playing so well. He put the dice sideways for us on coverage.
Beautiful.
He did it the right way. He didn't do it backwards. Adam, you've got a fan in me, brother. 9 dominate here. Crown of Providence gets in the way. Oh, and you know what? Another reason for the E-Strike draw being so good on this exact turn, if Evan wants, he can sink away the arsenal and just get another card in the hand to lose to Oakenhold and still have some pretty impressive offense.
So it looks like those are the only blocks declared by Evan Herndon over here. So currently going to be leaking 7, bottoming 2 random cards to Oakenhold. Remember, this card doesn't let you choose which cards to keep. So if there are no further blocks from Evan over here, he's going to take 7 and be left with a random 3-card hand out of the 5 that he's currently holding. That's a lot of permutations.
Well, say, really cool to see the, like you say, permutations of even that blocking decision on the last turn.
Did I say Flashbolt?
Whoa. Red Flashbolt in the deck for Evan Herndon.
Even more reach available to him than we even thought. We saw the strike twices. But there's also Flashbolts available for Evan over here. Now 6, I don't think there was another strike twice in there, so 6 is going to be a bit difficult. But I think that's exactly the math that he's trying to do. He's got Flashbolt. I saw a Shock as well. Between those 2 and the Volzar, he actually has 5 Arcane available to him right now on this turn. And looks like he declares that that is not enough, just going to go ahead and eat the rest of his Oakenhold and be disrupted.
Take 7 down to 4 goes our reigning Pro Tour champion.
1 through 6 for a card goes on long.
1 through 6 for a card to go on bottom. Wow, 2
This
sixes.
always happens.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. We're in Vegas. Adam Heilbronn showing to be a high roller. 2 6s in a row. You should be playing Rhinar, big dog.
3, 4 again.
There's the first roll. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's another 6 for Adam.
You get your scab skins out.
So this one goes in the bottom. Order of your choice.
That's fantastic. I mean, you might be seeing a Rhinar player be born before our very eyes.
It's random until you get to look at them.
3 cards, 3 random cards available to Evan Herndon over here.
Big shot.
Normally, you don't want to arsenal something like a Crumble to Eternity, but Adam does have access to Crown of Everbloom over here to sync that card and turn it into a Spellbane Aegis token as well, while not giving up other pieces of Arcane Barrier. We still have AB2 left after you use the Crown of Everbloom, so arsenaling the Crumble to Eternity over here, not as bad as it usually is.
Big shout out to all of you hanging out in the chat with us, watching this first round of the Pro Tour. There's so much to come. We got drinking buddies to give away. We got CC to watch. We've got undefeated players to search for. We've got so much on the horizon here at the Pro Tour Las Vegas. We do hope you stick with us all weekend long. As this second strike comes out, it's a brick. It's a full brick from Evan Herndon, because to get the go again on this attack, you have to do the damage in the layer step on the stack, as we're seeing a blizzard come out to try to put some frostbite on the opposing side of the arena. I wonder if Adam... Yeah, no, assume not playing. He knew that thing didn't have go again, so he was just getting it out of the hand and putting a frostbite in case there was arcane damage. He wanted to know, do it now or forever hold your peace.
Just wanted more information about Evan Herndon's hand. Now it's very face-up for him. Evan cannot resolve the card in his hand because the frostbite has resolved. So Adam knows this is just 3, no sneaky arcane coming out, no instant speed, flash rolls, anything like that. It's just 3 physical damage. And the thing about Jarl sometimes is sometimes you are left with some excess cards. So just playing the Blizzard that way, but that is 1 less blue on his own turn to protect himself from arcane damage. We know the Arsenal is not an offensive piece over here, so if he just sends his hand, that'll be defenses down for him.
It's also like 1 turn potentially too late to draw that Blizzard, right? Because we know it's the Crumble to Eternity in the Arsenal. That's not going to do any kind of offensive pressure. If Evan Herndon has a 4-card hand, a 5-card hand, and a Blizzard comes out, gives a Frostbite, and requires multiple reds to be pitched to continue the turn and get go again, that's how Adam can potentially really turn the corner. He's put himself in a position to win. I wonder if that Blizzard came like 1 turn out of order for him to actually close.
And now Hammer coming in for 4. Heart of Ice has been activated, so if Evan wants to try and do any sneaky arcane damage, he will be under the tax effect of the Heart of Ice, looking like he just wants to go ahead and block 1, go down to 1, keep a full 6-card hand thanks to the Sigil of Brilliance popping at the start of his own turn. Adam Heilbronn might be facing the last offensive salvo from this Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Stalagmite has been taken off the field already. A Blizzard has already been used. How much damage can Evan present on this turn? Entwine Lightning fused with a Flittering Charge. That is already 8 physical damage represented to Adam from Evan's first action of this turn. Does he have something like another Blizzard to slow this down a little bit more? Looks like that is not the case. In fact, it's actually 1-2 block in the hand as well for Adam as he faces down Entwine Lightning fused with Flittering Charge, no less.
And imagine a Blizzard on this turn, right? Imagine a Blizzard here.
So 1 turn too late, and then also 1 turn too early at the same time. Just it was a sandwich in between 2 turns where it would have been incredible.
Evan's down to 1, right? Like, Adam has put himself in the position to win this game. He's shown people at home why Jarl is such a pick that so many people are playing here. And another Entwine Lightning with the Flittering Charge again. This Blizzard, imagine what it could have done.
And you called it out perfectly, Sam. Adam played to win. He didn't play to not lose. He played to win.
He really did.
Went for that Oaken Old Arsenal, needed to find a way to fuse it, put himself in this position where the opponent's at 1. Unfortunately, was just a little bit short on the disruption, those early turn cycles. The Elemental Strike looked really impressive. 7 damage dominates go again, but in the end, it's still vanilla damage. He needed more disruption in the early turns of the game.
Plow under. We didn't see a Plow under resolved. We also, like you said earlier, this equipment, it's good for Arcane Barrier, but it's not good for blocking. We're seeing the Crown of Everbloom be used here to just go ahead and create a Spellbane Aegis token to try to do a Crown of Providence impression, put a card on the bottom of the deck, and draw a card.
Just wants more blocking power in this hand because he sees 8 more physical damage available to the opponent.
Response from Evan.
You want to respond before the Spellbane Aegis token is developed.
So the reason Adam put the card in the graveyard already is because destroying it is part of the cost. So now the Spellbane Aegis is on the stack, shall we say. And we're going to go ahead and pitch away. Here comes the Flash Bolt with a Kindle on top of a Volzar. So this is 5 arcane damage. There's only 2 AB. There's no Spellbane Aegis token on the arena. There's a Fruits of the Forest in the hand he could play to respond.
This Kindle just being used for Amp 1 from Evan Herndon's side. Now, between the Fruits and the AB2, Adam can just barely survive this, but there's still 4 physical damage being presented to him on the combat chain with a promise of 4 more in Evan Herndon's hand.
Now we see that Flittering Charge.
Discard fruits in response. Sure.
Discard Fruits in response. Up to 4. 5 arcane damage still remains on the stack.
So you can AB2, take 3.
Go to 1.
And then the Crown resolves.
Sounds good. So take
But you're still facing 4 into 4.
3 down to 1.
3 down to 1.
Resolve the Crown of Everbloom. Yep.
Crown of Everbloom. Need a D-React. We need a D-React that also prevents the damage on your next chain link.
You need a Sync Billow, and then you sync your other card into another Sync Billow. That's the only
sick.
out.
That's sick. It's not what's going to happen here, but it is sick. We're blocking for 4 because we have the Heart of Ice. And then 3 damage presented. 1-1 is the final life total before Adam Heilbronn falls, and our reigning Pro Tour champion, Evan Herndon, moves on to 1-0. A little bit of an exhale, as that was a close one for our Pro Tour champ.
What a fantastic way to start this weekend off at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Evan Herndon taking it down in a matchup that was so close. This is the deck that Jarl has come to beat, and we've seen exactly why. Just a few more disruption from Adam's side, and he could have gotten that.
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, you've been watching, with your team as you're watching the testing. What's the Jarl Oscilio Gone on a Flash deck matchup really like? 50-50, 60-40 one way? Like, how do you see it play out? We saw how it played out here, but that was really anyone's game.
I think it's Jarl favored, but only slightly.
Jarl flavored.
Jarl flavored. But only slightly. It really is dependent on the early disruptive turn cycles.
Yeah.
If they stick a Channel Lake Frigid, it is very, very difficult for Oscilio to come back into a game.
Yeah. No Channel Lake, no Plow Under, no Blizzard.
Blizzard in wrong time.
Yeah, still 1-1 there at the end. But huge congratulations to Evan Herndon. And that might not be the last we see from Adam. Really great games to start. And I do know, our world champion also on Jarl will have to wait for an update to see how that game went. I believe he was facing into a Syndra in this first round, so we'll have to wait for an update there. We're going to look ahead and talk through just a little bit of what incredible experiences are on the horizon, shall we say, for Flesh and Blood players with our newest booster set, Usurp the Shadow Throne. Usurp the Shadow Throne. This is a set. Let's just be clear. It's got the people talking, Pankaj.
Vetreiði is back after slaying Chain in the Shadow Realm or something, and he looks so cool. Vetreiði was one of the first few heroes that I started the game with, and it's so exciting to see him come back in such a renewed fashion.
Also one of the first heroes that I started this game with. And he's got some new digs, shall we say, at tapping into forbidden power. Vetreiði the Forsaken can traverse into Vetreiði Usurper. Seeing as this Runeblade Vetreiði tapping into the shadow powers, all of a sudden we're accessing the Banished Zone, we're giving go again, we're doing some Shadow Runeblade things. I think this hero is going to make a lot of people both very happy and very, very afraid.
And that first line of text on the Usurper side is a terrifying line of text for any hero to have. The first attack action card with Blood that you play each turn gets go again. Go again, printed on a hero. I think we have seen that before in this game, and I think we have seen that be quite strong, if I remember correctly.
Quite strong indeed. Now, importantly, as you know, in difference, shall we say, too, as different than Chain back in the day, it's attack action card. It's not just your next action gets go again, which is nicer for Vetreiði. We thank the Usurper, even though he felled the Shadow Lord in Chain and usurped the Shadow Throne, became the king, the Shadow Lord himself. At least left that line of text behind. But this is a hero that got such a cheer in the hall yesterday when she was revealed. Levia featured back in Usurp the Shadow Throne with some brand new digs and a brand new cold foil Marvel hero you can get as a souvenir package exclusive at the World Championship in Paris. That's going to be a very, very exclusive card. I know I'm going to need to get my hands on one.
Very loud cheer in the hall when this hero was revealed as CL, mostly just from Ethan, actually, and that's why he's lost his voice currently. Yeah. Very raspy voice for our producer over there. But yes, this Leviah hero reimagined in Usurp the Shadow Throne. I'm really excited to see what they've done with this hero.
I'm pretty excited to see how players respond to Malice, the Domina of the Dead. This is a hero. I had multiple people in the hall yesterday come up to me and just say, well, I'm a Malice main. Like, doesn't really matter what else they show. I'll be playing this hero. And you know what? I can see why. First teased, of course, in that legendary Dead Threads. We now see who was depicted on that piece of equipment. And we see the, not quite the Shadow Lord, but the Mistress, the Matron, the Domina of the Dead. A whole new way to play with these Necromancer cards. A whole new way to play with Undead. Malice caring more about the just zombies, and her zombies, they will shamble around and decay throughout the game. Such a flavorful way and such an exciting way for fans to engage with this hero and with this class.
Now, I don't usually like to play board state decks, but Malice is something that really excites me.
Finally,
I think so.
Pankaj!
The decay mechanic is something that I felt would have been so flavorful for Necromancer allies, and the fact that Malice has it has me ticking for sure.
Oh my gosh, folks. We finally, literally, all it took was a shadow set to finally turn Pankaj Bhojwani to the dark side. Love to hear it. Speaking of the dark side, the Sin Speaker Gloomblade, we're finally seeing really what's capable when you usurp cards. I mean, this 2-card, shall we say, a little not quite combo on your screen. These 2 cards, I mean, they just work together so beautifully.
I'm going to tangent a little bit and talk about the white font for the resource cost on these cards. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm such a big fan of these. That it's just a lot more visible now, a lot clearer what the cost of these cards are. And tangent from Usurp the Shadow Throne, but it's the first time we're seeing it. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you know, change is hard. Change is hard. I know there are some players out there that are going to miss the black font, but let me tell you, it is, I mean, just looking at the screen, I'm like, oh my god, I can really see that. Yeah. And that is quite nice. You can see the decay mechanic on display here with the Restless Magister, of course, -1 counter every single end phase, so you don't have to worry about the always having to attack into the allies unless Malice is able to get out the Corrupted Corpses, because the Corrupted Corpses, a little harder for Malice to get out. They're going to drain her with the Blood Debt, but they just have Go again, and of course have that 3 health, so they're going to be some pretty impressive pieces, and I just love the art on this whole set, especially these Malice cards. This ish is metal, and it makes me excited.
And if you really like the Malice art, you maybe want to head over to Seoul at some point. I hear they have some fancy promo cards for Malice over there.
I think just so. Of course, Plasma Vet, the Insatiable Hunger, can be created just on hit of a 3 for 7. I mean, yeah, on hit. Just I'll
on
make
a common.
Yeah,
I guess
I'll just make a 6 health ally, but the ally itself doesn't attack, and Leviah's hero text doesn't say anything about Plasma Vet attacking. So I'm sure there are other puzzle pieces yet to be uncovered. Speaking about forbidden, profane power being uncovered, the gem to end all gems, the soul of existence, the last planned, fabled gem made in flesh and blood history. If we're going out with a bang. We ain't never seen something like this, folks. A purple pitch strip, 4 resources. Pretty exciting stuff. Whatever that means for the future of Fabled, you know, I know for many players, gems are an exciting, beautiful way to play Flesh and Blood. And for a lot of players, they're like, it's really hard for me to get my hands on these gems. So it's exciting that they're going to have more options in the future. But for the players that love to collect these gems like me, this is one I've got my eye on, shall we say.
And this is so flavorful. A shadow gem that has a purple strip. It has a bit of a downside when you pitch it for the extra value of the extra pitch as well. It's such a fantastic interpretation of what a Fabled gem should look like.
And talk about the Fabled gem, one of the first shards, not the Shard of Existence, it's the Arc Knight Shard of Viscerai specialization, all the way back from Crucible of War, now returned to us as a reprint. So lovely to see. More players will have their chance to get their hands on this one. We do hope you'll join us at your pre-release at your LGS September 18th. It'll be in stores September 25th. Usurp the Shadow Throne is coming to you. It's rocketing forth from the banished zone. I can hear the cries of the damned. They surround me. They sound like as the players.
That's just Ethan with his raspy voice, actually.
Break ready. That's Ethan. That's Ethan right now.
Exactly how he sounds like. Yeah.
What exciting first round here from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. We have seen our Pro Tour champion emerge victorious. We have looked through the reveals from Usurp the Shadow Throne, and there is so much more to come. First round of the day is in the books, and we got plenty more to come. Hi, Lucas, as we take a look at scenes from the Pro Tour here in Las Vegas. Evan Herndon, victorious so far, but there are so many more games yet to play. Stick with us. Pro Tour Las Vegas live right after this.
For Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Florin-Cristian Loghin. Log. That is what we're doing. I am interested in Betsy as things stand, and apparently so are many of our top players right now, and I can't think of a better one to pick than the aptly named Florin.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, or this morning rather, when I saw Florin yesterday and he said he was playing Betsy, I was surprised.
Yeah, me too.
And now I am excited to see what he has brought to the table with this Betsy. It is a new look for Guardian this weekend.
It is. I kind of want to talk about that a little bit because we got 2 real sweet games going on this round, and we'll get to the other one when we're done, one way or the other. But we're going to take a look at Florin against arguably another people's champion in the form of Eugene C.
Wow.
On Rhinar. So it's going to be quite the game, but it's 3 Guardians in our feature match area right now, and there's 3 different Guardians. We kind of alluded to it a little bit in the meta breakdown as to where we were going. But heading into this weekend, I think Guardians had a kind of grand renaissance from where it was maybe even this time 12 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, Victor has been carrying the flag for Guardian significantly over these past few months. And the question was, okay, Victor hits Living Legend. What happens next? Jarl, yes, everyone's been talking as Jarl. Where is Jarl in this metagame? Obviously, for this weekend, very well represented. But it's not the only Guardian. Oh. And, you look back to Mastery Pack Guardian coming out, introducing a number of cards, and it seems to have taken a bit of time, but we're starting to see the fruits of those cards, and we're going to see it in our feature match area.
We are. Yeah, I think Mastery Pack Guardian's kind of aged surprisingly well. I think we've seen cards like Fearless Confrontation, Testify, and Grip, of course, but even the clashes, the 4 blocks, have been arguably a big part of Silver Age as we've gone forward.
Huge,
That's just
massive.
Just aged very, very well. But I want to see if it's played a part in the abomination that we're about to witness on camera. So let's get ourselves down into the feature match area and meet our players. You know them both already.
Wow, look at that. Eugene
Beautiful
seeing those glasses. They're even green to match the Rhinar in our feature match area there for Eugene. We love to see it.
I remember Eugene being referred to as the coldest man in Flesh and Blood shortly after Yokohama, after the sunglasses came out for the first time. And that iced out look is definitely continuing here as we'll be rocking Rhinar Reckless Rampage as he always does. On the other side of the table, and I need to see in the chat, because if I don't see Florin-Cristian Loghin all capped in the chat, I mean, it's a bad omen, right? So come on, get some support in there.
Yeah, well, Florin-Cristian Logman, as he may well be known after this weekend as well. But yeah, really interested to see what Florin has brought to the table with this Betsy. But of course, we know the other side of the table. Eugene C, you know what he's going to be playing. There's never a question about that.
Big deal here. Eugene going first. Pretty big boon for Rhinar. If you're unfamiliar as to why, let's check out the hero cards and walk through a little bit of what's going on there. Rhinar, of course, a bit of a stalwart of Flesh and Blood at this point. Has been here since the beginning and gives that introductory phase to I really wish I'd been able to do something else, which is often how I feel in the face of Rhinar. Discarding 6 cost cards, 6 power cards, I should say, allow you to intimidate your opponent, kind of denies the blocking that decks like Betsy are often so eager to do.
I think for this matchup, that is what you say, that is very key, Scott, because typically these Betsy decks, yes, they are tempo-driven, but they are often wanting to play 2 cards on defense or a couple of cards on defense and then swing in with the weapon, for instance, or play in an attack that offers some disruption. And Rhinar seeks to just kind of pull that plan apart, and we know how Eugene plays this hero as well. He plays fast, he plays furious with those aggressive sort of lines, looking to disrupt the opponent's hand, intimidate as much as possible, and stop that sort of flow from our Guardians.
On the other side of things, our 7-point wonder, Betsy, skin in the game. Every time you have an attack that wagers, and to be clear, that's not a once. So if you wager multiple times, you can choose to pay multiple resources if you'd like to give that attack +1 and overpower for every time you did so. The big deal here, of course, now, Pile Driver, that brand new log for Betsy, her unique weapon that gives you a way to wager on board, kind of ties the whole suite together, allows that good time chapeau to have gold to fuel it over the course of the game.
It is a value engine, is Betsy.
You ready to dance, Hayden?
I'm ready to get into it. I want to see what's going to happen.
Log off incoming, Florin and Eugene. Oh, Eugene, I've been betrayed. Is that a ravenous meat axe I see on this side of the table?
Wow, we have gone away from the claws of old. You know, of course, we lost the original claws, the mandible claws. Eugene represented 2 weapons in the Pro Tour last time, has gone back to the ravenous meat axe. I mean, personally, one of my favorite weapons in the game, so I'm excited to see that Eugene has chosen to go that direction.
Equipment here, not all too surprising for our Rhinar aficionado. On the other side of things for Florin, it is Quick Dodge Flexes, Gauntlets of Iron Will, Findle Spring Tunic, and that good time
in the list for Eugene. So this is a bit of a different look to what we saw him bring to that top 8 earlier this year at Pro Tour Yokohama.
I can't help but notice
no attacks.
There is not a 6 in there. There is no attack in there. Definitely not what Eugene was hoping for, but look at the face.
You know what Eugene's thinking, though. If I scab skins here, he's doing the math. He's in Vegas. He's trying to count cards. He's thinking about what this might look like. This is very typical Eugene style. Do we just try and set up something? Now, the problem for Eugene is here, yeah, you need to craft the hand a little bit because you obviously want to set up your...
Wrecker Romp,
Oh.
Skullcrack, Pulping, and another Song of Sinew. So it's 3 here is the name of the game, and we'll see those cards being put back on top of the deck. Gives Eugene some control of the following hand to come.
We're going to get +3 on the attack off of this. I mean, that's a fairly decent next turn, though. So I think now Eugene just looking at these 4 cards and working out, all right, I now know what I'm playing with next turn. These, of course, will go back on the top. Eugene can choose the order. So now just working out, what do I want to craft my hand for turn 1 to look like? Which of these cards do I want to see? I'm interested. I think this pulping is going to play a part in it. Which, okay, we're just throwing them back on top.
Yep, well, they were in the order we wanted them to be anyway. And I have to wonder if Eugene is staring at this sand sketch plan here and deciding that maybe the order doesn't matter.
I think that may be what's happening, yeah.
I feel real Doctor Strange energy right now of the level of multiverses that are being considered by Eugene in real time, and we are going to fire off that sand sketch plan and go fetching up something fruity. What are you betting on here, Hayden?
What's interesting to me is we've got the Blood Rush Bellow in hand here, so do we just go and get another Blood Rush Bellow? I feel like you need to go and get a 6 attack here, though, because you want it to hit.
So it looked like a beast within to me.
Yeah, so Eugene's actually saying, like, why don't I try and make something happen this turn? I think the biggest risk is you hit the Blood Rush Bellow off this, and then not only does your turn end, but you don't have a Blood Rush Bellow for next turn.
This is 66% chance to miss. It's never stopped
This
the
is the
man
way
before.
Eugene plays, exactly.
We roll the dice. It's the one on the left. It is the Blood Rush
wow.
Bellow. Discarded on turn 0. You win some, you lose some. I have to notice the copies that Eugene is playing with today don't have Do Not Discard Me on them, which they normally do. And
that might be the
we're
problem.
seeing what happens there. Going to be Act of Glory deployed here on the end of turn for Florin-Cristian Loghin. This powerful suspense aura from Super Slam is going to slowly tick down and make an attack much bigger when those aura tokens of suspense have finally made their way out of the way. This one is blue, so +4 at a minimum. Goes down to 1 to start the first turn of the game for our log swinging aficionado.
So pretty good first turn there for Florin. Eugene wasn't able to get anything together, wasn't able to establish any kind of future value. That Blood Rush Bellow has hit the bin, of course. So the Arsenal card, we'll have to find out what it is. It might even just be that Beast Within. It doesn't look like it's... Oh, no, it is in his hand. So it'll be the Tear Limb from Limb, I believe, will be the card in Arsenal for Eugene. On the other side, though, Florin was able to develop that Act of Glory and then also take no damage on that first turn. So Florin's got to be absolutely chuffed with how that turn 0 went.
Really interesting one in the hand here for Florin. Double Down, a card that we haven't seen finding all too much success. It is being run out here immediately off the blue. If you're unfamiliar with this one, I don't blame you. You can cash in gold to cover the cost if you prefer, but if you want to pay for it the hard way, you just can. Yeah, which will allow you to wager for +3 and overpower and double dip on the tokens that you are generating.
Yeah, so Florin, maybe early on, it looks like Florin's build is really heavy on these ways of utilizing the gold that you can generate and then trying to create as much value off of those additional tokens as possible.
So log for 9 overpower here with that aura lurking in the wings. Eugene reads a few of the cards, makes sure that nothing has changed and says, okay, no blocks. I can't stop you from gaining this gold. You're more than welcome to gain it. And my hand has enough goodies to make something come together. So 2 gold being generated here for Florin. Pretty potent start for our Betsy enjoyer.
Very much so. This is a very strong start from Florin. He's got to the end of turn 1. He's got the Act of Glory ready to tick down next turn and kind of do it all again, push some more damage, some more on-hitter threats. Has the 2 gold now, so has started to set up those resources. We can start pushing those into the good time chapeau if we want to. And on the other side of things, we'll see now what Eugene has.
It is that Tail Limb from Limb that was parked in the arsenal on the first turn. Card will be drawn and discarded at random here. Let's see if we can go big or go home.
We hit it.
6 is the roll. Going to re-roll that one. Not going to count for anything good. This is why you don't do 5s and 6s, folks. 2 will hit the Beast Within. Bingo! We will find Feral Instinct off the top of the deck here as the hit. Point of damage will be taken to accommodate that one on the way in, but Tear Limb from Limb is up and active, which means we'll have a whole extra chunk of stats on the first hit of the turn here for Eugene.
The big question going to be, though, are we going to go towards these Scavskin leaders after this as well?
Let's try and take a look at the hand. Looks like multiple copies of Pulping, a Swing Big, and that Feral Instinct, which is going to be serving as a resource card, I imagine. Can't help but notice a Fearless Confrontation in the hand for Florin, which Might have something to say about those pulpings if it doesn't get intimidated away.
Oh, I didn't quite see what the intimidate was there.
Shelter
I
in
think
the hands.
it wasn't the confrontation though, as you say.
Okay, so potentially some way to strip, dominate, and go again away from Eugene here if things don't go his way.
I think Eugene having a bit of a think here about the scab skins. I was wondering, like, you kind of just have the line of pulping here, but Eugene says, no, that's not the way I play Rhinar. We're going for the scab skins here. We're going to make sure that we can maybe push out that swing big. It does hit a 4. So it has the 2 action points, is going to be able to deploy the swing big for 16 straight off the bat, and then still be able to have a follow-up of a pulping afterwards.
Well,
or actually be the meat action, because it's 2 reds, right?
Well, it's Feral Instinct. You can just Feral Instinct after just having Intimidated and park
yes.
the pulping in the arsenal. So everything coming up Millhouse for Eugene when in Vegas. Send 16 damage.
Yes, because we've just pitched the other pulping. We had the double pulping. We've just pitched into it thanks to that blue Wrecker Romp, giving the 4 resources needed for this line, and then the scab skins giving the additional action point. This is the way that Eugene C plays Rhinar, and this is how it pays off here. 16 damage facing down Florin now.
That'll be one of those Shelter from the Storm were intimidated away. It's tension in the air, Shelter, and that fearless confrontation that's looking a bit sour in the face of how this turn actually played out. Tension in the air being thumbed forward to play some semblance of defense in the face of swing big.
Yeah, and this is all good for Florin because there's a lot of things he has to consider. That Act of Glory is going to come off suspense next turn, so you don't want to waste that. So you want to be able to have a way to, of course, be able to attack. Tunic's not up yet for the pile driver. That complicates things even further. And then you have this this Shelter from the Storm that is also intimidated that you have to think about, well, I want to get that into my arsenal next turn. So there's a lot of things that Florin has to consider, and you can see head in the hands there because we are turn 2, down in the feature match area in round 2, and Florin has tough decisions to make here.
I can't help but look at those gold token too, as you say. There's not really a clean way to get a pile driver swing in here, but maybe there is if you're willing to give one up and go drawing for a card. So
if there's a blue on top,
yeah,
that's the other thing as well. Then Florin, we don't know how many blues Florin's playing. He's probably doing the math on that one, and he's just going to say, yeah, I'm just going to block with the Shelter and take the 12.
Yeah, it was a very sheepish take 12 there from Florin. Not that there's much in his control. And both players knew the Feral Instinct was there, courtesy of that Beast Within for 6 more points of damage. And another premium red attack being parked in the arsenal for our Brute player. Down to 22 goes Florin-Cristian Loghin here on just the first turn of the game. Needs to find a way to put these pieces back together. A very promising start, suddenly looking very under pressure.
Feral Instinct has been an absolute game changer for these Rhinar lists. And, you know, Rhinar had a big performance in Yokohama. Still hasn't been a meta definer or one of the top decks, but has had significant upgrades since then as well.
Florin here says, I would like to cash both my gold in to Good Time Chapeau. Going to utilize that ability twice here, and we'll see Command and Conquer as the beneficiary for it. So this is going to be coming in with Overpower, courtesy of the wagers that we find ourselves with. Florin here paying 2 to CNC and then 2 to Betsy. This is 12 points of overpowered damage, no defense reaction, on hit, 2 might, 2 vigor.
See the power of that Act of Glory that got in early now. There's not enough equipment on Eugene's side here. It looks like we have access to 8, so looks like Eugene's going to be able to defend 11 if he wanted to. So Florin drew it up, knew exactly how he'd be able to get around that equipment sweep. Very hard to get around the brick wall that is Rhinar's equipment early on in the game. Florin has found a way thanks to that Act of Glory.
And then every time I wager, I get to pay for it.
And Florin here clarifying why this is 12, because not everyone is familiar with Good Time Chapeau and how it can cash in your gold and turn things real sour real fast.
Yeah, of course, Good Time Chapeau, not a once per turn action, right? As you were saying earlier.
Correct,
You can just cash in both golds at once, and that's the strength of this rare, originally limited piece of hit equipment that was like, you know, it was the sort of thing you'd open and pack one, pick one and be like, okay, I've got a bomb here effectively, but you're seeing just how powerful this can be in Classic Constructed as well.
Yeah, the beauty of this, Chapeau and Betsy, both not once per turn. So if you want to stack that gold and utilize the extra +1 multiple times from this hero, you certainly can.
Yeah, if anyone wondering as to why you may see Betsy sort of become a bigger player, is because of just the true interaction of now Pile Driver plus the hero ability plus Good Time Chapeau at its base, plus then add on all the Guardian attacks over the top.
Yeah. Betsy always felt like a very A plus B kind of deck. It's much easier to get there if B is on the table waiting for you to find A.
Yeah, and if A and B are just a little bit more stronger.
That helps too.
And then
Reaching for the equipment here is Eugene. 4 points of block value declared on this Command and Conquer. So we will see that Arsenal disappearing. Crunching on through for 2 might and 2 vigor.
It tells me Eugene's trying to craft something here with Crown of Providence. We've tucked away that Arsenal card, of course, because of Command and Conquer. Makes sense. There's a really good use of the Crown of Providence there. But we've also blocked the Savage Sash. So that tells me maybe Eugene's got a hand that he likes here for trying to line up a big turn. Of course, we know some of the context, as does Florin. Song of Sinew in this hand because we saw it off the original Song of Sinew. But it looks like to pair with that, there is a few other attack actions, including an aggressive pounce. We'll see what Eugene can draw up. It did feel like he was maybe digging for something with the crown that might sort of pull this hand together. Nevertheless, has 5 cards to start the turn with. And looking in at the hand here, I think we're probably going to see Eugene reach for the Scab Skins because there's no natural go again in here. So Eugene's going to, I think, go back to the well as he does and reach for the dice.
So there is a way to gain some go again here with a bit of work. We're going to discard that Agile Wind-Up.
Oh, aggressive pounce.
Intimidate away the card from Florin and an aggressive pounce through. So you don't have to Scab Skins, but we're in Vegas. I'm not betting against Eugene reaching for Scab Skin Leathers.
Yeah, you're right. You have Song of Sinew, you have an ability to swing in your aggressive pounce, and then you can also swing Medax afterwards. So it's actually a fairly clean turn. I just don't know, is Eugene going to be happy with that as a five-card hand?
You can see that consideration all over the face of the Rhinar specialist right now. Florin did successfully get that Shelter from the Storm into the arsenal, staring at a hand that includes Slap Happy. Not a card we've seen all too much in recent memory either. Real sweet ones coming out of this Betsy deck. It is going to be the boots.
I just knew.
Dice coming through. Let's see if it pays out this weekend for Eugene. No.
Okay, so we're gonna resort back to the safer line. I wonder if Eugene's gonna play the Song of Sinew this turn, or is just gonna use it as resources to actually play the Bare Fangs at the end of things.
Discard that Agile Wind-Up here, which will no doubt intimidate a card away from Florin, and then enable the rest of this hand.
See, I had the insight to where Eugene was going, but we had to talk about the backup line afterwards. That's okay.
Card intimidated away. As the wind-up will make an agility token, allows this aggressive pounce to do its thing, coming in for 6 points of go again damage. And now Florin going to reevaluate the situation. That Shelter in the arsenal, really premium in this matchup, not just for turning off cards like Pulping, but when your entire hand is in the Banish Zone, it is nice to block some damage. So the question remains, how many cards would you like to keep, and would you prefer to keep that arsenal tucked away for something a little more menacing in the future?
Yeah, I mean, the last turn was so well navigated from Florin to end up, as you say, with that Shelter in the arsenal, present great damage, get those tokens on the board. But then again, now what Florin has to work out is, okay, I've got Tunic up next, and this to me feels like a Power Driver cycle. We're going to go Tunic into Power Driver cycles.
The 2 Vigor tokens here as well, so definitely some consideration as to
if you
what
can
is
string
possible,
together a bigger attack.
for sure. There is an Overcrowded in this hand, which goes kind of hard right now. Agility
It's
token
really
might
good.
Vigor, soaking up 5 damage in the process. Definitely tempting to block with that one.
You've got to get out of the hand because what Florin has to worry about, right, is Intimidate afterwards. So makes sense to get it out now. And there's the Slap Happy.
I think we're going to see a Pile Driver with no cards pitched. This Slap Happy is about to make a Vigor token, if I'm not mistaken, which will be 3 Vigor and the Tunic.
There you go.
You just have the ability to use all of your cards on defense and swing the log for free.
And did we see the last card in Florin's hand?
Haven't quite caught it so far. We'll see what turns up on the table in just a moment.
It looked like a blue to me.
I think it's edge of their seats.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite work. Wouldn't surprise me if that was just playing defense here, but
Well,
it's
likely to get into yeah.
Oh.
So going to block it out there. So Eugene is going to play on the slightly safer line to try and set up a 5-card hand rather than send out that Bare Fangs on this turn. I like that line.
This. Yeah, going to intimidate and discard a card, not intimidate one away here. It's the Bare Fangs that does go missing. We'll see that last card intimidate away for Florin, who now has to decide
he's not
if it's
happy
time
about
for
it.
some. No, definitely not. 2 cards intimidated here, and maybe not a great way to use them. Ideally, it's 2 blues if the edge is in the hand and everything kind of works out. But looks like Headbutt to me, so maybe Florin's fine with this.
Oh, interesting.
The question is this Shelter worthy? Are you happy to take 5 damage here, fall down to 17, or do you want to hold that defense reaction for something a little more pressing?
The idea with Headbutt would be to try and commit it to a turn where you are going to chapeau, right? Where you're going to be able to try and prevent the equipment from being able to defend
Well,
if you're
I
going to
think
use
the
it.
hope is that edge of their seats is maybe a red one. I can't quite tell. And the headbutt just pays for it. And then the log gets paid for by the Vigor tokens and the tunic. And then everything kind of works its way through.
Yeah, looks like that's what Florin's going to line up. I'm going to start using some equipment as well. Just make sure you get the block value in off that arms piece, off the gauntlets there.
We'll see Gauntlets of Iron Will and Good Time Chapeau playing defense. So 4 damage soaked up. 21 plays 22 as we make our way back to Christian Loghin's turn, who will be looking at that log.
I think you'll find that's log, man.
I'm allowed to make mistakes, Hayden. The log man cometh. It is edge of their seats and headbutt in the hand as those Vigor tokens and Might tokens pop to start the turn. The tunic will tick up. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you can't pummel the log, unfortunately, so there is no real bluff potential in terms of getting that to come through, but there's no reason to insinuate to Eugene that you're using the tunic here, regardless of how the turn plays out. Might as well pitch the blue to start with, hold on to that resource, represent something from the arsenal, swing 8 overpower anyway.
And then play the edge. Yeah, just nice sequencing here from Florin. Give as little away as possible about what the next play is going to be in a turn or how you're going to utilize your resources. For all Eugene knows, he's managed to IP Florin really effectively here. And as it turns out, Florin has navigated this very nicely.
Gold token generated from the pile driver. Resources will be spent alongside the tunic for a blue copy of Edge of their seats. So not perfect, but +3 somewhere down the line in about 2 turns. Eugene looking at a hand that contains Savage Feast, Vigorous Smash Up that didn't get in there on blocking duty. Swing Big and Feral Instinct are the tools available for Rhinar this turn. Agility Token and Savage Sash ready to go.
So what is in the arsenal then?
So everything reduced by 1. We'll start things off with a Swing Big with Go again here. Costs just the 1 resource, coming in for 8.
So Florin's going to get a chance to block with whatever cards he wants to in his hand here as priority off the Swing Big. When you don't get intimidated on the first chain link against Rhinar, you've really got to think about how if you do get intimidated, it can change the context of your hand. So there is a Shelter from the Storm in Florin's hand. Will he choose to deploy that, or would he be happy to say, even if that gets intimidated, I can arsenal that and use it for a future turn? It's a great target to potentially just keep in the hand. So Florin with a hand of a couple of blues by the looks of it, a CNC I can see in there as well.
Yeah, Warmonger's Imposing Visage, the 2 blues available here. Definitely want to keep some amount of this around, keep the log on swinging, but really hard to stare down this level of offense and not pay some amount of respect.
Yeah, and you know, that tunic was used last turn, right? So we don't have easy access to the pile driver, 1-card pile driver on this turn, so Florin does have to weigh that up. But we do have the CNC. CNC for 6 is not particularly exciting. That's not really where Florin wants to be. The turn after, once the edge of the seat comes off, I think that's what Florin is trying to weigh up. Do I try and get something like the CNC into Arsenal for then? Do I need to disrupt Eugene? Do I have enough time? How big is this turn going to be? And Eugene kept a 5-card hand.
Yeah, definitely did. Was happy to eat all the damage you presented. Let you have the gold from Pile Driver, so clearly very happy with the hand. Is around to work, and we will see. Shelter from the Storm deployed, and Quick Dodge Flexers reached for here. Warmonger's Diplomacy footing the bill on that one. So blocking 6 on this first chain link, with at least 2 more Flexer blocks to come if they are asked for.
I think it tells me that Florin is trying to clear this arsenal probably this turn. Wasn't happy to have that Shelter get intimidated away, or just wants value. Oh, it was a wild ride that Eugene drew. What a nice draw off that Medax from last turn.
Wild Ride continues the turn. Natural Go again on this one. We'll draw and discard. Hopefully intimidate a card away in the process. First card goes. It is going to be that Feral Instinct. Won't be playing that one for free, but Savage Sash kind of making this turn very affordable anyway. Intimidation will continue. And another card disappearing briefly into the Banish Stone for Florin.
I mean, it's not always guaranteed, right? Eugene does play a number of misses across some of those blues. You also saw Song of Sinew, for instance. Like, there is a number of cards that could have been a miss there, but Eugene don't miss.
Can't miss, won't miss. 6 go again from this Wild Ride. 2 more cards in hand for Rhinar, so the turn will continue one way or the other.
Florin found a really nice turn for this Quick Dodge Flexes, though. Sort of understood that Eugene had kept the 5-card hand, saw the agility token, was fairly confident was going to get the full value out, and here we see it here.
Shelter from the Arsenal, joined by the Flexers. Covers up this Wild Ride nicely. Means it is still 19-14 for now. So Eugene will reconsider how best to continue. It's always tempting in this spot to kind of take your foot off the gas, not allow that Flexes to just soak up your damage, keep a card for Arsenal. But with 2 cards in hand, it's really kind of hard to pass on continuing the assault here. It's like Alpha Instinct and Savage Feast in hand there for me, which is a little difficult to put together.
Quite the 2 cards you're looking for. I think Eugene would have hoped to have cashed that Savage Feast in for something else through this wild ride. Wasn't to be. So probably just going to be a meat axe presented here, I would assume.
Eugene working through the possibilities here. Of course, calling it a Tyrannical Rex.
Yeah.
Part of that equation as well.
I would have thought.
So we're going to fire the Savage Feast. Of course, does cost 0 thanks to that Savage Sash. So can discard a card and does intimidate away the final card in hand for Florin here. So choosing to value that true damage above an Arsenal in this case.
It wasn't happy with, I guess, the Savage Feast.
So we will see the Flexes jumping on through. Looks like another Alpha Instinct was drawn from that Savage Feast, which is reluctantly going in the Arsenal and will hopefully find its way out at some point in the future as we make our way back to the Logman.
It's interesting. I thought Eugene might have just been happy to Arsenal that Savage Feast. Maybe not a card he particularly likes having in Arsenal. If you don't find the Scab Skins on a 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, or 6, I guess it can cost you quite a bit.
Tunic up, edge of their seats down as the turn begins for Betsy. Skin in the game. Opposing Visage pitched away here. Start the turn. We will spend 2 resources, crack the goal. We're going digging for something a little bit more premium. Finds Tear Asunder.
Finds a blue. That's the important thing. Finds a blue. So can set the CNC up for edge of the seats next turn, and can this turn just send the pile driver. Really nice play there for Florin to say, I'm in a position where I need to take a little bit of a gamble here and try and find that blue off the top and set something up for Arsenal. We saw him clear out those Shelter from the Storms. Obviously, great turn to do it. There's a lot of damage that came there from Eugene, but then is also going to have a nice setup for next turn.
6 on hit gold. 15 plays 14 here for our 2 Juggernauts of the feature match area. Will finally command some respect from Eugene. Earns the gold in the process, giving up Sea Legs and Send packing. Clearly not happy with all the options available on the aggressive side of things, and we can see why. That 3rd Alpha Instinct is joined by Eye of Ophidia. Not exactly a premium aggressive hand.
No. Imagine if we had the Savage Feast in the Arsenal. This turn could look a lot more exciting with a Scab Skins roll, which you just kind of take for granted is going to be part of the equation for Eugene. You see on Florin's side, he set up the CNC. Looks like we've got another Slap Happy, couple of blues.
One of my favorite cards in this deck. The suspense is killing me in the hand here for Florin. Love the artwork too, but Lunging Press is pretty premium when your log has overpower and makes gold on hit. Does some gnarly stuff on occasion.
And a red edge of their seats, so Florin is playing a number of these big suspense auras.
Dives coming through. Scabskin Leathers finds a 5. It will be 2 action points this turn for Eugene.
Do we start with the Mead Axe to try and...
No, pretty happy to just start here by throwing the Alpha Instinct. Puts a 6 in the pitch zone, means that Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex will be up and online for the Meat Axe swing that will no doubt come following through. And Eye of Ophidia can control that swing a little bit too and try and avoid those premium power cards disappearing into graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, I wondered if Eugene might have tried to go a little bit bigger and attack with that Meat Axe first with Eye of Ophidia, try and draw something up, but I guess it's a lot more risky when you just have the blue already to just start this line.
I think the Gauntlet's value here is the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
It's that kind of extra point of damage is guaranteed if you go this way. Florin here looking at a hand, Active Glory, Slap Happy. That edge of their seats that we alluded to a moment ago, and Suspense.
I think that's the thing with Eugene, he'll pick the spots to go big on those turns. When there's just good value to be had, like on this turn, he'll sequence it that way typically. When he reaches for the scabs on a particularly big turn or might take a gamble off the top of the deck, it's for a higher upside he's looking for on those turns.
Blocking 6 with those 2 Suspense auras, and the Gauntlet of Tyrannical Rex will add a little bit of juice. to this next attack. I have a feeling we'll take a peek at the top 2 cards. First of all, it's Sandsketch Plan, Blood Rush Bellow on top of the deck.
So we are going to miss on this mid-axe attack if we want to keep the Blood Rush Bellows under the Sandsketch, but at least you know you're drawing into Blood Rush Bellows afterwards.
I think there's another line here.
Oh, because he has the gold token.
No Meat Axe Swing, those 2 resources, the gold given by Florin-Cristian Loghin. Eugene decides to bottom both cards, decides that's not what the game is about. We're not looking for Blood Rush Bellow. We're looking for damage. It's Feral Instinct going away, and we'll take R6. Slap Happy will come on through, soak a little bit of it up, make the Vigor token in the process. Gotta be honest, this Slap Happy looking incredibly impressive for Betsy. These Vigor tokens have been doing some heavy lifting.
It is, but how... Eugene, mind reader, because he's played around the CNC here on this turn beautifully. Whether he's tested this matchup and knows, like, no, I don't need to go for setup, I just need to go for damage and value here, because this is played out beautifully for Eugene off of that line. He's going to play around the CNC.
It will be the pile driver, no CNC swung, given the lack of arsenal to capitalize on. 9 gold on hit for our Logman. Eugene looking at a hand that contains Song of Sinew, Beast Within, Bare Fangs. Not going to be blocking with that one anytime soon.
Splatter Skull, is that the last? Skull Crush, rather, the last card in hand?
Skull Crack there, the resource generator. Yeah, that's the one.
Just 6 wager.
Yeah. Is this another turn where Eugene says, Scabskins? Well, so the reason I say that as well is because you can potentially block this out with 2 cards and then just swing the Bare Fangs for value. But is that Eugene's route to victory? Like, Florin feels on the value side of things slightly ahead here. So Eugene's at 14. If he chooses to block with 2 cards, send an attack, will he get another 4 or 5 card hand if he does that?
That's a good question. Still some equipment value available here if we decide it is time to soak up, try and gain an advantage that way. Just a real puzzle for Eugene to solve here. This hand doesn't seem particularly appealing to me on a bigger hand, and so I like this a lot. We're going to go, no, actually, I'll keep denying the gold. I'm going to take that away from you some more, finally give you this equipment, and hold on to my Bare Fangs turn.
Yeah, I wonder if this gold is actually going to become relevant for Eugene at some point as well.
We have seen Eugene play Riches of Tropodani in the past, so very possible that gold allows for some rather punishing resource curves. Keep your eye on those as the game continues. It's 11 plays 14 as we're back to Rhinar, looking at Beast Within and Bare Fangs in hand.
Do you think Eugene just has the read on the CNC?
I have some respect for Florin here, who's acknowledging that we prefer those equipment counters to go on the text box of equipment and correctly asking Eugene to do so. We decided it's Ravenous Meat Axe is the choice here. Would rather try and set that Bare Fangs up for a bigger turn.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
There's no read on the CNC here.
And it's the Bare Fangs going away as it's tear limb from limb that is kept in hand.
Big card for a potential setup. The problem is it's going to be challenged here. Eugene's too good at rolling
wasted all the 5s and 6s. Wrong place for those.
That not lost on Florin at all here.
Vapor Scene, Ripple Away, Authority of Attire left in hand for Florin. At edge of their seats that was intimidated away.
Authority of Attire is an interesting card to see in Florin's hand. They're not a card I'd expect to see in this matchup.
I mean, I suppose it depends on your expectations from Rhinar. He's very strong if you need overpower to connect. Rhinar not unknown to play some number of defensive tools, but Eugene maybe a little more so.
Florin just has to overblock here.
Got to get those cards out of the hand somehow, gain some semblance of value as the edge of their seats will come on back into the grip. Looks like both are being pitched away to say it with me again, chat. Log.
Activate Pile Driver with Attire. Effect. And then activate Betsy.
Betsy activation here with those extra resources.
Interesting. So Florin not opting to send the Command and Conquer there obviously was... Which is a tough, because Eugene's going to have a potential 5-card hand here. Eugene can just take this pile drive if he wants to, if he's found the right card here, 5-card hand here. And we know he's found a tear limb from limb. And in hand is a bunch of 6s. This looking very good for Eugene here, although no natural go again. Not that ever stops Eugene from keeping a 5-card hand.
We'll have to see. what Tailin from Lim has to say about those cards in hand. But for now, it's all yellow. One of these players will be sent packing. Just not clear as to who. 11 plays 7. As Eugene says, send me the bill. Tailin from Lim. Pitching away Vigorous Smash Up. Draws a card, adds it to the grip, and as a stone-cold Brute player, does not look.
Never look
at that card.
Florin is praying here. You can see Florin kind of resigned when like Eugene said no blocks.
Beast within is discarded from Tailin from Lim. It's Splatter Skull added to the grip.
Could have been worse for Florin there if that was a pulping or a wild ride. That could have been enormous.
Still going through. We'll try and take a look at the hand texture now. There was an unknown card found from Tailin from Lim as well. Card intimidated away.
So now comes the question. Now comes the big, big question, Scott Mines. And you can see Eugene looking at it. Do we scab skin on this? Because if we scab skin, this could be enough to end the game here for Eugene. He could find lethal on this turn. Are we happy with just sending 16 damage and setting up an arsenal? That's typically not what Eugene is happy with, though. But will we show restraint here?
I think it's a swing big.
Yeah, so it would be 16 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the unknown one found for us.
No.
It's the scab skin leathers. Eugene, when in Vegas, let's take a spin. How many action points will it be for our Brute Enjoyer? That's illegal.
Oh, yeah.
That's illegal. You have to roll it on the table.
You will be asked to leave the table if you...
Eugene. 4. That's a 4.
That's a 4. That's 2 action... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I can feel that in my gut.
I mean, I can feel it on Florin's face.
Yeah. How do you feel it on... Never mind.
You just do.
I get it. I understand.
This last turn cycle has gone really poorly for Florin, though, and there was he could have sent the CNC last turn, and he chose not to. Chose to hold on to it to try and set up some more threat with that CNC, and it's going to ultimately. I think Eugene would have had an extra card to block with anyway.
Blocking 7, Roiling Fisher and Fate Foreseen on 16 here. Currently taking a chunk of damage. Florin here having to pass the situation, try and figure out if there is some way to recover with the known information here. That second action point just absolutely huge here for Eugene. What was previously a rather sheepish looking hand suddenly all comes together for masses of damage. Splatter Skull still lurking in the hand to follow this one as well. Threatens to take away a card, even if Florin is able to survive this brutal assault from the original Brute.
Rhinar down in that feature match here. Yeah, if Florin had sent... I just want to go back to it. Sorry, Scott. If Florin had sent that CNC, it would have forced Eugene to either give up that Tailin from or 2 cards, because, of course, we only had the 2 defense on the equipment. So that's a really big moment in our game where Florin had, said, okay, I'm going to give you this 1 turn, see if you can punish me. And Eugene has definitely found a very big punish here and is going to opt away to the bottom there.
Fate Foreseen numero dos will join the party here, opting a fresh card on top and not a look of satisfaction on the face of Florin. We'll go through the graveyard to see if the top card changes things impactfully. Is looking at how many defense reactions are left.
Because I think Florin's way back into this game after this turn is to try and find... It's got to be a grind, actually, I think. So your defense reactions are going to be helpful. If you can find another defense reaction for the Arsenal for the following turn. He really needs a blank turn, though, from Eugene is what he needs.
Card kept on top says take 5. What is the follow-up? We know it's Splatter Skull. It was seen from that beast within. 6 more damage on hit. Destroy one of those intimidated cards, put it into the graveyard, and deny that pile driver swing.
The only intimidate card, and it's on the tunic turn for the pile driver as well, to actually force Eugene to do something, whether it's blocked with some equipment. But this is, yeah, you can see Florin. This has not gone well for Florin here.
6 plays 6. 6 on the table. Florin here debating if it is worth cashing in some more of this equipment. It will be block 2 from the remaining pieces of non-tunic equipment, falling down to 2 as that tear asunder will be destroyed from the Splatter Skull that was found from that Beast Within discard.
Yeah, so Florin knew about the Splatter Skull then.
Did.
Because it came off the Beast Within. So, and I think that's actually what Florin was annoyed about, was that he realized he made a mistake there.
Yeah, I think there's a world where Ravenous Miax takes the game away if you're not super careful, intimidates a D-react. So I think there's a discussion to hedge, but definitely punished in this spot with the decision that was made.
Yeah, I guess the Splatter, yeah, it's just face up. It's really tough. I mean, Florin just found himself in such a tough position here.
Eugene with the tempo finds Agile Wind-Up, Buck Wild, Show Strength and Splatter Skull.
But that's what color is that Agile Wind-Up? Is that a yellow?
Looks like it's probably a yellow
Yeah.
one to me. It's a
little bit awkward. So you know, there's no clean like Buck Wild into a Medax, for instance. Eugene's going to have to do some work on this turn. I actually think we're thinking at the end of Florin's turn here for Eugene about discarding this Agile Wind-Up to create an agility token. I believe that is what we're paused on right now. Eugene is saying, okay, but we're going to go to Eugene's turn now.
I'm starting to look at those gold tokens, Hayden. Ways to dig on through, try and find additional go-again sources, make this Buck Wild function. It's not impossible that Eugene decides it's time to spin on that currency right about now.
It's just about how many blues are in the deck for Eugene. There's not, because you wanna if you're gonna crack both this turn, you need to accrue some resources, and there's not a lot of blues in Eugene's deck. Now Eugene has to be careful here. He's only on 6 life, so there is, there's a world here where he sends an attack, discards the wind up, and sets up for next turn. But he has to make sure that Florin can't punish him for doing so. Has to make sure he takes probably 3 cards. Really, I think he needs to take 3 cards here.
An Agile Wind-Up will play a part in that. Was held for Eugene's turn. Does gain and intimidate as a result. Agility token will be generated, and one of these cards will not be allowed to block this turn. Roiling Fisher is not playing defense, as Show of Strength is the choice. So just the one attack, but a pretty hefty one. A little worse into these Guardian decks, but there is only one attack in the hand left for Florin, who's looking at double down in the hand alongside, I believe, another edge of their seats, neither of which will shrink down this Show of Strength.
Yeah, these Betsy decks, not like typical Guardian decks where they play all these blue attack actions, these big blue attack actions. These Betsy decks, they use their blues for these Suspense Auras and these other kind of non-attack action effects.
Florin with a dilemma. That double down would be incredibly premium if he had the ability to keep it, but will reach for the headbutt, which will at least bring this down to a 7.
Okay, so that's a clean block. You have that for free. At least he has one attack.
The tunic is up. I believe it was Roiling Fisher Intimidate, which is a blue, which means we might be able to double down, send Pile Driver here.
Oh.
Florin here working through the math, looking at the 2 cards to block. That headbutt has the ability to shrink the Show of Strength just enough to fall down to 1, keep the tunic around, and make this turn function. But well worth taking the time to double check. Headbutt, edge of their seats on defense. The 6 power of this Mastery Pack Guardian attack coming in clutch. Shrinks down Show of Strength to a 7. Florin-Cristian Logman down to 1 health, but keeps the double down, which can be played off a gold.
Yeah, and then we can send the CNC, right? Because double down applies to any attack. And Eugene does have this Arsenal card. So I think if you're attacking, yeah, it's okay, no, but it's going to be Pile Driver. We're going to save the CNC again.
Wants the overpower from the double down on the log. 9 overpower on hit, make 2 gold tokens, courtesy of that double down ability. Only 2 equipment available here for Eugene. Will be forced to play some amount of defense.
Yeah, I think the CNC, although it presents the threat to the arsenal, ultimately, Florin's on 1 life. Kind of just needs to find like 2, like that doesn't present lethal to Eugene. He can still block it out.
I actually really like this. I think the gold accumulated here gives Florin the freedom to block more aggressively on a future turn, then spin the gold to find a way to send the Pile Driver again. Just really heads up to make the most of Pile Driver's incredible wager ability. Eugene here thumbing sea legs forward immediately, but scanning through the graveyard, just doing that quick count as to how many of each resource remains before committing to a block.
I really like this one. Yeah, Florin, very forward-thinking here about how do I actually win this game, not how do I survive this next turn cycle or survive possibly even the turn cycle after that. What do the next 2 or 3 turns need to look like for Florin to win this game? That is what he is putting together here. It's been a tough whole ride for Florin so far in this game. Things have not gone his way, but he is trying to craft his own fortune and his own luck down here on our feature match table.
You can't say he hasn't worked for it. 4 block declared. Would be 5 damage coming through. Would be 1 plays 1 for the 2nd round in a row here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, as all of these players trying desperately to find every edge they can to secure victory in our feature match area. It's 1-1 with 3 cards in hand and a card in arsenal for Eugene C on Rhinar Reckless Rampage. It is Riches of Tropeldani, Agile Windup, and Buckwild. That agility token is there. 2 gold already available.
Looks like a bunch of blues drawn up here for Florin. We're going to start another gold to the pile.
Riches of Tropeldani being pitched here for Ravenous Meat Axe. We do see that agility token available. Looks like we've just got a small minor judge call for our players down in the feature match area, and I don't blame them. This game has been incredibly tight, and you wouldn't want something to go wrong at this last minute. I
wonder if that's Eugene just asking the ordering potentially. We'll find out what's going down there. But this game has been. I just really wonder if Florin is looking at that CNC, and because overpower is the route to victory here, yes. Right? So to your point before, it's about pile driver. The CNC could have potentially bought an extra turn. I think. Yeah, I think Florin's just now weighing that up in his head a little bit. I hope it's not weighing on him too much as he tries to navigate the rest of this game.
It's going to be a tough one. Let's get down there and see how it finishes up. Sounds like Florin did miss that additional gold from double down. Should have had 2 of them made. Clarified that. Information hadn't changed. Quickly remedied by our judge team. So we will see that Miax coming in. Gold being broken after defenses are deployed on that one. Eugene goes digging for an aggressive pounce on the top of the deck. We see Splatter Skull. Okay, it's 2 reds.
Yeah, has to push the 2 reds. I was wondering that. So he was digging for a non-red.
It's not enough.
But it's enough.
It's a 2 block and the tunic in hand for Florin-Cristian Loghin, who will fall victim to everyone's favorite Rhinar player. Eugene C finds a way. It's scabskin leathers, it's pile of gold, and it's victory for Rhinar this round.
Yeah, Eugene gets it done in our feature match area. You see just whipping off the sunnies afterwards. Job done. We've accomplished what we came here to do through these first 2 rounds, and nice to get a win early on feature. Always brings a bit of confidence when you're at the Pro Tour, when you get put on that feature match early. You just, the nerves are definitely there. For sure, 100%, you can't avoid them. But Eugene off to the best possible start there. And yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, and Florin-Cristian, one of the best players in the world. And so I hesitate to second guess his decisions there, but not playing out that CNC on the turn where he could have disrupted that 5-card hand, that tear limb from limb turn from Eugene, potentially forced 2 cards out of the hand for Eugene, could have potentially changed the texture of their match, because after that, he went for the pile driver, which got Eugene down to 1. Another overpower attack. Eugene doesn't have a few non-attack actions. Not all of them defend, though. Could have been enough to get it done. So really big decision point in that game, I think, looking back on it.
I think it was a really interesting decision tree. Honestly, we kind of alluded to it in the moment. There was rationale for holding on to Command & Conquer, rationale to throw it. And I think that's kind of what makes the Pro Tour as special as it is. We can see those moments and see that processed by our players in real time. I think more than anything in that match, while Florin didn't get there, I was really impressed by that Betsy deck.
Me too.
It felt like it was doing something very coherent, and that's great to see.
I think that's got to be a difficult matchup for Betsy. Typically, Guardians, you don't want to play into something like Rhinar when you're trying to, you have these defense reactions, you have these defensive cards, you're trying to craft the way that you use your hands. And so, to put up a fight like that from the Betsy, I think very, very impressive. And I do want to point out to your point, there was so many decisions that Florin actually had to make in that game. It looks like, the game didn't go that many turns, but I think more of the decisions were definitely on Florin. It was about sequencing. It was about looking ahead. And this Betsy deck is so interesting because you were saying A plus B, right? But it's not as simple as that in the way that these turns play out, especially when your opponent is disrupting your hand every single turn like Eugene C was doing in that game.
0 Blood Rush, good enough if you are Eugene C. Now, I'm sure you're the same, Hayden. I get asked all the time by people, hey, where can we hang out with you next? People want to come and say hello. I have a feeling we might be in the same place very soon.
I think we will be too. I believe we're both going to be in Seoul for a very, very exciting event that is coming up with that world premiere.
Let's check it out.
Welcome to the show. Don't be shy, dear. I know we're to die for.
Dead Timmy, R.I.P. buried. Moody Duty Mula underside your head, I'm moody. Dead Timmy, R.I.P. buried. Moody Coco is to dance and head, I'm moody.
My art is to die for.
Be still, my undead heart, to die for will also be joining us at the Usurp the Shadow Throne world premiere in Seoul. It's going to be quite the party.
I mean, if you aren't hyped up after that keynote yesterday when we found so much more information out about Usurp the Shadow Throne, I don't know what's going to get you, hyped up. I can't wait to be there in Seoul and to explore more of the set and look at that beautiful world premiere exclusive.
Marvel Malice is not a bad place to start. We'll be joined by one of her various bandmates, these corrupted corpse tokens. You'll get one at random in those world premiere boosters, and they'll be a bit of a nightmare to collect, I think, if you want to have the whole band by the end of the event. Not the only things available in that world premiere package, though. I gotta say it. Look at that playmat. My man is dead. He is dead as a doorknob.
Should have listened to James White.
I mean, sure. I guess. Love to see this clarification here as well. Cold foil puzzle piece. Or the Marvel K-pop Malice. It's going to be a hard one to hit, the Marvel version of that from this world premiere pack. But you are guaranteed a K-pop Malice promo, however you cut the mustard, and you'll get one to die for band member as a part of that. If you want to make sure you aren't missing out, I want to be super clear on this. World premiere events smash the cap all the time. They sell out real fast, and this one's arguably more hype than the ones we've had before. Location, theme, all of it. I expect this to just go out of the door in no time at all. Early bird tickets are on sale now. If you know you're going, don't wait around.
I mean, first time for us in Korea with Flesh and Blood. Very, very, very awesome place to be. So, I mean, we're both going to be there.
I cannot wait.
That's not reason enough.
No, of course. Why wouldn't you come and say hello one way or the other? If that wasn't enough, I'll sweeten the pot just a little bit more. Damn. Yeah. Look at this foil playmat. It's exclusive. Limited availability on this one at the world premiere in Seoul, Calling 100, and the World Championship in Paris. Those will be the only locations where you can get this foil rendition of the battle between Chain and Vetreiði. If you want something even more exclusive, only at the world premiere in Seoul will you find this foil to die for mat signed by Malice herself. If you want to come and join us in the cosplay capacity, sign-ups also available now. And I reckon some of the costumes we're going to see at these events after that keynote yesterday, oh boy.
Been looking out for Vetreiði as well, as someone who is a passionate Vetreiði enjoyer. It's so exciting to see Vetreiði back, and I hope to see some cosplay of Vetreiði as well.
Oh yeah, I know you're a known Purple Circle enjoyer. Treated you well at a national championship or two, so happy to see that back for you. I guess I'll be the one that takes the side of Malice. I had the pleasure of teasing people with Malice over on TCG Player very early on, and now I have a space in my very undead heart for Malice. So let's take a closer look at her armory deck. Will be available for you in stores on September 18th. And there is quite some goodies in here. Malice herself going to help you out with setting up those zombies. You can play them from the graveyard. But every time a zombie dies, you're going to banish it face down and make a corrupted corpse. There are zombie tokens that have access to go again. So the idea here is really simple. You're going to rely on some allies to start your game up. You're going to let them die and build up some gradual advantage. Set up a banish zone full of corrupted corpses. And then unleash the army and send the entire wave of corrupted corpses charging at your opponent and just coming in and automatically attacking, I should say, thanks to Vox Necropolis.
Yeah, just all zombies you control get that one tap attack, and I really like and I'm looking forward to this Necromancer and the way that Malice does things as opposed to, say, Gravy Bones, for instance. A new spin on things, and yeah, I like the zombie theme very, very much.
Big fan of this one. Some more cool ones you may have missed if you weren't paying attention during the keynote. Restless Commander, zombies all getting +1. Going to be incredible when that burst turn finally comes through, where you play a pile of corpses and just want them all to be gigantic. Corrupted Crown, great way to banish cards from your hand in Shadow, I might add. This one legal in Silver Age. It's a rare, very deliberately. So going to get 2 block value and get those cards into the banish zone for you. But Dig for Souls, really sweet one here. Looking at the top X cards of the deck, you can find a zombie from among them, put it into the graveyard, put the rest on the bottom of your deck, and your next zombie attack will get +4. Just on hit, destroy the zombie.
Just casual +4.
Yeah, why not? Just
decent rate on that card.
Filter through, find a zombie, get some bonus. If you find a zombie that cares about what it does when it dies, well, all of a sudden you've got a way to guarantee that on the turn you play this as well. There's some really flavorful stuff coming from Malice all the way through, and plenty more surprises to be found when it comes to this hero. I love it. Big fan.
Yeah, I can't get me to, well, I was going to say get me to Korea now, but we have got so much more Flesh and Blood to be played this weekend and to crown a Pro Tour champion before we get there.
We do. And speaking of Flesh and Blood that still gets to be played, I've got a great game for you.
Speaking of Pro Tour champions?
Just a few of them. We have the hero of Pro Tour Lille, Matthew Foulkes, who did take a small hiatus, made his way back in London and had a pretty phenomenal result. Big fan of Valda, Seismic Impact. Big believer in the deck, found themselves at top 4 at UK Nationals with the deck. Still rocking it here this weekend. On the other side of this feature match, Michael Hamilton.
I think I've heard of him.
Rings a bell somewhere in there. What you appear to not have heard of is Jarl Vetreiði, which is the deck that Michael believes is the correct pick for this weekend. So it will be a Guardian off as these 2 Goliaths of our games smash heads in round number 2.
Yeah, Michael, one of many top players in this room, choosing to play Jarl and choosing to prove me wrong this weekend. Guardian, as we said, we spoke about it at the start of that previous match, but Guardian, as you said Guardian Renaissance, I think are the words you said. Will that come true this weekend when all things are said and done? It's early days just yet, but when the best players in the world are choosing to play Guardian, you know something is definitely happening.
So will it be the Lady of Lacrimonth or a cold Pro Tour? Let's head on down and check things out with these 2 players. Valda versus Jarl. Not a matchup I imagine most of the folks at home have a robust amount of experience with, and definitely not quite at the caliber of the 2 players we have the pleasure of watching this round.
Both these players, though, will know this matchup. They would have tested it. Michael, I know, just thoroughly tests almost every matchup he can think of. He's very meticulous with that. And then Jarl was a known quantity coming into this weekend, so I'm sure Matt folks would have prepped for this matchup. Guardian Mirrors. We haven't seen Guardian Mirrors with 2 different heroes on each side in some time.
Big deal here for Michael. Chose to go first. Like that a lot, denying that setup phase from Valda, those early seismic surges, but also the benefit of occasionally stumbling into Crumble to Eternity yourself, or one of those ways to shoot it up out of the deck. If you're unfamiliar with either of these heroes, Jarl Vetreiði, the most important part, Essence of Ice and Earth, gives you the largest card pool in all of Flesh and Blood, some incredibly potent tools that no other hero has access to. But if you're able to systematically remove your opponent's equipment, suddenly every time you're playing an ice card, you're taxing their next play in the process. In this matchup, that tax can very quickly get nullified though, because Valda interested in reducing the cost on her side.
Yeah, Valda, I think, is well set up typically for this matchup. You know, there's a bit of a triangle going on between the Guardians, I think, as it stands. I do believe, Betsy, if you're thinking about Guardian Mirrors, is the premier Guardian to be on this weekend. But this matchup in particular, as you said, with the Ice and the Seismic Surge tokens, it's quite interesting.
I need to be clear on this one. It's Michael Hamilton, Matthew Foulkes. I love the matchup that we're looking at. I'm glad that Guardians are finding success. But these are 2 of the best players in the world for the last few years, arguably 2 of the best players in the world today. I want to see high-level Flesh and Blood from who else?
Yeah, you can't miss with these 2 players, I think, is the big thing. Now, the question for me on Michael's side is going to be, what flavor of Jarl are we playing? Are we playing these more defensive, kind of grindy builds? Or are we playing the more tempo build that we've seen come out recently? Sprout Strength has been a card that has come out of the woodworks and has been in a lot of these Jarl builds. I think that is more Michael's speed. We'll have to find out, because this opening hand doesn't necessarily tell me everything. It's all the cards you'd expect to see from any Jarl build, including a Felling in this opening hand.
Something I do want to acknowledge here, Rampart of the Ram's Head, big deal here for Michael, will help convert those cards when the dominate attacks come through. But of note, both players on Titan's Fist here. Now, I expect that from Valda in this matchup for the most part, but how do you feel about no shield beater or similar on the side of Michael Hamilton?
Yeah, typically the Guardian matchup can come down to who's got a bigger hammer, and both players, you know, whether that's in the past, that's been Sledge of Ambelheim, obviously, but both players have Titan's Fist in this matchup, so we're even to start with on the weapon front.
That's fine.
Tectonic Plating activation into a boulder drop to follow here from Matthew Foulkes. 7 points physical damage on Crush will force a card back on top of the deck.
Yeah, and you saw on Michael's turn just getting that Everbloom life into the graveyard. So good start in terms of getting an Earth card, but not the best start. These Jarls have a lot of access to sort of turn 0 setup. You can see one in the hand there for Michael, but wasn't able to find one on that first turn. Just able to craft the graveyard a little bit, getting ready for a future felling.
Into the Boreal Domain, playing defense here nice and early in order to keep those 3 cards in hand for Hamilton, who will take a little bit of damage, fall back down to 39.
Yeah, the Imposing Visage. I wonder if we'll see that deployed from Michael on this next turn.
Michael here with the Pulse of Eisenloft will reach for the gauntlets and get both modes, pitching Earth and Ice to send 10 Dominate on this Mangle.
Oh, so draw up a Mangle. That was what was drawn up. Wasn't in the opening hand. Managed to find a nice big juicy attack to send here. You see that they're getting equipment in early, and the equipment blocking early rather, and I guess this is why.
Foulkes just confirming there the Crush ability of Mangle. I would typically not suggest blocking with equipment here if you're not denying that Crush trigger. It does tend to end pretty poorly. Will be Thunderquake playing defense here to soak up 3 of this. The react from the Arsenal in the form of Shelter from the Storm means it's 3 damage coming through. No Crush trigger or ability found there. Seismic Eruption before the turn ends from Matthew Foulkes will make another 3 Seismic Surges. That magic number is 3. 4 available here, but we'll have Dominate on this first attack. Courtesy of this will cost 4 less as well. It's Aftershock, which is a pretty clean way to make the use of those 4 Seismic Surge tokens.
And Debilitate coming in here, is it?
Oh, might be a Debilitate. You're correct. Yeah, my bad.
Debilitate. No, but
Aftershock, Debilitate, same thing.
Very, very important in this matchup. It's just value, and that's what the Guardian matchup is all about. It's about sort of accruing that value on either side, and that's why it was quite interesting to see Michael block with the piece of equipment early, but it was to present value back on the other side of things as well. So, yeah, this is Matt here now coming in with this Dominate attack. We'll see how Michael draws us up. Does have a defense reaction in the hand.
Something warms my heart about Michael Hamilton playing Scar for a Scar in Jarl. We'll have that Oakenol being pitched away. Worth noting at that one, to be fair. Rampart of the Ram's Head does a great job in this matchup. Doesn't tend to go long. Valda very good at pushing aggressive damage, but Guardian Mirrors always have the potential to go long. And being able to set up some semblance of a pitch stack thanks to Rampart of the Ram's Head, very powerful.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily indicate that Michael thinks this game is going to go long. It's just that Oakenol without that fuse is just not particularly strong. And I think there's a mistake I see, you know, the average Jarl player make, which is they'll just Arsenal and Oakenol and try and just set it up naturally. It's a lot more difficult. So you see Michael there. He's like, no, this is a value game. Obviously, you see that by Scar for a Scar, which I just assume that every time that Michael draws up and starts to build a deck, he goes, okay, I'm going to build a deck. 3 Scar for a Scar, 3 Wounded Bull. What else goes into my deck?
Yep, does certainly feel that way. Crash and Bash is the perfect way to blunt this incoming Scar for a Scar. Will reveal a boulder drop to make a Seismic Surge token for Matthew Foulkes. Chain will be closed as the Scar for a Scar disappears. Michael will pitch away Channel Lake Frigid for Felling of the Crown. We saw those early Earth cards coming on through. They will quickly be decomposed here. It's only 4 damage. We're not fully online with this one yet, but will force meaningful interaction from Matthew, who's holding on to one of those old ones heave attacks, which in these Guardian Mirrors, watch out for those ones.
Yeah, there can be a temptation to try and save this felling until you find something like a root bound and get it set up when it's more damage. But Michael here assessing that, taking away a card from Matt and forcing him to not be able to play potentially a big 3-card attack like something for 10, it's just value. We're gonna talk a lot about value in this game because it is a Guardian Mirror, and Michael is kind of the king of value.
Iron Fist Revelation plays defense here, blocking 2 value, will trigger and flip on over the Arsenal. Another copy of Debilitate there. We'll get that +1 counter from the Revelation's ability. Now 1 Seismic Surge, making that one an appealing Arsenal. Pitch away a Blue Macho Grande to throw it on through for a whopping 9 points of damage with that pressing Crush trigger.
Nice big attack for 9 here. And Michael has found another Felling in his hand, but hasn't found another Earth card. I believe the only Earth card in the graveyard right now is a Felling.
So there is a way around that with that Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. If Michael had wanted to make it work, decides that blocking with double Boulder Drop is the choice instead. Seems very content to just hold on to this Felling, hold on to the Gauntlets until an Earth card turns up, and just pitch away Imposing Visage, send in this Titan's Fist, park that Felling nice and safe in the arsenal for a future turn.
You know why that is? Value. Michael wants to get the full value off those Gauntlets at some point, and just being able to deploy a Felling when he can just arsenal it and naturally do it on a later turn is where he is at here.
And we will see those resources cashed in for Matt, who is more than happy to showcase why Valda is one of the better choices in these Guardian Mirrors. Old One attack. We talked about Mastery Pack Guardian a little bit earlier on. These are a huge get for the Heave-based decks. 10 points of physical damage coming on through. Crush triggers that just have the ability to cause damage to your opponent. Regarding what's going on, we're looking at blinding of the Old Ones. 4 or more damage. Cards they own lose all abilities. Now, if you're not familiar, the funny part of this is that includes your hammer.
Yeah.
You don't get to do any of it. Your cards just suck, which is not the best place to be if you are willing to eat this Crush trigger.
Attack for 3.
No, your hammer just doesn't have an ability. You can't swing it.
Oh.
Your card has no ability. You are simply not
they
allowed
lose
to.
all abilities.
Correct.
They loses the attack function.
Yep.
Yeah,
You just don't have it.
It's just it just is a pretty little hammer sat in the corner doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think Michael's going to want to block this out anyway. That's typically how you'd expect Guardian Mirrors to be played. Is you'd prefer to block with 3 cards, send your hammer, if anything. But really interesting to see these Mastery Pack Guardian Crush effects. You know, we've obviously seen, as I think you said earlier, those 0 for 4 yellow block cards come out. The Clash of Shields, Clash of Arms, etc. But the old ones we've not seen as much of, and now seeing our Fitch Match area is great.
Kind of a huge boon specifically for Valda, who can make the use of that Heave 2, very easily stack an extra Surge onto that with numerous effects and just rip this through with Dominate. And in a format where Guardian is the second most represented class, these are a huge boon in swaying those matchups in your direction. 6 block declared, Sink Below will join it. We sink away another Oaken to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, and find yet another Oaken, so no blue there for Michael. So Michael's just going to have to pass this back on his turn.
Yeah, not ideal. We now know there are 2 Oaken on the bottom of the deck and 1 stranded in the hand here for Michael. So power cards kind of clumped up on the other side of things. Matt Foulkes looking at a hand that contains Pummel in the Arsenal, Disable, Leyline of the Old Ones finally turning up. I think that's promising terrain. The Crash and Bash that is admittedly a little bit stuck.
Yeah, unfortunately he's found a red here to pair, so he doesn't have the resources to deploy this Disable plus a Pummel on his own turn. But Pummel is the perfect card for trying to punish when your opponent just has to send the turn back.
Promising Terrain will be run out here as the play of choice. This one going to double dip on those Seismic Surges. Will reward you with a bonus card at the start of your next turn if you manage to accumulate enough of them. Matt deciding how best to navigate this turn going forward. That Leyline of the Old Ones, very appealing to get that established, but would somewhat result in next to no pressure this turn. Crash and Bash will be pitched as a resource card to that Tectonic Plating will make the Seismic Surge as a result, and Leyline will be established. Pretty big deal to get this one in play. Means we're now looking at 4 Seismic Surges for the future turn. That's 2 from Tectonic Plating, 2 from the Leyline, which means this Promising Terrain will be triggering at the start of the next turn. And perhaps more importantly, that Testament of Valahai, the shield that we see equipped to Volda's arms, pretty big and hefty, especially if a 5th one can be found. And Michael here finally gets to let rip on an Oaken, finds it the hard way, reveals Rootbound Carapace and Channel Lake Frigid.
So I was looking at Michael's hand and being like, oh, we're probably not going to see this Oaken deploy, but then Matt went for a setup turn, and Michael on the flip side has the perfect punish, and I think that came about because, one, Leyline represents, if this game goes longer, a great way to accumulate value, but also because Matt didn't have a nice clean way to be able to go disable Pummel on that turn because of drawing that red.
So Matthew here with the choice to stare at the equipment. Again, there's so much of a fridge available for Valda that we can deny this Oaken if we decide it's the one that we want to save, if this hand is the one that's worth all of our equipment, or at least the majority of it. But a difficult choice here for Matt, who seems to be looking at multiple Crush attacks, is more happy to say no blocks. You can't take them all away from me. And I don't think this hand is premium enough to fight you over.
Yeah, and I think this is also a really big tell for Michael that that card in Arsenal is not a defense reaction. So now he's seeing last turn not deployed, this turn not used as a defense reaction. There's only so many cards that card in Arsenal for Matt Foulkes can be, and one of them is definitely a pummel, which Michael may well work out very quickly.
Foulkes just confirming there that cards go on the bottom of the deck and can do so in any order. Is left with Boulder Drop and Disable as the remaining cards here. So 4 Seismic Surges will expire. Promising Terrain will trigger here to gain a life and draw a card. Let's see what we find. That is Shelter from the Storm.
So no blue in hand, right, for Matt. So just a trio of reds in the hand here.
Some dilemmas here. Does want to make sure a Seismic Surge is created to keep that ley line around. Typically Tectonic Plating relied on for that. We know that Boulder Drop can be free. Don't have to spend any resources on that. But with 2 reds, can't cleanly pummel it either. Have to wonder if you take the risk on Michael not respecting the pummel, not being able to stop it, to force that ley line trigger and make the surge that way. Seems a bit unnecessary from where we're at.
Yeah, taking a risk on Michael Hamilton playing suboptimally is usually a pretty bad
I would
bet.
agree. I would agree.
Yeah, they're really tough here for Matt. You know, he kind of had the view with that promising terrain of like, okay, I just need to find a blue here, and my hand is gas yet again, but just draws into another red.
Making a surge from that Tectonic Plating, and we'll send Disable. Just going to cash the hand out, keep that pummel around. Seems pretty heads up to me.
That makes sense, and is the kind of just the clear line that Matt was left with on this turn.
This way?
The deck deciding for him a little bit now.
Players there just confirming the best direction for dice. We appreciate it. It's nice to be able to read the word dominate when you're not staring it down.
Michael just pointing out, put it the same way as the words. We got this together. Good team effort there from the former world champion and former Pro Tour champion.
Rampart, the Ram's Head, and Boots of Omnis Ward reached for here to play some defense. We do see Sprout Strength in the hand for Michael Hamilton, so some more proactive Earth cards available to this particular Jarl list.
Yeah, I did mention obviously at the start of the game, and as we've seen this game play out, you've seen Michael very much on that more sort of tempo, mid-rangey build, which has become popular over the last few weeks, and personally I think is just a lot more enjoyable as well.
Rebound Carapace plays defense here. We'll decompose 2 more Earth cards here. Means it's 3 damage coming through from this disable, which means there is no crush trigger. The Seismic Surge will be made, courtesy of Leyline of the Old Ones.
Yeah, the Dominate here a little bit awkward for Michael if he wants to deploy the Felling on the next turn. Would be left with an extra card, so we'll decide, see if he decides to do that. Or we have the Sprout Strength though. It's just so natural.
No need for
you
extra
see the
cards
power
here.
of this card. I forgot the last couple of Sprout Strengths. You just see the power of this card. You know, Nimblism, a card that people have played a lot of, but what if your Nimblism can be played on any cost and is also Earth?
Yeah, Felling of the Crown for 11 just kind of tastes wrong.
A little dirty.
Yeah.
And this pummel still sat in Matt's arsenal, just unable to craft the hand, and yet again is going to be disrupted. And if he wants to try and deploy this pummel, he'll have to... Well, in fact, he just can't on this next turn. 2 Seismic Surge. Well, he can. He'd just have to take the damage, though.
Yeah, I think we'll have to bottom that Shelter from the Storm and
take
keep
the
the rest and take 11, which does seem like a hefty price to pay and arguably a little telegraphed.
If it's not already. So I think we're probably going to see Matt just say, okay, I'll have to wait yet another turn on this pummel. But he does look like the Shelter's going to the bottom.
No blocks. Take 11.
No blocks declared. Take 11. We are pod racing as Matthew Foulkes falls down to 16. Seismic Surges will trigger at the beginning of the turn here.
Make a seismic.
And we will see a Seismic remade, courtesy of Tectonic Plating.
So there's a little bit of it's disguised a little bit because you create the Seismic beforehand. You know, Matt can kind of sell the, well, I needed the extra resource to keep my Seismic around sort of thing. But this is Michael Hamilton we're talking about. I think he is going to have the read on that pummel being an Arsenal. Spinal Crush, though, not the most threatening. You know, it would have been a Disable 2 turns ago when the Arsenal was there, would have been a lot more threatening. So the Spinal Crush and a Guardian Mirror is not something you typically care about. We'll see how Michael wants to defend this. He does have a defense reaction in Arsenal, so can actually play around this pummel a little bit, can throw down a triple block here, could play the defense reaction on top in response to the pummel, cleanly block it out, and walk away with a 30-16 life lead.
The cheek hits the hand for Hamilton. Debating how best to navigate this one.
Because he has a plow under. Another card that we haven't seen Jarls play a lot of until recently, but is really effective in this metagame. If Michael is got questions around what that card could be in Matt's arsenal, then may think, okay, maybe I need to hold on to this plow under.
Going to take the tunic, reach for Rampart of the Ram's Head. Will decide not to do that. Does not have Dominate. The mind is immediately changed. The status quo.
Yeah, I think this is just a triple. I think it's so face up, honestly, that there's no way Michael doesn't just throw the 3 cards here. Matt's going to throw the pummel, and Michael has the perfect response.
Sing below. Easy peasy. A lemon squeezy. 30-16 is still the name of the game here. As well, navigate as that was for Hamilton, worth noting that is all the tempo making its way back to Matthew Foulkes, who will now have the opportunity to find a hand that does more meaningfully convert and switch the tempo back. Players just confirming that all the costs make sense. Seismic Surges do get a bit messy on occasion.
Can do, but it was all legit. Yep, Matt had two Seismics to start the turn, made another one, and then obviously played the pummel with the 2 remaining resources. Now it's on Matt to find something. I see another pummel, but I also see a defense reaction and another red. So it doesn't look like Matt's actually going to be able to punish this full block out from Michael.
This looks pretty bleak. Blue Aftershock, sink below, put them in their place, and a pummel.
Yeah, and yet another really big decision in our feature match area, potentially deciding the direction of the game at the very least there. Matt took a really big gamble there to try and push that pummel through, and has honestly gotten super, super punished for it.
Pretty sternly brick-walled by Jarl Vetreiði on the other side of the table, and now finds himself in a really awkward spot. 3 reds, one of which is a defense reaction. Not what you're hoping for, and we're going to see put them in their place pitched away to make a Seismic Surge here.
That's always depressing when you have to pitch away to put them in their place. And pitch the pummel as well.
Does this make a surge when the hammer hits?
Over pitching just to be able to swing with the Titan's Fist here, and we'll keep that defense reaction in reserve, because likely the tempo is going to go back to Michael. He can afford to just take this Titan's Fist if he wishes. 30 life, got a nice 14-point life lead here. As we see Michael start to work things out. Looks like a Rootbound Carapace in the hand for Michael. Not a lot going on. There's a Mangle in there. We are on a Tunic, so we can cleanly play that if we want off of Tunic, or we can just send it. There is a Winter's Bite as well.
Yeah, small cost, I suppose, for Valda in this matchup. That Tectonic Plating so important, but does not circumvent Winter's Bite in the same way a Findle Spring Tunic would.
Yeah, Michael actually has a few decisions here. Can opt to block with the 3 defense Everbloom life he has in hand, play the Winter's Bite on his turn, and then send a Mangle off of the Tunic counter if he wanted to. Keep a card back.
Well, Carapace pretty happy to suck up the hammer here. More Earth cards disappearing into the Banished Zone to pay that cost. Back to Hamilton. Will activate those gauntlets of the Boreal Domain and send on through Mangle. Importantly, chose to pitch the Earth card first this time. Doesn't get to double dip because of the way the resources played out. So it is 10 with no Dominate this time around. On Crush, your Iron Fist Revelation will explode in an unpleasant fashion.
Yeah, so Michael just trying to push the advantage here that he has and say, you know, you have to be able to block this out, or I'm going to significantly punish you, and then start to open up that equipment zone for those Frostbites. But however, Matt did have that sink below that he found and kept in reserve.
Nice and clean here for Matt. Says Seismic will break, make another one, and will fire off, put them in their place on the remaining 3 card hands. This Valda specialization, one of the more appealing reasons to play the deck. If you allow a Crush trigger to come on through, you'll not only lose your hand, but Valda will make that many Seismic Surges from you drawing so many cards.
Sink below, Scar for Scar in the hand of Michael Hamilton. Don't think that's going to be doing a lot of go-again work.
Kind of love the Glacial Footsteps, though. Definitely feels like extra sources of Dominate at a premium if Guardian Mirrors are what you're expecting.
I like that a lot. Guardian Mirror is not typically the place where the opponent's drawing a lot of cards, so Valda has to really kind of do the work herself in this matchup with things like put them in their place to generate those additional Seismics off of that hero ability.
Rampart being thumbed here by Michael, who does still have that Tunic available to pick up that free block. And big respect to Matt Foulkes here. He's just like, be careful when you're leaning over. I can see the names of some of your cards as your hand is coming forward. So just making sure we stay all above board on the sportsmanship, which is always appreciated at a Pro Tour level.
That's there from Matt. Michael, bit of a decision to make. We have yet another root-bound carapace in the hand. Michael just keeps finding these carapace.
Game, and I'm like, hold on.
Rampart does not tap for its ability, but will be turned sideways nonetheless. Michael continues to thumb on through these blocks. Not an easy one for our former world champion.
Yeah.
I think it was that one.
Pitching for the Rampart alongside this root-bound carapace. Would prefer to keep the tunic. Does not think the hand can convert that extra card. Is more than happy to take the 5 and spin for 2 fresh ones.
That's hilarious. I think Michael just saying, like, my hand isn't very good. I actually want to cash in 2 cards here and see what I can find. And does find, it looks like another Scar for a Scar after discarding that Scar for a Scar. I've not seen too many players opt to do that. They typically either block out or take all the damage. And Michael doing a mix of both there to actually refresh the hand a little bit. And knowing that, well, Matt already has minimum, already had the minimum 1 Seismic Surge. The value is not huge for Matt once you give him an additional 2.
Back to Hamilton, who will send in that trusty hammer and park Scar for a rainy day. Looking at Terra Sunder Macho Grande, and I believe an Enlightened Strike. Hand there for Matthew Foulkes. It will be the Macho Grande reached for to play defense at 13 health. Got to imagine that we might not get back to that one. So makes sense to get that defensive value out of it as opposed to putting it back into the deck. 1 damage bleeds on through. We will see 4 Seismics breaking and an Enlightened Strike with Go Again to start, which you have to assume there is something rather chonky coming down the pipeline.
I'm just so impressed by that play with Michael. I'm still thinking about it in terms of what that also means. Because of the ley line, Matt is always so incentivized to pitch into creating the Seismic Surge every single turn. And so when you give 4 from a blue, they have 6 resources. You just don't really care. Like the break points on the Seismics and what they do to the value, it only really matters for those big 10 attacks. Anything else, it doesn't matter. 5, 4, it's all the same at that point. So Michael just saying, well, I'd rather just be able to cash in my card, swing my Titan's Fist because I have this big life advantage, continue to try and push that advantage, and try and find something that's either a bit more threatening or a bit more defensive for a future turn to park in the arsenal. Ultimately finds another Scar for a Scar, so it's a bit of a wash. But yeah, that line from Michael, really fascinating.
Some real Schrodinger's value, I think, on that turn, one way or the other. It's just, yeah, you get your Seismic Surges, and they represent value in theory, but in reality, not quite so much.
Because it didn't have Dominate, right? Yeah, it didn't, because it was 2 cards pitched. So just make sure that play was what I thought it was.
Interesting decision tree here for Michael, and I like the immediate snap reaction to go for it. There was no tectonic plating this turn, so we blocked out the Enlightened Strike. Haven't yet made a Seismic Surge. We're blocking 2, 3, potentially 4 currently with that Rampart and the Tunic. Sinking away. Have to imagine it's a shelter in the hand, and it is time to shatter that ley line and prevent that recurring source of Seismic Surge generation.
Just nice sequencing there from Michael Hamilton where he says, okay, I'm going to resolve this crown first so that if I end up drawing a card I want to pitch to Rampart, I'll pitch the card rather than using that Tunic counter.
Tunic goes to 1.
Tunic will tick back to 1 as we make our way back to Hamilton, who will continue sending trees until morale improves. Felling of the Crown would like to keep taking scalps as it has been since Rosetta release.
He found the felling off of that crown as well.
Bingo.
What a draw there. Crown for crown here. Michael just, really putting together. Again, it's just all about that incremental value, finding the right spots, pushing some damage. We even gave up the gauntlets on that turn. We've gotten the value from it. Now it's time to cash it in and make sure we get rid of that ley line.
Will be time for Testament of Valahai and those Basalt Boots to jump forward. Have to assume that means we're looking at instant speed surge generation from our Valda player.
Yeah, it looks like we've got
Seismic Eruption in the hand there, I think.
Create 3 more.
So we will gain 2 block value from the boots, and I believe the shield will be blocking 3. So we're looking at 3 surges, not 5 for the max value there.
So should be 3 damage. Yeah, so Matt down to 9 there.
Yeah. Okay, I'll pass.
So the boots sticking around, shield doing the same. But Matt happy to keep hold of those cards in hand and stares down quite the life deficit at this point. 25 plays 9 to fire off, put them in their place. Courtesy of those Seismic Surges. Would like to attempt steal tempo back with a pretty impressive 2-card hand.
Yeah, nice having Dominate here as well. So this is perfect for Matt. This is basically exactly what he needed to be able to find a path back into this game. He's definitely fallen quite a bit behind here, but this is what you're looking for if you're going to try and get back some of that value here, because Michael, caught with a 4-card hand, no defense reaction, has burnt through all of that equipment now at this point.
Yeah, equipment a big deal here, worth noting. Of course, while Rampart will continue doing its job, Matt Foulkes does have quite a hefty amount of equipment remaining. Obviously, much more tempting to hold on to that in the face of Jarl Vetreiði and deny those frostbites where possible. So we'll take 6, discard 2, make 2 surges here. Rampart, again, doing a great job at just funneling these cards through to try and deny those more impactful cards from Valda Seismic Impact.
Awkward cards there, though, from Michael. This is an Imposing Visage and...
couldn't quite catch the second one. Looks like a blue to me as well.
It is 2 blues. So nothing particularly exciting here for Michael.
It's like Visage and Frozen to Death in the hand.
Another Frozen
the
to
last
Death.
one. Yeah.
So set up turn here. From Michael, he's going to deploy that Imposing Visage.
No doubt be Crumble to Eternity comes on out of the deck as the 0-cost target for this effect. It's a -1 counter on the Tectonic Plating, which you certainly wouldn't mind taking away if the opportunity becomes available.
The deck's looking pretty thin there for Michael, actually, in this game. Is there a potential route where Fatigue becomes a thing here for Matt? I mean, I think Michael has so many nice ways of just accruing Dominate.
Yeah, between Glacial Footsteps, Macho Grande, these, of course, the Oakenolds that we know are still lurking in the Abyss there, which have just been shuffled back in to the deck, I might add. We did know they were towards the bottom, courtesy of those early pitches, and so Michael probably pretty ecstatic to have a better shot at finding those again.
Crumble to Eternity as well, of course. And Matt looks like we've got a couple of E-strikes in the hand here, so he's going to be able to push back a chunk of damage on his turn here.
Go again.
5 go again to start. We'll sink the other Enlightened Strike here. Going to hold on to Cranial Crush and sink below. Would rather send the Hammer as the follow-up. Park that defense reaction. Both players acutely aware that those Oakenolds are still available and at random in the deck somewhere. So
makes a lot of sense, especially with the Crumble to Eternity on the board here as well, threatening Dominate on their next turn.
Frozen to Death will play defense for now. 2 damage coming through. Brings us down to 17 for Hamilton. Titan's Fist will be the follow-up for 4 points of damage. Will be met by Everbloom Life, taking 1 down to 16.
You know what is quite nice into a defense reaction in the arsenal?
Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer.
Big fan.
This will pop.
No, it's even better than a Command and Conquer. A Command and Conquer would dominate.
Yep. Yeah, really asking the question here, because Matt is down to just that crown and can get another value off the boots, +1 on the Tectonic Plating. But do you want to be committing 2 pieces of equipment on the CNC this turn? I think ultimately this is going to be worth it because you get to keep that defense reaction arsenal. It will come down to the texture of Matt's hand. But looks like Matt's found a couple of Rouses.
I think that is 3. I think that is 3
All
copies
3.
of Rouse the Ancients, which I'm just going to check in with our chat. That's not a combo.
Don't particularly go well together.
No,
Rouse
not a fan.
No.
Do not pass go. Do not collect 13 power.
Oh, that is... I tell you what, the deck has not been kind to Matt in this game so far. He's had some very unfortunate draws within this game, and another one being piled on here. We'll see how he navigates this. Of course, you know, Sink Blow in the arsenal would be nice if you could use that to filter through cards, but not against this Command and Conquer here.
There is a world this Crown of Providence has to play. Please,
I think
in Wraith, turn on my Rouses. I
when
believe
you've
it's a
got 3
Thunderquake. That's the other card in hand.
Okay, so maybe we do the dig for another attack action
This
here.
might be Crown away, and please someone draw an attack.
Is that turn that exciting? So if you crown away... So you crown away the
Arsenal, right?
Well, you could crown away one of the Rouses.
That would work.
And
then you would still lose the Arsenal to the CNC.
Because you have to be blocking another card, and so it doesn't really work out. So a lot of things for Matt to think about here. It's not super straightforward. Matt has definitely been, I think, the one who's had to navigate this game more. It's been a little bit more straight from Michael. Now, Michael has made some fantastic plays in this game. If you're looking about how to play Guardian Mirrors, I think Michael has navigated this game very, very well. But Matt has had some just tough decisions to make and has also had to work out how to really pull back that massive life advantage that Michael had post that CNC pummel turn, that pummel spinal crush.
Keeps 5 cards.
Since Titan's
and
Fist.
sends Titan's Fist for
No
4. Ramp
Sure.
up.
Tunic, ramp up, fine. I mean, Michael has it all in the hand here. He's going to be able to do back-to-back Oakenol turns here. This is going to be a real challenge for Matthew to even survive.
Heaves the Thunderquake into the arsenal to make the seismic surges. Holds on to that rouse to try and set one up alongside Thunderquake.
So we've got a bit of defense. We've got 3 block. But there it is.
Pulse
First,
of Eisenloft. Oakenol ripping on through, as it has a tendency to do. 9 dominate for Hamilton. He's pretty content with where he finds himself, and it will be Matt Foulkes' hand that provides the next puzzle for us.
How does Michael Hamilton get through this turn without a smile on his face? I do not understand.
Nope, neither do I. I understand Matt's body language. This is pummel and seismic eruption.
Yeah. Based on the body language, which player has the worst hand? It's very difficult to tell here. Michael making sure he's working on his poker face before heading to the tables later tonight, maybe here in Vegas.
You know, I'm staying away from that table. It's not a game I think I'm winning. Pulls back to hand, 9 dominates, as Foulkes has to decide how best to survive this scenario. Now, a Seismic Eruption does turn on the Testament of Valahai, does get a little bit more block value out of that in the process, but if you're playing it, it's another card that is not going to the bottom of the deck in the future, so this might just be do what you can, stomach the Thunderquake as the only kind of viable play on the way back.
Yeah, I think Matt's trying to work out here which card he... So if he blocks with 1 card, some equipment, loses 2 cards, which card does he get left with in hand? And depending on what that card is, what does the texture mean for the following turn? How does he win this game? So there is a pummel in the hand here. If Matt could get something like a pummel in the arsenal, I mean, he doesn't know about another Oakenol coming down the line next turn. He's going to be thinking about it because the deck's so small. But if he's able to get something like that pummel in the arsenal, could that find him a route to victory?
You can see the puzzle here for Foulkes. Doesn't look satisfied with any of the solutions he's finding right now. That red disable, the only 3 block in the grip.
Yeah. Also, the other thing as well is, because he's going to deploy this Thunderquake on the next turn, he does need to pitch to be able to do that.
But if we Seismic Eruption, you do have enough surges to get it out by itself by playing that from the hand, which means the shield block is on and Thunderquake can be a 1-card play.
Yeah, so that's exactly. So that's fine.
That's okay. We are going to reach for the shield alongside the disable here.
Still
Matt deciding if more value is required. So currently this is going to be blocking 5 on 9. We'll be taking 4, going to 1. Doesn't need to commit any of the other remaining equipment. Does come at a cost, of course, opening up equipment zones against the Vetreiði. It is worth considering if the extra life is worth anything right now.
Is there any reason not to... Well, you just lose the Arsenal, right? Yeah, he really wants the card in Arsenal. As we're talking about, he's trying to find... Okay, he's not. He is going to go up. So he will be blocking for 3 on that.
And you have 2 in hand?
Yep.
I'll pass reaction.
Sure.
Yep, makes a lot of sense here. Reaction is passed. 4 damage taken. Matthew Foulkes falling down to 1 as those 2 other cards will go to the bottom of the deck, courtesy of Oakenol. So we know it is just the Thunderquake for 8 coming out of the arsenal that will be the follow-up for Foulkes, who is going to be staring down another Oakenol in the near immediate future.
That's the thing, we talk about all this, but it kind of doesn't matter, is the thing, I think, because of that other Oakenol.
This is criminal, Michael. I understand that you're 12 life ahead, but I was told you never block with Scar for a Scar.
Yeah, so Matt could have defended with those other 3 equipment and tried to keep a card for Arsenal rather than playing that Seismic Eruption out, but ultimately just wants to get the value out of that Testament of Valahai while he can. And I think that makes the most sense. Like, if you're going to get back into this game, you need to get a little bit lucky and hope that Michael kind of just draws some duds. That does not happen. But I like that line from Matt. It was really close, though. You could see him agonizing over, do I use these 3 pieces of equipment I currently have rather than going for the Testament of Valahai line here. And now Michael is weighing things up. As you say, Scott, do we defend with the Scar for a Scar here? Never defend with the Scar for a Scar. In this instance, Michael is going to go ahead and break his word, Scott, and defend with a scar for a scar. But it's all because we have an Oakenol to follow this up.
Yeah, it's hard to be too disappointed to break your moral compass if it means you're going to break your opponent's skull. Winter's Bite will lock and load, Pulse of Eisenloft, and we see the acknowledgement from Matthew Foulkes. It's good enough to take us over the line, and it will be the world champion who fells the Pro Tour champion as Jarl Vetreiði shows you what he is all about.
A great Guardian mirror piloting there from Michael Hamilton. All those small decisions that added up to all of that value through the game. And again, back-to-back games, we saw these really big decision points for two different players in our feature match area that revolved around two particularly well-known cards, one being Pummel and one being CNC. CNC there in that earlier game and Pummel there for Matt. He really put all the chips on that Pummel, and Michael had exactly the right response to it and was quite well punished. In the end, the game did close down a little bit. Matt was actually able to pull back some of that value, and then Michael just what he had set up earlier on, we said, we don't know how much these Oakenolds might matter in the end game in terms of like stacking them, but keeping them in the deck mattered so much.
Shuffling them back up with that Imposing Visage was a really big deal. I think safe to say there that Matt also had the poor side of variance. There's some really awkward
100%.
hands that come together there as well. Chat, I want you to know I'm really proud of you because you broke the world premiere page, which is great. I'm glad that you're excited.
What?
Like, things may have fallen apart slightly with the amount of interest that we saw in the world premiere. Thank you. That's really cool. But I want you to know that you got to try again.
Okay,
if you want to, you got to try harder. If you want to break the world premiere page, I want people to come to Korea, and you can't stop them. So tickets are now back live, all fixed, fine and dandy. Thank you for bearing with us while we deal with the technical issues that came with the influx of traffic that K-pop provides.
Or Malice provides. Viscerai provides. Being in Seoul for the very first ever calling in Seoul at that world premiere. You got to be there.
We're all good. I'll see you there. Fingers crossed one way or the other. And hopefully that's the end of the technical do-hicks there one way or the other. Incredible stuff, Hayden. Just a wonderful round of two pretty high-octane games. A bit of a Guardian off, but I think we learned a lot about what to expect from the room going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian is here in force this weekend, whether that's Jarl, whether that's Betsy, whether it's Valda. We've obviously seen all three of them, but they are not the only class represented. We're seeing Marionettes. Obviously, the most played deck this weekend is Arachne Marionette and Oscilio, who we saw in our feature match area in round one as well. Those are three of the top played decks, but this metagame is, as we said earlier, super, super wide. And at the end of 5 rounds, when we get there, which heroes will be undefeated? Honestly, who knows?
Well, quite a lot to say from our feature match area so far. Shake Shack glasses, brute players swinging tall, and the log finding a way to steal the game away. Beast within, all the goodies, all the blocking from Michael Hamilton. Incredible play at the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour here in Las Vegas.
Welcome back to round 3 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by our friends at TCG Player. I am Bryan Gottlieb. This is my man, Pankaj Bhojwani. We are back in the booth together, ready to bring you some electrifying action this round. It's been all about the Guardians so far, Pankaj. How has this met your expectations?
I think coming into this weekend, we definitely were expecting a strong Guardian showing. And honestly, Bryan, I'm still shaking that round 2, we had Matthew Foulkes versus Michael Hamilton. I mean, just at Pro Tours, that's what happens. Early rounds, it's already Titans facing off against each other.
Yeah, banger matches so far, and that is not going to change at all this round. Some more superstars ready for you in our feature match area in just a little bit. So much excitement here on the weekend. I want to remind everyone exactly the pace we're going through, exactly how many rounds we're going to do each day. I think it's important to set the stage and stay on top of this. Of course, today is day 1. We've got 5 classic constructed Swiss rounds to go through. We've done 2 already. Round 3 is coming up. And then it's draft time, Pankaj. I know you're just champing at the bit for draft time.
This draft format is, I think, the deepest we've ever had in Flesh and Blood, and it is so incredibly balanced and intricate. All 3 heroes are equally likely to be drafted, equally likely to 3-0 the draft pod. There isn't the same narrative we've had in the past where you just force this hero, for example. You have to stay open, you have to read all the signals, and you have to play the games as well with finesse and expertise.
Draft format so nice. We're going to do it twice. It's going to close day 1 and kick off day 2 before we go ahead and round out our day with 4 more rounds of Classic Constructed. And then, of course, it's top 8 time. It's Pro Tour Sunday. It's the moment we all live for as we get ready to crown our next Pro Tour champion. Of course, giveaways every day. You know how we do. Drinking buddies out there for our friends, and you are going to want to go ahead and get your hands on this beautiful cold foil version of Drinking Buddy. All of our best friends around the table there. You see Gravy Bones, who will be in our feature match area this round. Tough Nut joining the fray, as well as Lyeth and KO. I don't know how much Lyeth and KO we're going to see. Not that represented here this weekend, but perhaps their time is just around the corner. Things change fast in Flesh and Blood, and one of the heroes things just changed very fast for is Aurora, who's also going to be in our feature match area this round.
And Aurora was your pick as breakout deck, Bryan, so your theory going to be put to the test here in our feature match area.
We will see how it goes. I want to check in on our superstar players, our players to watch. Really prioritize all of our former Pro Tour champions. You saw 2 of them go head-to-head in that last round as Michael Hamilton took down Matthew Foulkes. Starting things off with a sterling 2-0 record is Michael Hamilton, as he is so often doing here on our Pro Tour events. Also unblemished so far, the top 2 in our Player of the Year race. It is Brody Spurlock and Jacob Clements sitting at 2-0. And so much has been made of Jacob Clements' performance here this weekend. Brody Spurlock, of course, famously Pro Tour Baltimore, has his top 8 ticket punch when it comes to Pro Tours. Jacob Clements does not, Pankaj.
Brody Spurlock currently number 2 in the Player of the Year race. I need to shout him out because while Hayden and Scott were taking us through the magnificent games just now, I was watching Brody actually put on a clinic against a Jarl who was just trying to fatigue him. Brody Spurlock had a fantastic endgame, which involved Oblivion. Nazareth the Harrower hit the field, and he took down the Jarl opponent. But I think to your point, Bryan, this weekend, a lot of eyes are on Jacob Clements. He is the player that is on form. He just won Calling Chunjuku after he won his UK Nationals. Everyone is looking to see how Jacob Clements is going to perform this weekend.
Yeah, of course, checking in on some of our other big winners of the past. Our current world champion, Michael Yasker, a beautiful start, sitting at 2-0. Pro Tour Amsterdam champion Shoma Yamamura 2-0 on Kassai, a hero he's been playing kind of when she wasn't that good, and now she's quite a threat in this metagame.
And I think he's inspired a lot of the Japanese players to pick up Kassai. She had a fantastic representation in Shinjuku and a fantastic win rate there. 70% was the win rate of this warrior hero at Calling Shinjuku. Shoma Yamamura trying to run that back this weekend.
Then we get to the 2 players who closed out our last Pro Tour. It's Yuki Lee Bender and Evan Herndon. Of course, they famously played an Oscilio mirror match to wrap that one up. Evan staying the course here. Yuki, though, jumping ship, Arachne Marionette, a hero that has really built up steam again as we head into this Pro Tour.
We have seen players adapt to the boots of Omnis Ward. Early on in national seasons, we saw Arachne Marionette just not be able to break into the top 8. Didn't have a single win across the first couple of weeks of Nationals, but then players started adapting. Yukili Bender, one of them as well, still believes in this hero now with the additional tech pieces to combat the legendary boots.
Couple of Guardians then show up, and maybe it's not the Guardians everyone was expecting. All eyes on Jarl coming into this weekend, but it's Betsy and Valda showing up as well. Sitting at 1-1 right now, a fine start. There's plenty of other Betsys and Valdas in the field, though, with unblemished record so far. And then we go back to our Pro Tour Baltimore champion, Michael Fung, also picking up Arachne Marionette as we head into this event. And Michael's kind of been all over the place with his deck choices, as I expect him to be. He just plays a little bit of everything, very open to whatever he feels is the best deck for a given tournament. He doesn't make broad proclamations. He adapts, and that's what the story of this weekend is going to be all about. Adaptation and innovation, Pankaj.
This meta is so wide that you absolutely have to be flexible and have to be adaptable. You have to know all these different matchups. You have to adapt to all these different game plans that all these different heroes ask of you because there are so many of them in the field.
Yeah, and we also asked players to adapt to some changes to the banned and restricted list as well. Skyward Serenade, we re-entering the fold for Aurora, and I think it's going to be a difference maker, Pankaj, and it sounds like we're ready to see if Skyward Serenade can have some influence over this next match as we head down to our feature match area. There you see, on the left-hand side, it is Evan Tanguy representing Gravy Bones, as he has done from the High Seas World Premiere, was the World Premiere champion on the back of Gravy Bones at that event. Of course, in Limited, but ever since that time has just really embraced this hero, has a string of top-tier finishes, going to be taking on multiple-time calling top 8 competitor in the form of Andrew Lorenz, who has now picked up Aurora.
Both these players, no stranger to the feature match era. Evan Tanguy, we just saw him last week at Calling Shinjuku on this Gravy Bones hero. Unfortunately for him, he had a very good day 1 unblemished record at 7-0, but then on day 2, Bryan faced 3 Kassais, and that unfortunately knocked him out of top 8 at Calling Shinjuku. Let's see how his run goes this weekend at Vegas.
Yeah, there you see our two heroes. Gravy Bones rapidly accumulating that living legend status over the past year or so, sitting at 534 points here. A famous top finish in the hands of Shiroi Wu, of course, Pro Tour champion on the back of a Gravy Bones infested top 8 for that particular event. Gravy Bones maybe has come down a little bit, but I know a lot of folks, including you, Pankaj, very, very high on this hero still.
Yeah, and I'm honestly so excited to see what Aurora is bringing to the table. Historically, Gravy Bones, not the best into an aggressively slanted deck. Aurora typically, it feels like she should be able to clear the allies fairly well, but you could see maybe a well-timed chum, maybe stymieing this aggro deck's velocity. We're going to have to see whether Aurora can overcome that.
I never count Gravy Bones out, even against aggro decks. We've seen the best players show time and time again. They can find the path, find the way to save off the onslaught. Gravy Bones going to be tested one more time. It sounds like our players are already down in the feature match area. Let's head on down and kick things off over on Andrew Lorenz's side. Just 2 cards pitched. Going to go ahead and get that grasp of the Arc Knight going, set up an arsenal, and then onus going to be on Evan Tanguy to set up the play here.
2 E-strikes pitched already for Andrew Lorenz. Pretty strong card to be able to give go again to, which is Aurora deck can obviously do off of Embodiments of Lightning or even Arc Lightning, for example. So seeing both of those cards being pitched early, perhaps a little bit unfortunate as he even draws the 3rd copy. So all the E-strikes now seen from Andrew Lorenz's side in the first 2 turns of this game.
Evan kicking things off with the last remaining color of Golden Tipple. Just going to go ahead and rumble in for 1. Back alley break line, the follow-up here. Not the strongest play for your turn 1 as Gravy.
We're seeing a little bit of the fail case of Gravy Bones these days. You start the game, you have the Tipple, but you don't have any allies to discard. You just send 4 vanilla damage at your opponent. No board state setup for Evan Tanguy over here, but players of his caliber know how to navigate out of these setups.
Yeah, but for Andrew Lorenz, just able to go full face now, no allies to worry about, and kicks things off here with the promise of plenty. Interesting innovation. Pankaj, tell us about this one.
Do you know when was the last time we saw this card, Bryan? The last time we saw this card was in Lille.
Yes,
the second Pro Tour of Flesh and Blood. Matthew Foulkes played Promise of Plenty in his Belittled Briar, and we're seeing it again here in Aurora. This is innovation that I have yet to see in this hero.
This is a scary card in the right situation. Immediately putting Evan to the test. And he's just going to go ahead and let this one do its thing. And that means Andrew Lorenz gets to go up a card here. Oh, excuse me, just on the rune chance so far. Here's the block from the Murderous Rabble. Yeah, you generally do not want Promise of Plenty to hit.
It's Snatch with Go again. It comes in for 3. Really, really interesting tech piece from Andrew Lorenz over here. And it does say when it hits as well. So if Evan Tanguy had an ally, you could just send Promise of Plenty at the ally. Evan has no recourse from stopping it to hit, and then Andrew just gets a card back, like Mask of Momentum at home.
Second strike is buffed up here with Go again. Evan going to go ahead and get those boots. Quick dodge flexors into the fold here to prevent a little bit of damage. And then Enlightened Strike coming up to 7, so maybe denying a bit of value from the quick dodge flexors here by just going a single chain link wider. Is Andrew Lorenz.
Very early use of the quick dodge flexes. Perhaps another failed state of gravy. Now perhaps Evan Tanguy a little bit ally rich in that hand. So forced to convert one of those into just block via the quick dodge flexes. And we see exactly that. Another ally in his hand in the form of Sawbone's Dark Hand hits the graveyard with the Portside Exchange. Now he's got the gravy train rolling. He's got the gold. He's got the ally in the yard. Blue has hit the bin as well thanks to Portside Exchange. Ally has hit the field for Evan Tanguy.
Beautiful gravy deck here from Evan. Plenty of marvels. Plenty of gold-bordered cards around the mix. Andrew going to get some defense out of his equipment here. Shut down that Sawbones a little bit. Now, for the first time, Andrew has to go into this turn with the goal of cleaning up some allies. Ready to do so here, kicking things off with an outed.
Andrew being very aggressive with his equipment use over here, denying Evan any further gold pieces, because that's how Gravy will overcome you. Off these activating gold pieces, drawing more and more cards, and then sending boats at you, sending ley lines at you. So Andrew Lorenz heads up, denying that extra card advantage Evan Tanguy is perhaps able to get if he gets to establish more gold tokens.
I want to point out the pace of play from both these players here. Lightning fast, looking very comfortable on their heroes, as you would expect. Second strike, now again, getting a buff for Go Again is the offer here. Life total quickly evaporating for Evan Tanguy, and more Go Again, as you would expect from Aurora. Lightning Surge coming out of the arsenal has a follow-up in the form of that Scorpio as well.
Okay, so this is very interesting. Using the Lightning Surge over here when your opponent hasn't set up any board state pieces, sometimes you might be tempted to save some of these attacks in case your opponent puts up board state pieces. However, Evan Tanguy, running Gravy Bones, does have Conqueror of the High Seas as well. So as Andrew Lorenz, you're caught in this tension. Do you want to set up to counter your opponent's allies that they might draw? Because going off an arsenal, this Aurora deck, you are prone to bricking sometimes. If you don't draw natural Go Again in your hand the following turn, and you've given up your Lightning Surge, it can sometimes be difficult for you to convert. But you also don't want to be open against something like a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Big power play here from Evan. We're kicking things off with the Prismatic Leyline and has the blue golden tipple as well for the follow-up, picking up a +3 buff. Dead Thread's going to be activated here, and it is time for Chum to join the fray, carrying that gold-baited hook activation as well.
And coming in for 6 thanks to Prismatic Leyline, and this hook is free because a gold was generated off the golden tipple. Evan Tanguy did draw blue off the top from the tipple, did need to be able to resolve this Chum. Now looking at Andrew Lorenz's side, does he have the natural Go Again? Looks like Scar for Scar, not going to be online. Voltbound Duality, not going to be online. Skyward Serenade, though, that is one Go Again piece, but the last card in hand, again, a Lightning Surge. We spoke about this. That's what happens when you commit your arsenal on the previous turn cycle. Sometimes your next hand doesn't actually cooperate. You may be forced to block a little bit because of that. But you also need to play around Conqueror of the High Seas. It's a very tough position that this Gravy Bones deck puts you under.
It does not take much for Gravy to get the ball rolling in his favor, and we see the first real pause of the match here from Andrew Lorenz as he contemplates the situation he is now facing with that Chum out there in the arena, and does want to defend here, denying yet another gold, really prioritizing keeping Evan off mass quantities of gold.
And that hand didn't convert anyway, so Andrew Lorenz just turns his card sideways. That's all he can do with those pieces pretty much. As we see the previously banned card hit the combat chain, Skyward Serenade, going to, of course, have the 2 most efficient modes. Search for the Skizzik is going to come in for 4, Go Again. Now, Evan Tanguy here, wait, the Skyward Serenade is already resolving, so it looks like priority has been passed, and Evan did not activate the Chum. So at this point, no more window available for Evan Tanguy, since the card's already being resolved. But you also don't want to just leave the Chum on the field, so...
Yep, but Andrew did say at you, I believe, with this Skizzik, so just prioritizing yet more damage here.
Oh!
Ready with the blood on the water from the arsenal to go ahead and defend is Evan.
And effectively draw a card as well. Rigor Mortis off the top of the deck hits the bin for Evan Tanguy. Allies now showing up where they need to.
And Andrew choosing to leave Chum out there in the arena for a turn cycle.
That's a very risky play. Now, typically, the Gravy Bones need to have some sort of action point generator to be able to leverage the extra ally that you have left them with, either off Rum or off Avasti. If Evan Tanguy doesn't have one of these pieces, then Andrew Lorenz gets a little bit rewarded for his choice for not killing the chum. But let's see whether Evan Tanguy has the punish.
Gold activation here from Evan as he picks up a fresh card, quickly puts it down.
Very, very fast pace of play here for our Gravy Bones opponent. Looks like he does have a call to the grave. Now, that is an action point generator as well. You can use that to discard a back alley break line from your deck, which will give you an extra action point. Oh, you just found an Avasti. Never mind. That's his extra action point. That's the punish for leaving an ally on the opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, even easier. We did see a back alley break line played earlier in the match. Usually still 2 copies floating in most lists, but you never know. These Gravy Bones lists continue to evolve. Evan continues to evolve this deck single-handedly and push it to new heights. More defense coming out here from Andrew Lorenz. Just finds an opportunity to give up an E-Strike as well as that Static Carapace.
Denying even further gold. And at this point, Evan Tanguy is on 0 gold. As Scuba comes down, is there a yellow to bottom to make this hook fully safe? Looks like there is. Prismatic Leyline hits the bottom. Scuba going to generate a gold, which makes the gold-baited hook basically a free hook activation as well.
And now 2 allies in the mix for Evan. You have to think Andrew has to go back on board, clearing duty, make things a little bit safer on his side. Is reaching for another card potentially.
Arc Lightning. Any responses?
We are on his turn now, so he did in fact take that damage and is now ready for Arc Lightning.
And now this is an efficient way to start clearing allies, because Arc Lightning's arcane pings can be sent to any target. And
there you see it. Pankaj immediately sends a ping over at that chum and follows up here with a snatch. So going to go ahead and pick up a card as well is Andrew and just cleans up that chum. Yeah, basically a near free clearance of the chum.
Very, very efficient clear for Andrew Lorenz over here. Previous turn cycle it would have had to send 8 at Chum, so he opted not to. Finds the Arc Lightning, gets 6 at Chum, gets a card rewarded back as well thanks to the snatch.
I will snatch.
And a second snatch joins the fray, backed up by these Snapdragon Scalers. Going to pick up Go again and another free card off the top. So got rid of both allies with really minimal impact to output, and still that Arc Lightning is active on this turn, so you know more damage is coming, including in the form of this Lightning Surge from the Arsenal for Go again.
He's making this Aurora deck look so impressive. A lot of players, just discounted this Aurora deck, saying there's better aggro decks in the format. There's Syndra, there's Dash.io, but Andrew Lorenz showing us this Lightning Runeblade still has some very, very powerful tricks up her sleeve.
The output looking good so far.
This is a punish, because Evan Tanguy has already used his Death Threads to just clean up an Arc Lightning ping, so does not have access to that to deny the Go Again on his path of same ends. If he wants to deny this Go Again, he needs to pitch a full card from his hand.
Yeah, and Andrew could just go ahead and Arsenal at that point. It's completely fine.
Evan Tanguy at this point perhaps being a little bit punished with the early use of the Death Threads, and I have to wonder, when you bring a deck like Aurora to the Pro Tour, not many people have reps into it. Maybe Evan Tanguy wasn't expecting to be blown out by something like this, potentially later down the line. You just haven't had enough reps. You forget that Path of Same Ends is something that these Aurora decks would definitely run many copies of.
Yeah, curious how much Aurora re-entered the gauntlet for some of these top testing teams prior to this Pro Tour. I have to think it was at least given consideration. As I mentioned when I wrote that BNR article, we know how slim the margins are in Flesh and Blood. It only takes one card to put a hero absolutely back in contention in the mix for one of the best decks in the format. I don't know if Aurora is there yet, but looking impressive so far in the hands of Andrew Lorenz.
This arcane damage ping threatens so much. Not only is it threatening the Scorpio ping, it's also threatening another Arc Lightning ping as well. So very valuable to AB, that ping from the Path of Same Ends. And Andrew Lorenz here deciding whether he wants to maybe pitch his card to just give his Go Again naturally, or just go ahead and Arsenal it. This has been an amazing turn cycle for the Lightning Runeblade.
Yeah, and he is just going to take the Go Again here, prioritizing that Scorpio activation as well as the ping from the Arc Lightning.
And it makes a lot of sense because he's pitching a Jack B Nimble, and I don't believe he has played a Nimblism yet. So
Correct.
if you Arsenal that, you are hoping you find a Nimblism off the top, or a Nimby plus a way to give the Nimby Go Again, opting instead to just get the guaranteed value over here, the Arc Lightning ping and the Scorpio Comet Tail, as well as he passes turn with a 15-point life lead into Gravy Bones.
Yeah, and Andrew cleared 2 allies on that turn as well. So not only going to the face of Evan Tanguy, but also going ahead and getting the dirty work done that you have to do when you're playing against the Gravy Bones.
There was a total of 10 health across both allies as well, Chum and a Scuba. Now, it did cost him his Snapdragon Scalers. It was not costless. That card is very essential to unbreak some of the Runeblade hands that Aurora is prone to be having, but still, Andrew Lorenz very happy with how the turn cycle went.
Good news if you're an Evan Tanguy fan. quickly rebuilt that gold stockpile on the back of a pitched riches there, and that of course brings with it the gold-baited hooked activation. Nice damage output here from the Rigor Mortis. We've seen Andrew Lorenz time and time again try and stop these gold-baited hooks. Is he going to one more time put some cards in front of a Rigor Mortis attack? With Evan at just 13, it becomes tempting to push that go button, Pankaj.
So he did manage to rebuild some gold pieces thanks to Riches of Triple Dani, which gives him a free hook activation over here. But that does mean he's forced to deploy Rigor Mortis instead of Sawbones on this turn cycle. And Rigor Mortis, very, very easily cleaned up by Scorpio Comet Tail, unlike Sawbones. Sawbones demands a full card from the opponent's Evan Tanguy, gets a bit of gold, but perhaps needs to deploy a less relevant ally because of it.
Just a small block here from that Skizzik that worked its way into the hand. Of course, you prefer to keep those in deck. Andrew Lorenz going to have 3 cards to work back with. Assume some of these resources will be put towards cleaning up that Rigor Mortis.
Red quick succession over here. So it's 5. It's going to give +1 to the next 3 attacks that get go again. Going to give go again to the next thing as well, to his full bound duality. Question is, does he have more go again to leverage? Nope. Looks like it's going to be Scorpio to Rigor Mortis. Is there fearless confrontation? Looks like no punish for the exact kill on the Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, and Andrew just gets to set up an arsenal ready now with a 5-card hand and no allies on the side of Evan. Has rebuilt those gold supplies, going to go to work and start using them. Gravy Bones activation. Picking up a fresh card here for Evan.
He did know what that should have drawn because of the compass activation. Take a look at what he's working with here. 2 allies while he's deciding what to discard over here. Not ideal for Evan Tanguy. Needs some other discard outlet, or perhaps converts one of those allies into a random card off the top by pitching to gold.
One of the benefits of being gold rich is your options start to multiply when you head into your turn. Sets up a chum once again in the graveyard. It would be the 2nd chum of this game if it joins the arena. Gold is going to be cracked here. Another card joins the hand. I believe I saw an ally enter the grip.
And he pitched his blue here, and I don't believe he has put a blue in the yard this turn, Bryan.
I think that is correct, Pankaj.
And he drew an Eye of Ophidia. Okay, so this gives him some selection, but he has gone down to 0 gold. He needs to find a blue that he's willing to put in the yard. Looks like he finds a port side exchange off the top and an ally in hand as well. So that does give him some recourse over here. Can keep the port side. Looks like that is the keep off the top, discards the final ally, gets a gold back, draws a card. That's a blue in the yard. So turn unlocked a little bit thanks to Eye of Ophidia and the last gold piece, but that looked a little bit scary for a moment, Bryan.
It absolutely did, but thankfully Chum will join the fray here, backed up by the gold-baited hook, and I think Andrew Lorenz snap took that one. That tells me we probably have some offensive fireworks over
I'm so
on
excited.
his side.
I'm so excited to see what Aurora's going to do with the full 5 cards. Looks like we're going to be starting with the signature of this hero. Arc Lightning hits the field.
That's the way you want to kick it off, Pankaj. Again, immense versatility in its ability to go ahead and clean up an ally like Chum.
It is so awesome that the pings of this card can just hit the Chum, lets you deal with the 6 health on that ally. Going face with the Arc Lightning ping. He knows he'll have more chances to clear the Chum if he really wants to. I think what he's trying to do is bait Evan Tanguy into activating the Chum. Doesn't want to just send 6 damage at the Chum unless Evan Tanguy activates it. He's trying to make Evan Tanguy go down 1 card to force Andrew Lorenz to send 6 damage at Chum. Otherwise, he's going to keep sending face.
There's an absolute superstar card in Andrew Lorenz's here for this situation. It is the current funnel he'll be able to follow this up with, meaning his hand is rich with go again, has the promise of plenty in hand as well, Pankaj. Can use that to refuel the arsenal.
And this is the 2nd Conqueror that we're seeing Evan Tanguy being forced to use on defense. The first one was pitched to the Path of the Same End's Arcane Damage ping. This one being used on blocking duty. This is not how Evan Tanguy wants to be using these boats.
There is that current funnel. The ping is going to head at the face of Evan, and now uses the promise of plenty to keep the damage headed the way of the Chum, and picks up another card to add to the arsenal here.
So you know how Syndra needs to go 3 chain links wide and hit an ally and then get a draw off mask? Andrew Lorenz is just showing us you just send snatches and promises of plenty at the allies, build your own mask momentum at home, and that's how you take over this gravy deck.
Seems fine. Closes things off here with Stinging Sprite. More arcane damage headed the way of Evan Tanguy, and the life total creeps lower. And again, the Chum is lost on the back of a very efficient turn from Andrew Lorenz and keeps that arsenal at the ready with 2 Conqueror of the High Seas down, starting to feel a little safer for Andrew to go ahead and just commit to putting together a big hand to potentially take Evan out of this game.
And speaking of power cards, Andrew Lorenz has found his third copy of Arc Lightning in that hand, Brian. I mean, we've seen both players find their power cards. We've seen Evan Tanguy find Conquerors as well. Unfortunately for him, he had to use them on blocking duty, and Andrew Lorenz on the other side actually able to deploy his power cards as Arc Lightnings.
Looks like we have a little bit of a judge call here. I think Evan, just when he was reaching for cards, knocked askew the top of the deck. Judges will sort that one out, get everything back in the right order, make sure no advantages to be gained. But thus far, all the advantages that have been gained in this match are going the way of Andrew Lorenz, putting those Arc Lightning pings to incredible use against Gravy.
I mean, you called it. You called Aurora as a breakout deck of this weekend, and Andrew Lorenz showing us why.
Sounds like they're ready down in the feature match area. I've gotten things cleaned up. We head back to the action here.
I wasn't sure if I needed to say it or not.
Some great camaraderie from our players over here. Gotta love that. In these high-stakes games, third round of Pro Tour Las Vegas, players still able to have smiles on their faces as they battle off against each other.
Looks like we had a call to the grave here, I believe. That's what that one is doing next to Gravy Bones. Went and found yet another chum.
I think Evan Tanguy recognizing he just needs chums to buy some space against the offense that Andrew Lorenz is able to put out. 6 health ally can be forced. He can force Andrew to send damage at it as well. But he's not happy that all 3 of these chums are going to be met by Arc Lightnings on the other side of the field.
I saw a lean of the head there from Evan. I think was debating the gold-baited hook activation. Chose not to. And Andrew at the ready once again with Arc Lightning. I expect, again, a chum to be cleaned up with minimal impact to Andrew's offensive output.
And if I'm not mistaken, Brian, Andrew Lorenz has a NIMBY in his arsenal. NIMBY, given go again by Arc Lightning, effectively just a 1-card 6, actually 7 if you consider the natural go again on the Nimblism as well. This is shaping up to be a very, very strong turn cycle as priority right now on Evan Tanguy's side, deciding whether he maybe wants to activate the chum or perhaps AB. Looks like he's going to be ABing the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, and you called it, Pankaj. Andrew's reaching for this card, NIMBY from the arsenal. And I'm just going to put it out there. This is the key to Aurora. This is the card that really unlocks her best turns. Aurora decks, I've seen them in all flavors. I've seen them with and without NIMBY. For my money, this is it. This is the reason to play Aurora right now. Arc Lightning helps too.
Goes and finds the full art Nimblism. Andrew Lorenz, decked out his Aurora deck quite a bit. Full art NIMBY, full art Nimblism as well.
Love to see it. Making good use of those gem packs. Certainly out there grinding his local events is Andrew Lorenz. I hope all of you doing the same with those gem packs. And the third conqueror of the high seas now committed to defense. No disruption for Gravy Bones in this game.
All 3 conquerors were used to defend against 3 Arc Lightning turns on the other side. So again, it's not like we're only seeing one side find the power card. Both sides are finding it. Just one side is forced to actually just use it on defense.
Rabble finds a red 4 damage, headed the way of Chum. A ping as well. Chum down to 1 life. Nimblism, last ping, heads the way of Chum. Nimblism again from Andrew Lorenz. And we go ahead and fire 10 big damage headed the way of Evan Tanguy, and sitting just at a precarious 12 life. Blocking starts to become essential. Only 1 gold left on his side. Everything coming up Aurora thus far in this head-to-head matchup.
No go again here, so no Scorpio swing at the end of this, but I still think Andrew Lorenz probably very, very happy with how this turn cycle went out. And now, as Evan Tanguy gets reduced to these single-digit life totals, we have to point out cards like Wolfbound Duality and cards like Stinging Sprite at the top of Andrew Lorenz's deck right now as well can actually offer some arcane damage reach on the opponent's side of the turn, which Evan Tanguy has to be cognizant of.
And all Evan can do here is use a gold to improve the blocking hand and then give the full hand to defense. Completely committed to defense. Again, Rabble finds a red on top. It finds a Jack Be Quick, has the Nimblism in the graveyard this time, so that card's powered up.
And now the question is, can he convert this current hand? Ravenous Rabble, great way to start, but with no arsenal as a Runeblade hero, sometimes you can struggle to convert these hands.
Aurora can absolutely brick.
Yeah, but I think I saw part of the same ends in the hand there, so we'll be able to convert regardless of whether Evan Tanguy ABs or not. As he faces down 4 arcane damage. This is incredible. It's lovely seeing this Lightning Runeblade do the sparks that we expect from this hero.
Evan looking troubled. Has stayed cool facing this onslaught so far, but starting to see some signs of defeat creeping into the body language. Path of Same Ends picks up the go again here.
All right, it's just free.
Just 3 so far. I don't believe you, Andrew.
Yep. Okay,
Conqueror blocks again.
4.
Oh, because he pitched to AB and he shuffled his deck afterwards. That's how it's back in his deck. That's how it's back here.
Scar
I was
first,
quite
Scar
confused for a
on the
second.
follow-up. Another full hand gained here from Andrew Lorenz. Going to pick up that Jack Be Nimble. So this hand's already unlocked to some extent.
And I believe I saw Burn-Up Shock as well, which is yet another way to actually deal damage on your opponent's turn if it gets down to that. But he's going to play it on his turn, going to make sure Evan Tanguy blocks his whole hand yet again as we see him get chipped down and down, just waiting for Andrew Lorenz to break. But this Aurora deck is relentless.
Yeah, I think it's lucky if Evan can block with his entire hand here and prevent that Burn-Up Shock from doing its thing. It's actually more likely damage is going to get through here, and you're seeing so many cards already put to the defense.
And he's holding a
from
2-block.
Evan.
He's got a Golden Temple in his hand, which blocks 2.
And yeah, here's the outed for 3. It seems like a blessing, but look at the face from Evan. A little bit of a wry smile creeps in, and that means outed is going to do its thing. Scorpio follow-up as well. Golden Temple going to prevent what it can, but Evan falls to just 1 life here, and the ball is fully in Andrew Lorenz's court.
Does he find a shock? Does he find his other
No,
shock?
does not have
shock.
the clean kill,
Okay.
but things so far in his favor at this point, Pankaj.
Unless it's a 4-card unable to convert hand for Andrew Lorenz, it looks like writing's just on the wall here.
Yeah, current funnel brings a little back up, and it just gets the fist bump from Evan Tanguy. And I'm going to be honest, that was not close.
Wow.
Andrew Lorenz just ran over Gravy Bones on the back of Aurora, returning triumphantly to our feature match area and picking up a win round 3 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
3-0 Aurora here to kick off our weekend. I'm getting a little bit of London flashbacks there, Brian. This was an incredible performance by the Lightning Runeblade.
Yeah, a lot of similarities in deck builds for sure. We know what these elemental rune blades can do. They have that Pro Tour pedigree, absolutely. And thus far for Andrew Lorenz, things coming together very, very well. Taking down maybe the fiercest Gravy Bones player in the world, right up there with Justin Koo, as somebody I would not want to sit across, and somebody who can absolutely turn those aggro matchups in his favor, but it never really felt close.
Yeah, not being able to deploy any of those Conquerors was definitely very unfortunate for Evan Tanguy's side. But on the other side, Arc Lightnings looked really, really impressive. But one card that has stuck out to me so much in these new builds of Aurora is Current Funnel.
Yeah.
We saw what it can do. It just lets you continue these chains and lets you leverage those generics like NIMBY that we were talking about, which feels essential to be able to succeed with this hero.
Well, I feel like that feature match was some bad news for the country of France, and I owe them some good news. Thankfully, things will get better in the very near future, Pankaj, as we get ready to head to Worlds in Paris, November 5th through 8th. You got to be there, Pankaj. I'm going to be there. I suspect you are going to be there as well. I know it's been a long time since you missed the World Championship, and I am stoked to go ahead and head to the City of Lights.
It's going to be beautiful. I've actually never been to Paris, so
Me
this will be
neither.
my first time. I'm really looking forward to it.
I know, and you know, je parle un petit peu de français, so this is my first time to use it, be not understood. I've recently spent some time with Arthur Trehay. One of the first things we discussed.
Oh yeah, you poached him as well.
Yeah,
just
maybe.
like you poached Blue Pitch.
One of the first
I'm not
things
salty at all, by the
we
way.
discussed was how terrible my French is and how it's going to be completely useless to me when I head to Paris. But that's okay. I'm going to go anyway, and I probably will use the opportunity to go ahead and pick up some exclusives. Of course, this Marvel Levia going to be on offer. I heard Ethan intends to buy them all. Every single copy available of this. So it might be hard to keep your hands on this one, but I'm going to do my best. As I mentioned, I've become a large fan of Levia in recent months. I think you will understand why in the very near future, Pankaj.
All right, Brian, it wouldn't be a session in the booth of the two of us if I don't ask you some questions about the new set.
I'm not going to
Is
answer.
Levia going to be real come Paris?
It's going to be on the players to tell us, Pankaj. We will see if Levia is
He
real.
dodged it again, folks.
We saw Outed do some work in that feature match. We saw that being a important tool for Aurora. We've seen Guardians pick up this card before. We've seen Florian pick up this card to good effect against Gravy Bones. So I think a very key piece for when the metagame is slanted a certain way and when you have to put Outed in your deck, You better make sure it looks good. You're going to want to have those fine promo versions available.
And just be careful, don't bring that into heroes that can mark you. There is more text on the card. I've seen that happen to people. It's a little bit unfortunate. Like, no, you can't play the card if you're marked, people.
Yep, the goodies keep coming. Of course, we have some gift with purchase here. A way to go ahead and make those gates to Arathiel. We'll see how important this card is in the future. What's your read on this card, Pankaj?
I love that it says shadow action and it's not tied to a specific class, really hinting to us that all the shadow classes that we're going to see in Usurp the Shadow Throne are going to engage with putting some sort of action or attack in the Banner Zone to be able to play out via the gate to Arathiel.
Well, I think you probably are spot on there, Pankaj, and I've got a good one for you to go ahead and load up with that gate. How about Corrupt and Conquer? Some pedigree in that name, to be sure. Some pedigree in the card text as well. When this hits a hero, banish all cards in their arsenal. All cards in their arsenal, Pankaj.
So for those of you who weren't around during the Chain days, one of the scariest things that Chain could do is go wide on you and then end with a Command and Conquer. Now that they can just do that, of the Shadow variety, well, when I say they, I don't mean Chain, obviously, but like some of the newer Shadow heroes, it's got me a little scared, I have to say.
Thankfully, Chain is, in fact, dead. I think that is a mercy to us all. There you see those outfits again. They will be available in promo events. They'll also be available in our World Championship competitor package, where you will go ahead and pick up that outed and pick up that Corrupt and Conquer. I spend my life jealous of our Pro Tour competitors, but especially so for this go-around in Paris. I cannot wait to join everyone out there in France. I think I'm going to make it an extended vacation, spend some time in Europe, maybe do some touring around, a little time in Italy, just really live it up, as I encourage everyone who joins us on the World Tour to do.
Practice more of your French, maybe?
I just don't think I'm going to get there, Pankaj. First of all, it's lapsed by many, many years. This was a high school thing. And second of all, I wasn't very good at it. Apologies to my high school French teacher, Mrs. Thompson, if you're watching. I was a horrible student. And now this is what happens. I go to Paris and nobody understands me.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to actually do any French. I'm just going to speak English.
Okay,
yeah.
That's usually how you operate when I'm with you. And that's a small mercy. Thus far, action has been fast and furious here in Pro Tour Las Vegas. Things started off in the hands of Guardians, but they accelerated quickly when Aurora hit our feature match area. What surprises do we have for you next? Stay tuned for more from Pro Tour Las Vegas.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I just made a guest appearance in a Western shoot-off. That was quite the animatic scene there as we make our way back to the Pro Tour here in Las Vegas. Welcome back, everyone. From one lightning hero to another, we've just seen what Aurora can do in this format. Still has all kinds of potency. Going to move on to a little bit of Zigga on the other side of things with Ziggy's Starlight. A hero I'm personally a big fan of so far. Not necessarily the way I was hoping things would play out. I'm hoping for a little bit more Aphrodite down the line, but I've been really impressed by the refinement as this deck has kind of been put together by the community.
Yeah, a couple of Nationals wins under the belt for Ziggy so far, and I think more to come from this hero. You talk about Aurora, and is this the weekend where it's really going to show up as well? Could this weekend be a little bit more about these Omens heroes than maybe we would have first expected?
Maybe.
I think Ziggy is one of those, as you say, that could surprise a few players.
It's an interesting pick. I think a few people were not sure about where Ziggy fit into the metagame heading into this event because of how uncertain the meta was. I'm curious to see if there's more than one that's currently doing well. So should we check in with the standings and check out how our players are doing so far here at the Pro Tour? Let's take a gander at some of our 3-0 players to start things off with. Some big names we recognize here, but a lot of variety among the top cuts of heroes. We see Jarl, Kassai, Mario, Ziggy, and Dash.io making up our top 5 this early in the day.
Yeah, that variety of hero choice, as we spoke about, is not changing so far. There is a number of different heroes in here. There is some lack of other heroes, though. You see one Syndra there, one Gravy. Those are heroes that I would have had my eyes on coming into this weekend and see if they make runs. But so far, when you look towards these top tables, definitely some Guardians that are doing a number in there. Any players catch your eye, Scott, so far?
Well, it's hard not to pay attention to the 3, count them 3, Betsy's that are at 3-0 right now. Romar Richardson, Jonathan Magnuson, speaking of Ziggy, chose not to lead on Ziggy this weekend, decides that Betsy is the pick, and Dagon White there as well. The much beloved Marcin Bay on that Oscilio deck we, as alluded to, was Spellcilio-centric earlier on, sitting at 3-0. Noah Clark, one of those potent gravies that is finding success this weekend. Daniel Rakowski has been rocking that marionette for quite some time now, also sitting there at 3-0.
Wow, number of big names here on this page as well at 3-0, including Nova Chan on Jarl. Michael Hamilton, who we saw in our feature match area earlier, showing his mastery of the Guardian mirror matches. Tao Tao Chu there on Huntsman. We spoke about, is this a great weekend for Huntsman as a pick? And there's a couple of Syndras, or at least a Syndra in the hands of Ben Stutkin over there. And Francisco Giorgio, who is a local or reasonably close to you. I saw him in the gym this morning going for a run. Yeah, he was getting prepped this morning to go on a run with Arachne Marionette here.
Francesco through and through. Wizard Master Alexander Vore on Oscilio there, also sitting at 3-0. Matthew Dilks will be the opposite to our Ziggy in this feature match. Currently 3-0 on Kassai. Matthew Bauer on Teklevossen, also still undefeated.
Yeah, going back to a Teklevossen making a run in our Pro Tour. Could it be similar to Plan, who we saw make a top 8 in Yokohama on that hero? We'll have to find out. Matthew Dilks going back to an old favorite this weekend in Kassai, who was the hero that he won calling LA on a couple of years back, has gone back to the well here this weekend and started off 3-0, and we'll see him in our feature match area.
Also got a note, 3 copies of Phi, currently sitting at 3-0 here as well, alongside Andrew Lorenz, our brand new Aurora fan from everyone at home, sitting at 3-0 after that incredibly masterful game. Multiple Arachne Huntsmen also sitting at 3-0 here with Danton Lima, Eric Pinelli, and Dexter Fan. More than happy to see this deck come into fruition. As you alluded to already, we were a big fan of it this weekend. I think it was a good pick all around. Couple more Valdas here in the hands of Josh Martin. Justin Koo did not give up on Gravy Bones, has been rewarded for such so far.
Yeah, starting off 3-0 here, and a few Jarl truthers here, including Marco Marcelli, who has been a Jarl truther for some time, actually playing that hero back in Yokohama to a cash finish and has run it back here and probably finding the right weekend. And there he is on the right-hand side, a player that I've called out earlier today already, and I have my eye on, is Bartosz Dabrowski. 2-1 at the moment, so has dropped a game, but I'm sure that won't stop him in making a run later in the day.
2-1 Bolton here. Happy to see that. Number 57, it's Red Headband himself, Zach Phillips, Aggro Blaze, sitting at 2-1 on that Jarl deck as well. Randy Davis, similar story. Justin Fryer finding success with Oscilio still. Take a couple of looks at the last page of 2-1s here for now, see if anything jumps out at us. More Huntsman. Thomas Goffier still finding success on Marionette. It's got to be a bit of a dodgy bracket to be in if you're finding all these Huntsmen around you, but... is that a 4th Betsy?
There's a lot of Betsy doing well in this event. Number of other names there. Max Diekman on Gravy. We've got Brody there in 78th at the moment, 2-1. So everyone, even, you know, this top 100 players, all these players even further than that at the moment. We're so early on. Drew Cornett there as well. We're so early on in this day. But if you're at 3-0, that is the best possible place you can be, right?
Yeah.
And believe you me, when you're at a PT, the thing you want to go well is you want to be undefeated going to draft. That is really what you want to be. It gives you so much confidence. The weight starts to lift a little bit on your shoulders. You start to think, you know, maybe I could drop one, but the mentality is really just keep winning at this point. It's only 3 more rounds today, and then we'll approach tomorrow rather when it comes.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be there myself in Yokohama not so long ago. Felt very comfortable. That story almost came to fruition if it wasn't for that dastardly Silver Age format that did not treat me particularly well that day. But hey, can't always be your day in the office. I'm hoping that's not the case for our players during the feature match area. This round should be a pretty stellar game. Let's head on down and check things out with Lucas and Matt Dilks. We'll be rocking Kassai of the Golden Sand against Zyggy Starlight. A matchup I personally don't know all that much about. Do you have any high-level thoughts on this one, Hayden?
Yeah, this all-Canadian showdown. It's a matchup I've seen played, but not one I've played particularly myself. I think I played one game of Zyggy into Kassai, but yeah, not one that I've played a lot of. And you know, the story told of the Invasion PCG split, got a bit of a reuniting on opposite sides of the table here, as it is Invasion versus PCG. Who will come out with bragging rights in this one?
Battle of Ex-Teammates, always a fun one to watch. Kassai the Golden Sand, a deck that's been on the up and up over the last week, especially from the calling in Shinjuku. If you've drawn a card this turn, your sword attacks cost 1 less to activate. That often means it's a big fat 0, thanks to then Samtari Sabers, Hot Streaks, the weapons of choice for Kassai. Perhaps more importantly, banishing reds and yellows to create gold tokens, hoping to sometimes raise an army or just make those swords cost nothing to swing.
Yeah, and considering how strong a run Kassai had last weekend, it's not a hero that has been super hyped up coming into this weekend, but really good representation in a number of very good players' hands, including Matt Dilks on the other side of the table there. Zyggy Starlight is early days for this hero, of course, as you see there. Currently only accruing Living Legend points at that 0.5 times multiplier and awaiting a first champion. Will we see one very soon? Well, actually, we've had a couple of national champions, but at the World Tour, at the Tier 3 and 4 level, we're still awaiting that first champion.
Worth being aware of that text box. Lightning Flow, not the big focus of these Reality Refractor builds, but having the ability to blink out Cosmic Space Dust, still find a way to get additional arcane damage out of that, making Lightning Flow with Cosmic Duality often a big part of how this deck can come together. Should be an intriguing matchup we've not had the pleasure of seeing at a Tier 4 level of the World Tour so far. So let's make our way down into the feature match area and see how it all shakes out. Taking a look at the equipment early, no big surprises here for Lucas. Restless Coalescence will start things off, that calming gesture awaiting to make a shield when needed later on. It is Hot Streak that is the choice for Matthew Dilks in the weapon slot. Otherwise, kind of what we expected. Notably, no Arcane Barrier here for Kassai. It does mean those Cosmic Dualities and the incidental chip damage of the Cosmic Space Dust will give some amount of range against a deck like Kassai.
Yeah, you see with these Kassai lists now, a lot of the time, they just play the one Centauri Saber and the one Hot Streak. They don't opt for an additional weapon so much anymore.
Sure. Unsheathed to kick things off for Matthew Dilks.
Yeah, so it looks like Matt is on turn 0 here and his pass priority, and then Lucas has played out that Restless Coalescence, and then Matt has decided, okay, well, now that you have laid some cards on the table, I am now going to take some actions and try and get rid of that Restless Coalescence so you don't get that value on turn 0.
Looks to be gone in a flash. Haze Bending and Fleeing Starbreeze in the hand for Lucas here. So a total of 5 block in a pinch, but gone in a flash, not really a card this deck is eager to block with.
No, and 5 damage here, possibly more go again as well, so we know the other weapon could come in afterwards. 2 resources there floating for Matt. Lucas, now that he's committed this Restless, has a bit of a decision to make about how to block this out. Is wanting to keep that Restless around if he can.
Decides that Gone in a Flash must play defense. We will see the Centauri Saber jumping up to 6, and Fleeing Starbreeze will jump on in to try and soak up that final point of damage, save that Restless Coalescence if we possibly can. Poses a new question to Matthew Dilks.
Yeah, all the cards on the table here now as well for Lucas, so nothing left in hand to defend with. Of course, we do have that Calming Gesture in the arm zone. Okay. Matt afterwards is going to be able to send a weapon attack across, so he's going to be able to blow out this Restless Coalescence in theory. Oh!
Raise an army on the very first possible turn, converts that gold token from Crown of Dominion into a fresh Centauri Sellsword here. Building a board on turn 0 and clearing the Restless Coalescence? I mean, don't mind if I do.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of time people would sit on that and try and wait for a 2nd or 3rd gold. But Matt just saying here, well, I get to get a bit of damage in, I get some board presence. It's a really strong turn 0. In the end, 3 life down for Lucas. The Centauri Sellsword on the table for Matt. He's got a card in Arsenal, and Lucas ends with not having that Restless. And that all came about because Matt passed. Lucas decided to play the Restless Coalescence, and then Matt was able to punish it thoroughly.
Very much a punish here. Forced to send Enlightened Strike at the Centauri Sellsword with go again here. Can't leave these loyal soldiers hanging around. They do tend to cause a good chunk of pain if you ignore them. Haze Bending, the follow-up here to try and build some semblance of a board in return for Lucas.
Yeah, 2 cards used to get rid of that Centauri Sellsword. Matt will be pretty happy about that. And now he's got a 5-card hand. Looks like we're a little bit light on the resources here, potentially. Might have a yellow draw swords in hand. We do have... Looks like natural go again. Spoils of War, I think.
Indeed, Outland Skirmish into Spoils of War is the choice. Yellow Draw Swords, the resource card this turn, will be that Centauri Saber reached for here. Beneficiary of all those buffs will be 7 go again on hit. A bank's worth of copper.
Lots and lots of copper. No blue here, though, so if we are going to follow up with another attack, it is going to require possibly that last card in hand from Matt to be committed.
Faithful takes a peek at the top card, better informs the decisions of Lucas. Does have another defense reaction in the hand in the form of Shelter from the Storm, another one in the arsenal even. Sink Below will get rid of that Cosmic Duality, finds a fresh Astral Etchings off the top.
It's not particularly what Lucas wanted to see there, I don't think. But is able to cover this up. That's important. We're not going to get all that copper, so that's going to at least keep away thoughts of blood on her hands for a period of time.
Looks like Slice and Dice being pitched to take care of Haze Bending. Will put a shield in play that may very well be a premium target for that Astral Etchings.
Yeah. I think what's really important here, though, as well, is that Lucas got away with that turn because of the no blue from Matt, forcing Matt to kill the Haze Bending, and took no damage for it, gets to keep the Calming Gesture, gets to keep the Astral Etchings in hand as well, as you say. And no copper. Very importantly, no copper made.
Punching in for 5, courtesy of Reality Refractor. Matthew says block 5, just gestures to the equipment off to the side as opposed to pulling it all forward, and that Astral Etchings will force through 3 damage as 3 counters make their way onto this Spectral Shield. Astral Etchings, one of those better tools for these more grindy matchups, makes these shields into very real threats. Draw Swords, the follow-up here from Matthew, will be unsheathed to continue. The hits just keep on coming.
Yeah, I thought this Astral Etchings was going to be really awkward for Lucas. Not the sort of card he wanted. He would maybe just want a big attack instead. But because he didn't need to block with any additional cards, and that Haze Bending was taken care of, it's actually worked out really nicely for him here. And if he can keep this around on this turn, that is going to be quite a significant advantage to Lucas in terms of the value. proposition that provides.
Interesting hand here. Shimmering Mirage, a cool one for Lucas, alongside Nourishing Glow, Stardust Spike, and I believe a blue duality. Nope, Space Dust in the back of the hand there.
Shimmering Mirage as a Syndra player, my absolute worst nightmare.
Part of the reason why I love it so much. 7 go again from our Kassai aficionado. No blocks declared, no reactions is fine, and that Mirage will come on down to blunt just a little bit of this rather sharp sword.
And that's another defense reaction in the arsenal for Lucas, I believe?
Believe so. Matthew correctly just double-checking how this one works. Not a card that many people have had the pleasure of playing into, but a pretty stalwart inclusion from Compendium of Wraith, if I'm not mistaken. Shield will bite the dust, and Lucas falls to 33. Matt Dilks will continue. We're going to see that Grains of Blood spill pitched into here to front the cost on a Vigor token for later on.
Matt's going to break that combat chain as well to make sure we get rid of that defense reaction. Don't want that bouncing back again. No reason to not break a chain in Kassai. Not like you are a ninja, for instance, where you have to keep those chain links going.
Brave Forge Bracers into Hot Streak Swings. That's a card in hand currently for Matt Dilks. We're going to see a reaction on this second swing to make the most of those cards. It will be Blood follows Blade. Would like another Cell Sword, please. Show from the Storm would like to say otherwise. No, thank you.
Yep, nicely played there from Lucas. A lot of players would maybe try and overcommit this shelter earlier to try and keep that shield around. Lucas saying, I've got my value out of it. I'm going to prioritize stopping other things, and a Blood follows Blade, keeping that out is really important here.
I found that to be a big part of this Zyggy deck. It's very easy to want to play this deck like Enigma, build that wall of auras and let it protect you. But with Reality Refractor as the weapon of choice, a wall of auras often doesn't do much for you. You are very much looking to play the one down, swing on with it. That's exactly what we see from this Corrosive Space Dust coming out now, filling in the hole left by that Spectral Shield pretty easily.
Yeah, you end up playing a little bit, almost like a bit of a Guardian deck, actually. And that is how Enigma played when you played Reality Reflector, but that Heritage never really played that weapon, didn't really have much need to. So you see this sort of Zyggy deck is quite value-orientated, and Lucas very much playing that way, thinking that way with what we've seen so far from the lines.
Kassai activation for the first time this game. 2 yellows and 2 reds being popped into the Banished Stone to enable that on-hit gold generation. And Unsheathed number 3 will make its way out and ready to give these swords go again. Cesare Saber being thumbed, but it will be Hot Streak that comes forward first of all. Go again already granted to this one, courtesy of Unsheathed, meaning it's coming in for a nice and healthy 5.
Yeah, and a bit of an awkward break point as well, potentially, for Lucas to deal with.
Will be that Spears of Surrealty that's forced to play defense here, blocking 3 currently. That Space Dust has not currently been blinked out, no hollow counter on that one, so it's only warding 1 if it decides to meet an untimely end. Blade Flurry from the arsenal here will jump this Hot Streak up to 7, currently pushing through 3 points of damage once that Space Dust collapses. Stardust Spike coming out of the arsenal here for 2 more ward. Restless Coalescence, a similar story. And we're going to see Jagged.
Wow.
Oh, no, thank you.
What a blowout there for Matthew Dilks. And not a card that I think Lucas would be expecting. These Kassais haven't necessarily been playing Jagged Edge recently, especially with Prism, Living Legend, so recently. But with Zyggy taking that space, looks like Matt has respected that.
Stack it like this.
Okay,
So it goes like this.
fair enough for Lucas here. That's devastating. Let's not pretend that it isn't. But taking a moment to correctly stack it triggers. The amp on the Corrosive Space Dust does matter.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy in that kind of spot to just have head loss after your opponent kicks you when you're down. But let's take our advantages where we can get
I
them.
was wondering for a second. I was like, oh, wait. what are we doing here? Yeah, of course, stacking those triggers correctly. But that is a massive swing in tempo for Matt. Lucas felt like he was really edging it out. I like that Matt has been presenting this challenge each turn of, I'm going to give an on-hit somewhere. But Jagged Edge is just an absolute blowout here.
I want to give a testament there to Matthew Dilks for the self-control required to hold that Jagged Edge. It was getting value on this turn as things already stood. Didn't need to Blade Flurry to incentivize Lucas to overextend with additional auras and got heavily rewarded for being able to expend that one first.
Yeah, nice play there. Does get the gold for his troubles as well, along with that Vigor token off the Grains there with that additional resource, and is going to be able to attack again, or at least attack, follow up with the Centauri.
Brave Forge Bracers, 5 more damage, 15 value, arguably significantly more, courtesy of that Jagged Edge this turn. Very impressive stuff for Matthew Dilks as Lucas falling down to 21. We will see that Stardust Spike resource used to play out Corrosive Space Dust. Does mean at the very least there is still a pseudo-weapon in play for our Zyggy Starlight player.
Oh, and does get down that haze bending to add another target that Matt is going to have to deal with. You know, we're not so far into the game, or Matt's not so far ahead that he can ignore something like a haze bending or so close to the end of the game. He's probably going to have to deal with that. He can do it nicely, obviously, with the double weapons, but when you've got things like Blade Flurry and these pumps that add to the next attack, it makes it a lot more difficult to navigate. And it looks like double blood on a hand's been drawn for Matthew Dilks, but no copper at this stage, thanks to that Spores of War being kept out earlier by Lucas.
Arguably a bit of a brick for Matthew Dilks here. Going to have that resource from the Vigor token spent on a hot streak. On the other side of things, looks like multiple defense reactions for Lucas. Fate Foreseen and Shelter from the Storm available front and center of the hand. Looks like an overcrowded in there as well, which is not its best right now. We will see Shelter from the Storm coming on down. After Glint, the Quicksilver was extended for that go again, denying the extra card draw.
Yeah, but a bit of a brick here, right? So after taking all that tempo, Matt doesn't really have much of a strong follow-up, and Lucas is able to sort of stabilize here and now come back with 3 cards and that Corrosive Space Dust still on the table.
Yeah, no worse feeling than getting all the tempo in the world and having to IP1 after clearing a Spectra Aura away. Corrosive Space Dust will be the follow-up here. Looks like Crackle from afar in the hand here for Lucas, which will add a little bit of bonus juice to this Space Dust attack and deploy an extra layer of insulation in the process.
Yeah, it looks like on Matt's side as well, after all that, we drew another Sharpened Senses. So
The reactions.
Gonna see that Crackle coming on through. Extra point of value.
Okay, I take 2. Yep.
Taking 2 damage after all is said and done brings Matt Dilks to 32, plays 21 right now. As we'll draw on up for Ziggy Starlight, make our way back to our Kassai, who is still staring at that blood in our hands that was IP'd last turn. Might get some value out of this Outland Skirmish if things go to plan, but it will be pitched away. Sharpened Senses covering the go again. Make sure this is 6 damage from Centauri Saber.
And Matt saying, please, may I have some copper this turn? But number of ward down on the table between the Spectral Shield, the Space Dust, and that Crackle from afar.
Bit of an awkward one in the hand here for Lucas. Looking at Spectral Manifestation, does incentivize you to let your auras disappear to make that Spectral Shield with counters on it. Instead, deploying defenses here with Gone in a Flash number 2.
Yeah.
Worth keeping an eye on that one. The Cosmic Duality here does bring the Saber up to 7, and we'll see the Space Dust footing the bill on the extra damage, dealing a point of Arcane back. Math, of course, with no way of preventing that, falls down to 31.
And just dealing in ones here a little bit for Lucas, and that follow-up's going to be that hot streak.
Chiming on in for 3 points of damage. No blocks will be declared, and I like this a lot from Lucas. Happy to take the 1 damage. Clears away all those auras, lets the House of Cards fall to make space for Spectral Manifestation.
Yeah, restart at the beginning. Lucas back to Lucas's turn. See if he wants to develop this manifestation here. He's going to.
Very much expected here. Spectral Shield will come on in with some counters in tow. 3 of them, in fact. Both players happy with this. It would have been a really nasty spot for a Ripple Away.
It would have been a very good turn for a Ripple Away. Not sure if Matt plays Ripple Away in his list.
Looking at 8 points of damage coming across right now. Looking at Dilks' hand here. Blood follows Blade, Nourishing Emptiness. Reaching for that Dynamo once more, as Kassai is inclined to do. Down to 24.
And suddenly, Scott, things have started to even up here. It looked like Matt was so far ahead, and he just had that off turn, and Lucas has really been able to punish him for it. 2 turns in a row with these big attacks or big swings of value on the ward.
Spinning the gold here for Matt Dilks will make those swords much cheaper than they were moments ago, and hopefully find an impactful tool. It's Spoils of War that comes off the top of the deck, which is a pretty great way of starting this turn with that resource that was already floating. We'll have go again, and again, if we cross our fingers, just a little bit of copper generation.
Yeah, and while Lucas is thinking about how... Oh no, we're not even at blocking stage yet. Matt is still deciding... Oh, so Lucas is asking about how we use the resources here. So 2 was used to filter away that gold and draw a card, and the final resource off this blue to play the Spoils of War, and now Matt is lining up which sword to attack with. So it's going to be that Centauri, maybe Saber?
Centauri streak.
Hot Saber.
I can't help but notice there's a Restless Coalescence in hand here for Lucas, which, with these +1 counters that are sitting on this Spectral Shield, has the potential to get out of control really fast. The question is, can you save the shield long enough to get the value out of it in the way you would prefer, or do you need to kind of accept you're doing this on defense one way or the other? It's 4-go again, thanks to that Spoils of War, and a tough decision for our Zyggy player.
Yeah, and on Matt Dilks' side of things, as Lucas weighs up how to defend this, looks like we have a Nourishing Emptiness in the hand as well. So, as well as I think another Blood Follows Blade. So, a lot of potential follow-up to either this chain link, on this chain link, or to subsequent chain links.
Few ways this could go. I could see Lucas being punished if the equipment is the answer to this first Saber, and Nourishing Emptiness comes roaring on through to clear that shield out. Command and Conquer alongside that Restless Coalescence looks like a Cosmic Duality and another one of those blue auras carefully hidden behind it.
No blocks.
Yeah,
no blocks declared.
I like this. You've got to be really careful from, if you're Lucas' side here, of not overcommitting on these turns. You might even be playing the Restless Coalescence.
Really like this from Dilks. The Fate Scene, of course, blunting this first Saber swing, but this hot streak will get go again, courtesy of that Blood Follows Blade.
Yeah.
And people seem to forget, Kassai can go 3 chain links wide, and Nourishing Emptiness is definitely the best way of doing that.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to on this turn, right?
Certainly looks like it to me. Hot streak coming on through for now. Lucas kind of de-incentivized from blocking with the attack to try and deny the go again. If it doesn't matter, we'll lean on the crown to filter away that Cosmic Duality. Okay.
Down a defense reaction. Sink below.
And we'll see Nourishing Emptiness come through. There is no crown in the way, but we can cover this. Sink below, Lightning Greaves, Tunic if you're desperate. Suddenly, Lucas can keep the shield and keep the Restless Coalescence, can even keep a card to make the turn function. This is...
Oh,
this
but
is
we're just going to block for 5?
This is block 5. This is block...
so it's blocking 5. It's going to kill the Spectral Shield here. Yeah, Spectral Shield should be gone now.
3, 4.
Oh, Lucas, no. Lucas meant to block 6.
Oh, but he's only
did not
blocked 5.
block 6.
Sorry.
Yeah, was Lucas meant to use the sink below there, right? Because then you defend for 6 and you keep it out.
There is something I can do.
Oh, no, Lucas. So rightfully so in a spot like this. That's not great, but call a judge. Like, if you're unsure about how to resolve the scenario, if it was a genuine mistake, if you're unsure about the best way to resolve it, we're at a Pro Tour. Let's not make guesses. Let's not make solutions. Call a judge over. Ask them to resolve.
On that play there, whether Lucas was meant to use the sink below, or whether what is maybe thinking to me is he thought he just had 3 worth of value on the equipment. Maybe just kind of forgot, went to block 6, or thought the attack. I'm not quite sure what happened from Lucas' side there.
Definitely thought it was 6 there.
I think he thought he covered it, yeah. Or just had in his head, okay, I'm going to play. Because I was about to say before, I think you try and play the Restless Coalescence on your own turn if you can. It avoids all the kind of reaction speed. You take all the guesswork out of it. And if you can just get through the turn with keeping the shield, you can just play the Restless and you can move on from there. You start to accrue value. When you play it on your opponent's turn and try to use it as part of your defense, that's when it can start to get quite complicated. And that's when your opponent has all the play of how they can potentially blow you out. So I think that's what Lucas was going for. Ultimately, maybe some of the sequencing didn't quite go how Lucas had planned out in his head. Maybe sometimes you decide on a play and then you realize, oh, actually, I need to tweak that slightly, and then you forgot about what you were meant to do beforehand. So, yeah, we'll have to see whether. I think what Lucas is asking is, oh, actually, I wanted to play the Restless Coalescence before damage, but damage is resolved, so we'll have to see what the judge call is.
Let's head on back down and see how this one was resolved by our tabletop judges. Answer is no. Rewind allowed. You have gained information. There are no reactions from Matthew Dilks. You know that now. That's not information you had previously, and so we can't rewind. That shield is gone. It means it will just be a Restless Coalescence attacking for a sheepish 5.
And I think it's important to note, rewinds are used to fix game states that have become broken or untenable, right? And this, in this case, was a mistake from the player, not resolving that Restless Coalescence beforehand. They actively didn't do that. So it's been resolved how it should have, which is that, unfortunately for Lucas making that mistake, no counters on this Restless Coalescence, only coming in for 5 instead of 8 there, and now not having access to make these Spectral Shields.
Back to Matt Dilks, who will start things off by pitching away, blood on her hands, what feels like the millionth time so far this game. Centauri Saber will kick things off. We see, I believe, Raisin Army and another Blood Follows Blade in the hand. Command and Conquer jumps in front of the Saber, will of course get one bigger as it is an attack that's blocking. You need that go again source from Blood Follows Blade to keep the turn going either way. Hot Streak will follow. No blocks declared, no reactions from Matt Dilks. A Sink Below coming out of the arsenal here, trying to fix this hand up, and perhaps more importantly, keeping that Coalescence. Oh, okay, that's a whole lot of Phantasmaclasm and not a whole lot to do with it. I think we're going to be pitching 2 reds for our weapon swing this time around.
Yeah. I just want to pull us back a little bit. This is, this is a big moment in the game where a mistake has been made on the side of our Zyggy player for Lucas. He needs to, the player needs to stay composed now. That is the goal if you're Lucas. Stay composed. Don't let the mistakes compound. What's happened, and focus on how you win this game. What is it that you need to do to win this game? Now, we've then followed up, unfortunately, with a bit of an awkward hand here. Double Phantasmaclasm pitch for this. But work out where you go next in this game.
I think that's a huge call out there, Hayden. Important to stay in the zone, not let those mistakes compound. You might not have made the best play in the moment, but what is the best play in the moment you find yourself in? Often the question here.
This is going okay for Lucas here because Matt actually to defend with 2 cards has a really awkward hand here and is going to struggle to be able to kill this Restless Coalescence and threaten it. So Lucas now here with a 5-card hand. He's got another defense reaction in hand here by the looks of it.
Blade Runner will give this hot streak go again. We'll rely on that Shimmering Spectre to block this one down. Unsurprisingly, the chain will be broken.
see you, Shimmering Mirage.
Yes.
Get out of here. You're nothing but a mirage to me now.
Let's not make sure that one's coming back, if we can get away with it. Centauri Saber 4-5 here as the follow-up.
And I believe Lucas has another Astral Etchings in the hand here, but can he keep it? We kept that defense reaction rather than a Phantasmaclasm in the arsenal. I think this is going to work out really nicely here for Lucas.
Broke Calming Gesture here to make a Spectral Shield. Astral Etchings onto the Restless Coalescence because we control a Spectral Shield and then rely on that defense reaction that was parked away in the arsenal to cover up this Saber swing alongside the Spectral Shield. Carefully sequenced, heavily rewarded. Head still clearly in the game.
No follow-up there from Matthew Dilks. No way to push that damage over the top here. And this is looking back up for Lucas. He's finally found those counters on his Restless Coalescence here.
8 swings in by the gigantic cat-shaped Aura on the other side of the table. I don't know about you, Hayden. I'm getting the Mirror Guy flashbacks.
Oof. I don't need those. Wow, I only liked them when I was playing them. Should this be for 8 or for 7? How many counters should be on this Restless Coalescence now?
Should be 3 as things stand from that Astral Etching. So it should be 5 plus the 3.
Oh, we didn't make a spectral. The spectral shield was made off the Calming Gesture.
Yep. 3 shields to go if we want them. Some point down the line.
And Matt, by the looks of it, another slightly awkward hand here. No blue. Looks like Spores of War taking on the chin. Blade Flurry.
Does take 2 from the Restless Coalescence. Brings us 21, plays 20 in favor of the Warrior. Shield will be made now from Restless Coalescence. Start diversifying those threats where possible.
Oh, but the yellows are Riches of Triple Dani, so don't worry about a blue. You don't need it when you get a Riches of Triple Dani.
We'll see the Riches pitched away to swing the Centauri Saber. Gold will be generated in the process.
Yeah, and importantly, that hot streak, if we then go ahead and crack a gold on this turn. I guess we don't need to now. We're just. I thought Matt might have actually. Oh, it was a copper. Sorry, I thought we started with a gold. That dice on the copper. I thought it was a gold for a second.
Easily done. Miraging Metamorph playing defense here.
I was wondering why Matt was pitching the Riches to a blade swing. This makes a lot more sense, obviously. And that agility token, give and go again.
Spectral Shield will cover the breakpoint from Blade Flurry. Oh, no, it won't. I'm afraid Centauri Saber has game text, and that Spectral Shield doesn't quite do it. We'll see that Restless Coalescence making another one to therefore keep that breakpoint in check. Hot streak coming on through as the follow-up.
And we've found that third Gone in a Flash. As this is Gone in a Flash game, it seems like we're using auras as the way to win this game. And we may even be tucking away that Gone in a Flash.
I think saving that one for the end game, probably not a bad place to be as those Lightning Greaves continue to loom. Going to see that Restless Coalescence coming in for 6 points of physical damage. 1 physical resource left. Can't quite catch the card in hand. Hoping it's a defense reaction or something similar if it was Gone in a Flash that went on the bottom.
So 6 damage being thrown in. I really liked from Lucas on that previous turn, making sure he made that spectral shield on the turn to just insulate this Restless Coalescence. It really worked out nicely with the breakpoints there as well.
It's very easy to get greedy and try and keep the maximum damage on your Restless Coalescence when clearly that's not what this game is about. Going to see the defensive value from Trot Along and 2 pieces of equipment here. Single point now means we are balanced on life totals. 20 plays 20 as the smoke clears. We make our way back to Matt Dilks, who starts things off with sharpened senses from the arsenal. Reaches for that graveyard for a Kassai activation. Gold kind of at a premium here.
Yeah, it wants to keep forcing on hits as well. And you know, it's a little bit tougher when Lucas starts the turn with Ward on the table. But if you're not threatening it, and Lucas ends up having like a really big 5-card hand that he can reset, then Lucas is just going to take the damage anyway.
Hot streak starts things off here. No go again currently.
Oh my goodness, there is another Astral Etchings in the hand for Lucas here, Scott. Can he make it work on this turn, or will there be too much damage and no way to cleanly utilize it?
Overpower, giving +4 here in the face of Mirage and Metamorph. We'll see Fate the Scene jumping on in to cover our bases. Opt takes a peek at the top of the deck.
Goes to the bottom. I think it might have been another Phantasmaclasm, I think. Or Mirage and Metamorph that went to the bottom.
Centauri Saber Swing will be the follow-up here for Dilks. 3 points of damage from the sword. Looking at that Astral Etchings and a Crackle from afar in the hand of Lucas. So no clean, easy way to keep this in check.
I'll play this. I'll use this.
Oh, but we have a Stardust Spike.
We do. So Spike will come on down from the arsenal. We're going to see Shield made from Restless Coalescence. So we'll soak up 3 damage and keep the Coalescence around. And that means that blue Crackle from afar is popping an Astral Etchings onto this and swinging on in as required.
Well, it can't right because you don't have a Spectral Shield. And that was the thing that Lucas, you kind of heard Lucas go, oh, but kind of head in the hand.
You're right.
Because Lucas wasn't able to utilize and find an extra resource to actually be able to deploy that Astral Etching. So it's just going to have to go into the arsenal here.
Yeah, didn't have the ability to attack with this Coalescence if we chose to play it as an instance. So we'll have to park the Astral Etchings for later on. Waste a resource for now. 19 plays 20.
I wonder if there's a world there where Lucas just plays the Astral Etchings and just passes and doesn't attack, because and then just ask Matt, okay, what have you got on the crackback? Because is the damage really important? Is that the way Lucas is winning this game? I mean, it seems to be the way he's prioritizing playing this game, sort of trying to match value and try and win that way. You reset the board when he needs to, get auras back down. So I think that's the assessment that Lucas ended up making there, is I just got to prioritize the damage here. We'll be able to use the Astral Etchings later, potentially.
Kassai activation, hot streak swing, 2 points of damage. No blocks are declared on this one. We see both Blade Runner and Blade Flurry in the hand here. It will be the former that starts things off for Dilks. We'll see that Restless Coalescence going away. No need for the Blade Flurry here as the aura is cleared. It's 5 points of physical damage coming on in up next. Looks like Nourishing Glow, another Miraging Metamorph in the hand here for Lucas, alongside Spectral Manifestations and one of those yellow auras, Elliptical Conflux at a guess.
For a second, I thought that might have been another Restless Coalescence and we were going off to the races again, but it is not quite. It's also worth noting that once you've lost that Calming Gesture, it's actually really hard for the Zyggy player to establish another Restless Coalescence with the Astral Etchings. You don't have that just ability to be like, okay, create the Spectral Shield, I can instant speed my Astral Etching, start to create value. It is a lot more difficult.
Well, thankfully, Spectral Manifestation does give us another way of potentially doing that.
That's
Lurking
pretty
in
good
the hand right now. Lurking in the hand right now. Might get value out of that Astral Etchings one way or the other. Metamorph forced to play defense again on a Saber, only getting 2 value as the sword jumps on up. Another attack on defense brings Lucas to 17. Gold generated courtesy of Kassai.
A couple of gold now for Matt Dilks. Still hasn't found copper resources, although we've seen a number of those Blood on her hands already head to the bottom of the deck.
Manifestations makes a shield with 3 counters on it. Conflux pitched away to fund the attack. 1 resource suspiciously left floating as we come on in for 8 damage. Take 4. No, you won't.
How about 3 more?
Have you considered taking 7 instead? 11 damage off this Spectral Shield is not half bad.
It's massive. So yeah, we did indeed find a really nice way to use this Astral Etchings for the Zyggy player, and I like that Lucas has kept his head in this game after that. Bit of an unfortunate incident, maybe a bit of a mistake, not sequencing things correctly, has really pulled this one back, and it kind of feels in the driver's seat now and asking all the questions of Matthew Dilks here. Can you break the shield? Because if you can't, you are going to be in some trouble, sir.
Gorganian Tome, a good way to start in doing so. Slice and dice. And we'll reach for that graveyard for a Kassai activation again. Yellows and reds disappearing to fund that. Going to look to make some more gold and break through this shield if at all possible. We know that Blade Flurry was held and arsenaled last turn by Mad Dilks. Going to give a lot of range this turn.
Like for Lucas, it's going to be very hard to keep out this turn, I would have thought, for Lucas. So will we see keep restraint, let the Spectral Shield go? It's really going to depend on the context of that hand as this hot streak comes in. Maybe we can just take a quick peek at Lucas's hand and see what he is working with there. And overcrowded by the looks of it. And then a couple of auras.
Double Conflux and Cosmic Duality, not perfect at saving a Spectral Shield. Going to see Cosmic Duality jumping in front of the hot streak here. We'll provide it with Go Again if it wasn't already there. But we're going to see that Blade Runner jumping on through alongside the Blade Flurry that was carefully held by Matthew Dilks last turn. Up to 5, and the shield will fall as Lucas falls to 16 himself.
Matt returning serve here after that big turn from Lucas. He's going to get another gold as well, up to 3. Also going to create that Vigor token and still have another attack afterwards for 7 as well with the Centauri Saber.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
oh,
10.
plus the slice and dice.
Yeah.
For 9, right?
10, I believe.
10, sorry,
I think
yes.
this is even bigger. Math is hard.
Math is math.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I really like math. I just sometimes forget how to do it.
Doesn't always like you. Fair enough.
So another big swing in the tempo of this game here. And Lucas takes it all, needs to keep this hand, he feels, because he's got the 2 auras.
Yeah, kind of obliged. Needs to build a weapon again, pitch a blue, and send this elliptical conflux through. And that other elliptical conflux isn't doing anything by itself. So it's kind of obliged to go into the arsenal and sit around and wait.
And I believe Matthew Dilks has found a second Jagged Edge that could be absolutely punishing on this turn, where there's going to be a couple of auras on the side of Lucas, potentially, depending on how he draws this up in defense. We'll see how Matt wants to kick this off.
Dynamo count about 9 at this point. Plenty of value gained from that incredible piece of equipment over the course of this game.
Sure.
High current currency will break a gold to go spinning for another one. Take it on the chin, not exactly what we're looking for.
No, would have liked to see an offensive piece there for Matthew Dilks, but importantly has broken the gold, so is going to be able to... We're going to actually break a second gold as well. Finds yet another red. Does Matthew Dilks. But it is an Outland Skirmish. We are going to activate Kassai yet again on the side of Matthew Dilks, threatening to just keep these gold coming in here. It's going to be the hot streak that follows it in.
5 points of physical damage courtesy of that Outland Skirmish, and a hand to stare at for Lucas. Looks like multiple dualities ripple away. I believe crackle from afar, so a no block parked in the back. It will be the ripple deployed on defense, giving Go Again to the hot streak free of charge.
So currently no resources up for Matt, but there is the Jagged Edge. Not going to wait around on it, it's just going to deploy it immediately because it is threatening to put Lucas down to just 1 life here.
8.
Oh, it's because Matthew Dilks found a second Jagged Edge off that second gold.
The Jagged Edge is lurking in the wings here, can force the issue, encourage Lucas to extend even further, and potentially punish so badly that the game comes to an end. We're going to see, all the way down to 1 as that Jagged Edge does resolve and elliptical conflux goes away.
Yes, because Lucas couldn't commit, and he has to wait till the second chain link. But on the second chain link, Matthew Dilks is, and of course the Centauri Saber is going to be free. Because of the gold.
Slice and dice deployed here alongside the Centauri Saber. Coming in for 5 points of damage. No resources floating currently, and so we will see a quick block of 6 from those Cosmic Dualities. Leaves Lucas with the 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. We know it's a blue and elliptical conflux, so again, 2 card 5, leave 2 ward in play.
Yeah, but super patient play here from Matthew Dilks, not trying to hold both those, both the Slice and Dice and the Jagged Edge on that previous turn, just saying, well, I'm going to get value out of this. I'm going to play the Slice and Dice, force you to have cards that block anyway, and then I have the Jagged Edge on a following turn with Lucas at just 1 life. How will he navigate this?
Draw swords straight off the top. Fresh cards. Swords will cost nothing. First one going to be much bigger. First one going to be much, much bigger. Plus 3 twice from 2 copies of draw swords. It is Hot Streak starting off the combat chain at 8 points of damage. And I'm looking at the block value of Lucas's hand, and I believe it is overcrowded.
That's a good one. I liked it. I liked it. I liked it. Now,
some of them got to land.
Lucas here in the hand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the secret hidden mode on Nourishing Glow. I would like to deploy these for 1 defense value each. And Matt Dilks, if we're sitting on that final Jagged Edge in the arsenal, this has the potential to be absolutely backbreaking.
I think this should do it for Matt Dilks here. I mean, this is currently lethal, so Lucas does need to block with something. But the Jagged Edge over the top should get it done here.
3 block declared. 4 ward there. We will see it pitched for. Jagged Edge comes crushing on through, and there is no way to stop the anti-prevention. It will be Kassai of the Golden Sand in the hands of Matthew Dilks, moving on to 4-0 with a masterful display of how to hold those attack reactions against the brick wall of Spectral Shields.
That is a man who knows how to play Kassai very, very well, very experienced on the hero, and even when faced against a new opponent in the form of Zyggy Starlight, seemed to manage it pretty well in the end. It looked comfortable in the end, but it definitely did not look comfortable through the middle part of that game. And there was that big sort of turn there from Lucas as well, where he was able to pump a bunch of damage. There was that mistake with the Resistance Coalescence, but actually was able to get pretty paid off with the Astral Etchings on the follow-up turn and swung the life total back in his favor before Matt was then able to stabilize. Just with, I think, just really nice play, knowing I still have these Jagged Edges in my deck. I will find them at some point. As long as I stabilize, I keep presenting damage, I will be able to find these and find the spike turns that I need.
Just want to give a quick shout out to Lucas there. I think it's very easy to lose your composure in a spot like that when clearly the intention was not what happened, one way or the other. And at this level, that hits a little hard sometimes. So I got a lot of appreciation for someone who can keep their head in the game, stay focused, and dial it in. And made for ultimately a very close finish.
Yeah, and now to move forward with that as well. You know, it's easy to think back on this game and think about the mistake and think, you know, if I hadn't made that, would I now be 4-0? But you just have to put that out of your head at the Pro Tour. You cannot think like that. If you want to go on and do well, top 8, maybe even win a Pro Tour, this is only the first loss here for Lucas. There is so much more to play for. So you just have to put that out of your mind and move on with things.
Well, speaking of moving on, I don't want to move on to the next game just yet. I want to talk to the folks at home just a little bit about how they can get involved with what I think might be the hottest topic of the weekend. Usurp the Shadow Throne has its pre-release kit available for you now. And these are a little bit different than our previous iteration. Not in structure per se. You're still going to find yourself with cold foil equipment sets that will fit into any of the heroes you can play. But you might find a rainbow foil Corrupted Corpse, a nice extended art version of that. Or if you're very lucky, very, very lucky, you may find Balgor, Omen of the End in rainbow foil. Now, to be clear with this one, if you open Balgor in your pre-release kit, you do get to play it.
Baby.
However, you can only play Balgor at your pre-release. You will not be able to do it outside of the world premiere and the pre-releases.
All right, I'm ready.
You won't be drafting it. It won't turn up in sealed situations. You can only find it at the world premiere and at your pre-release. If you want a chance to play as this big bad, you got to make your way out to your local game store.
Yeah, if that's not an incentive, then I don't know what is to get in there and be able to play Balgor of the Omen End. And yeah, rare chance indeed, but I tell you what, I'm going to take that chance.
Yeah, I will too. I would like to open one of these. I would like to play it in Silver Age. I'd also like to get my hands on a few of the equipment and weapons you may have just seen on the previous slide. Not everyone's seen those token weapons for our new heroes just yet. So go back, take a peek. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two about what's available for them as well. They're going to be in those pre-release kits for you one way or the other. Exciting stuff. I'm happy to ball. I'm happy to ball.
I mean, you said topic or hot conversation of the weekend, and the reception around the room last night as Vetreiði was revealed, as Malice was revealed, right? An absolute boom around this auditorium here as that happened. And, you know, there's what we know with these new sets, right, is there's always more to come before we get there on the day. Whether we, think back to us in Taipei when we saw Scurv for the first time along with everyone else at home.
Yeah.
These world premieres are always just so much excitement. There's so many things that we don't know yet and that we will find out together over the course of the coming weeks as we head towards that date that we have in Korea.
I promise you, I know exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to enjoy myself in Korea at a wonderful world premiere. I'm going to enjoy a very long flight back home, and I'm going to go play a Jetlagged pre-release. That is how this is going to go.
Of it.
Yeah, 100%. I can't be missing these. I'm very excited to get my hands into these kits and just get to enjoy things one way or the other. We do have a second game for you this round, though. Something with a little bit of a different texture. We've had some grindy affairs over the course of the day so far. What if we just hit each other?
What if we're Draconic Ninjas?
Yeah, let's do that. How about we make sure it's both Draconic Ninjas this time around? Ken Kuwahara on Phi, Rising Rebellion, kind of the breakout star, arguably, of US Nationals. Bernardo Cardoso on the other side of things on Syndra, Drakai of Retribution. Draconic versus Draconic. Which side of this fight do you prefer to be on, typically, Hayden?
So I think there's a bit of debate. I prefer to be on, I think the Phi side. It's close. It's really close. But Phi's explosive turns, and with, Syndra sort of losing brand, losing, its legendary as well, its explosive output is maybe not as high as Phi's. So I think I give Phi the slight edge in this. But, slight edge, as I say, very slight.
If you're unfamiliar with Ken, did successfully top 8 the Japanese National Championship this year. So off of a fresh result and making the way into the Pro Tour, has the momentum behind him. Let's check out these heroes if you're unfamiliar. On Phi's side of things, you'll start the game with a Phoenix Flame in the graveyard. You can spend resources to pull that. What you should. You definitely should.
Don't forget that.
I've been there. You don't have to, but I would. You can spend resources to pull that Phoenix Flame back during your turn, and it costs 1 less for every Draconic Chain Link you control. So ideally, just sneaking that Flame in every turn, nickel and diming damage as you go, and hopefully sometimes using that Flame to fuel these powerful effects like Fire that Burns Within or Art of the Phoenix War.
Yeah, and if you're not so familiar with these heroes, as you said, I'm surprised. These heroes have been around for quite a time, but both of these heroes recently have had success, whether that's Syndra World Championship in 2025 has also been quite prevalent through our national season as well. But Phi has also had a pretty good run, had a breakout a month or two ago at that calling. And yeah, I think both these heroes, though, are a little bit down this weekend. Players are a little bit down on them, but here we are seeing 2 of them in our feature match area.
Searing Emberblade or some amount of daggers. Let's find out which side of this game we would prefer to be on. Equipment flipping over here. Big one in the chest slot for Ken. Blazing Yoroi available for the Draconic Ninja mirror match. Don't mind blocking a lava burst free of charge. How about you?
Yeah, it's one that we've seen these Phis repeatedly play into this matchup because Syndra has been so popular. And I want to go down to Bernardo's side as well, because we have seen Blazing Yoroi out of some of these Syndras, especially these like 0-cost Syndras that play Tunic or Yoroi. But you see the Bloodsplattered Vest, that tells you a lot about the type of Syndra that Bernardo is presenting here. A bit more of a classical sort of style rather than that 0-cost style that we see where they use Tunic for every 3 turns I swing a dagger sort of thing. And they tend to play things like Yoroi in the matchup. Sometimes even Boots of Omnis Ward as well against things like the Mirror or Phi.
Well, step 1 successfully engaged by Ken. Did put the Phoenix Flame in the graveyard to start the game. Oath of Loyalty will be the counter swing for Bernardo here. Big, powerful 0 for 4, quickly met by 5 block in the form of Flame Call Awakening and Searing Flames. We'll see that Kunai reached for here. 1 point of damage chipped across here, pitching Lava Burst away for a later day.
Yeah, looks like follow-up in the hand. Lava Vein Loyalty, I thought I saw there for Bernardo. We're definitely going to assume we're going to see 3 Draconic Chain Links, though, so we can get that dagger back after we flick it, just getting some damage in, and it is a Lava Vein Loyalty. So we will leak 2 damage minimum on this turn with the flick.
I will try to flick.
We'll see that Warmonger's Diplomacy jumping in front as the flick knives are activated. Kunai flicks it away, brings Ken down to 38. Syndra activation pulls the Kunai back. Arsenal parked for a bigger turn later on.
Yeah, so decent start for Bernardo there. Got a couple of points of damage and got to set up a card in Arsenal. It might have been a Fire Tenant Strike first, I think, that was set up in Arsenal. But Ken's going to be pretty happy with the way that first turn was navigated. Got to cash in a few cards there. Kept the card back in hand and has found an Art of the Phoenix War
Yeah, so I think the Art of the Phoenix War was the card that was kept in hand there, but I think it's been joined by Rake over the Coals in the back there, which is not ideal together. Ignite and Inflame the Firebrand, the other two options here. Some real explosive cards, but no real way to make use of them all.
Yeah, and Rake over the Coals is a card that not all of these fight lists play, but these really focused on explosive versions tend to play Rake over the Coals. What you sometimes see, though, is in this matchup in particular, is instead of playing the Blazing Yuri, they actually will play the Vest of the First Fist. But you see Ken here going with that, you know, value-oriented approach with Yoroi. So interesting to see kind of the Rake over the Coals still in this matchup.
Ignite here as the starter will be 2 go again. Decent chance this makes Searing Emberblade 1 cheaper to help this hand function in some way. Reaching for Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I wonder if we're going for Inflame.
Inflame, I was about to say, I think this is an Inflame line because you already have that out of the Phoenix Ward. Typically, those are the 2 cards you're going for, either Inflame or Fire That Burns Within, but we've already got the payoff, right? We don't need the Fire That Burns Within. We need the card that is going to fuel that payoff, and that would be Inflame here.
Looks like Ken not set on this mass trigger, just indicating that that's what we're thinking about, and evidently Inflame the thought.
It's a decent hand for it. I think there's a bit of damage in this hand as we go and check in here. You can see that Rake of the Coals we spoke about as well. Inflame the Firebrand.
Of course, that all-important Art of the Phoenix that might tie that together decides no. We are better off waiting for a better window of value for Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. It's going to use that cost reduction on Ignite to make for a 1-cost Searing Emberblade.
I like this. I think when you're not off a 5-card hand, I don't think you should be typically cashing in the Mask. The hand is good and is explosive, but I think you're better off, yeah, as I say, pitch away that Rake of the Coals, just get some damage in and set up for a future turn. Unless Bernardo's got access to a breaking point on this next turn, it's going to be really hard for him to challenge a future 5-card hand on the next turn cycle from Ken.
Flame the Firebrand for 3 go again, courtesy of that Tiger Stripe Shuko, which has seen the Ignite already. And we will see a Fire activation available here for a quick, cheeky Phoenix Flame as well. Well, that Art of the Phoenix War goes into the arsenal to try and set up for a big power turn for our resident Fi player.
Yeah, it's still a 3-card. What are we, 10 off the back of it, 9 off the back of it? That's okay. And you set up the Art of the Phoenix War future turn. I think Ken will be okay with this. You could see he was really pondering, actually turned that Mask of it, maybe gave information to Bernardo by doing that, telling him what he was thinking about. But ultimately decides I need to find a bigger turn than just this 4-card hand for it.
I think if you're on Bernardo's side, the thought of Art of the Phoenix has to be in the mind because of that indicated Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger.
Yeah. I think Ken needs to be a little bit careful with the information he's giving here. You saw him turn that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx sideways when he was thinking about it. He now has this Art of the Phoenix War firmly already planted in the arsenal before the turn is even ended, not even potentially threatening a follow-up attack after this Phoenix Flame. Maybe a little bit careful about the information we're giving here, but...
I mean, I think it's fine if you balance your ranges, right? We're in Vegas. As long as you sometimes put it in your arsenal when you don't intend on doing that, it's fine.
And snatch.
Yeah, exactly. Got you. Warmonger's Diplomacy, Prowess of Agility. That's the first 2 cards.
Oh, Truce as well. Interesting. We have seen that from Spies recently. There's a lot of blues in the hand here, so it doesn't look like we're going to see it out of the Phoenix War. Turn to follow this up for Ken, and probably going to get involved with some blocking on this turn.
Tag of the Target. Bad news, you're it.
So Tag the Target is a card that you see somewhat more out of these true 0-cost builds, but yeah, Bernardo does have access to the Bloodsplattered Vest here, so maybe doing a bit of a combination of things here.
Fire Tenant Strike first is the follow-up here. Neither of these are Draconic attacks, so right now these daggers unlikely to get in the mix, but we'll have a decent Draconic attack coming next, we hope, to make the most of that bonus from Fire Tenant. It will be Rising Resentment.
Despite all these blues, no blocks yet declared by Ken on this turn, right? I believe he is now down to 32. Players have just not updated the life totals just yet.
Players just confirming the same thing. 32 plays 31 as things stand. The last 2 cards in hand here for Bernardo. Cut Through and Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah, that Ancestral Empowerment may be a factor on this chain link right here, because this is threatening Mask activation on this chain link as well, and Ken does have a couple of blues. If he puts Equipment plus blue here, that Ancestral will really punish this line of not blocking earlier with these blues.
Dragon Scaler Flight Path is the piece of equipment being reached for to cover up the breakpoint for now. Potentially very punishing if Ken commits to 4 blocks here. Will be Ancestral Empowerment. Draws the bonus card, finds Ignite off that one, and we'll see Mask of Momentum triggering here for another card for our Syndra player. Finds Ronin Renegade.
Yeah, this is kind of max punish on this turn, and luckily there isn't even more punishment of like a 1 cost being banished to that Rising Resentment for Ken here.
Ken happy to continue taking the heat here to keep the rest of this hand together, falling to 28. Will reach for cut through. 4 go again. Well, it's currently 3 go again, I should say. At the moment, no go again. No dagger has connected, but Flick Knives will probably say something about that.
I would have thought so. So the Prowess of Agility has been kept here. So I guess for Ken, this is about setting up on this next turn.
Kunai flicked to enable that cut through. Brings Ken down even further.
Does have a
Blood. Okay. Bloodsplattered Vest being reached for here as well. A resource.
Just to get him for 1 here.
I'll get a resource. This is go again. So.
Yep.
Just confirming life totals here from the cut through. Brings Ken down to 23 now. Syndra activated to grab the dagger that was flicked.
Because there was only two Draconic Chain Links there as well,
correct.
because of that tag the target.
Yeah, tag the target, fire Tenet Strike first, and cut through. None of those are Draconic. And so the resource was needed from Bloodsplattered Vest simply to rebuy the dagger there for Bernardo, but found a way to make it work. Back to Ken. Does have 3 cards in hand. That Art of the Phoenix in the arsenal, which is going to be fired off immediately here to start the turn. Phoenix Flame was returned to hand at the end of Bernardo's turn.
Yeah. Yeah, so we pitched that Warmongers to get back that Phoenix Flame.
Finds Art of the Phoenix War and Inflame.
Okay, well, that's a good combination.
Sometimes you just got to do it again.
Yeah, this has worked out really nicely here for Ken. I wasn't convinced by this line, to be honest, but now we've found the Inflame to pair with things. Yeah.
4 damage. I would like to Art of the Phoenix War, put that Phoenix Flame back where it came from, or so help me. Fire that burns within and fire that burns within are the 2 cards from the top of the deck there. Well, maybe Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is going for another Inflame if there happens to be more than 1 in the deck.
Yeah, we'll see if Ken... So the damage has been taken by Bernardo here. Should fall down to 28. And yeah, you're right. I think you've got to, because the hand is super awkward. You've got a Ronin Renegade to follow this up, but then you don't have the 3rd Draconic Chain Link to bring back the Phoenix Flame straight away. Although you can do it in response to the fire that burns within, right?
You could use the floating resource. It would count itself.
Ken can make that play, so we don't have to get the Inflame here.
Nope, we can go further. We can go for a lava burst. We can go for something fruity, but because it's double fire that burns within, I love grabbing Inflame here. It's coming in for 3 by itself thanks to the Art of the Phoenix War. You're grabbing back a Phoenix Flame, doing the shenanigans with fire that burns within, doing it again with... This hand looks arguably quite anemic at the start of this turn, and all of a sudden I think Bernardo might be dead.
I mean, this is going to be a big turn from Ken, but I don't think it's going to... It is the turn that Ken needed, though, I think. Bernardo was starting to really push some nice... And has a 5-card hand to follow this up with an Ignite already to start in the arsenal. So another big turn on the way here. We'll see how Ken wants to draw this up. Yeah, I guess I was wondering if there was a line where potentially Ken could have found a bit more damage off of that mask if he wanted to. Got in with the first fire that burns within and see what comes off of that. Because if you find a natural way to get a Phoenix Flame off that, maybe you could commit the mask for something else. But it's super risky if Bernardo ends up blocking out one of the chain links.
This Inflame coming in for 4, thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko.
The world's biggest Inflame.
Yeah, it's up there. Phoenix Flame returned to the grip. No doubt to be disposed with fire that burns within immediately afterwards. Paying 1 will take a refresh on a brand new card off the top.
Ronin Renegade, a second Ronin Renegade. I think this is the thing, though, with this Fire deck, a lot of people can think, oh, it's quite simple and quite straightforward, but it's not. These fire decks are actually quite complicated, and you have to understand what you want to get with your mask, when you want to get it, when you have to get it, if you can try and squeeze a bit of extra value and information out before you decide to pull the trigger on these things.
6 go again from Fire That Burns Within. No blocks declared, bringing Bernardo down to 18.
Where these turns get really scary is where something like a Spreading Flames joins the fray as well.
Yeah. Yeah, double Anthem already pretty good, let alone even more than that. And now Ken has to reconsider how to play this turn. That Fire That Burns Within, of course, available, but also a pretty premium arsenal in this spot.
Yeah, but we haven't activated Fire yet, right?
Correct.
So, and you've got double out of the Phoenix War here. I can't see where you don't send this.
There's no resource available currently, and I believe it's another Ronin Renegade in hand, so it wouldn't surprise me if we're just sending the Renegade, fire back the Phoenix Flame,
and then keep it. So 5
park
damage
the Art of
versus...
Phoenix?
Yeah.
A part of the...
yeah, I mean, there's only so many cards you can draw off of the Fire That Burns Within that are more value than that, right? Something like a Lava Burst, obviously, would represent more value because you're gaining 2 on the damage. So Fire That Burns Within comes in 4, so you're getting 1 on the damage for the cost of 5. So it really does have to be something like a
Lava Burst, I think. Yeah, so like there's a lot from Ken. I think it's
You've
the
talked me
safer
around.
of
You've
the
talked
two.
me around. Yeah, yeah. I've been too busy watching Eugene this morning. I'm looking for the riskiest lines possible. Where's my highest upside?
I mean, this turn is still incredible. This is 3, 4, 6, 5, 5.
Yeah, this is massive.
Phoenix Flame for 3. It's not bad. It's not half bad.
Yeah, this is a 23 damage turn, right?
Yeah, something of that ilk.
Yeah. This is quite significant.
Dragon's going to fly back there, sheepishly jumping in the way. 4 more damage brings Bernardo down to 9 here. Fire activation grabs the flame. 3 more.
Bernardo saying, phew, just 3 more. Yeah, and this is the crazy thing as well is that Ken blocked with a card on the last turn as well.
Yeah.
So this is just off a 4-card hand.
Yeah. Paid for fire with one of those cards as well.
Hard casted the fire cost with the blue.
Yeah, this was arguably a 3-card hand, with a Phoenix Flame adjacent to it. So
yep. But just drew really nicely off that first Art of Phoenix War into Inflame and Art of Phoenix War.
Phoenix Form times 2 in the hand for Ken here. Let's see how big the return fire can be for Bernardo.
It's double rise though. Double rise from the ashes. How many Phoenix Flames do we have in the graveyard?
It's just the one. Yeah, had to rebuy the same flame repeatedly. Ignite
yeah,
start things off here. We'll see the Kunai as the follow-up, using that cost reduction for a point of damage. Blood-splattered vest, triggered as the dagger connects, makes a resource for Bernardo.
Ken's just so far ahead now, though, on this damage. So even though he's really light on Phoenix Flames next turn, like his whole hand kind of demands use of Phoenix Flames almost, including that Fire That Burns Within, he can still navigate this pretty well.
Bernardo here debating how to navigate things. I cannot shake that previous turn from Ken. You think back to the blue that played defense, it could have paid for sword plus Fire That Burns Within.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's another, so you lose 3, but you gain another 3. Plus
the 4, plus a card draw?
Yeah, so 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ravenous Rabble.
To be fair to Ken, like,
you don't know that.
You don't know you're going to draw Art of Phoenix War plus Inflame into the double Fire That Burns Within.
Of course. Ravenous Rabble here draws a snatch from Mask of Momentum.
Ken's just like, I'm not blocking.
No,
just send the bill.
Make me. Cut through is the next follow-up. It's now 12 plays 6. Fire Tenant strike first. Yeah, fine. 3 more damage, says Ken. More than happy to just eat the return fire from Bernardo. It's Hunt the Hunter as the payoff for that resource from Blood Splattered Vest. 6 points of physical damage. Not enough to push lethal, and probably walking into this plays in your eye.
Yes. Yeah, because Ken didn't decide to use it earlier and try and stop a mask trigger because he wants to keep the hand. But he also doesn't have to. He can just eat this, right? And then try and stop mask trigger, because he's going to force cards out of Bernardo's hand next turn. So I don't think you need to use the Aurora here. You can save it. And then when Bernardo comes back, if he survives this next turn with, say, a 2 or 3 card hand, you can cover off mask so easily with the Aurora. Now we'll see how Ken will navigate this. Still thinking on the block here, and rightly so, because as I just pointed out, yes, you can use that Rory, but do you want to fall down to 3? Because that is a really precarious life total
Dangerous.
against Syndra.
Yeah, flick knife range, no doubt. Blazing Yori will be declared as a blocking piece of equipment here. A minimum of 5 value from that. Ken debating if anything else is worth adding. Defense here. Is that double Rise from the Ashes, double Phoenix form hand. Fire that burns within. Does have the potential to get a little funky in there too.
Yeah, that's kind of what's saving the hand, to be honest. Ken still not sure. I feel like if you've gone this far into the hand, you've got the vision of how you want this to play out. So
arm and double checking. Just says, yep, take 1. Flick knives does its thing. Kunai going away as a result.
It goes down to 7 here, taking 1 over the top. And near fealty here for Bernardo. I like getting the Euro involved. I don't think you can not risk it, because even if you just at the follow-up next turn is say something like just a Are the Dragon fire, then you're in trouble. And also this, right?
This is what Ken was thinking about here, was aware of the snatch. It was seen off of Ravenous Rabble, got drawn from the Mask of Momentum, so knew that Dragon Scalar Flight Path into snatch was a possibility there. Needed to have a hand that was capable of shutting that down if Bernardo chose to extend with those boots. It will be Rise from the Ashes to start things off here for Ken. We'll grab back Phoenix Flame.
Yeah, so it was just about sequencing the way of blocking that last turn, which Ken has navigated well in the end.
Fire that burns within will be reached for here. This hand is all red in nature at the moment, and you don't want to pay for this with the Phoenix Flame. So got to make some sacrifices somewhere. The question is it the second Rise from the Ashes or the Phoenix Flame?
That depends on what Ken draws. Can Ken peek at the top of the deck first?
Can I be -IO for a moment, please?
I think pitching... Okay, we're going to pitch the Rise. I was about to say I think pitching the Phoenix form is maybe slightly safer, but it doesn't matter because he drew another Rise from the Ashes off the top.
It's a wash. 7 go again on Fire that burns within, courtesy of that Rise from the Ashes. This powerful rare from Compendium Wraith. Definitely been a bit of an all-star in this Fire Resurgence.
Also a great card in Silver Age as well. 4/5.
You see a handful of the expected for Bernardo. On their heels, Snatch in there. Looks like Draco Fire at the back.
Yeah, there is a starter with Draco Fire, so 6 life to play with for Bernardo. Obviously has to block this. I think the question is there any chance you can keep Mask of Momentum alive on this turn if you're Bernardo? And I think the answer is no. So do you just get it involved in the chain link early so that you know how you need to block subsequent chain links and how many cards you might actually be able to keep in hand?
A difficult decision. Hot on their heels is the card brought forward as the only block 3 in hand. Takes 4 damage, down to 2, I believe.
Down to 2, yeah, and you don't play around Shuko for Phoenix Flame 2 anymore, so the 2 life point, that can be sometimes awkward to end on.
Shuko did play defense last time.
It did, exactly.
No need to worry about that one.
Exactly, so you don't have to worry about the two life breakpoint anymore.
I get you. Will be the Phoenix Flame alongside that Rise from the Ashes. 3 go again. We know it's like Phoenix form in hand.
I was like, you don't have another one, right? This is just the one.
Worth checking in the spots. Make sure you're not accidentally taking lethal damage from a flame you didn't know was there.
Yeah, but awkwardly for Bernardo here, he's got a 0 block and a 2 block. 2 blocks in the hand. So the 2/3 costs are going to mean, the 2/3 powers rather, are going to mean that Bernardo's going to have to commit both those 2 defense cards or either one of the Bloodspatter's Vest or the Flick Knives. You assume be the Bloodspatter's Vest in that case. So could keep 2 cards.
Reevaluating this situation before committing, it is going to be the Vest and the Mask of Momentum. Playing defense on the Phoenix Flame. We will see Phoenix form. 3 go again as the follow-up here will command another card from Bernardo. That Display Loyalty, almost certainly the choice.
Bit of a sigh of relief there for Bernardo, though. He's still got a chance in this game, though, because he's able to keep 2 cards. That hand ended up being only okay there for Ken. Follow up a Phoenix form for 3. You know, doesn't have not an attack for 4, luckily for Bernardo, and is going to get to play this next turn and see what he can create here. Oh, and Ken's hand looks really awkward potentially. Oh, there is a blue though, so but we have no starter.
There's no starter.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use that blue for a fire activation because there's no starter in the hand.
Oh no, kunai for 3 here is the question from Bernardo. We're looking at a hand that is Warmonger's Diplomacy, Blaze Headlong, Inflame the Firebrand.
And Bernardo has a
Lava
snatch
Burst
as well.
Yeah.
So this game is certainly not over. It looked like Ken was maybe going to be able to wrap this up if he just drew a halfway decent hand here, but has not been the case. And this is a little bit awkward here for Ken. He's going to have to navigate this one.
You can see the pause, the hesitation from our Phi player as reality starts to set in. What looked so promising just moments ago, now a difficult puzzle to solve.
So Ken can use the hand though. So I don't think you need to block this first chain link necessarily, and that helps you play around things like snatch as well. Because you do have the blue to bring back the Phoenix Flame.
Flick Knives obviously a part of this equation too. Still some damage available there. Quick shake of the head from Ken.
That's awkward.
Kuwahara.
It's really awkward. But if you're in Ken's spot here, you're in a really good position. You've managed to pull together some really strong turns. The momentum is in your favor. You just need to take your time, work through this line to close this game out. There's a lot of pressure being down in that feature match area.
No blocks declared. Kunai connects for 3.
I like
brings us
this.
down to 4.
I like this from Ken.
Follow-up is the snatch. And a small look of hesitation there from Ken. Not that he's unprepared. Very much played around this happenstance, but not the last card you were hoping to see from Syndra.
It looked like Ken maybe had already pulled over the 2 cards that he might want to defend with and what a 2-card hand would look like, which I assume would be the Phoenix Flame into the Blaze Headlong. Presents a break point that would require 2 cards.
Ken here, debating how to sequence this one. Is it just better off as sending Blaze Headlong as a 1-card play and parking an arsenal, or is there more that can be done? It's not impossible. The falling to 3 here and accepting the terms of snatch is the way to take this. If the extra card makes a world of difference.
He can keep 3 cards. So he can keep 3 cards and make that line. What's the 4th card in his... it's a Lava Burst, though. It's just not worth it.
Doesn't seem to achieve very much, but that is the question that Ken is contemplating right now.
Well, but Inflame the Firebrand. So if you keep the blue Inflame and a Blaze Headlong, you can return the Phoenix Flame, start the Phoenix Flame, play the Blaze Headlong, and then play the Inflame the Firebrand. That takes 3 cards from Bernardo's hand.
We're going to see Warmonger's Diplomacy and Inflame on defense. So we're happy to keep 2 cards here. It's Lava Burst and Blaze Headlong. So I think this is just going to be a Blaze Headlong to earn 2 cards and park that Lava Burst in the arsenal in the hopes that we get back there in a future turn.
Yeah, so 2 cards or a Flick Knives here. It's going to be asked of.
There is at least a block 3 for Bernardo. Not always a guarantee. Syndra side of the table.
That is very true. Although in this case, it kind of doesn't matter unless you are going to give up the Flick. The problem is, like, giving up the Flick Knives is just massive. Like, that is giving up a card. Like, that is huge. That is the way that often you're going to close out these games if you can claw yourself back into it.
2 cards declared on blocking duty. Ignite in this hand is so huge. Means we can send a kunai after this, as well as the snatch on the end.
And we have a fealty token to be able to make that snatch into a Draconic and still be able to bring back the daggers afterwards. I really wonder if Ken considered... I guess the problem is, though, you give the snatch card, right? So you take 3 cards or the Flick Knives and 2 cards, but then you give your opponent back 2 cards in hand as well, or
Correct.
1 card in arsenal.
And so now Ken forced to play defense with Flamecall Awakening. The dagger chips on through here for a single point.
This in-game has been so interesting. So many different lines that... mostly Ken. I don't think Bernardo's had too many decisions to make in this in-game. He's just trying to claw back into it. But for Ken's side, there's been so many things to consider. And just the 3rd snatch now.
The shrug of acceptance from Ken. Need to deny this or Flick Knives will end the story for you. Draconic Snatch, so powerful, guarantees that starter for Bernardo as those daggers will come flying back into the grip of Syndra, Drakai of Retribution. 1 life remaining for Bernardo might just be enough to steal this game away.
Yeah, I think it's swung back massively in Bernardo's favor here, and Lava Burst in the arsenal is up to very little here for Ken. Obviously, it takes a card.
You never Lava Bursted for 2 before?
I mean, I try not to. I mean, I have, but I
yeah.
try not to. I usually use it for 3 on defense when I get the chance if it's going to be for 2.
Shocking stuff.
Ken really in the tank here. So we've got the... What are the 3 cards? So there's a...
It's like a prowess of agility. I can't quite see the other 2, unfortunately.
I think the challenge for Ken here is he's just not being able to get this Ember Blade into the combat chain enough in these final few turns to just take cards away.
Yeah, very light on the resource cards over the last few turns.
Or starters.
Yeah,
He's either found blues and no starters or vice versa.
Prowess of Agility will be forced to play defense. Flick Knives will do its thing. It's 1 plays 1 for the 3rd time since we've joined us in the booth this weekend. Those daggers will come back thanks to the Draconic Snatch. Locked and loaded for Flick Knives to steal the game away. Back to Ken, and we have 1 card in hand, a Lava Burst in Arsenal. It's a Blaze Headlong again. Give me 2 cards.
I mean, Bernardo just needs to keep 1 card here, right? And he can swing the dagger and flick the other one.
I'm watching for that shelter from the storm. Might not be a tail over just yet.
I'd be surprised if we see that. See, Bernardo just going to make sure, you know, it really feels like Bernardo's got this one in hand if he can just make sure, block this out as needed, play around any sort of tricksy little things Ken could possibly have. Should always take the moment to consider, play around all things that could be there. Nothing worse than losing a game that you should have won due to a very simple mistake of not just taking an extra 15, 20 seconds to think through possibilities of lines or cards that your opponent could have here.
That's exactly what we see from Bernardo here. Takes a moment, grabs the graveyard, fans through, considers things that could be drawn from Ancestral Empowerment, which is a card that is available in the hand. Always an awkward one to decide to block with when your opponent is on 1. It can be rather appealing to try and cheese it.
Make sure you've got them dead multiple ways, Scott. Yeah. That's what I always say. Play around that Shelter of the Storm that may or may not be in the list.
Yeah, you never know.
Or the Sigil of Solace.
That one would surprise me a little more. But for now, that 1 face down card, pretty committed to defense here for Bernardo. The other card, I should say, more of a question.
This format, though, like these in-game states, it really comes down to small amounts of value and lines of play and getting things right. And even the smallest margin can matter so much. You know, it looked like Ken really had this in hand, and just through small things, it has swung back around in this in-game.
It is just going to be Art of the Dragon coming on through for 4. When we take a look at Ken's hand, we see Spreading Flames, Truce, Rake Over the Coals, and a Phoenix Flame in the hand. 2 cards deployed on defense. Flick Knives will be reached for, and there is no way to do it. Rake Over the Coals will not save Ken here. Syndra, Drakai of Retribution in the hands of Bernardo Cardoso will be the victorious ninja this time around.
Yeah, Syndra getting it done in the battle of the Draconic Ninjas, as you say. And like I said at the start of the game, this matchup is really, really close, and we saw one of those really explosive hands from Ken. Ultimately wasn't quite enough to force enough cards out of Bernardo's hand, and then was able to just come back in some really awkward hands for Ken's side in the in-game. A lot of decisions to be made, though, and a number of decisions that weren't easy, weren't straightforward. He had a lot of complicated things to think through. You know, we go back to that really big Art of the Phoenix War turn, right? That double Art of the Phoenix War turn. And as you said, if he had kept that extra blue, hindsight, obviously, could things have turned out a little bit different in terms of the damage dealt. But, you know, you've got to know that you may draw some of those hands. And the way that Ken drew after that was really hard to piece together necessarily.
I think it's very easy for that to be a different story if you don't block with that blue and something irrelevant comes off top of the deck. So decisions all around pretty incredibly well navigated. Draconic Ninjas all around, and of course, Kassai and Zyggy. Incredible stories so far, and 2 new reveals coming up for you at the end of the next round. Stay tuned for Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Our final round of Classic Constructed for the day is upon us. It's round 5 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by our friends at TCGplayer.com. I am Bryan Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhojwani, and we have yet another set of bangers for you with yet another stable of all-stars in our feature match area. Does it ever get old, Pankaj? Banger game after banger game?
It does not, and we've had so many banger games already. You know, people say aggro mirrors in this game can sometimes be a little bit boring, but that draconic ninja face-off coming down to 1-1 with the flick knives at the end to take it down after an explosive fight turn. Like, I mean, aggro mirrors are also still so incredible to watch.
Feels like the third or fourth 1-to-1 in the final turn scrap we've seen thus far in our feature match area. You and I got to see a blowout. Sometimes that's fun too. We certainly saw what Aurora was capable of in our last round. And so many heroes showing what they are capable of. One that we haven't seen too much of thus far is Mario. Despite being the most represented hero this weekend, hasn't featured too much in our feature match area. We might correct that as we go through these rounds. Why don't we see who is doing well thus far? As I mentioned, a diverse array of heroes showed up, as has been commonplace over the last few months. And yeah, it's more of the same. There's just every hero imaginable. There's heroes I've never even seen before in the mix here. I do see a couple of Huntsmen sitting at 4-0. We have Danton Lima and Eric Pettinelli sitting at 4-0 right now, as well as Tao Tao Chu. So 3 Huntsmen thus far unblemished. Anything else standing out to you here, Pankaj?
Of course, you would shout at the Arachnes immediately, Brian. Like who is surprised by that? What stands out to me? Betsy, the Dagon White here, 4-0 on Betsy. That's the Guardian at the top of our standings.
How about Jonathan
round 4?
Magnuson, too, also sitting at 4-0 on Betsy.
And the Fang over here, I was really excited to see a Fang at 4-0. It is of the Decimator Decimator Axe variety, not the Obsidian 5-in, but still seeing the Draconic Warrior show its chops here in round 4 of Proto Las Vegas. Few more Draconic heroes as well. There's a Syndra.
Shout out to those Jarls also sitting at 4-0 in the hands of some fearsome players. Nova Chan, calling champion, Michael Hamilton, everything except a Pro Tour champion. So, you know, that'll always be a story when Michael Hamilton is doing well. Can he go ahead and complete the Infinity Gauntlet, get all the wins under his belt? How about Yuki Lee Bender sitting at 4-0 as well? Just all-star name after all-star name occupying the top of these standings, including somebody you are very familiar with, Pankaj. Head of the Wizard Council, none other than Majin Bey, who I also hear may feature in our feature match this round.
And speaking of Oscilio, Constella Intelligence has 5 total on our first 20 over here. One of them, of course, Alexander Voro, who is Sam O'Byrne's pick to take down this entire tournament. I believe Alex Voro and Margin Bay both are on the more arcane spell-heavy variety of Oscilio. Don't know what the other 3 are on, but there's so much variety even within the Elemental Wizard.
Yeah, very true, Pankaj. We keep the 4-0s going for a little while. I got to call this one out. Matthew Dilks sitting at 4-0. Team PCG has just kind of been passing around Pro Tour titles. Of course, Michael Yazker, reigning world champion. Evan Herndon, reigning Pro Tour champion. Matthew Dilks, also a member of that team, sitting at 4-0 right now, carrying the torch for Team PCG this go-around.
And speaking of Matthews, Matthew Bovar on Teklo Vossen. Have to imagine that's the boost variety popularized by Plan at Proto Yokohama, where he made top 8.
I think Matthew Bovar actually leans way more on the fatigue side of things.
Okay.
Yeah, so an old-school fatigue Tekla Vossen here in the mix at 4-0 thus far.
Which is still very exciting to see here. Exciting to see that mechanologist from Bright Lights, show up once again at this Tier 4 event.
Andrew Lorenz did, in fact, take a loss on that Aurora, sitting at 3-1 now. Sam Sutherland also at 3-1. Many big names continuing to show here. We'll keep it going as we move through more of our 3-1s. Francesco Giorgio, former calling champion there in the mix at 3-1. Marco Marcelli, Teklo Foundry to all of y'all at home, sitting at 3-1, doing very well on Jarl thus far, a hero he's played to quite good results. How about Justin Koo, Gravy Bones, 3-1. Not a lot of gravy in the mix here at the top tables, Pankaj.
Yeah, we're only seeing them in X1 and lower. I don't think we saw an undefeated Gravy. Maybe we saw one, but there's a few in the X and 1. There's Justin Koo, there's Max Diekman as well in the X1, piloting the Necromancer.
Yeah, it's a wide array of heroes thus far. We still are in that early stage of the Pro Tour. We have to see who can really distance itself. But right now it's playing out kind of how the metagame breakdown insisted it would. Just to heroes of all varieties, all types, finding success in these early rounds.
So incredibly wide. And I'm sure that makes you very, very happy, Brian. I feel like it is one of the goals to try and have a very wide metagame, let people play the hero that they want to play. I feel like it's coming to fruition, not only at this tournament, but the past few that we've seen leading up to today as well.
I think that's very true, Pankaj. But one of the things I also love about when the metagame gets really wide like this is it rewards people who put in the time with their heroes, who become specialists. And somebody who I thought of for a long time as just goes where the wind takes him, willing to play anything, was young Brody Spurlock. We saw him show up and dominate with so many decks, but as of late has really honed in on Vincent. Hard focus on that hero. And it is Vincent that Brody Spurlock will carry down to our feature match area. It sounds like our players are ready down there. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at Brody Spurlock sitting at 3-1 on Vincent. But no slouch seated across from him. It is none other than Yuto Suzuki from Japan, former 9th place at Worlds in Barcelona on this exact same hero, perhaps one of the biggest story stands in the entire world.
You speak about Brody focusing on Vincent in the past few months. Yuto Suzuki has been focusing on Dorinthia since I have seen him in the feature match area. He is such a master at this hero. Let's see whether he's finally able to make a top 8 at this Pro Tour on this hero.
Yeah, before Shomi Yamamura really put Japanese flesh and blood on the map with his Pro Tour victory, it was Yuto Suzuki getting that first hallmark finish for the country with that 9th place at Worlds, and has been close many, many times since. Could this be the moment where he breaks through and picks up that Tier 4 top 8? There you see the heroes. It's Dory on the left. 743 living legend points all accumulated since the start of Flesh and Blood, slowly working her way up that living legend leaderboard. Mastery Pack Warrior around the corner. Dory's time could be getting short, and I know somebody like Yuto would love to send her out on top. Meanwhile, on Brody's side, you see the second Shadow Rune Blade to go ahead and enter our game after Chain. Vincent, of course, has her eyes on some prizes with the next set, Usurp the Shadow Throne. Obviously focused on Viscera. I would be shocked if Vincent doesn't benefit from that set as well. But let's see what Vincent is about these days. Brody Spurlock ready down in our feature match area to show us what that hero can do. It really caught my eye when Brody shifted to Vincent. It was a hero starting to get the buzz, starting to get the attention, but Brody jumped in pretty early and has never really wavered since coming on board.
The hero rewards mastery. It also rewards understanding your play patterns at such a deep, intricate level. I feel like it's such a perfect fit for our boy Wonder.
Iron Song Determination loading up this Dawnblade, kicking things off in our feature match area.
Immediately want to point out Yuzo Suzuki's Arcane Barrier loadout, of which there is exactly 0. He is here to race. He is here presenting Courage of Bladehold. He does not want this game to go long, wants to put pressure on Brody Spurlock as soon as he can, as hard as he can.
Early damage can go a long way to that effect with the Dominate provided by Iron Song Determination. Do we have any additional reactions here? We do.
Beat of Iron Song here, presumably giving the Dawnblade go again. Have to point out, this early swing of the Dawnblade, you are opening yourself up to a reduced rune chant on the other side, allowing them to set up on the turn 0, and it would even do a clean 4 block over there on the Dawnblade. Yuto Suzuki, though, not punished by the defense reaction from our Shadow Rune Blade.
Yeah, you're also opening yourself up to potential for some counters, perhaps. That would be a strong start for Yuto Suzuki here.
Also, Brody now has taken damage, which means if he is holding something like a Cull, he is actually able to resolve it right now and banish the last card from Yuto Suzuki's hand. He would also have to banish a card from his own hand. Looks like, again, Yuto Suzuki not punished for that. Should get a counter on the Dawnblade here as well, if I'm not mistaken. It has hit twice.
Yeah, reaching into his bag of tricks here, it seems.
And so that's an incredible start for our Dorinthia player. 4 damage leaked and a counter on Dawnblade turn 0. You can't ask for a better start.
Now the turn will head back to Brody Spurlock. You said it, Pankaj. Strong things from Suzuki thus far.
And that was risky. That was risky. Cull, reduced rune chant. There were possible blowouts from Brody's side.
But you said Yuto came to race. We saw that with the loadout here. There is no Arcane Barrier. Has to find the damage early and often, does Yuto, or things will pile up in Brody's favor.
When you play against an Arcane deck and you present AB0, you have to take risks like this. And Yuto Suzuki getting paid off for that risk.
Succumb to temptation. The banish here from Brody.
That is not what you want to see if you are a Brody fan. That card does not have Runegate. Looks like he did not draw any Runegate cards in this hand, and I believe the last card in his hand is the Reduced to Rune Chant, so he didn't have it in the opening hand. Is going to hit his arsenal now, but no revenge coming out from Brody on this turn.
Yeah, just passes the turn back. Now look, if you want to find some upside, double Malefic, very nice to have set up in the
arena. And reduce as well in Arsenal.
Yep.
There's 1 additional Rune Chant as well on defense.
Yeah, and facing down that Dawnblade with a counter, I think he's going to be very, very happy to have that at his disposal.
And we, at this point, perhaps want to talk about Phase Purgatory as well. A little bit of a bane against warrior players, especially Dorinthia. This is looking like a fairly attractive Face Purgatory block if he can turn it online. There's a tricky thing about Vincent when it comes to Face Purgatory. A lot of times, if you only have one attack in your hand, it is too risky to use that to block their Face Purgatory. So typically, Vincent only wants to use that if she has the exact mix of 2 attacks and 2 non-attacks.
I know it's early in this game, Pankaj, only turn 1, but this actually feels like a crucial juncture for Brody. Really does not want to see that counter stick around for an extended period of time. Needs to get a reset here. As we mentioned, potentially set up well with the defense reaction to go ahead and get that reset. Considering his defensive options now, we'll try and take a look at the hand of Brody Spurlock, see what he's working with.
There's 2 attacks and 2 non-attacks. And a defense reaction arsenal as well. So hand like this, an opponent could have a way to go around you by playing, say, a Twinning Blade or something. But you also have the defense reaction and arsenal to be fairly insulated. But of course, Face Purgatory, that's a one-time use. You have to make sure that the turn you use it is the most effective turn that you're going to get.
See Brody really struggling with this decision. I think that is reflective of exactly what I said, Pankaj. This is a critical moment in this game only happening on turn 1. Has to get these blocks right early, or Dory can snowball on you. She can make you look silly.
She's the original snowball hero for sure. And requires a deep knowledge check from your opponent. Brody Spurlock, though, has been playing the game for a long time, knows the tricks that Dorinthia can pose.
He is reaching for that Face Purgatory, but having trouble pulling the trigger. Can't quite get over the hump to commit to the defense here.
And this is looking like a block of 7 currently. Now, with the Dawn Blade for 4, there are pumps that go over this. Puncture, for example, will bring this up by +4. Swordmaster's Shine as well, a card that Dorinthia players have started to enjoy playing in their lists, would also go over. But of course, Brody still has a defense reaction and arsenal as well.
He is going to go ahead and finally commit the Face Purgatory. Discard and draw, waiting. Yuto Suzuki thinking about what card he can afford to give up. Can this turn continue?
So I think Yuto is thinking, does he want to try and play for going around this with, say, an additional swing off of, say, like a Twinning Blade? Or does he want to try and go above it with a pump? Say, Swordmaster's Shine or a Puncture. Starting Swordmaster's Shine.
Turning right.
And there's the Twinning Blade.
He goes for that play around instead of going above. 4 now. Can be easily covered up by Reduced to Rune Chant, but if Yuto has another pump in that hand, then he will retain this Dawnblade counter.
Yeah, does Brody just have to commit 2 cards to the defense here?
Just double-checking the text on Swordmaster's Shine. You see your opponent give up a pump already. Do you dare block exactly 4? When they just discarded Swordmaster's Shine?
Seems risky. Hand seems functional with a block here. I think Brody's going to have to take the safe line. Again, it's all about avoiding the snowball here. Extending the game, not letting yourself get buried early. And we do see Brody starting to reach here for a blocking card with that defense reaction also ready in the arsenal.
Looking like he's lining up a block of 7 with a 3 block from hand and a 4 block from arsenal. Which loses to exactly Singing Steelblade, I want to say. Because he blocks 7, they Stinging Steelblade, they get to find Ironsong Response from the deck.
It does block 3. Reacts are passed on. Here's the react from Brody. It is the reduce. What is the play from Yuto? And yep, just going to go ahead and pass. And Brody has cleared the counter. A huge amount of pressure on Brody on that turn to get the blocking decisions correct. I think he did so.
That was a beautiful block from Brody Spurlock. He lost to exactly 1 card in the Dorinthia deck. That is just the Singing Steelblade. That's the only card that he couldn't play around. Decides to make Yuto have it, and Yuto did not have it. And now we see Tempo firmly back in the Shadow Runeblade side as he sends Widespread Destruction into a deck that cannot prevent it. When the combat chain closes, that arsenal from Yuto Suzuki will be banished.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use the crown here. Makes a lot of sense. Get around that first bit of arsenal disruption. Players jousting and parrying in these early rounds, trying to find purchase, trying to find an edge. Tough turn 0 from Brody Spurlock, but has rebuilt a little bit, got some good setup going, blocked very well.
Blocking 5. So Yuto vulnerable to a succumb to temptation here from Brody Spurlock. He did see 1 get banished because he has taken Arcane and is leaking 1 currently, or Widespread. We know Brody didn't have it, but Yuto didn't. Took a bit of that risk, as we saw him take on turn 0 as well. You know, he's willing to do that in this matchup.
Brody just going to move to Arsenal here, turn back to Yudo. Has the full grip at the ready here, thanks to that crown.
And he pops Courage. Dawnblade coming in for free here, thanks to Courage of Bladehold. Buffed by Steelblade Supremacy. He's saying the face purgatory is off the board. This is my go time. Brody, what are you going to do?
We said Yudo would have to get involved early, get advantages rolling early, not hesitating at all with that Courage. Trying to put together a big turn off the 5 cards here.
Shoved the whole fridge. Refraction Bolt is available as well, already blocked with. I'm really liking the early fridge right from you. So not only are you effectively countering the opponent's face purgatory, you're just trading fridge for fridge. You need the game to be really, really quick, to not just die to arcane damage, and also blocking the fridge early keeps your life total high to not just get juiced by arcane damage out of nowhere in the end game.
So many small decisions in these early turns that will ultimately decide the fate of these games. They ripple throughout future turns. You have to get everything right when you're playing with and against Dorinthia.
And the thing about Vincent is that we saw Reduce Rune Chant in Brody's early hand. The deck doesn't have that many defense reactions. I mean, against a Dorinthia without too many defense reactions at your disposal, it can really feel like you have no correct blocking decision. Steelblade Supremacy threatening a card draw should this Dawnblade hit. And with all the swings on this turn being free thanks to Courage of Bladehold, that is a terrifying proposition.
Yeah, and look how many cards Brody has reached for here. 3 cards in the hand to go ahead and put in front of this first Dawnblade swing. What does that tell you, Pankaj?
He is saying, Yuto, you don't have a way to go around. You don't have another Twinning Blade. You don't have a Singing Steel Blade. Instead, Yuto, though, is able to go above a block of 8.
Yeah, Jagged Edge and Blade Flurry going to go ahead and pump things up even further. But another defense reaction at the ready here in the form of Reduce. Yudo is up to the task with a puncture here.
Is he above by exactly 1?
He is, and the 1 hits.
If that 2 block in Brody's hand was instead of 3 block, he would have been able to cover this. Is exactly 1. Pops the Bolters for the go again. Draws a card from Steelblade Supremacy.
Looking to pick up yet another counter is Yudo.
And now this is 5. Remember, Steelblade Supremacy's buff lasts the whole turn. And again, nothing needs to be pitched to swing this thanks to Courage of Bladehold.
It's like a little mercy here. I'm not seeing an additional reaction here from Yudo. Just going to go ahead and hit. A little bit of an IP penalty there. Doesn't use the extra drawn card, but still another win for Yudo. Another counter on Dawnblade.
Yeah, wonder what he held that card back for, because he could have pitched it to Braveforge Braces and get 1 extra damage and not have to IP. Perhaps it's a card that he's willing to just hold back.
We're back on Yudo's turn now.
I think it was a route, and I believe that's the pink strip route as well. Just Suzuki, loving the OG cards.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, the second Dawnblade is actually coming for +2 thanks to Blade Flurry. Both players missed that, and Brody points that out.
Calling that out,
Beautiful
his
sportsmanship.
know. Yep.
Beautiful sportsmanship from Brody there. Currently second in the running of the World Tour race as well. So a lot on the line for him here.
Yeah, trying desperately to catch Jacob Clemens, who is on an absolute heater. Reversing positions from last year when Jacob Clemens tried furiously down the stretch to catch Brody. It was not to be. Things going to be different this year. A strong performance at this Pro Tour. Worth a lot of points, Pankaj. Things change quickly when it comes to Pro Tour time.
And for those of you interested in Brody's diet, which for some reason I am, I'm just really involved in like what he chooses to bring as his snacks to these tournaments. Of course, was very famous for ham sandwiches back in the day. Today, though, Taco Bell is his snack of choice. He's got a bag full of Taco Bell and some Oreos.
I hope that works out for him long term. I have some concerns.
I'm just glad that he's branched out. You know, his ham sandwiches used to not have any sauce in them. Just be dry ham sandwiches.
Yeah, I also eat my sandwiches dry, so team dry sandwich, Brody. I'm with you. I got your back. Not so much on the Taco Bell. I think right now it's a dangerous moment to go down that road, but here is the swing from Yudo coming in 4-4 with the help of that counter on the Dawnblade.
Nourishing Emptiness, the pitcher for Yuto Suzuki.
Yudo really struggled to put this turn together. It didn't seem like he had a clear plan when he went ahead and looked at his 4 cards.
And that can definitely be the struggle sometimes with the Rintia. You spend so much to get ahead, to get the tempo, but your next hand does need to cooperate. Of course, he had some arsenal selection thanks to the extra draw from Steelblade Supremacy. So was able to insulate himself somewhat on this turn.
No attack again. On this card. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Now, we have to point out information on Yuto's side over here. When you're playing Warrior into a deck, especially Dorinthia, you need to try and glean as much information from your opponent's players as possible. What Yuto was able to gain from the previous turn cycle is that Brody does not have another defense reaction in the arsenal. That allows him to rely on reprise effects perhaps a little bit more because he knows there's no way for Brody to stop this counter unless he blocks with cards from hand.
Yeah, also to reduce down. Also a pretty big win for Yudo and has gotten through it in a good position. Played over the last reduce by exactly 1. Now reaping the benefits of this Dawnblade counter. What's Brody's defense? Can he stop this Dawnblade from, again, spiraling out of control?
Looking like a 3 of a kind from Brody
okay.
here. 3 Malefics. And a Succumb as well. So once again, no Runegate card for Brody Spurlock.
Awkward draws so far.
Just puts it hold on.
Everything in front of the Dawnblade here.
And sometimes you just have to make plays like this. This is your only way out. You have nothing good to banish. Just hope your opponent can't go around or go over again. But this time it's a whole bunch of 2 blocks, Bryan. This is block of 9.
Is it enough to provide some safety to get this counter? Yudo is back in the tank, considering what's available here.
Well, we know he has a route. And route here is actually terrifying because you put the card back in Brody's hand and he has to banish it to Vincent. You just put the Succumb back and Brody can't do anything with the card unless you swing again.
Yeah, that's pretty good value for Yudo.
And you would go over by exactly 1 again because Brody would be left with a block of 6 to your 7.
So what is Yudo thinking about here? What has got him back into the tank is now going to go ahead and fire that route in conjunction with Jagged Edge, even more damage.
So brings it to 10. Does not route
bounce
the opponent.
So trying to deny the value from the Vincent banish.
The 1 rune chant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just 10 versus 9.
So he's saying my 1 life worth more than your 3 life potentially?
Interesting, because when you are racing, it feels like you would just take that trade. You take an extra 3 damage and get 1 rune chant. Interesting call by Yuto over there. I almost wonder, did he forget about the Vincent banish?
Well, maybe, but there's also like other things that 4th rune chant opens up as well that he's vulnerable to, and having Brody be locked at 3 could feel a little bit safer. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
So anyway, back to Yuto now after Brody folds the entire hand. And this looks like a very strong start to the turn. Iron Tongue Determination for Dominate when you know your opponent does not have a defense reaction in the arsenal. Spoils of War as well, so already has the go again as well.
Yeah, the more I kind of unpack that last route decision, Pankaj, the more I'm starting to wonder, what's the familiarity like for Yudo in this matchup? You know, Vincent, part of the metagame for a while now, but in rare bursts, it's not a deck you sit down and play at Armory every single week. There are some specialists that do really well with it.
It's also the sort of deck that unless you have played with it a bunch, you can sometimes just forget that you have to banish at the start of the turn.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's possible that Yudo maybe just overlooked. Also, maybe nerves working on Yudo a little bit. You know, Brody is somebody who spends a lot of time in the feature match area for Yudo. It certainly happened before, but it is comparatively a much less prevalent occurrence in his life.
Contemplating perhaps another front pump here before he swings the Dawnblade. Goes ahead, swings it. This is coming in for 7 with Dominate. On hit 2 copper. Now that currency not as useful to Dorinthia compared to, say, her warrior brethren in Kassai.
Dominate is available here. Going to make blocking a little hard for Brody Spurlock, and that counter continues to stick around, pay dividends thus far.
Brody with his back against the wall here.
Yeah, it's been a rough few turns, Pankaj. The draws really have not been particularly good for Brody Spurlock thus far.
There's 2 turns this game where he did not have a Rune Gate card to banish.
Can only block 3 here. 4 damage going to go ahead and leak over. Assure that that Dawnblade will keep the counter for another turn.
I managed to speak to Brody a little bit yesterday about his choice on Vincent and asked him how does he deal with the variance of this hero, the volatility sometimes of just not drawing a Rune Gate attack. And he said the deck is built to be able to recover from 1 whiff, but he said two whiffs is where it becomes very, very difficult to come back. And we have seen him whiff twice. So let's see whether he can do something. The opponent has no AB. If there's a matchup where he can come back from a double whiff like this, it is in a matchup where your opponent has no Arcane Barrier.
I want to point out, I spoke a little bit about some potential nerves surfacing from Yudo. Maybe a copper here, I think?
Yeah, he missed us. He missed 4 copper here. Not super useful compared to, say, when you're Kassai, but there is some hand fixing. When you have like multiple blues, which Dorinthia is sometimes prone to have, I've definitely seen the copper tokens being used just for a little bit more hand fixing.
In general, you want to be as clean as possible. You leave yourself as many options as possible.
It is a resource. It's not the greatest resource, but it is a resource nonetheless, which he just seems to have missed. As Brody sends this Deathly Whale in, it's going to be coming for 9. Now, he did not pay the life to Vincent's hero ability when he played out the Envelop in Darkness. So when the combat chain closes over here, he will just make 1 of the Deathly Whale's effect. But of course, 2 more left behind from the Malefic Incantations. So Brody Spurlock at this point recognizing he actually needs the game to go long. So he's choosing not to trade his own life for extra damage, saying that as long as the game goes longer, as long as I can chip in more Runechan damage into you, I will be able to get there.
Yeah, I think that second Dawnblade counter certainly incentivizes some of that behavior. Again, it feels like Brody is going to need to find a reset here on that Dawnblade counter, or things will get out of hand. If they aren't already, as we mentioned, things have not gone well thus far for Brody. Finally getting back into the action here with this Deathly Whale. Life totals getting tighter, 24 plays 20. We'll see what Yuda has to offer on this particular go-around with 2 counters on the Dawnblade.
Creating a Flurry token, converting a whole card for a Flurry token, but this, as long as it's a go against source, this means that it's going to be nigh impossible for Brody Spurlock to play around attack reacts and the extra swing of the Dawnblade to reset these counters. Use the term snowball, Brian, and that is incredibly apt over here. The more counters on this Dawnblade, the harder and harder it gets to reset it.
Sharpened Steel going to front pump as well here.
Still missing the go again, but since he created this Flurry token at the start of this turn, you have to imagine that he has some way to give the Dawnblade go again.
Sorry, I was just thinking. Yep.
And interestingly, if he somehow has 2 sources of go again, could attack 3 times with the Dawnblade on this turn. We need a very specific hand texture to make that work, though.
Not something you want to face down when the Dawnblade has 2 counters on it. Yudo again looks absolutely pained down in our feature match area, contemplating what the next step is. From what looks like a very advantageous position.
Yeah, we saw him do this the previous turn cycle too. Play a front pump and then contemplate even further.
Thinking
some more front pumps? Perhaps maybe in deciding what card to pitch if he has several options for that. Previous turn, we saw him pitch a Toe the Lion to the Brave Forge Braces, recognizing that he has full tempo here, does not want to hold on to a defensive piece. So he pitches that to the bottom, perhaps deciding what to do. You have to think about all the permutations of how your opponent might block. There's still 1 more reduced rune chant remaining as well. 2 pieces of armor on Brody Spurlock's side. The Dorinthia seat, you have to be doing these calculations.
Additional spoils of war coming out here. 10 being offered for just the first attack here.
Okay. And it can already attack again.
Yep.
Thanks to the
No
Flurry
sense
token.
loading up a huge block here. You know if there is go again. The sword will do its thing 1 more time. Still a resource floating.
And the second swing will come in for 5. Thanks to the 2 counters on Dawnblade already. So 10 into 5, it's what's face up for Brody Spurlock. I don't think his hand can even block 15. Then that doesn't even count the potential for an attack reaction in Yuto Suzuki's hand.
Of course, you always have to contemplate a bluff. You always have to contemplate your opponent trying to induce you into something that is not in your best interest. Brody says no blocks, no reactions here from Yuto, and Brody falls down to just 10.
Block 3.
Sending the Dawnblade for 5. Brody blocks 3. Third Dawnblade counter for Yuto Suzuki. Dawnblade now power of 6 coming out for this warrior hero, and that is a terrifying sword.
Vincent.
And again, Copper missed off that Spoils of War. I don't
11 and 4.
I don't know if it matters.
I take 4.
And this time we see Brody pay the life to Vincent, and we see exactly why. It's because the attack of choice here is Deathly Delight, which means you get the life refunded back anyway, so it's a very costless activation of Vincent. Guarantee a rune chant through as well, which your opponent has no AB, so you're getting arcane damage through anyway, but still, just a minor efficiency coming out from Brody here. $11 damage.
Yeah, nice damage from Brody here. If Yuto wants to play with a full grip, it will bring him down to quite a vulnerable life total, especially without any AB. This has been a pure race thus far, but Yuto has been converting very well. Large Dawnblade looming out there in the arena for much of this game.
I mean, when the opponent's at 7 and your first attack is 6 from Dawnblade and you get to hold 3 cards back in hand, 1 in arsenal, yeah, I think Yuto is very, very happy to just give the last block of Braveforge Braces over there and say, here's a Dawnblade for 6. What are you going to do? And just stare your opponent in the eyes.
Yeah, and Yuto's going to play with a huge grip here.
Oh my gosh.
Goes ahead and pushes forward this big Dawnblade, multiple resources floating.
Excuse me, of course, Brody was going to gain 2 more life from the Deathly Delight closing the chain. So, yep, he's at 9, but still, Dawnblade for 9. Oh, there's a front pump. Sharpen senses. Why not? More damage on the Dawnblade. Go again as well, thanks to its effect.
Again, a little bit of nerve showing. Just went ahead and pushed forward that Dawnblade without even giving it go again yet.
It is so rare to see Sharpen Senses in a Dorinthia deck to just give go again, normally to Dawnblade with no other pumps. But that's how far ahead Yuto is over here. Dawnblade coming in for 7 off of just Sharpen Senses.
Yeah, feeling very comfortable. It's an interesting spot for Yuto to be in now. Just has to kind of cross the T's and dot the I's, it feels like.
He has to play careful. That is true. You're in these final moments of this game. Have to be diligent, have to be careful. Can't just let the game slip from your fingers. And to your point, Ryan, we are seeing the nerves get to him a little bit, potentially.
Yeah, and again, I call out that Spoils of War. I actually wonder if that is a missable trigger. I think it actually may be mandatory. I don't think there's anything to miss there, and I've kind of wondered about that throughout this game. I think our spotters have just gotten involved and might actually be a blessing for Yuto here. Like some more options with that copper, especially when you're so far ahead, they could pay dividends. And if you're a Yuto fan, you have to be a little concerned with kind of this shaky performance we're seeing. But the counters are piling up on Dawnblade anyway. I think has really punished some weak draws from Brody thus far.
For sure. And the last thing you want when you are that far ahead, especially as Dorinthia, is to draw a hand of, say, 4 blues and not have anything to do with it. Those copper tokens could bail him out of a hand like that.
Yeah, it sounds like they have sorted this out down in our feature match area. And what has happened is, I'm being told, copper was rewarded here. You cannot miss that copper. But that presence of copper has actually also led to a rewind.
I see.
So we're going to go ahead and go to the start of Yuto's turn here. Nothing has been played. He's going to have that copper. And actually, he has now immediately pitched into the copper. As I said, this does offer up options and multiple blues being put into it as Yuto looks for a stronger hand to go ahead and potentially close this game out.
And that's exactly the fail case when you're playing Dorinthia. You might have just too many blues of your copper tokens bailing him out. Shout out again to our judges for fixing our game state over here so that we can have the best games of Flesh and Blood. Thank you so much to our judge community. They do so much to make sure that we get the games as they're meant to be played.
That is going to lead to 7 on offer here on the back of our Sharpened Senses. 3 blues there in the pitch zone. Yudo surely has upgraded the hand now. Does Brody even have enough to make it through this turn, facing down 3 counters on a massive Dawnblade?
11.
Yeah, the entire hand goes in front. No choices for Brody Spurlock.
Can he go above 11? Or can he go around it? Twinning Blade? I see in his hand a Blade Flurry, excuse me, and Iron Song Pride. That would just be +3. Is that it?
Sorry, thinking.
Thanks. Yeah. It does have go again of Sharpened Senses.
Yes, does have go again.
But he can't attack again now because it didn't hit and there was no Twinning Blade. That's it.
Just going to play out a Glistening.
It got reset.
Brody made the right block there, went ahead and cleared all the counters off Dawnblade, just shoved the hand forward, and a huge win. It felt like Brody had absolutely no chance, and I feel like he's just actually climbed back into this game with a smart decision here.
Oh, and we're seeing just yet another misstep, I think, coming out from a Dorinthia player. Accidentally drew 4 cards off the top when he already had 1 card left behind, so that's an additional card information sort of situation over there. The judges will figure that out, of course, but the nerves, Brian, getting to Yuto.
You can feel them down there in the feature match area. And look, part of succeeding at the Pro Tour level, you have to manage the situation. You have to be comfortable in the feature match area. You cannot become a Pro Tour champion without sitting down in front of the camera and being able to play in that environment. So, look, this is part of the learning process. You go through it. You have some rough performances. I've been there. I'm sure you've been there before. But Yuto finding his way through this matchup. Sounds like our players are ready. Judges have sorted this situation out. And now it feels like the onus is on Brody to just go ahead and get this game put back in his favor. The Dawnblade has been reset off of 6 counters and an all-red hand drawn here by Yuto Suzuki. Things going from bad to worse. Can Brody find the blocks yet again to just work his way back into this game? It's been a slog. It's been hard going. But things starting to turn in his favor. Has to make the right blocks yet a few more times. Going to be put to the test again.
We saw Brody break early in this game with those non-functional hands. Now the luck coming back his way with Yuto with these non-functional hands. Just coming in for 6, no go again. And even if you pump the Dawnblade in the reaction step, Unsheathed will not give it go again. It checks when the sword attacks here. Brody seeing the red pitch, Steelblade Supremacy no less, one of the power cards available to Dorinthia.
Puts 9 in front, and Yuto just going to do some more setup. It looks like another Blade Flurry going to be made here, and the cards are drawn back up, and Brody has moved things squarely in his favor, gets a Tunic counter, going to go ahead and discard to that, banish to that Vincett. It is a Deathly Whale. Goes ahead and uses the Grimoire, and that means he's going to have an attack on this turn.
3 plus 5. The 3 damage is unpreventable.
Yeah, no AB on the side of Yuto. I think this game is starting to lean back in Brody's favor squarely.
I want to point out some discipline on Brody Spurlock's side. He could have cracked Vexing Quill Hand to make this 10 and demand a card on blocks from Yuto Suzuki. Brody Spurlock holding that back to recognizing one of the fail-states of Vincett is drawing up a hand of 2 or 3 cost rune gates and not being able to deploy them. Recognizing that if Yuto actually takes all this damage, Brody can still go for that play on the following turn, just crack Vexing Cold Hand and send the Flail of Agony. So he's just holding that back, holding his resources back. Amazing discipline coming out from our player here.
Maybe starting to feel advantaged is Brody Spurlock. That flurry being present in the arena, that's going to ask some questions of Brody on this next turn. But thus far, he has answered all of the questions correctly to get back into what has been a very difficult game to navigate. Kicking things off here for Yuto. It is going to be an Iron Song Pride juicing up that Dawnblade.
And he plays it before reactions. This is an instant. You can wait to have your opponent declare blocks. Because remember, if they block out the sword, you do lose the counter from Iron Song Pride.
Yep.
So you don't need to show it face up here. In fact, you're incentivizing your opponent to block now to remove the counter.
Things are...
Maybe he's baiting. Maybe there's Iron Song Pride, Iron Song Response in Arsenal.
I think things are getting rough, Pankaj. I think things are getting rough for Yuto. Sometimes one mistake can kind of send you off a little bit, and the nerves just get worse. For Brody,
I'm hoping
still
for
has
his
to make
sake,
a decision.
Hoping for his sake, this is a bait.
This is not go again, so
yeah. So Yuto pointing out that the flurry did pop, so he can attack with it again, but he doesn't have an action point. No go again. And doesn't have any resources floating as well. Even if he say has a glint, Glyn the Quicksilver in his arsenal. Now, of course, if Brody blocks from hand, Glyn the Quicksilver will draw him a card.
Yep.
But the Dawnblades, yeah. And that's it. That's a pass. So it was not a bait. Yeah. It was just, I think, just another misstep, again, coming out from a Durante player.
And now Brody facing no AB on the other side, uses Vexing Quillhand to push this up to 4, is going to get some go again, I believe, as well. We're setting up for a big turn here as Brody Spurlock. Deathly Whale does its thing, carrying 4 rune chants with it.
And remember, he paid the life for this, which means when the combat chain closes, he'll create 2 more rune chants. Yujo Suzuki's now at 3, effectively at 1, because of the 2 more rune chants that are going to be created.
Certainly has to give 2 cards here, has to full block this.
And he has drawn a no block. He's drawn Authority of Attire in that hand. So if Brody sends anything more than 3, Revel Runeblade.
Yeah, and that just gets the fist bump on the back of 6 rune chants.
Yeah, thank you.
And Brody Spurlock moves on to 4 and 1. Face down some of the most insurmountable Dawnblades I have seen in our feature match area. Some awful draws in the early game, just absolute bricks. Got a little bit bailed out by some unfortunate nerves on the part of his opponent. But look, you got to find a way to win the game put in front of you. And Brody Spurlock, just time and time again, you know, we can put so much on the decisions made on the other side of the table. But I want to focus on Brody's decisions. He just made the right block every single time.
And some of them did get blown out. The opponent did go over some of those blocks, did go around some of those blocks, but Brody still made the correct call every time. Eventually got there. You know, he told me that he can't come back, or it's very difficult to come back when he whiffs twice in a game, but he showed us how to do it.
Yeah, it did have multiple whiffs. I think that's the thing why people get so hooked on Vincent. Things go wrong sometimes, for sure. You have those low roll moments where things are just not working in your favor. But when it all comes together and you put together a game plan like Brody just did there, it's one of the most satisfying heroes to play in all of Flesh and Blood. And as I mentioned, probably going to receive some new tools when it comes to usurp the Shadow Throne.
Finally, some hints coming out from Bryan at the coverage booth. You don't usually give them to us.
That's
so
right. I have confirmed
awesome.
There are Shadow Runeblade cards. Enjoy those, my friends. And also enjoy something else, all of you Vinset enjoyers out there. Get ready to have your minds absolutely blown. Faith and Torment showing up for the first time at Gen Con. And I'm just going to say it, Pankaj, I think these are the most stunning cards we have ever made.
This is absolutely gorgeous. Following up on the previous time we saw Light and Shadow in a special box like this, it was Prism and I want to say, I think it was Vetreiði?
It was.
The other? Oh, so not exactly Light and Shadow, but Illusionist Runeblade. And here we're seeing a Light Warrior and a Shadow Runeblade. This looks so incredible. Are you going to be at Gen Con?
I will be at Gen Con. I will certainly be picking up a Faith and Torment for myself. Not only something for the Vincent fans out there, but how about some Bolton treats? And, you know, I focused a lot on Vincent surely getting Shadow Runeblade cards. I have a feeling Mastery Pack Warrior probably has Warrior cards, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say they may also improve Bolton quite a bit.
Both these heroes have so much to look forward to in the coming months, as do Flesh and Blood players as a whole. I'm just reeling at this reveal, Bryan. This looks so incredible.
Yeah, cold foil, Pankaj. They are in person, jaw-dropping. I truly mean it. I think these are the most beautiful Flesh and Blood cards I have ever seen. They are jaw-dropping, so beautiful. And I have to say, I like when these long-suffering fan bases, these heroes that don't necessarily steal all the spotlight, get a payoff like this, where they get to go ahead and customize their deck. And you know the Vincent enjoyers, the Bolton enjoyers, they're loyal. They have lived with these heroes through so many trials and tribulations, through the ups and mostly downs that these heroes have faced. To see them get rewarded in such a stunning way, it just does my heart good.
I also love the interesting templating on this Flail of Agony over here. The Vincent specialization at the bottom and centered as well. The entire text box actually centered over here. Cool new text treatment as well to go alongside this art.
Yeah, I have to recommend, if you get a chance to see these in person, please do so. Stop by the booth at Gen Con. I'll be there. Maybe that's a downside, but more importantly, Faith and Torment will be there. And like I said, I will certainly be picking up my copy. Send your friends if you can't make it to Gen Con. You should make it, though. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to hang out in the booth all day Friday. I'm going to look to play some Silver Age. There'll be Mastery Pack Warrior on offer. So it's just going to be a fun time all day long. Lots of flesh and blood to be played throughout Gen Con weekend.
Any bounty matches? Do people get anything if they play you and get some, and maybe get a prize or something?
They can get my respect.
Oh, okay.
Which is one of the most,
that's a hard-earned.
One of the most valuable currencies out there. Right now, I think one person has it. It's not Pankaj, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I haven't played you yet.
Yep.
We'll fix that.
We'll schedule that someday. Yeah. Come to Gen Con. You can battle me there. We're not done with battles in our feature match area. We started things off with a bang. I think things might get more electrifying. We have two American superstars of the game ready in our feature match area. Why don't we go ahead and send it on down for some more action? And we intimated towards it. There you see U.S. national champion Majin Bey out there, sitting at 4-0 thus far on Oscilio, and a fearsome opponent seated across from him in the form of Daniel Rutkowski, Marionette versus Oscilio.
Majin Bey bringing back Oscilio to the feature match era. We saw him bring this deck at U.S. Nationals. He pioneered the Gone in a Flash version of Oscilio Constella Intelligence post-Volzar ban, but sneak peek or spoilers, he's on a very different version of Oscilio here today, has opted instead to pivot back to a little bit more of a spell-heavy version. On the other side, Daniel Rutkowski has been singing the praises of Arachne Marionette for a very, very long time here, showing off his chops at Vegas.
How much of that decision on Majin's part is due to the fact that people kind of know him as the innovator of this style of Oscilio? Do you think he picks up a little bit of equity there by shifting back to the Spellcilio builds?
So ever since Victor LL'd, I think he lost interest in the Gone in a Flash version of the deck. He felt like that deck was stronger to Victor, which it was, but with Victor gone and Jarl coming in to take Victor's place, he found that this Oscilio deck was perhaps a little bit too vulnerable to the ice on the Jarl side, so instead opted for a deck that instead does want to pitch a little bit, has these tall arcane spells, and can get over the now new Guardian of the format.
Yeah, I want to point out these heroes, Oscilio, Arachne Marionette, quickly accumulating LL points, 731 and 779 respectively. And there's so many heroes in this 700 plus range. The game of Flesh and Blood is incredible right now. The balance is just sublime. But things are going to change again very soon. We mentioned there's 3 heroes that could LL this weekend if they go ahead and win this Pro Tour, but there's so many more right behind in that 700-point range. This could be some of those last hurrahs for heroes like Oscilio, like Arachne. Which of these heroes is going to come out on top? It sounds like we're ready to find out in our feature match area.
And a big question I have is, did Dan Rutkowski know, as he sideboarded, that Majin Bey is on a spell-heavy version of Oscilio? Looking at the AB loadout from Dan Rutkowski, just one there in the form of the Stalker Steps.
But does that mean anything? Like, I think there's a good argument that you just may want to race from the Arachne side anyway.
Well, yeah, but if the opponent's full Arcane Mask of Deceit doesn't do anything, that's just a dead piece of equipment on the headpiece. So either Dan Rutkowski did not know and was expecting physical attacks, or he just does not have an AB Spell Void piece in his list. Both. Because that headpiece, he might as well have just not presented anything.
Yep, both very possible. We'll have to see how this plays out. If there is a punish here for Daniel Rutkowski not having a more valuable headpiece to bring in against Majin. Majin kicking things off with just some arcane damage here. Ether Sling, nice way to start your turn 0.
And he did choose to go first here, recognizing that, he's very likely to leak some damage. Even Marionettes who know that you're on a spell-heavy version, and most bring in AB2. So very likely to leak some damage on the first turn here.
Majin
just see a strike twice pitched.
Yep, just enjoying some game actions there, getting go again, and then doing nothing with it.
Now to describe a little bit what Majin Bey's Oscilio deck kind of looks like, how it plays. The way I like to describe it, it's kind of doing a Verdance cosplay, but instead of having cards like Felling of the Crown, you are instead just have the tall arcane half of what Verdance used to have. You're going to see Burn Bears, you're going to see 1/4s, Meteoric Impact, which actually in this deck more like 1/6s, but also something that this Oscilio deck has that Verdance didn't is a lot more reach. Strike twices, snapbacks, Echo Flash, all these ways to convert bigger hands and also kill your opponent on their turn for a much higher life total than the Elemental Wizard used to be able to do.
Majin does have defense ready for that pain in the backside. Follow up. Mark of the Block Widow here. No blocks. Going to go ahead and take that mark from the Hunter's Clave. Majin at the ready with the Shelter from the Storm. Prevents the damage. No mark coming through as of yet. Does Rutkowski have a redundant mark in hand?
And that's a Clave gone. And no go again for Dan Rutkowski as well. And no way, because, again, opponent's not marked. They're not going to let you block the Mask of Deceit. He needs to find Orb Weaver Spinneret naturally, or he will just be playing this game without a Graphene Calycera.
Majin lives his life one way, firing arcane damage at his opponent. Turn to Mind Fire, going to do the thing here. Perfect card for this scenario. Going to get to juice up that arsenal as well on the back of that Ponder token if Rutkowski isn't able to prevent it. And we think it's very unlikely he is able to do so.
Such efficiency coming out from Turn to Mind Fire. Effectively one card, deal 5 arcane because of the refresh of the arsenal. Dan Rutkowski down to 32, does not have the does not have the Calycera set up so far.
Yeah, he does have double Savor Bloodshed, though, as well as a Kiss of Death in hand here. Going to go ahead and deploy both. Oh, no, he's got 3! Oh, boy. Yeah, and the hands go to the head for Majin Bey. This is gross. This is gross.
This comes down to whether Majin has found another prevention effect to stop the flick of the Clave to prevent the mark. We've seen 2 shelters already, but this deck is ostensibly probably on mental block as well. Again, doing the Verdance cosplay. So if there's 3 mental blocks and 1 more shelter, if Majin has found one of those 4 pieces, he can stop the mark and stop draw 3 from the opponent.
Majin correctly says, this is my fault. Yep, you did this to yourself, Majin. Good call.
Looking at his expression, I don't think he has found a prevention effect.
This is going to be hellacious from Dan Rutkowski. Going to pick up basically an entire new grip. Uses a sigil, does Majin. You're going to need it, bro.
No, he's discarding to Oscilio. He's digging for prevention effect.
Yeah.
I almost wonder, do you block a Crown of Providence to have one more look? Because of how devastating this on-hit is. Of course, that opens you up to Arsenal Disruption later on down the line, but it's so risky. You only 4 more left. 2 shelters gone already.
He reaches for the gauntlets here and piles out the hand in front, but it is not enough. Blocking 10.
Surely I don't have a choice.
Yeah, and goes ahead and marks Majin.
Yep.
Takes it.
Works.
Kiss of Death goes up by 1 because the opponent's now marked, so this goes up to 15. Gonna be dealing 6 total thanks to its own on-hit and drawing 3 for Dan Rutkowski.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, here is a Sink Below coming out, but 1 damage is going to go ahead and get done.
Take one, 33. Many triggers. Go again, I'll draw 3. You will do that.
You will draw 3.
3 new cards picked up here. Codex of Frailty, Tarantula Toxin, I believe I saw.
Now we have to point out, Dan Rutkowski now has no daggers. He's flicked both of them already. Does not have a Graphene Calycera Maker in hand currently. Does not have a Retrieve effect in hand currently either. No upsticks and run. No pick up the point here. This is a bit of a vulnerable state for this Arachne Marionette deck. Needs to find a dagger, dagger creation or retrieve very, very quickly.
We'll go ahead and close the chain here. Get that Stonewall Gauntlet out of the mix. Time for Codex of Frailty to do its thing. Dan's like, I got enough cards to go ahead and drop one here.
What is that? It's a head jab plus. It's not. Oh, the head jab to unlock the rest of the hand. Sure. I shan't be discarding.
Okay. Looks like the pick might perhaps be the Kiss of Death, since he does have some dagger pumps in his hand currently. Has a Cut from the Same Cloth, Tarantula Toxin, and Leave No Witnesses in his hand. Does need to discard 1 to the Codex effect, and since he has no more daggers, he's going to rely on the Kiss of Death instead to be the dagger.
Cut.
Did he miss the discard on the Codex? Yep, I think I spotted that. Yep.
Good work from our spotter there, picking that up.
Okay, he's gonna give go again off the stalker steps. This is his piece of AB over here. Wants to instead disrupt the arsenal.
But he's got the leave no witnesses, and Majin going to go ahead and just keep the card on the back of the crown. More damage comes through, though.
I'm so curious what Majin drew there. If he drew a mental block or a shelter, he'd be very, very upset at that. But looking like no such expression coming out from...
More upset than he currently is, because he does not look very happy. I'll be honest with you, Pankaj.
25, 29.
Okay, but the opponent now has AB 0. On the Wizard side, when the opponent has AB 0, that makes your math very, very easy for the rest of this game. And they have 0 daggers as well.
All true, but a substantial life lead for Daniel Rutkowski. And this is basically a pure race. And I feel like Daniel's set up very, very well to go ahead and capitalize on that racing situation now.
So a lot rests on whether Dan Rutkowski can find a way to retrieve a dagger. Does he have a play? He has Reaper's Call and a way to give go again, and a pump for it as well. But here's where Arachne without daggers can sometimes falter a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of reprieve on this turn for Majin, hoping that a lot less damage could be coming out. There's that silver available potentially if Dan wants to go ahead and take a look at some more cards.
25, 23. Oh, okay.
He took 2 from the lead now, yeah.
Thank you. That's right, that's right.
1 second here. Yep.
9 life lead currently for Daniel Rutkowski, as he's also firmly holding on to all the tempo.
Yeah, I'm going to silver. Sure.
Is going to go ahead and crack that silver, take a look at a fresh card.
That's a retrieve effect. That's a pick up the point. That is exactly what he needs in this point here. He needs to get that dagger back and have a much, much better turn. Also a way to now mark the opponent.
Dan Rutkowski recently became a new father, hasn't had as much time to focus on Flesh and Blood. So you go, well, how is he 4-0 at a Pro Tour? Draws like that help quite a bit.
He's also a fantastic player as well.
No, it's just draws like that, Pankaj. No, just kidding. Obviously, Dan is an absolutely incredible Flesh and Blood player. Of course, U.S. Nationals runner-up.
Starting with a persuasive over here. So quite face up that he has some way to give this go again. Unless it's somehow 3 pumps in the hand, which is rare for a dagger-based Arachne Marionette. So Majin can perhaps at least expect a Stains of the Red back. I don't think he's prepared for the extra +2 from the take of the mantle that Dan Rutkowski is also holding on to.
In Majin's seat, what does the road back look like? How does he go ahead and make himself a threat in this game again?
So Noblock's on a persuasive. One thing about the Oscilio deck is that it has many cards of all sorts of different colors. So the persuasive can many times actually just completely whiff. That's one way to get back in the game. He needs some luck to go his way.
You are incredible at this game.
It is going to be Mantle here, making yet another kiss of death for Dan Rutkowski.
So he had the way to mark in his hand as well from the Reaper's Call. Opting instead not to disrupt, he's just saying, I'm just going to fully race. Doesn't want to rely on the persuasive to potentially disrupt. Could have even taken up the mantle into a Mark of the Black Widow, which we know was in his graveyard, opting instead for just raw damage.
Yeah, this was offering 1. Now it's offering closer to 12. With Majin only at 23, that's going to make things uncomfortable very quickly. Has the mental block here, but I don't think that was the card drawn. That would have been the Arsenal card. So just a little bit too late on the mental block.
Mental block here is interesting because the Kiss of Death does have go again. So Dan Rutkowski is representing one more chain link into a flick of the Kiss of Death. So if you mental block on the Kiss of Death flick, you actually save yourself a little bit more life. But I guess you had more cards to block with, so that's the. So then in this case, it's the same amount. It's the same amount gained from the prevention.
Dagger is rebuilt here for Dan Rutkowski. Damage is being done left and right. Has a huge 20-point life lead now against Majin. Majin not even with all that many cards at the ready. Just going to go ahead, use Oscilio once again, praying for help from the top of the deck. Ether Flare. That could be useful to go ahead and set up some future turns. Will there be future turns at this point? I'm not quite sure.
If he has an Arcane Ping effect in his hand, he can get the Aether Flare buff. Looks like that's not it. Just goes ahead and passes, draws off the Ponder, gets some Arsenal selection. But that is absolutely not what you want to see if you're a Majin Bay fan. And he's found a Spinneret.
Yeah, just completely reloaded now. And Majin is looking around. Does anyone see what's happening to me here? This is not fair.
Swing for 4.
You know, when Majin entered this tournament with no mishaps having happened to him so far.
Yeah, this is the
no
mishap.
No travel issues.
No, it's happening right now.
No fracturing of the ankle. I was like, oh no.
He saved it for our feature match area, facing down a Graphene Chalicera, coming in for 4. Just going to get the value from that Echo Flash discard, backed up by Volzar, trying to take that life total down. So healthy is Daniel Rutkowski.
And at this point, in margin-based seat, you're almost forced to play into Tarantula Toxins, which is not where you want to be. We've seen quite a few defensive pieces come out from this Wizard deck already. So it does have ways to potentially stymie some offenses. But now the opponent with the ideal dagger setup that Arachne Marinette wants, Clave plus Calicera, it's looking quite difficult for our Wizard aficionado.
6 is the block here from Majin. Dan thinking about getting those flick knives in the mix, picking up a mark potentially here, keeping this turn rolling.
Well, it would still need to hit for him to get go again, because when he sent this Calicera, the opponent wasn't marked. So did not get go again. Flick means you needed to hit the marked opponent.
Is going to get the mark here.
So it goes up to 5 as a Calicera.
Surely there's more coming here.
Oh my God.
How about double Tarantula Toxin? 11. Are you freaking kidding me? That was disgusting. There are no other words to describe what just happened in our feature match area. That is the highest high roll I have ever seen in my many years of casting Flesh and Blood. That was a ridiculous game.
Triple saver into Kiss of Death, going down to 0 daggers, into finding the retrieve, into having double T-Tox when you put on block 6. That was certainly a game.
I will say, as a competitor, there's always something you can do better. So Majin Bay, you need to go home. You need to ask yourself what went wrong, what strategically you could have presented in that game to just go ahead and find a few more turns, because you're always, no, you had no chance. You absolutely were destined to lose that. From the moment you shuffled Daniel Rutkowski's deck, you did yourself a huge disservice, and I'm sorry for what all of you fans around the world just had to see happen to our beloved host of World Tour Weekly. He's dead now. He's just dead. He's like Chain.
Yeah, he had to miss his flight, I think, to have a chance in that game. Like, come in a little bit late to the event, because that is the luck for Majin Bay. But I do want to shout out Dan Rutkowski on his side, recognizing, okay, doesn't have a hat in this game. He took risks. We've seen this happen all day today. Play to your outs, and you're playing against a full Arcane Oscilio. He did go down to 0 daggers. That is a risk that he had to took, was paid off for it.
Yeah. Look, we have some more reveals coming this round. I have more exciting stuff to show you, but not quite yet. Before we get to that point, I want to go ahead and walk us through the standings thus far, because we have now concluded our Classic Constructed rounds here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. And there we see our collection of 5-0s and who let these heroes into this tournament. In first place, it is Decimator Great Axe Fang, just crushing everyone somehow. Also in the mix here, how about Tech Lavosin, 5-0. Arachne Huntsman, 5-0. 5-0. Just absolutely all the heroes we thought would be dominating this tournament.
I think there are 8 different heroes in this top 12 in our undefeated. Just an incredible spread with a whole bunch of unique heroes that we weren't expecting. Teklovasen, Decimator Fang, as you pointed out as well, and a couple of flavors of Oscilio. Alexander Vor, I know he's on the more arcane damage version. Not sure what Robert Sari is on, but so much variety already in just our top 12.
Yeah, I want to focus in on the names we have. We just saw Daniel Rutkowski, big name, as I mentioned, U.S. Nationals runner-up. He lost to none other than Michael Hamilton, who sits at 5-0 once again through Classic Constructed rounds at a Pro Tour. And anytime Michael Hamilton is off to this kind of start, I think everyone else in the room starts getting nervous. The buzz starts working. Everyone's like, did you hear Michael Hamilton's 5-0? And you start to say, is this just another in his ridiculous run of accomplishments? I want to shout out Nova Chan, also in danger of being poached by me if he keeps up these kind of performances. 5-0 thus far here through the Classic Constructed rounds. Of course, a former calling champion. as well. Alexander Bohr, Pro Tour 1 top 8 competitor. Yuki Lee Bender, another superstar of the game, of course, runner-up at the last Pro Tour, looking to do exactly one placement better this time, now sitting at 5-0. Also looking to do exactly one placement better. How about second place at the World Championship? Matthew Dilks sitting at 5-0 thus far.
Shifting over to some of our 4-1s over there, we see Dagon White, known Guardian enjoyer, piloting Betsy here to 4-1. Margin Bay, our World Tour Weekly host, we just saw him take a little bit of a devastating loss.
I don't know if he's playing in the next round.
At 4-1. And Jonathan Magnuson, also on Betsy, pioneer of the Zyggy list that we saw at US Nationals.
Yeah, coming off a really big performance, a top 4 there at US Nationals. Plenty more 4-1s to look at. We start seeing our gravy showing up in the hands of Noah Clark and Nick Gabler sitting at 4-1. We do have a Zyggy at 4-1 as well. And again, many, many big names that we've known throughout the years getting in the mix. Andrew Lorenz closing things out at 4-1 on that Aurora we saw absolutely decimate a Gravy Bones. You know, every time I come over when the other caster duo is working, it's like a 1-to-1 game. It's so close. People are just being massacred in our matches, Pankaj. What is happening here?
I think it's your fault. The stream saw Arachne, and they're like, Brian's casting it. They're like, yep, Arachne just needs to blow the opponent out of the water.
Oh, well, mission accomplished. Very good stuff for the Arachnes. Also, things going well for Huntsman, the assassin that I truly, truly love. I'm distancing myself from Marionette right now. It feels like a toxic place to be. Got to shout out the Huntsman, though, sitting at 4-1. A 5-0 Huntsman was also in the mix.
I want to shout out Lucas Ng from Canada here, piloting Zyggy Starlight, one of the Zyggies, I think the first Zyggies that we're seeing in these top part of the standings over here, piloting that Lightning Illusionist from Omens of the Third Age.
Yeah, Diego Villas as well, coming to us from Argentina, sitting at 4-1 on Bolton, so looking to be a recipient of that Faith and Torment box as well, going to be available. Also, I hear it calling 100 in Atlanta as well, so you might want to go ahead and pick that one up there. Host more 4-1s in the mix here. What's standing out to you amongst this collection of 4-1 players?
Our 2 forerunners of the World Tour race, Brody Spurlock and Jacob Clemens, both here at 47 and 52 apiece. Still very, very live to top 8 this Pro Tour.
Yeah, also in the mix, Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour champion, very much in striking distance. How about another Pro Tour runner-up in the form of Max Diekman? Zach Phillips doing well at 4-1 right now. So just, again, murderer's row of top performers in this 4-1 bracket, and then we'll keep rounding out 4-1s with another superstar of the game, Felipe Lima Cardozo, sitting at 4-1 on the back of Oscilio, Naib Mobasir 4-1, Michael Dalton 4-1, so many faces that we've come to know and love. Rob Catton, 2-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor, sitting at 4-1 right now.
And a couple more heroes that we have yet to see so far. Hala here being represented at 4-1, and RKO as well, piloted by Drew Bosco. 2 very, very spicy picks for this metagame.
Yeah, a lot of space for the dark horses to go ahead and make their mark felt. You know, there's only a single RKO doing that well, only a single Hala doing that well. But if you can carry that forward all the way to the top 8, you reset the entire format. You can absolutely change the way the game is being played.
And Hala is quite a scary warrior as well. Some of the turns that she's able to put out off of 4-5 card hands are aggro deck levels of damage, and this is before she even gets her upgrades from Mastery Pack Warrior.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, I think there are warrior cards in Mastery Pack Warrior, so it feels like she probably will get some playables.
That is amazing piece of insight. I'm so glad you told us that. I was not expecting it, actually.
Yeah, well, that's why they pay me the big bucks, to be in the booth, give that kind of hard-hitting analysis, set you guys up with some tidbits for the future. As I mentioned, we do have more reveals, more spoilers that are going to be coming, but before we get to that, I do just want to set the stage one more time. It's draft time now, Pankaj, and we've talked a lot about how skill testing this draft format is. Anything in particular you've got your eyes on as we get ready to watch our first draft?
So at US Nationals, which was the first time we saw Omens of the Third Age being drafted at a Tier 3 event or higher, we saw a bit of an anti-Aurora bias. Our feature tables had just 1 to 2 Auroras. I do believe the narrative have shifted, and I almost wonder whether maybe there's a bit too much of an Aurora bias. That's what I have my eyes on at this event over here. Where's the bias shifted, or is everyone just going to stay open and read their seat and just play some incredible draft games? I mean, that one I know it's going to happen.
Yeah, we will watch that all play out. Of course, there's been a lot of competition in Omens Limited. Calling Auckland, Sam Sutherland took that one down. Of course, for his efforts, received that champion prize cards. We know it's that beautiful quick dodge flexors, but that's the prize card now. How about we look at the next prize card, an as yet unseen card from our next set. There you have it, folks. It is the next Champions prize card. It is Circlet of the Eternal End, a legendary coming to you in Usurp the Shadow Throne. When this defends, turn a card in the attacking hero's banished zone face down. You're going to want this card, Pankaj. I'm just going to spoil it now. Obviously, banished zone, a huge focus of what goes on when we get to Usurp the Shadow Throne. Circlet of the Eternal End is that lifeline that you are going to need against scary, powerful heroes like Leviathan. Yes, that is a combination of words I just use. Circlet of Eternal End feels like sometimes your only prayer against the type of things that hero can offer you. And I feel like this card is going to have a lot to say about how prevalent these Usurp the Shadow Throne's heroes are actually able to be in the next metagame.
I'm currently still floored by the art on that card.
Jaw-dropping
Beautiful
stuff.
piece over there. And speaking of beautiful art pieces, the current Calling Champion promo card, these marvelous Marvel quick dodge flexes. Last chance is going to be at Calling Kansas City.
Yeah, just not that many of these quick dodge flexers out there. You're going to want to get your hands on that one. Go ahead and check us out at Calling Kansas City. See if you can go ahead and add your name to the list of winners who have gone ahead and picked up that spectacular prize. We just saw one of the grossest things I've ever seen in the feature match area. I want to hear from the perpetrator, the man himself who has marched on to a 5-0 record. Let's go to an interview now with Daniel Rutkowski.
Thank you very much, Bryan. I am here with one of the newest members of the Fab Dad community and the wielder of one of the most disgusting couple turns of flesh and blood I think ever captured on camera, Mr. Dan Rutkowski. Welcome back to the feature match area. It's good to have you back, man.
Thank you. It feels good to be back.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Hell yeah. Well, as alluded to, new member of the Fab Dad community, beautiful child at home. Congratulations on that. Congratulations on that. Gotta feel good to make your return to the Pro Tour scene clean 5-0 in CC.
It feels incredible. I'm so happy. I have had trouble being fully prepared and like having the time and the energy. Everything kind of came together for this one. I actually feel fully prepped in both formats.
Wow.
I've been exercising. I've been eating clean.
Oh my God.
I got the right mindset.
You're glowing.
This is going good. And obviously I'm getting some breaks.
Yeah. Well, talk to me about that game just a little bit because, you know, as alluded to, there was a lot of really interesting micro decisions, a lot of real navigation back and forth. We really got to see a lot of what Majin's deck was there. What are you talking about? That was like the high-rolliest high roll. But sometimes in a game as skill-intensive as Flesh and Blood, does it feel good to be like, oh, I just got lucky, dude. That was awesome.
Oh, absolutely. So the skill testing part was really before sideboarding. I didn't know what version Caleb was playing.
Yeah.
I know Caleb pretty well.
Yep.
I'd say we're buddies.
Yep.
He likes to play Wizard.
Yes.
More like spell zappy ones, but at Nationals he played more physical based.
Mm-hmm.
So I presented like a hedge. I just didn't see any of the DBX. I had like 6 in the deck.
Yeah. Just got lucky.
Just draw the best cards.
just draw the cards.
He couldn't prevent 3 savers, so just kind of worked out.
Go from there. And 3 savers, double T-Tox.
Yep.
You know,
that was a nice draw at the end.
It just do be like that sometimes. Well, quickly, because I know, got the draft starting relatively shortly. You say somehow with a new child, prepared in both formats.
Yeah.
How did you get ready for
Absolutely.
Limited? How did you find that in the schedule amongst the eating well and the meditating and the, whatever else you're doing?
Yeah. I'd say all the credit goes to my wife, Brooke, for helping me have the time. And our parents who are watching Luca. Hi, Luca. Right now, so I could be here. In terms of prep, I got pretty lucky that he was a not great sleeper to start, but then we figured out a consistent nap schedule. So on the days I was watching him, I had 2 90-minute windows and 1 60-minute window. So I was doing a draft or 2 a day, and I was playing an hour of CC a day.
Wow.
And that was kind of enough. I've been playing Marionette since release.
You were, for those of you who don't know, long before Marionette was really even considered top of the meta. We had, God's Strongest Soldier over here just constantly championing Marionette. And the practice paid off.
Absolutely. I preferred it when everyone thought it wasn't a good deck, but here we are.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you draw, like I draw.
Well, you've, some big finishes, World's top 4, right? Yep. Nationals couple times over. Any Pro Tour top 8s, or is that still something you're chasing?
Pro Tour top 8s. World's top 4.
World's top 4. Nationals top 8 twice.
I think my next closest was top 16 in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And I had food poisoning that tournament. So I was pretty proud of that one.
And this time,
I was very close.
Like you said, eating well, exercising, finding time. So things are starting off well. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Again, shout out my wife, Brooke. Hi, Mom. Everyone I prepped with. Honestly, shout out to the people on Talishar who joined my game when I say looking for hero. Most of my Jarl practice was into them.
Nice.
I feel incredible in that matchup. Shout out to everyone at the Westgate who's been playing draft all 2 days. I've been here since Tuesday, so I've been just hanging out with the community.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to the Wolfpack and to Lucas Oswald, who's my kind of Mario counterpart. We've collaborated quite a lot.
The post-Runaways era.
Yeah.
Post-Runaways era, yeah. Well, Flesh and Blood is better for having Dan Rukowski around, so I'm glad to see you back. Glad to see you succeeding. Let's send it on back to the booth.
Couldn't agree more, Sam. I'm so happy to see Dan back in the mix. I almost let that World's top 8 slip through my head a little bit. It was that quick run where him and Michael Hamilton were just dominating the game, showing up at U.S. Nationals and making that World's top 8 as well. So we'll see if Dan Rukowski can add to an already extremely storied career here in the Flesh and Blood scene.
I love hearing about all the support that he's been receiving the past few months as well. Not easy being a new father, of course, and still having the practice, talking about relying on his teammates, talking about the people supporting him at home in the chat as well. It's heartwarming to hear.
Nobody can do this alone. It takes a team. It takes hard work. It takes prep. And 5 rounds of CC are now done and dusted. We've seen the tight nail biters. We've seen some of the grossest things you've ever seen in a feature match area. Now we'll see perhaps the best limited format of all time. 3 rounds of draft coming up next.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Well, from Usurp the Shadow Throne to Omens of the Third Age, it's all fine and dandy being excited about what's to come, but we have possibly one of the best limited formats of all time still to enjoy right now. HowlingMines, Hayden Dale, welcome back to Pro Tour Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. Hayden, how excited are you to get stuck back into limited?
I am. It's been a while for us seeing it at the Tier 4 stage, of course. We've had Silver Age on preview, or rather on display. And we're back to limited. It's been great to see it through the national season, of course, you know, from US Nationals through, and now we're going to see it on this Tier 4 stage. And I think best limited format we've had so far, best draft format we've had so far.
I think it's up there. I was tentative to start with. I think a lot of people were. It's a lot of uncharacteristic dynamics, I think, for this format.
It's different. It is different, for sure, to what your previous experience may have been in limited formats, but the draft is very interesting in terms of the way the draft process goes. I think the way that all of the heroes are very balanced is also very interesting. And we've had 5 rounds of CC. There's some big names sitting at 5-0 as well. And now we're going to move through into this draft portion.
Speaking of big names, let's take a look at some of them and see how they're doing as those CC rounds come to an end. Michael Hamilton on Jarl Vetreiði and Ukili Bender on Arachne Marionette both feature in our draft pod to start us off, as they have successfully managed to convert to a 5-0 start.
Yeah, all of our players on the players to watch, us doing so well, except for Evan. Unfortunately for Evan Herndon, dropping out of this event. But even the rest of our field there, 3-2, the sort of minimum record, as you see Matt Foulkes, who we saw on stream earlier, falls to 3-2. Michael Fung, of course. The Michaels both at 3-2. Jacob Clemens, our one to watch this weekend for sure at 4-1 there. But some really strong results so far from our players to watch.
Still going strong. Big fan of the log man. Still live and in contention with Betsy, of course. Let's check in with the teams that we chose to cover at the beginning of the event as well and see which of those are coming out strongest right now. Pretty impressive performance for the Snapdragons, given how many people were in the room. Some good records, especially for our Kassai players for the most part.
Yeah, and a number of Kassai players on this team. I walked around in some of those early rounds when I got the chance and saw a number of them out that you see Jude Cornet at 4-1. And a number of those players at 4-1. No 5-0 records, no unblemished records, but 4-1 is a very good place to be sitting after the CC rounds.
I do have to get a giggle out of every Jarl player on the team being 3-2.
Yeah.
It's just like something bog standard average. Can't ask for a whole lot more than that. Let's check in with Table 1, who are still very much in contention. Speaking of almost everyone being 3-2. Rob Can the exception here at 4-1 on Arachne Marionette, but everyone else still alive as things stand.
Yeah, and one of my players to watch this weekend, Bartosz Dabrowski at 3-2. Still in it, but once you're at 3-2, back is certainly starting to get pretty close to being on the wall.
In danger territory for sure. Let's check in with Invasion, who do have a 5-0 player in the form of Ukili Bender, balanced out on the other side of the pendulum by not 9th this weekend. Ian Zhang having a bit of a rough one when all things are considered.
Yeah, already out of this one, unfortunately, dropping. Margin Bay we saw on stream last round. Maybe the less we talk about that for him, the better.
4 and ouch is what I'm going with on that one. That is a very, very painful game in the memory of Margin Bay. PCG up for us next, who are also finding themselves with a 5-0 player in the form of Matthew Dilks, joined us on stream with that impressive showing for Kassai of the Golden Sand. not bad for this team all around. Evan, of course, having a bit of a wonky one. Hayden also struggling down there on Jarl. But Michael Yaska and Naib Mobasir both still very much alive.
Yeah, the Kassai is doing well so far.
AGE Pro Team coming up for us next. Alexander Vor, the wizard hat that he is, 5-0 on that Oscilio deck this time around. Yona Overholt, 4-1. Rhinar Reckless Rampage.
Wow.
Pretty happy to see that one. Fan favorite hero finding success. And yet another 4-1 Kassai in the hands of Joshua Rath.
Yeah, and 3-2 for Colin Erickson as well, a very well-known name. They're our current US national champion. And Alex Vor, I believe, was Sam's pick for this weekend. Am I right in remembering that? I think so.
I might have been in there, might have been in the conversation.
Yeah.
Wouldn't blame anyone. Alex knows his way around a wizard. Let's put it that way, one way or the other. Should we check in with the 16 strong of Team Sigil? They are having a, I'm going to say, yeah, little below average, fair to say. Felipe Lima Cardoso and William Pistol both sitting at 4-1, Oscilio and Dash respectively. But it's 3 2s and 2 3s for everyone else in this contingent this weekend.
Yeah, but as we say, 3-2, you're still in it. You will have to make a run. And I think you can see it when you see these teams laid out, that these players at 3-2, there is so many. There's a swath of players at 3-2 and very good players. If you're going to go ahead and make a run deep into day 2, you need to 3-0 your draft now.
Absolutely. Last team to check in with, the Value Vampires. Having a pretty strong start to the weekend. You kind of called it at the beginning of the day. Gravy Bones looking pretty good in this room, arguably a little underrepresented. It's Max Diekman and Noah Clark who are the beneficiaries of that at 4-1. Matthew Rentz, Daniel Hammer also at 4-1 for this team on Oscilio and Arachne Marionette. And Martin Hollick just about hanging in there on Oscilio as well.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out, the Jarls. Overall, not any in this team, but the Jarls mixed results so far. I'm just putting it out there.
Michael Hamilton's 5-0. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Mixed results.
Okay. We'll make a believer out of you yet. We'll figure it out when Jarl wins the event.
Okay. I'm waiting. I'm watching.
No, that's fair. That's fair to say. At least until then, we've got some stuff I want you to help me figure out. This limited format is complicated. I've had the pleasure of interacting with it a few times now, but not everyone's going to have the pleasure of being in Prague, having played Nationals, all the rest of it as this format has evolved. And even if they have, the format's evolved. They might not know exactly where we've gotten, so there's no one else I could possibly ask for assistance in this matter.
Well, I would love to take you through draft Omens of the Third Age. What a format we have. And you said complicated. I like to think of it as complex. I think on the surface of it, it actually looks pretty approachable, and it's a format that from draft 1 I really enjoyed. I felt that you can start to get a grasp of that layer 1 of this format from a pretty early start. And of course, the heroes that we are playing with in this Omens of the Third Age is a 3-hero set, a tri-hero set, but the one talent, that is the thing that is quite interesting, this lightning theme throughout. And that is a bit different to some of the 3-hero sets that we've seen in the past. We've seen, that what we call like the second axis. So if the first axis is the class, we've got 3 different classes represented. Often we see 2 different talents on that second axis, or 2 different variations with it's just lightning. And that means that those lightning cards act like generic cards as well. Keeps players open potentially, keeps this common theme, and synergy is the big name of the game in this format through the course of lightning and through the course of our key macro, Omens of Arcana, and that lightning flow.
So Omens of Arcana, kind of changing the rules of the game a little bit. Each player starting with a lightning flow, pretty good. Lightning flow tokens gaining access to Spell Void 1 means there is multiple ways to use a lightning flow in this format. So how do we go about figuring out what a lightning flow is worth?
Great question. And I think that has been part of the evolution of this format, because on the face of it, it's worth 1 point of damage, right? It's save Spell Void, or it may help you trigger off your hero ability. And I think that's where players started, was it's worth around 1.5 of value. But what we've seen is that depending on the deck that you're playing, the number of lightning flows you actually have access to, so number of ways to create lightning flow, and how you're actually using those lightning flows as fuel, as a resource for powerful turns, whether that's just constantly activating something like your Aurora hero ability, or whether it's setting up some bigger turns. It can be worth so much more. At minimum, in this format, you're going to be able to get that 1 spell void off of it most of the time. But you can make this lightning flow worth a lot more than that. And it also comes down to when you actually use them. So you don't want to, you have to ride this line of, okay, I'm playing against arcane damage. If I don't use them early, could I possibly end the game with them and play, having lost the game by 1 or 2 points of value, and I could have used the lightning flow, versus I've ran out of lightning flow. I haven't managed my flow correctly, and I can't actually finish off the game by activating, say, my Aurora hero ability, or even my Zyggy hero ability, right? So it is actually really key how to manage these, and that has been, going back to complexity, that is one of the biggest complexities of this format. It adds another dimension, and I just have to say, these macros, as we've seen them evolve from Rosetta through to High Seas with Treasure Island, which I thought was already peaking at that point. I mean, what did that do to that format? But Omens of Arcana, a little bit more subtle than Treasure Island, but equally as important.
Yeah, I think so. I think as you were kind of alluding to just now, I learned the hard way that effects like tap lessons passed in this format, really important to kind of deny that first available recycle effect. And if you don't have the lightning flow available, well, you're not going to be able to do that. And so picking and choosing the arcane effect you have to tackle sometimes, also a big part of managing your lightning flow.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit through this walkthrough around that idea of fatigue in this format and how that plays out. I want to talk about some of the evolution of this format, staying open versus closing a lane. Now, Scott, as we said, lightning is the key theme through this, that one alongside class thread that goes all the way through. And that allows you to do something pretty unique to previous formats where you can stay potentially more open than you could in previous formats. Some of the formats, it felt like you needed in the first 3 picks to really be in your hero or your class. With this set, you can go 5-6 picks, still be fairly open. Let the draft come to you, and stay open, especially when you've got strong lightning generics like the Meteoric Rises in the cycle there, like Electrolyze, or leaning into some of the equipment, Lace Lightning, for instance. That's a card that is very, very sought after early on in the draft. Or you might do something different if you have a powerful class card, maybe a powerful rare like a Pulse Ray in your pack, and settle in early. I know we were talking about Flashbolt early on.
Oh, yeah.
A red Flashbolt might get you into a class very early on. What I also like about this format is sometimes taking these strong commons, something like a Meteoric Impact or a Path of Same Ends, especially if it actually is a 1 of 2 in your pack. If we talk about pack distributions, you can send a signal to your left. Now, typically in draft, always better to read signals than send signals, and I think that is what is interesting in Omens of the Third Age, where you can actually stay a little bit more open because of these lightning cards. Get a signal that maybe, some Zyggy cards have been taken, maybe there's a couple of rares that have been taken in a row, and you start to infer what that might mean for your draft. And then the wheel is where it becomes very important. That's when you're going to learn the most information.
I quickly found myself with this format that it wasn't quite as transparent that a lane is open for you as maybe some other draft formats that we've had in the past. It's really easy to not take a second to evaluate the lightning cards that are missing from the pack and go, let's pick 5. There's a red Path of Same Ends here. Surely I'm supposed to be Aurora, and not process the fact that, well, it's no class cards are gone yet at all. In fact, it's really hard to read where you're supposed to be in those spots. Have you got any tips for people who are maybe struggling with that side of things?
Yes, and I think that's why the best players right now are doing both of these things. They are letting the first few picks dictate what they do. Maybe they do open a really powerful class common, and they do close that lane off. Maybe they open a pack which doesn't allow them to do that, and they stay open with some powerful lightning cards. They read the packs as they come. So I think you have to do both of these. Traditionally in the past, I think you can get away. You could, you sometimes get punished, but you could often get away by like forcing a particular class or being like, okay, I really want to draft Fire in this draft, or I really want to draft Wizard in this draft format. In this format, the heroes are so balanced across the 3 of them. And it's actually really also about where you're sat in the draft, I believe. Oh. So it doesn't matter if you're 1 of 3, say Aurora, but if you're sat with another Aurora to your right, you're going to get severely punished. So I think my advice is try and learn to do both of these things. Try and learn when you stay open and when you find that card early and you commit, and just get that balance going.
Pretty incredible advice, in my opinion. I want to talk a little bit about the arcane prevention effects in this format. We kind of saw it in Prague with me and Michael Fung in the booth, that Oscilio kind of had the initial breakout, was the big fan favorite deck one way or the other, had, almost a clock on the format, made you respect it in some capacity. Is that still true at the moment? Has that changed in your perspective?
I think it has. We've gone through this Oscilio evolution within this format as well, where it was, as you say, very popular. It was sort of the thing where, okay, it's hard to interact with that arcane damage. I think you ask the question. It's always in Flesh and Blood, I believe, and many players believe, to be asking the question rather than trying to answer the question, especially early on in a format. It's that old adage of play the aggro deck on day 1 of a new format because players haven't worked out how to respond to it so far. And it was a little bit like that with arcane damage. Players were working out how to actually build their decks properly. Oscilio really punishes you for not being able to use your hand in its entirety. And so I believe that we saw Oscilio really overdrafted early on, and then players almost swung the pendulum back the other way with these arcane prevention effects. We saw players, like even first, second picking some of these things like Thunderous Retort or Calm Veil of Vault Haven all of a sudden became a card that people were like, this is a really early pick. It lets me stay open, but also prevents damage. Back to now where I think Oscilio has landed as a preference for still a lot of players, but now it's about, okay, how do you draft these arcane prevention effects? And I think a great example of that is a card like Yellow Thunderous Retort. Very innocuous on the surface, you might say an average piece of damage prevention, right? But you play that main deck in Aurora because of the effect of the go again that it provides to you at the start of the turn, because of the effect of having an Aurora go to the graveyard. It has so many other effects that are beyond that damage prevention, as opposed to something that's very specific, like a Spellbane Sigil, for instance, which will be more of a sideboard card. So players have been learning how to balance out those prevention effects, having some of the main deck cards and some of the sideboard only cards. And then also what's really important is your equipment and how you structure your equipment. I think there was the thought early on in this format that the equipment is maybe less important in this draft set than in previous draft sets. I think what we're seeing is that maybe isn't the case. It's just about how you draft your equipment, and it's all synergy. How does your equipment complement those other cards in your deck?
Makes a lot of sense to me. Second cycle is, I think, maybe my favorite part of Flesh and Blood in general. I like pitch stacking. It makes me feel smart. I think most players like to feel smart. And I think this format is something that really rewards you for understanding what is possible in the second cycle of the game. These games don't often go to fatigue, I find, one way or the other, but I do find that setting yourself up to make sure that they don't go to fatigue is often quite a profitable prospect.
It's a looming threat, is how I would describe fatigue in this format. It is not a primary win condition, but if you do not manage the damage in your deck correctly, you can find yourself being fatigued in this format. So you have to be conscious, and this format it's a little underpowered comparative to some of our other limited formats. And it is a little bit slower than some of our other formats as well. So you very, very often, more games not get back to that second cycle. So pitching reds or opting them away with the Seekers is actually really, really vital in this format. And there's a few different ways you can think about the end game or that second cycle in this format, as I said. You can think about potentially having a specific setup of a combination of two specific cards you're looking to pair together in an end game to push a final sort of barrage of damage at the opponent. You can think about things like a cheeky little Storm Shard or an instant speed effect to get damage over the top. Something like a Volatile Fluxer is always great to pair with that. Use that yellow early on as a resource card. You find a way to get that, pitch that Storm Shard or opt to the bottom, as we said. And then you've got a kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation in the end game that your opponent has to face down when they're also low on cards. And then you've got this kind of semi-unpreventable damage. Of course, there's Spell Void on those lightning flows, but we know lightning flows are, then they're finite, right?
Yes.
And you're also using them to power up your weapons, things like this. So having some effects like this in the end game can be very powerful.
Yeah, more than once I have used a Spell Void to stop a Scorpio and then walk straight into a Stinging Sprite.
Exactly,
It's a
exactly.
lesson you very much have to learn. Speaking of lessons, using the whole hand, such a big part of this format because of the power level that we're looking at. I think this was a hard lesson for a lot of people, especially in Prague.
I think this is potentially the most important lesson, is you have to be able to leverage 4 and 5 card hands, because players are evolving the way they play this format. They will punish you if you don't know how to do that. If you get back to second cycle and you don't have these ways to extend your full hand or extend the chain by utilizing all of your 4 or 5 card hands, you will get these unintentional IPs on yourself, and that is how your opponent will grind out value. So cards that maybe were lower picks early on, like a Stellar Glide, for instance, are now really solid role players as people see them. They have this effect that, it's a 2 for 5, it's a little bit below rate, but in turns cycles where you have 4 or 5 card hands because your opponent has either just sent arcane damage at you or passed the turn back, they have a very relevant effect to get you some value that is much, much needed, to be honest.
If taking Quick Succession is wrong, I don't want to be right. That tends to be how I navigate this draft format. A couple of cards we do want to highlight here that have kind of risen up the pick order as the format has evolved. Walk me through these 4, maybe a couple more.
Yeah, I think these are just examples of the way the format has evolved. So Storm Shard, I think just that sort of uninteractable damage to an extent, because arcane damage is more interactable in this format and is one of the core damage styles, I guess, or one of the damage routes. Having something that, because of the lack of defense reactions and only so much non-arcane damage prevention, like a Calm Veil, for instance, is very powerful. Dualities. We're seeing how important dualities are across all 3 heroes. They allow you to do all the things we spoke about. Extend your hand, have flexibility, damage, cheeky damage at the end, these lightning flow creations.
I love them. And they're like my favorite cards in the format.
Exactly. I love having like 4 or 5 of these in my decks all the time.
I'll take 9 if you let me. Absolutely. Like,
You heard it here from Scott.
I have arguably been called out by my teammates for drafting too many dualities. Like I love these things. Red Flashbolt was my first pick in Nationals, so big fan of that one as well. But talk to me a bit more about Ominous Respite.
Yeah, it's a card that in other draft formats you might say, this card is okay, right? It's maybe fringe playable, but this card in this format is so powerful and highly sought after, and that's because of all the things we spoke about with extending the hand, having cards that gain life to get you out of range, and also the fact that it's an instant for triggering instant matters.
On the other side of the coin, there are some cards that have been a little less impressive than when we first saw them. How are you feeling about these?
Yeah, I think Auric Shards is one for me where it looked so powerful out of the gate, and people were first picking this card regularly to the point where it is quite hard to actually set up, and players now know how to play around it, and the value of this card has dropped. Flittering Force Field, a defense reaction that can be a 0 for 4. That must be amazing. But in this format, because of the arcane damage, this card can be too narrow. It doesn't have enough modality to it, and it's a card that has really dropped off on people's radars. And then I think Flowshard Elemental is a great example of that on the attacking side, where, okay, 0 for 4, that has this way to extend your hand in so many ways. But we just spoke about damage density in a deck being really important. And are you going to discard cards to not get extra damage, but to get those lightning flows? And while this card is still good, I think where this was, say, maybe week 1, week 2, where people were talking about first picking this card, it has really come down in that order. And that's, again, because of synergy in this format is so important.
Yeah, I think synergy is an important one here. We talk about Auric Shards, not quite as impressive out of the gate as we thought, but Erode Authorities and Fingers of Fragmentation style Zyggy decks can definitely suddenly make that card look a whole lot more impressive than it did previously if you can line it up with those synergy pieces, but not something you want to be first picking. Just because it's not as impressive as it was doesn't mean the card is bad, per se.
Exactly. So, in summary, these are just 3 of the things that have kind of happened over the evolution of this format so far. And the 8 weeks, it's only been 8 weeks since Prague, Scott, when you were sat there. But so much has happened. I'm looking out for these things this weekend to see how players continue to develop and evolve with this format. How will players stay open versus getting into those lanes early? Are we going to see forcing? I really don't think we will, but I'll be keeping my eye out for that. Speaking of forcing, is there still an Oscilio bias? Or with this quite even sort of power level of this format, are we going to see 3-3-2 across most pods as opposed to those 4 Oscilios potentially? And then turn extenders. Again, just continues to be such a focal point of this format, being able to convert your hands each and every single time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that was incredibly insightful. So thank you, Hayden. Chat, do us a favor and thank Hayden for the hard work that went into that. It was pretty impressive. Like the stream, express your gratitude however you prefer. I think it's fair to say, based on that presentation alone, that the nuance of this format is pretty clear.
I hope so.
You did a great job.
We think so. We think so, right?
100%.
And this is the format that I've done I typically find as I stack up the drafts, I find that I learn less and less with each draft, typically, right? I think that's a pretty normal learning curve. I think this curve is so much flatter on that incline than I expected. And each draft, I'm still learning so much. And I think that's because there has been evolution within the ways that players are approaching this draft. The meta of the draft itself keeps changing.
Well, speaking of our players, we have some haymakers in this draft pod because turns out good players are good at flesh and blood. So let's check in and see who we'll be following along with. Is it Michael Hamilton? He is waiting in the wings for you. It will be our featured drafter this time around. Currently sitting at 5-0 off the back of that Jarl Vetreiði deck list. But there are some stone cold killers in this draft pod. The likes of Nova-chan, Alexander Vore, and Yuki Lee Bender immediately coming to mind here. Dan Rakowski, if we could do classic constructed things again, I'm not sure anyone is getting out of this pod alive.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to run it through in this draft, and then Dylan Dietz as well in this pod. Alex Vore, 5-0. Will he go mono Oscilio this draft? That's what I'm interested to see. He is a wizard stan. He loves being able to draft wizards, so I'll keep an eye out to see if Alex ends up being 8 rounds of Oscilio today. And then Nova-chan, Blue Pitch, Team Blue Pitch, a team that has been so strong for so long. Obviously, got a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Got penalized a little bit recently to Team Blue Pitch. They got some bannings.
I'll say headhunted. It's a nicer way of putting it when all is said and done. But Dante Lima, of course, and Hiroki Miyamura here joining us in the pod. Fang player having a great strong run there as well, having a phenomenal time. Want to make sure they get the credit they deserve for making it to 5-0 and joining us in what is draft pod #1 here at Pro Tour Vegas. Hayden, I love talking with you.
Let's watch some draft.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's make sure we get down there onto the floor and check out how Michael Hamilton's first pack broke down in the end. So we're looking at Meteoric Impact as the immediate card pulled to the front here. Vault-bound Duality, Leech Vitality, Polaris Pulse Ray standing out to us here. Elliptical Conflux also being considered.
Yeah, I look at this and I think Michael Hamilton assessing what are the class cards in here, and could I send a signal? Do I try and stay open? There's no particularly strong lightning cards, so I think taking a class card here is where Michael's going to land. Leech Vitality is also a really powerful Runeblade card, but it looks like just the one very strong wizard card, so it feels like quite an easy pick to just take this Meteoric Impact. You're not worried about the person to your left then picking up Wizard necessarily. There's a few decent Runeblade cards in the pack, so maybe you're putting the person to your left in Runeblade, especially passing that Vitality, I believe.
Taking a quick glance at the lightning cards as well, trying to contemplate how this pack will break down as the neighbors get their hands on it. But definitely looks like that red Meteoric Impact is the premium pick, and one you got to be pretty happy to see if you're Michael Hamilton. It's not a Haymaker rare, but it's about as good as it gets when it comes to commons, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I think Michael made that decision pretty early on and was just working out what might I see in the wheel on this pack as we take a look in here at pack 2. And a Robe of Astral Sanctuary is a really nice pickup. Could still keep Michael a little bit open potentially as well, but we're going to see him thumb through the pack and work out what has maybe been taken. It looks like there's a rare wizard card in there. There's a Nebulous, I believe.
That's what stands out to me here. Robe of Astral Sanctuary, pretty premium. I love these pieces of equipment. I think they're very strong. And to me, the fact this is still here is kind of like, well, okay, someone wanted to send me a signal. So what signal am I missing?
Yeah, it looks like no, not a rare because it's a Singing Sprite. And is there a foil still in this pack?
Yeah, the Nebulous Aetherbolt, I think, is a foil.
Oh, so maybe there was so there's 3 rares in this pack then, potentially.
Very possible.
So a rare, it looks like a rare has been taken out of this pack. So hard to read too much into that. You know, sometimes you think something like I find Zyggy rares are often kind of what get taken earlier potentially, like a Polaris Pulse Ray, a red fragment card.
There's some flash bolts, core reactions, these kind of things that definitely come to mind as well. So I'm sure they'll be on Michael's mind as he contemplates these next few picks. But that Robe of Astral Sanctuary, a pretty great pickup. I love this equipment set. I think it's very strong, especially into Aurora. Pack number 3 on the way.
Something I like about the Robe of Astral Sanctuary is Michael didn't necessarily get a signal from that pack, so staying a little bit open still with that robe means that if something then gets passed in this next pack that's a signal, he's still open to it and not 2 wizard cards deep.
Helm of Astral Sanctuary here allows Michael to stay open if he wants to, but Corrosive Space Dust, often heralded as one of the better rares for Zyggy. We kind of alluded to it. You want to take that as a signal, but you can't always because of the way this format plays out.
I think it's easier in the second pick, and I think this is now a card. So the problem is if he passes Corrosive Space Dust, you may be passing the person to your left into Zyggy. So I think if you're going to jump ship and start committing to it, you need to take this. But Michael can also play it a little bit safer and stay open with this Helm here.
Really tough pick. Those are the cards at the front of the pack.
I like this pick. Corrosive,
yeah,
take the Corrosive. Just cut the lane. Because now if this next pack has a strong Zyggy card in it, you kind of know you're there and in the right seat. And knowing you're in the right seat by pick 4 that's right on schedule, I would say.
Speaking of on schedule, Shattering Flowtide, red Cosmic Duality available in this pack. So it's still 2 pretty solid Illusionist commons. It's exactly what you want to be seeing if you've chosen to make the pivot. But Nebulous Cycle here pulled to the front. I'm a fan of these auras. I think you want some amount, not too many, not too little.
Yeah, I typically like having sort of around 3 of these if I can in my deck. Michael might actually be able to wheel one of these as well. So from pack 1. So I think the Cosmic Duality is, I mean, these 2-card 7s, the Fragment, especially the Dualities, which we just spoke about in our walkthrough, is so important. This feels like a really clean pick here to me for Michael, and then puts himself in the Zyggy seat by pick 4 in a very nice spot.
Feels like a premium pickup. These last 2 picks has definitely been direction found for Michael Hamilton. Let's see if it continues into pack number 5. We'll fan on through. Fleeing Starbreeze, Blue Clear Conscience still available in the back of this pack as well.
Yeah, I like Blue Clear Conscience. I think it's the one that I prefer to have in my deck. I like a decent number of blues in Zyggy, and I think Clear Conscience is just, it's about damage density at the end of a game and threats. Clear Conscience can definitely be one of those cards that demands cards from the opponent. But you do need some number of these blue aura effects. I like to, have a couple in my deck, maybe 2 or 3. And depending on the kind of archetype that you end up in, Fleeing Starbreeze can be really important.
Do you want to note this pack has 4 Runeblade commons at the back? Then not stellar.
Yeah,
the
they're not
duality is
great.
pretty
That's
good.
the
They're
thing.
not great, but it's sheer density I'm interested in because it makes me think that no one to my right-hand side is interested in Aurora right now either.
Which is a bit scary for you, but there was a lot of lightning cards taken from the pack, so hard to say when those cards were on the weaker level.
Okay, Fingers of Fragmentation available here. Ominous Excavation also pulled up to the front of this pack for Michael.
Yeah, you can see now there's only one Runeblade card in the pack, so I think it was just the quality of that last pack.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Crack, cool from afar. I like less than Fleeing Starbreeze. I mean, it depends on the archetype you end up in. Like, if you end up with these multiple zero-cost fragment decks, you want the Fleeing Starbreeze a lot. But this is just an easy Fingers pick here.
For another equipment slot in, Fingers of Fragmentation gives you all kind of leeway, especially with cards like Clear Conscience in those final turns. That allows your opponent to be forced into some awkward blocks. Next pack coming up, Nebulous Cycle still here. Red, Calm Veil of Vaulthaven up front here too.
Okay, so we spoke about these damage prevention effects. There's a brush off in the pack as well. There's actually a blue flashbot there. I think this is where a nice place in a pack to take something like a Calm Veil.
Big fan of this one. Does enough to be playable into non-Oscilio matchups if you find yourself a little short on playables, but definitely at its best against the Wizard in this format. Definitely seems to be the choice for Michael right now.
I think it comes down to, like, the Nebulous Cycle, it's early on, so you can probably still pick up some of these. You only need a couple in your deck, but you can get really cut on the Oscilio sort of hate cards, quote-unquote, and Calm Veil of Vaulthaven, as you said, is always playable, so it's a nice one to pick up early.
Not a lot here for Michael. Looking at a Sigil of Astral Flow and a blue Auric Shard. Seems like we might have gotten to the point in the pack where the other Ziggies got to their fill first.
Yeah, and does Michael think he might be able to wheel one of those Crackle from Afar or Fleeing Starbreeze? I don't think he's going to be able to, so I wonder if he's interested in the Sigil because of that, but ultimately he's going to go with some more red defensive power here.
Love that Force Field coming on through for Michael. One we did say had dropped off a little bit, but it still can just be a 0 for 4. There is no other defense reaction in the format capable of that. We see blue Pulsing Cardia and red Hollow Shield still in this pack here to choose from.
Yeah, Hollow Shield is another card that early on was seen as maybe, you know, quite decent and has really dropped off the radar. It's a bit more of a cyborg card at this stage now. There's a red Vault-bound duality in the pack, though, which is super interesting to your point before about the sort of Runeblade drafters at the table as we go ahead there and take that Pulsing Cardia. We do need some blues. This is our second blue picked up so far, and a couple of really nice blues, actually.
Well navigated so far. Yellow Cosmic Duality feels like a gift this late in the draft here. Couldn't really ask for something better on pick 10 of pack number 1.
Yeah, it's interesting that Michael thumbed that Beckoning Brilliance to the front, though. I don't know if there was ever a consideration, but yeah, to me, it's just a slam the Cosmic Duality here. I really, as we said, I want like 4 or 5. You want 9. I'm okay with 4 or 5, but it's a nice pick up there. And then there's an Auric Shards in the pack as well in yellow, which I think you do want one. You do want Auric Shards. I think it's really important for being able to push through some damage, especially in the mirror.
Seems to be briefly considering that Glide Through Starlight is the pick in the end. Kind of like this as well. We know there needs to be some number of blues. I don't mind these situational ones that have implications into Oscilio.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think Michael's just making sure that he's got enough playables from this first pack, and then he can start to have some luxury picks in packs 2 and 3, which I quite like. That's especially, I think he's assessed now on the wheel. He's seeing none of these Ziggy cards come back, that he is 1 of 3 Ziggies. So you have to be a little bit, that changes. If you're 1 of 2 versus 1 of 3, that changes how you have to draft. You have to be a little more conservative with your picks.
Yeah, if there's a Nebulous Cycle here or something, it's much better news for you on the wheel than where we found ourselves. But all in all, if I'm in Michael's seat, I'm pretty happy with how this draft is going.
Yeah, I think he's navigated it really well. I think, you know, you're always at the mercy a little bit of how your opponents around you may decide to draft, but I think he has found the seat that he is meant to be in. You could argue, was he ever a Runeblade seat? But the cards weren't particularly powerful. We just saw on the wheel that there was a, you know, like the duality coming back through on the wheel. So I think, you know, it looks like he's in 1 of 3 Ziggy seed, and that feels like the place you want to be.
Let's review that pack together one more time and see how things have shaken out for our world champion so far. All in all, pretty impressive. In your opinion, Hayden, what are the highlights for us here right now?
I think to me, it's just the way he drafted it, because I don't think any of these cards are particularly... He hasn't found power yet. That is what he is lacking. He's got, you know, a red Cosmic Duality, and that's kind of his power right now. But he has a Fingers of Fragmentation, and he has a Robe of Astral Sanctuary. So getting through 2 pieces of strong equipment in pack 1 is definitely worth something. And then he has that yellow Corrosive Space Dust as well, which... You know, it's not the most exciting, but it is good. I actually think yellow Corrosive Space Dust is maybe the best one, honestly, because you can pitch it early to a 2-cost, like a Cosmic Duality, and then set it up for the end game like we spoke about
Yes,
earlier.
Of course.
So I think he's probably like, this feels like a 7.5 out of 10 so far through pack 1 for me, for Michael.
Okay, so if you have the choice at the beginning of pack 2, what does Michael want to open the most right now?
Like a red rare fragment.
Frame Life Force, something
Yeah,
like
blink of an eye.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. Makes a lot of sense. I hope for Michael's sake that's possible. I'm sure the rest of his pod probably hope that it isn't.
I imagine.
But there is only one way for us to find out. So let's get on down and dance in pack number 2 and see how things did treat Michael down there in a moment. Those rares we kind of alluded to in a second ago, the Fraying Life Forces, the Blink of an Eyes. I've heard talk of the town that they are in contention with some of the best rares in the set. Do you agree with that statement one way or the other?
Yeah, I think so. I think the rares in the set are generally fairly powerful. You know, I think that's another evolution of this format where at the start there was some skepticism on the rares in particular, like the flash bolts, the wizard rares in general, I think, that weren't Aether Sling and Mindfire, basically.
Yeah, sure.
But people, core reaction obviously is so strong. And then even when you look at the Runeblade ones, which are the ones who maybe looked down upon sometimes, those yellow cycles of additional value you get are also really strong. So I think the rares in the set, from a limited perspective, are just very good.
All right, cross our fingers. Let's see if it's a rare for Michael Hamilton as pack 2 kicks off. Let's take a peek at what we find inside. Storm Shard, Crackle from Afar, Auric Shards, Blue Cosmic Duality, Red Corrosive Space Dust. Not a bad one to find.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I think we spoke about before. You know, I think now the yellow Space Dust is probably the best one, honestly. But you're not upset to have a second Space Dust. I mean, yeah, would have loved that sort of fragment attack like we spoke about. And I think if that yellow duality was red, I think Michael might honestly just take that. So he's pulled forward the Beckoning Brilliance. I wonder if that's ever a consideration. He seems to pull it forward a couple of times. It must be something he likes drafting within Zyggy, you know, that kind of like additional 1 cost, be able to pitch 1 blue and be able to do the full Zyggy thing with Aphrodite.
Double Storm Shard in this pack as well, worth noting on the wheel potentially. As I imagine players
and
who are
playing against it as well, knowing that there's 2 Storm Shards.
Knowing where they are, big deal. But speaking of big deals, Corrosive Space Dust is not a bad one to find to kick off pack 2 for Michael. Let's see what comes up as his next choice. Riftbreaker at the front of this one. Shattering Flowtide in the red variety. Tends to be my preferred version of that attack. Otherwise, not all too much standing out for me here.
Yeah, but for those around him, I mean, there's a red path. There's yet another Storm Shard, which is really important to note. Riftbreaker is not a terrible pickup. Again, you just kind of want 2-cost attacks, but Shattering Flowtide opens up potential pathways for Michael. The only thing is he didn't get back any of those blue auras, you know, like, for instance, the Go Again. So he's a little bit lacking on ways of getting Go Again right now, but Shattering Flowtide is just so strong. And as we said, talk about the value of a lightning flow.
Yeah. Yeah, my current rule in this format, if it makes a flow, in it goes. And, we'll
I like that.
We'll see if Michael agrees with Shattering Flowtide here. Definitely one of those cards that shines a little on turn 0. People don't want to use their prevention effects to stop this thing from happening. Don't really want to block with a card and give you a chunk of flow either. The red one definitely at its best here as well. That flow generating attack is the second pick here for Michael, who is being passed to and from Yukili Bender, which is a daunting place to be. Red Carnveil of Volthaven is thumbs to the front here. Some premium Runeblade cards behind it. Arcane Kassai in the red as well. Elliptical Conflux is the other choice here.
Yeah. Michael may have to pick one of these yellow auras up a little bit higher than he was planning to in that first pack now, because he didn't get back either of those yellow auras from the first pack.
Conflux, definitely one of the more appealing ones if you can build your deck around those red Shattering Flowtides, those 0-cost fragment attacks. Of course, Carnveil of Volthaven just at a premium if Michael has the read on these packs that Oscilio is a 3 of in this pod. Going to want those prevention effects as and when possible. A difficult choice.
It does look to me so far like we're probably 3 Zyggy, 3 Oscilio, and 2 Runeblade, but we'll find out more information, I'm sure, as we see some of the packs come back from the left-hand side. Will we take this Carnveil of Volthaven? I think the thing for Michael right now is he's not necessarily in a specific archetype of Zyggy at this point in time. So I think he can be a little bit more open, take the Carnveil. He's kind of got his Oscilio sort of response sewn up.
Absolutely.
So he can wait for some more powerful cards for his hero.
Core reaction still in this pack. Red Auric Shards and a yellow Pulsing card here. These packs looking a lot less impressive for Michael. Gotta wonder if there is another Zyggy to his immediate left.
Might well be. I think picking up the red Auric Shards is fine here. But you can see even Michael's not super excited about it. He's actually pulled this Pulsing Cardia to the front as well, and maybe thinking about, okay, am I trying to get into like a zero-cost kind of Ziggy here? But I do think as well, he could probably find a way to make this Auric Shards work. He's not got a lot of Lightning Flow generation so far either, though, actually.
Well, this Carvilla Vault Havens do some heavy lifting in that department if you really need Lightning Flow generation, so there is some merit in that case, but does select that yellow Pulsing Cardia over Auric Shards. Clearly not a fan of that one, much the same as yourself. Next pack coming nice and hot. Fleeing Star Breeze. Yellow core reaction still in this pack, mind you. Red Stinging Sprite even. Definitely feels like this direction is pretty dry for our Ziggle McGiggles players.
Yeah, it feels like the other two Ziggies might be within the next 3 seats of Michael at this point. So it could be like Michael is Ziggy, another Ziggy, something else, and another Ziggy. Honestly, they could just be towards one of the end of the table, which we spoke about earlier. Can be really tough. But Fleeing Starbreeze is a nice pickup here. It's definitely a card that Michael wants in his deck, and is going to give him, you know, along with that Pulsing Cardi we just saw, maybe a way to lean into some of these zero-cost kind of build of Ziggy here as well with this go again.
Definitely much better with those Pulsing Cardias, Shattering Flow Tides, even Ebbing Arcstride before the end game. So happy to see Fleeing Starbreeze. Does play plenty well with Aphrodisias in those late game scenarios, should you need. Let's take a peek at the next one. Red Heaven's Claws, another ominous respite in the pack here. Stellar Glide, nothing super exciting
grim
again.
Yeah, it's looking like there's 2 other Ziggies to Michael's pretty close to immediate left here, and he may need to take something that's just damage on a stick, something that provides a decent chunk of value like a Heaven's Claws or a Stellar Glide, as you said, which can help you extend the hands. I think right now Michael's got enough ways to extend hands. I don't know if he needs to go somewhere like a Stellar Glide. I think he can afford to take a Heaven's Claw here, which might play reasonably well into his deck.
Red Heaven's Claws is the pick here. 5 points of damage on that one. Hopefully going to improve the red quality for Michael Hamilton.
Oh, look at these Runeblade cards and these Wizard cards, though. Wow.
Okay, Dashing Flatfoot still in here. Glide through Starlight at the front of the pack. Red Nebula Duality. Red Rush of Power. These are all just premium cards that Michael would love to be in the position to take, but doesn't fit with where we are.
Yeah, I think the Glide Through is just the best pickup here. Yeah, we were talking about those. You asked me about the rares before, and there's a Dashing Flashfoot in the pack, and these cards are still really good, honestly.
I am a Flashfoot enjoyer myself. It's a bit of a shame to see that one going around pick 8.
I'm sure it won't be a shame for someone else, though.
No, I'm sure someone else is quite happy about the scenario they find themselves in. Michael finds himself looking at Crackle from afar. Maybe Spellbane Sigil
in this pack.
Yeah, even a Blue Nebula Duality. Some real premium late Wizard cards here. Does kind of tell the tale of the tape and where the Oscilios are in this pod.
Yeah. They may be bunched together as well. We may just, sometimes in this draft format, what I find happens is because of the tri-hero, you can find heroes end up being a bit bunched because of, like you said, it's hard to read signals as well. As we see that blue, was it the Starbreeze that was picked up there?
Yeah, to me. Crackle from afar, indeed. Yeah, the other blue aura. Speaking of, we find a copy in this pack as well. That Beckoning Brilliance pulled to the front again. Definitely feels like no one else in this pod rates this card, and Michael keeps just kind of looking at it dreamily.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about trying to find out how does he win this game, right? So we've got a red Auric Shards as a potential option, but you can pair this with some of these one costs. As I was saying before, if you pair this with an instant and then your blue, you can use 1 blue to Ziggy activation plus use the ability off of that as well. You get that additional resource, that key 4 kind of resource breakpoint almost for Ziggy.
God, look at this. Arc Ramp, Lightning Overload, Comet Collision, even Chromatic Refinement, just the only things left in this pack. It's all Wizard goodies.
Yeah, it might just be 2 Oscilio in this. I wonder if there's a chance that this is a 4 Ziggy draft, especially seeing that there's still Yellow Path in this pack as well.
Yellow Path, Blue Meteoric, even Yellow Tap Lessons Pass, even Cosmic Flare playable in the right versions of Oscilio. Like, definitely leaning more towards the potential of a 4 Ziggy pod here.
Yeah, and I wonder for Michael if it's in, again, just 3 Wizard cards. Wow, Constella Uplift in the pack. Yes, it looks like a 2 Oscilio sort of draft. And I wonder if Michael's thinking, like, I kind of took that Meteoric Impact and then immediately came out of it, and now feeling a little bit punished for it as well. It felt like, to me, he had done the right thing, though, and moved into the right seat, but he's, in this second pack, just been really punished for it.
Getting strangled on the Ziggy resources is Michael Hamilton, and what an intriguing pack 2. Blue Tap Lessons Past going last there as well. Very telling of this side of the pod. I think we learned a lot more about the texture of the players in this pod from Pack 2 than we did from Pack 1.
Yeah, and there may have been another player who also did something similar to Michael, started in one hero, moved to another, maybe was in Oscilio, for instance, and moved out into Zyggy. It's hard to know without seeing the full breakdown of this pod, but yeah, it really did feel like to me that Michael had navigated that first pack really well and found himself in the right seat, but yeah, Pack 2 really punished him, so we'll see if he can sort of bring it back in Pack 3.
Let's take a look at what the deck is looking like, all smushed together so far. Hayden, what are we looking for in pack number 3?
Can I say lots of things?
You can. You can.
He needs a number of things, I think.
Give me some top-level highlights, the important ones. What can we not afford to not have?
So I think he's got enough damage in the deck, mostly. Like, pick up 1 or 2 more pieces of damage. Ideally, a couple of these red fragment cards would be great. 2 of those would be fantastic. We need another couple of blues to support our resource base. We've actually got some yellows that support our resource base okay. And when some of those are cards that are good in the in-game, like a yellow corrosive space dust, that's perfectly fine. But those yellow chromatic refinements, we don't really want to be playing those in our deck. Maybe you could play one of them, it's okay. So Crackle from Afar and Fleeing Starbreeze, having those is fantastic. Another couple of blues of that quality, or at least probably some ones that block as well would be great. And I think at least one more piece of equipment. I think what would actually be great now looking at this is picking up something like a Laced Lightning would be great in this next pack. 3 equipment will be perfectly fine for Michael Hamilton. But yeah, there's a couple of things that he needs. Reds, you only really need another 1 or 2 sort of power cards, I think, though.
Well, we saw from pack 1 and especially from pack 2 that we think Michael is probably the first Zyggy in this direction. Seems like they're all the other way around. So in theory, pack 3 should be a pretty big boon for the deck. And I hope it kind of comes together as a result. But only one way for us to find out, right?
Now let's get into it and see how Michael navigates pack 3 here. And the other thing you say about that as well, on the wheel should be better as well, because you're going to get that first look at it before the other players.
Fraying Life Force in this one as a viable rare. Boots, Shattering Flowtide, Red Cosmic Duality. Can we not slip some of these back into pack 2,
Oh my goodness,
please?
I know. I wonder if there's an argument to take the boots here because you'll wheel one of these other 3 cards, but Fraying Life Force is just so strong, I don't think you can pass it up. So if that wasn't Fraying Life Force and it was a card sort of on par with Shattering Flowtide and Duality, I think you could just take the boots and wheel one of those cards because you don't really care which one of it is, especially in Michael's deck. But the Fraying Life Force as a card is just so strong, I think.
See Michael considering that in this exact moment. Red Flashbolt, Red Comet Collision in the back of this pack as well. Just pure unadulterated gasoline as the tree is the pick, it would seem.
Yeah, the problem is the wheel's going to not be very good because those other 2 cards are going to get taken, and there's nothing actually very exciting or even just halfway decent, honestly, in the pack for Michael to pull back on the wheel. So that's a bit of a shame there.
Pack number 2 of pack 3 coming up here for Michael. Nourishing Glow, Red Flittering Spike immediately pulled to the front. Red Voltic Impact feels like a bit of a gift.
And Red Pulsing Cardio as well. I wonder if with the deck that Michael is pulling together, I think his deck is still lacking some like really strong knitted synergy that goes in a specific direction. I think for that reason, you probably take Voltic Impact because it's just a good card, a good damage in a deck.
Absolute haymaker, especially if you find early flow generation on these lightning cards at a premium. But you see Michael considering at least the Flittering Spike, maybe that Nourishing Glow as well in line with this rare that was passed by his neighbor. A Flittering Spike definitely seems to be the more appealing one. Does line up very well with those 0-cost auras that we already have.
And even the 1-cost as well in the in-game. But I think you just got to take the card that just is damage at this point when your deck is kind of about average, if not slightly below average. The wheel's actually going to be okay in this pack, though, for Michael. So that's something to watch out for when he gets his pack back in 8 picks time. There's actually some options in the pack from still, probably.
Dash for coming the other way. We see Fleeing Starbreeze in this pack. And honestly, not an awful lot else.
Yeah, I wonder if we even pick up the Brush Off here as just a card that can deal with all sorts of damage. Lightning Flow there's not a lot in Michael's deck, so Sigil is the other option as well. I think you've got enough you've got one other Fleeing Starbreeze. I think that's probably okay. And because Sigil can create that embodiment of lightning anyway, I think that might be a pretty reasonable pickup here.
Fleeing Starbreeze floating to the front of the pack for Michael as he fans through these cards, contemplating one more time. It is that Brush Off and Sigil of Astral Flow that are the other points of consideration for now.
This is pretty close, honestly. I think I would slightly hedge towards the Sigil, but I think the Fleeing Starbreeze is also a reasonable pick, and that's where Michael goes.
Starbreeze down into the pile. Another blue aura. makes those zero-cost fragment attacks more appealing. Lines up with that Aphrodite in a lovely little way.
It's so hard making those picks as well when you're under time pressure and the judge is counting down and you're like, trying to remember everything that's in your deck already. It can be so tough, honestly. And Michael's an absolute pro.
Constella Tiara available here as an equipment piece that will fit a slot we haven't filled yet, but one of the less appealing ones. At this point, you can't really afford to be picky. Nourishing Glow in there. Can't help but notice that red meteoric impact at the back of this pack as well.
Yeah, and because we picked up that Fleeing Starbreeze now, do you want to take a fourth aura, blue aura that doesn't block, or do you just say, okay, I found a piece of equipment, let's bank it now while we can? And I think that's what Michael's going to do, is going to hedge that way.
Does indeed go with that Tiara. Fills in one of the missing equipment slots. Big fan of that. Ponder tokens still plenty powerful in this format, especially when you're parking instants in there for tricks later on. Lightning overloads at the front of this one. Red tap less in this pack. There is an alarmingly little amount of playable cards here. Yellow Auric Shards, blue Hollow Shield. No.
I think you just take the Auric Shards here. I think there's actually ways Michael can use this card in his deck. I actually really like that Constella Tiara pickup, by the way. I think the Ponder token is really strong in Michael's deck when he specifically wants to bottom some cards. The cards he doesn't want to see in that first cycle.
Inclined to agree. Yellow Astral Assault being thumbed towards the front here as well.
Yeah, blocks 2 and can present some damage. I think Michael doesn't have to worry too much about damage.
Blue Brush Off is the pick, and you're going to be darn happy to have that when that blue Flashbolt tries to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, that's where this draft is at, is that we just picked a blue Brush Off.
Okay, red Electrolyze still in this pack. This one pretty premium early on. Does fit into just about any hero if you squint, and seems plenty good here.
I think it goes into Michael's deck fairly well as well. So I think this is a fine pickup. The only thing is, Michael does have to watch the amount of cards that actually defend in his deck. He has drafted a number of no blocks, and I wonder if that's why he's considering this Flittering Spike.
Red Electron Jolt Step, red Vault-bound Duality in the back of the pack here as well. Aurora players are eating well. Does go with that Flittering Spike. I think that's a very heads-up pick. Not a lot of people would have made that. And
it's very controlled.
I think
so.
so.
From Michael.
And definitely is more of a benefit of those zero-cost auras that we have accrued across this draft.
It works better in his deck.
It does.
Works better in his deck.
Totally. Yellow Pulsing Cardia here. Blue Rift Breaker, blue Astral Assault seem to be the considerations.
So I think Michael is going to get back at least one blue 3-block in the wheel. So I think he's okay to take the Pulsing Cardia here. He'll draft another blue and he'll end up with around, I think it's about 8 blues in his deck, which is okay, especially given the number of yellows he has and how he's probably trying to set up. I think Michael is a second cycle gamer in this draft, honestly. He's trying to set up some big turns in the end game. That's what his deck looks like.
Set things up with some lovely Corrosive Space Dust. Does seem to be
does take the blue
plan of action. Does go with the blue, absolutely.
Yeah, Corrosive Space Dust, 100%. The Flittering Spike as well, things like that, like Yellow Flittering Spike, pitch early, set up these big turns in the end game.
Ebbing Arcstride blue available in this pack. Another yellow Flittering Spike might be needed to fill the gaps here, but some premium cards, Constella Waves in the pack here for a wayward Oscilio player.
Okay. I like this pick. I think Michael is really clear on how he's winning this game now. He's drafted a few ways to kind of push some damage early. He's got ways to sustain in the mid-game with good blocks and damage prevention, and then he's got this way to stack some in-game damage and push a big sort of final barrage. I'm not going to say it's exciting, but I think it is measured and it is a strategy.
Red Hollow Shield, blue Thunderous Retort at the front of this pack that also contains red Comic Collision, red Enian Surge for the Wizards down the line.
Got embarrassment of riches for the Wizards.
Yellow Calm Veil there, also not miserable for someone on the rise, but Thunderous Retort is the pick here, an extra source of Arcane Barrier, a way to make those Flittering Spikes a little more appealing if they come together. Perhaps.
And there's the Nourishing Glow that has wheeled around the table, which we thought would happen, and so there's a nice final pickup here for Michael, but again, these blues are, I mean, it's better than a blue Brush Off, so that's good.
When the bar's on the floor. Another pack coming for Hamilton. Sees Duality, Meteoric Impact, Lightning Overload, Thunderous Retort, exactly one of which is playable in our deck.
We'll take that one, thank you.
Yellow
Not a bad
Thunderous
pickup
Retort.
late, though.
No, as you alluded to, Yellow Thunderous Retort, often very playable.
Yeah, and actually fairly good in his deck, actually, as well, with the zero cost he's picked up.
Oh, bingo.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
Yellow Auric Shards turning up real late. Feels like a bit of a gift.
I think it's actually really good now, Michael's deck. I think when he passed it originally, it was looking pretty poor. Now he's picked up those 2 flittering spikes, it's looking a lot better.
Would you like Lightning Overload or Lightning Overload?
Yeah, I'll take the yellow one, I guess. More damage.
Take the foil.
But yeah, the flittering spikes to be able to set up, especially with a go again, like a kind of big go wide turn, I think is really interesting in his deck. So
you can see the exhale from Michael Hamilton as that draft comes to an end.
Yeah.
An interesting one, and I'm willing to say a stressful one, I think, if it had been me on that pod as well. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the deck that Michael Hamilton will be playing in these 3 rounds of draft. Walk me through some of the cards we should be paying attention to here, Hayden.
Yeah, so we've ended up with a number of decent reds in our deck. So Voltic Impact, we've got the Shattering Flowtide, which we saw, Corrosive Space Dust, of course, we picked up early, Cosmic Duality, and then we've got those ways to prevent some damage with Calm Veil of Vault Haven. Then we've got this kind of plethora of yellows with some synergy within where we can set up some end games with, you know, Flittering Spikes and Corrosive Space Dust, for instance. We've got the Thunderous Retort. I think that yellow Thunderous Retort is actually going to end up playing fairly well in Michael's deck because of the ways to just in-game multiple attacks potentially as well, so I'm on the lookout for that. And then as well, double Fleeing Starbreeze. So Michael can set up some damage. He's just going to have to, and as Michael Hamilton would be, it is Michael Hamilton, he's going to have to sort of craft these turns as he goes through.
32 cards available for the deck here, some that we would prefer not to play. What do you think is not making the cut?
Well, we can probably start with Blue Brush Off and maybe a Chromatic Refinement.
Coward. Okay, fair enough. You can't please everybody.
Where are you starting?
We're probably with the Blue Brush Off and maybe the Chromatic Refinement. I'm not picky. I think that in all this deck, you can see the struggles. You can see that we're probably in a minimum 3, maybe 4 Ziggy pod. The card quality definitely fell off at points, but I think Michael Hamilton has made a very cohesive plan out of that. I think there is a reasonable amount of flow generation between the limited dualities we found, those late flittering spikes, which I do think play very well with the 0-cost instant speed auras we have access to.
And with the Chromatic Refinements, like honestly, I actually think it's not bad.
Oh, I mean, that's a plan. That's gonna, especially when you've got a yellow auric shards in there as well. There's some goodies to make things work. I'm personally feeling like these Corrosive Space Dusts are going to be very important for our in-game reach alongside Aphrodisias, though.
Yeah, and Michael does have to work a little bit hard for those lightning flows. Like, they're not just automatic. There's some number of on-hits and things like that, or Calm Veil of Vault Haven. Michael's going to have to think ahead about how he uses them. We spoke about in our walkthrough how you manage your lightning flows in this game, and that is going to be very, very important for Michael in this one. The deck, overall, honestly, that's like a 6 out of 10, I think.
Yeah, I think I'd have given it a 6 as well. I think maybe a little more into the Oscilios. I think there's enough war, a couple of Calm Veils. I think there's some breathing room there, but it might be a 2 Oscilio pod. Maybe that dynamic changes a little bit there as well. So 6 seems like a solid place to go, but if there's anyone who can 3-0 with a 6, it's Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, I was going to say the draft that Michael ended up with, the deck is like a 6 out of 10, but the draft was like an 8.5 out of 10. I really think that, you know, Michael sort of put himself in the right seat, got a little bit punished there. The packs didn't help him out in pack 3 either for the wheel, and even in pack 2 they were a little bit soft for him to start with, but I think Michael navigated it very well considering what he had to work with.
So where did everyone else end up in this pod?
Need to know.
Let's take a look and see the hero breakdown of our players. It was Ziggy for Michael Hamilton and 3 other people, as we had a fear that might be the case.
Yeah, and they were reasonably far away. There's no one to his right, which we kind of knew, but it ended up being Alex 2 seats just left. It actually felt like where Danton was sit. I thought that was also a Ziggy seat, but it turns out there's just 2 more across, including Dan Rakowski. You see there, though, Yuki Lee Bender was to Michael's right, and one Oscilio in the end. It ended up being a 4-3-1 draft, and I think that there must have been some things happening in that first pack where some players changed and swapped, but Michael's obviously going to look back at this and be like, wow, I was in Oscilio and then I left because I kind of got cut a little bit from Yuki, but no one else ended up being in Oscilio. And that's what I spoke about earlier with the way these pack distribution goes sometimes. It can be hard to navigate where you should be and you end up with heroes clumped. And in this instance, that's probably what would have happened, but Michael chose to move out.
Yeah, I think this is the first time in this history of this format I have seen a 1 Oscilio pod.
That's the opposite of what we said.
yeah, that's not something I've really seen before. In fact, I'm slightly concerned I might be going crazy because I'm hearing some voices I shouldn't be able to hear right now.
Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? My friends, I've got some stories from the floor here. I went ahead and talked to some of our players here in the pod. Let's, of course, start with Mr. Michael Hamilton. I wanted to hear from our featured drafter. Michael said he felt like his deck was not great. He said he has a few bombs. He says he feels like it's for sure a 3 or a 4 Zyggy deck. After the first picks of trying to stay open, he saw the Space Dust, went all in. He felt like he didn't navigate it perfectly. He said, lots of good anti-Oscilio cards, so I hope I pair into Oscilios. Turns out that might be a little harder. Let's talk about some of the other Ziggies, though. Alex, you guys were talking about, feels like people might have pivoted. Alex said the same thing. He said, I think my deck is solid. It's very interesting. Early, it seemed like Oscilio was contested, but someone seems to have pivoted. So Alex was already kind of sniffing that out. He said Zyggy definitely seemed like the most drafted, but he felt like his signals were strong. He said Aurora is probably spooky, but I asked him if it was based. He said it was potentially based. 3-0 potential. It depends on the right pairings. Dan, this is something interesting about Dan Rakowski. His left hand is currently not working. He's not playing with his left hand. He couldn't draft with his left hand. A judge had to fan the cards out for him. So he was drafting one-handed, which means he couldn't sort the pack as much as he wanted to. But he thought he got good signals. He thought he cut Zyggy hard, but was hoping to be the 2-0, but thought he would probably end up as the 3-0. He said he was a little blue light unless he plays non-blocks. He's happy with it, but he wished he had equipment that blocked. And that's a sentiment that was shared by Yuki Lee Bender, our one of Oscilio. But before we got to the equipment, I asked her how her deck was. She just looked at me. Her eyes went wide. She was just like, it's crazy. I feel like I'm the only Oscilio, but I wish I had a little bit. She was like, I wish I had a little bit of mediocre equipment. I passed a couple mediocre equipment pieces that I could have taken, but she just was like, my deck feels absurd. It's probably the best deck I've ever drafted. Last story is going to be coming from Dylan Dietz. Again, I asked him how his deck was. He similarly was like, dude, my deck is great. He has 4 red paths in his deck. He took a first pick Tempestuous Kiss, but he was like, I'm not even planning on being Aurora. I was just taking the pick because it was strong. I didn't want someone else to have it, but he just kept getting past Aurora cards. But similarly also said, I feel a little light on equipment, but the deck feels great. So setting ourselves up for a pretty interesting pod. Send it back to you.
Okay, some straight gasoline in this pod for at least a pair of players, but mixed reviews seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, I think the 2 players that ended up in the best seats were Yuki Lee Bender and Dylan, right? I think, Dylan ends up on the opposite side of the other 2 Auroras. Yuki needs no explanation as to why Yuki's in such a great seat. But you heard it there from the players. Alex also said it felt like someone pivoted, and that person was Michael Hamilton because Yuki had sort of sent that signal, right? And then Yuki got really paid off for it. Just, it can be a little awkward sometimes with those equipment like the players talked about as well. And you saw that with Constella Waves going around in the end. Well, there's only one Oscilio in the draft pod, so yeah. And you saw Michael ending up with 3 equipment. I actually think that's good in this format. 3 strong equipment. I think Michael's equipment suite is actually one of the best things in his deck. So yeah, interesting draft pod in the end there. And I wonder if there was some, a lot of players, as Sam shared stories of, stayed open. We talked about closing a lane versus staying open. And what can sometimes happen when multiple players stay open is that they all go in at the same time and they all go in on the same thing. And you end up with this kind of dynamic of a one of or a really strong 1 of 3 being on one side of the table.
Well, you can almost tell on the other side of that pendulum. Even Dylan was saying, I didn't intend on closing a lane by taking Tempestuous Kiss, but I mean, if the lane's open, I guess that's where I'm going. But I feel like that was a pretty good demonstration of how to navigate a difficult draft, which I think is arguably an undersold skill in a game like Flesh and Blood. It doesn't always land in your lap, and I think Michael Hamilton found a way to make it work.
Yeah, we're playing card games at the end of the day, right? And there is different variants in these games, and you've got to understand how to navigate those tough situations. And I think Michael showed exactly when the card quality is lower, when you know you're a 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, you know the card quality is going to be lower. So how do you pivot? You can't draft the same way as if you're a 1 of 2 or even a 1 of 3. You have to start to get a little bit creative, understanding how you're going to win games. What are those cards that maybe are often overlooked but can be powerful in your deck with the right synergy? And this set really is all about synergy. So if you can find the right pieces to put together, which I think Michael actually has, I think after seeing that pod breakdown, I think Michael might have drafted a 2-1 deck, honestly, especially when you factor in it's Michael Hamilton.
That is a buff. I can't argue that it's a buff. It will be, I believe, Hiroki Miyamura on the other side of the bracket, who will be a Ziggy as well in this case. So it will be a Zig-off to start us. You get it, you understand. Who will zig, who will zag? Can Michael Hamilton make it work? Let's find out down in the feature match area for our first round of draft. It is the infamous Michael Hamilton against Hiroaki Miyamura. Also on Ziggy here. Both players 5-0, both players rocking the Illusionist. Choosing to go second here for Michael, which if you agree, is where you want to be in the format.
Yes, I think it depends on the matchup, so as to when you want to go second versus when you want to go first. I think in the Ziggy mirror, though, especially if you know that you're one of 4, I think it's hard to sort of set up great stuff on turn 0 if you think the card quality is lower. And also with Michael's deck, I think he can actually utilize his hands fairly well. He's drafted a number of ways to get go again, a number of ways to, those chain extenders like we spoke about. So I think it makes sense for Michael choosing to go second here.
I really, really, really want a Zigga. So let's make our way down into the game and see which of our Ziggies will come out on top. Let's check it out.
So equipment on the side of Hiroki here. It has that Lace Lightning we spoke about that would have been really strong. We're saying Michael would probably love to pick one of those up. And the Starflow Robe, and has a single piece of Seekers, which often pairs nicely with one of those 2 pieces of equipment.
Nice start here for Hiroki. Shattering Flow Tide of the yellow variety. Kind of alluded to it in the draft. Love this one on turn 0. You don't want to burn your preventative equipment to stop yourself from taking damage. Don't really want to generate a lightning flow for your opponent either. The kind of card I'm looking for in my opening hand a lot of the time.
Yep, and we're going to see it generate a piece of value immediately for Hiroki. They're getting that second lightning flow, so nice first turn.
Looks like we have Hollow Shield and Cosmic Duality available here. It will be the latter paying for the former. And priority will pass with those 2 resources floating. Not interested in turning that Hollow Shield into something a little more robust at the moment.
Fortunately for Michael, no aura to drop down afterwards.
Looks like Cosmic Duality was drawn up after the pass of the turn here. It's Cosmic Flare. That Duality, Fraying Life Force, and Heaven's Claws in the hand for our former champion. It will be the Tree of Life that comes on down. 7 points physical damage, will gain a point of life for every fragmentation it finds.
See how Hiroki wants to approach this. Do we have a way? We've got 2 lightning flow already, so we're already up there. We can potentially look to utilize this Hollow Shield on this turn. And wow, Hiroki's got some really strong cards in hand there. Red Cosmic Duality, Meteoric Rise, one of those yellow auras that we saw floating around in Pack 1.
Circular Flow Tide, definitely the best of that bunch typically, with the lightning flow generation being so impactful. Plenty of options here for the Japanese player.
Yeah, if you just looked at this hand out of the blue, you'd think that, oh, he's probably 1 of 2, 1 of 3. The card quality in this hand is really, really strong. Card in Arsenal is a Visionary of Orbits. I think it might be a yellow Visionary.
No blocks declared, no reactions from Hamilton. We'll see a Ziggy activation. Eats a lightning flow to blink out the Hollow Shield. Just want to prevent a little bit of damage without providing that fragmentation effect to Fraying Life Force.
I'll discard this 1 arcane.
Michael gonna Cosmic Duality there. Gonna get a second lightning flow.
Hiroaki pretty happy to take the heat here from that Hollow Shield. Fraying Life Force comes through, brings him down to 17.
And no fragment trigger. Instead, as you say, opting just to soak it up with that Hollow Shield.
Remaining resource can be cashed in for a Frodius if wanted, but more than happy to keep things spinning.
Yeah, so we're not going to end up activating the Frodius on this one.
Ziggy tapped out for now. Lightning Flow unavailable. Hiroaki. We'll see. 3 for 7 in this format is such a difficult stat line to achieve. A Visionary of Orbits, the premium way of doing it, definitely gives me Bright Lights Limited vibes with this card. Sometimes has that recursion effect that can be very powerful with putting instants back on top of the deck, but just an incredibly efficient rate that's very hard to get anywhere else.
Yeah, and I want to speak about that. Hiroaki choosing not to utilize the Aphrodite there and instead saying, okay, I'm going to save these lightning flows for later. But we've used them. Oh, he ended up just using them for prevention on that turn? What have I missed? He hit 2, didn't he?
We did use the one to cash out on the Hollow Shield.
Scott Mines, what have I missed on this last turn? I'm trying to work out where that second lightning flow went. Was it was to stop the duality? Okay, so Michael threw the duality, and then we've used so that's why. So actually choosing to prevent damage rather than to send damage on that last turn with the lightning flow.
Correct, indeed. Gliding through Starlight, forced to play defense, blocking 2 here. We'll see that instant popped back on the bottom as a result of Visionary of Orbits. And back over to Hamilton we go.
So Hiroaki, to me, sort of looks like we're playing the damage density and deck game here. Trying to keep the life total high, getting back cards to the bottom, and just pushing damage as much as possible. We're trying to keep the count of the damage remaining in the deck as high as possible.
A little bit of brilliance from Michael Hamilton. Big fan of this card during the draft, evidently. 4 points physical damage, no blocks declared. Does mean an instant can be a little cheaper in a pinch, and we've got a pretty good one to make cheaper off this card. Corrosive Space Dust looks a whole lot better when you don't have to pay for it. You can blink it out and activate a Frodius all at the same time.
Nice development there for Michael. Yeah, exactly. This is what we spoke about, where you get to almost cheat or cheat the resource. You can use the 1 blue to do everything. To Zyggy ability, typically it's really hard to Zyggy ability and a Frodius on the turn that you play the aura. Typically you have to do it on the following turn. That's kind of like a cycle that you see. But when you have picking Brilliance, for instance, you can get around that and have a really nice efficient turn there. And we see 10 life now for our Japanese player as he falls all the way down.
Volatile Fluxer is the return fire with a full hand of gas. 0 go again, I promise. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Sometimes it just is.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a whole lot of auras in the hand there, Hiroaki, to me. Wouldn't be surprised to see at least one of those coming on through. I think it is 3. Fleeting Starbreeze, Crackle from Afar, and Nebulous Cycle, the remaining cards in hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to block. It was more that he kind of couldn't. Space Dust goes down. 1 Arcane will come across, and with no Lightning Flow available, we do, of course, have the cycle in play. It is forced to eat the heat and make a Ponder token.
Interesting. And Hiroaki didn't want to deploy the last blue aura, so must be wanting those resources.
Meteoric Impact here comes crashing through as the follow-up. This one, base 5, but can be significantly larger if you'd like to pay some resources into it. On hit will create a Lightning Flow, which definitely feels like a bit of a pain point right now. That Volatile Flexor was threatening the same thing.
Well dealt with by Michael, though. We'll see if this one can connect. We do have that 1 resource still floating on the side, and another card in hand, which is another one of those blue auras. I believe that is Crackle from Afar still in Hiroaki's hand here.
Gonna say no blocks declared, and we will see the buff activated. Will be the Tiara in return for Michael Hamilton. Not interested in taking all this damage. Wouldn't mind making a Ponder token in the process. Just going to take 6 of this. Now 10 plays 9 in favor of the Japanese player. Lightning Flow generated, courtesy of that Meteoric Rise. Ponder token resolved. Card popped in the arsenal. And back to Hamilton we will go.
Yeah, and Michael choosing, to just cash in a blue there. Not fully efficient, right? Ends up with 1 resource floating, but wants to craft a hand afterwards. Identifies that this is a time where I need a Ponder to try and find something afterwards. We're going to go ahead and try and use everything from the hand here.
Flittering Spike pitching that blue brush off. Told you it would make the cut.
So we're probably not playing those those yellows then. But this is nice here. This is a card that we saw Michael picking up late, and we were talking about trying to craft when the card quality is not as high as you might expect. How do you make things work? And Michael Hamilton is showing us how he has decided to do that here, centering a Flittering Spike. We'll see what the follow-up is after our Japanese player decides how he wants to try and block here, defend.
Hiroaki looking at a hand that is Auric Shards, Calm Veil, Blue Heaven's Claws in the grip. Fleeing Starbreeze is the retort here for Michael. Probably the best possible, I would think.
Yeah, these pair so well together, right? And I believe we end up with 2 of these in the deck. So just, yeah, they pair so nicely with these Flittering Spikes. And all of a sudden, this yellow that looks so kind of whatever is all of a sudden 5 damage. And then another 5 damage following it up here.
This was 10 physical, 1 ward and the Lightning Flow, which is a darn good hand, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, 4 card 10 damage is good in this format. Like, that is the thing, is like, especially when it's split like this and it's hard to interact with it leaves behind a ward 1, so 4 card.
Yeah, made a flow on the way. Yeah, 4-card 12 if you squint. It's not bad.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly,
take it.
exactly. If you squint. So down to 5 life here. Gonna have to block this with something. It's gonna be a blue Heaven's Claws committed to the combat chain.
Down to 3 goes Hiroaki here. Plays 9 on the other side, and we will make our way back over to Ziggy's number 2. Ebbing Arcstride, just 5 for now. Will gain go again if it is defended and fragments in a meaningful way.
Michael should have resolved this Ponder token here. Unless he decided to not to. I mean, you can obviously draw the card and then choose not to Arsenal it, right?
Yeah, I can't choose to delay my Ponder token, though, which is a bit of a... Yeah, okay, fair bluff. Michael realizing that there was a goof there. I wish I could delay my Ponder tokens. I'll wait.
Save it for later, please.
Yeah, that would be pretty great. But unfortunately, no such luck. Easily spotted by our players, and you do what you always do in these spots. You call a judge. You get someone who knows exactly how to resolve these situations to do exactly that.
That is their job. So we'll find out. I mean, maybe Michael's just sort of, like I said, you can choose, obviously, to draw the card and not Arsenal. So maybe wonder if the call will be that you just end up with no Arsenal, or if they'll rewind if they can and try and solve that. So, yeah, I mean, so far this game has been quite interesting. It's not gone as I would usually expect these sort of Zyggy mirrors to go. Yep. But that flittering spike was quite impressive.
It looked good, and I'm very mindful of that remaining corrosive space dust that we know is still in Michael's deck. Just 3 life on the other side of the table. It starts becoming a bit of a concern. Judges seem to have agreed that Michael missed it. Simple as that.
Makes sense,
Will need to not Arsenal that Ponder draw this time. So that is where we find ourselves. And you don't want to block Ebbing Arcstride, which makes it the premium target to get Storm Sharded out of here. Up to 8 physical, suddenly a lot more painful for Hamilton, but perhaps more importantly, not lethal yet until Auric Shards has something to say about it. Thankfully, Fleeing Starbreeze is in play, so it's not the end of the world. And I do think we have a force field in hand.
We do.
So there's at least some way to not just eat dirt, which is almost what happened here.
Yeah, Michael does have that red force field ready to deploy. Will it be triggered? Oh, it's the yellow one, I think, actually, not the red one. Michael did end up with 2 fields in the deck.
Thankfully, 2 block still big enough to fragment. So this flittering force field in a roundabout way, blocking 4, which is, I would play that card.
That's pretty good value.
In Classic Constructed, probably.
Yellow 4 defense.
Not bad.
It looks like Michael may choose to use the Astral Chest here as well, seeing that I don't need to use Zyggy next turn, so now's the right time to be using the Astral Sanctuary.
This blocks 2, and then
2, 3, 4 damage soaked up here. 3. Taking 3 confirmed by both players there. So 3 plays 6 after all the flashy fireworks are done. Hiroaki will draw back up to a full hand and stare down a flittering spike on the other side. 1 resource floating, and I have to acknowledge it's a Thunderous Retort being pitched to facilitate this one. Got to imagine that means it's an instant in hand.
You would think so, yeah. As opposed to, which one is it, though? Is it going to be one that sets something up for next turn? Is it some pieces of ward? I didn't quite get a glimpse at Michael's hand, but those are the things that Hiroaki has to try and work out here.
Just confirming there is 1 flow on the other side of the table. I wonder if that means it's Space Dust o'clock for Michael. It's a 3 block declared, and it is Nourishing Glow that is instant. Jumps the spike up to 5. Life will be gained from the glow. And we'll find 1 damage bleeding through as the lightning flow is generated by Flittering Spike. Pretty resoundingly successful turn cycle. I am watching those fingers of fragmentation now as Hiroaki's life total begins to spiral. Definitely feels like a dangerous card.
I mean, it's very threatening at this point now, and we'll see what Hiroaki can put together. It does still have all these pieces of equipment. Hasn't found a way to utilize the Lace Lightning or the Starflow Robe on a turn yet that's felt profitable potentially for him just yet. So we'll see if that comes to fruition in the next turn.
I do think that that's a great call out on this Lace Lightning scenario here. This is Red Pulsing Cardia that I'm sure would love to have go again into something more premium, given you kept the entire hand. So why did we not Lace Lightning? The answer, we want this resource. We want Auric Shards. We want to do the thing here. Going to try and jump this up and use that flow to make it significantly larger. Michael says, yep, that's fine. You can at least do the first half of this, and we will see that Pulsing Cardia pitched away to activate Zyggy and do it again.
Looks like Michael does have a Calm Veil of Vault Haven in the hand, but is thinking about responding because Hiroaki is out of cards right now. Just has that one floating resource, which could go into a Seekers potentially, but almost shields down a little bit here. And can Michael find a way to activate Aphrodisias?
This is zero flow, and so, as you say, the risk is very real, especially if an amp effect can get involved in some capacity, another duality perhaps alongside it.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do you need to? Because one resource left can go into the Seekers, but if you have the lethal off of Aphrodisias, do you need to do it now? Now, the only reason you would need to do it now is if you have to force your opponent to use the Seekers so that they can't push lethal on you. But if you know, if you're on Michael's side and you have this Aphrodisias guaranteed, if your opponent goes completely shields down and uses this resource for their own Aphrodisias at some point, then you can present lethal back. The challenge is, though, there's Ward 1 on this Orc Shards.
It is indeed. So not as clear-cut as just doing the thing. And you can see why Michael has asked for a moment of pause in the face of this Zyggy activation. Looking at Glide through Starlight, Calm Veil of Vault Haven, and that Voltic Impact in the hand. There's the 3 remaining cards after Yellow Cosmic Duality is done on blocking duty.
Banished.
So while Auric Shards is still banished, before the ward value is available, we're going to pitch a full 4 resources to activate Zyggy, blink out the Nourishing Glow. We're going to have this come on back in. Life will be gained from Michael Hamilton. Back up to 8 in this case, and an Aphrodisias activation will threaten Hiroki before that Auric Shards comes back.
Oh.
No, okay. Good enough, we say. Seeker's Hood not going to be playing the save in this scenario. Looks like that is going to be enough for our players. Happily willing to accept that Aphrodisias is enough. Aphrodisias is going to get us up and over the line, which means it will be a round 1 victory in this draft pod for Michael Hamilton, finding a way to zig and zag.
All the way to 6-0 there for Michael Hamilton. I do think Hiroaki did have a way to survive specifically that, but of course, that is exactly what we spoke about. If you do it in response to the Orc Shards, you force your opponent to have to use that resource for the Seeker's Hood, which means that you can't use it on Aphrodisias, and then we'll be down to 1 life, and Michael kind of has a clear pathway for the next turn with all that stack of lightning flows that he had saved up. A resource that we spoke about, so important. But of course, Michael Hamilton moves through to 6-0. And who other than Michael Hamilton?
Pushing the line, as he always does. I think all in all, a pretty interesting game. Goes to show how the Zyggy mirrors have to navigate in a, what I'll call a low power pod for the Zyggies, because you're just splitting the power across the board. Definitely felt a bit more scrappy than what you might expect from a Zyggy mirror.
Yeah, and you saw, those flittering spikes doing a lot of work, right? And we spoke about it. When that power level is lower, you've got to find ways to sort of cobble things together and make it work a little bit like, what ingredients do I have around to work with? And in this case, it's some yellow flittering spikes and some star breezes and things like that. But Michael's still able to push through or put together and threaten reasonable damage on each of those turns, and ultimately that was enough to get it done.
I love the ingredients. I've had worse recipes than that one, so happy to see it working out for Michael Hamilton. Who else was it working out for in the first round of gameplay, though? Let's check in with our pod and find out. To the surprise of 0 people, Yuki Lee Bender has successfully found a win in the first round of this draft pod. There seems to have been a pretty bleak one for Hamilton's side of the table.
Yeah, you see only Michael on his side of the table picking up a victory there. Dylan Dietz in that Aurora deck that we think is quite powerful as well goes to 1-0, defeating Alexander Vore, right? And then Daniel Rakowski also coming through there 1-0 on that Ziggy. So 2 of our 4 Ziggies did end up winning round 1.
Impressive stuff all around. A good split. Not too unexpected. Perhaps 2 of the Auroras taking an L. Not in my book, but if you walk into one of Oscilio, it doesn't really matter who you're playing. Sometimes things can definitely go alight for you one way or the other. Impressive stuff from both of our players. Impressive stuff from the format in general. And I cannot wait to see more as we make our way into the next round of draft. Can Michael Hamilton keep the story alive, or will someone come on in to sink the ship? There's only one way to find out. Who will zig when all is said and done? Stay tuned for more.
My friends, so many great games have been had, and we have so many more to come as the Pro Tour continues to rock and roll live from Las Vegas. Sam Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani here for the next round of draft, and it has been so fun to watch the draft play out here, that first game, because this pod is full of killers, and we're seeing how this format has really matured.
And the draft meta, so to speak, evolution has been very interesting to see. At US Nats, we saw a bit of an anti-Aurora bias, and now we're suddenly seeing, and maybe perhaps a bit of a bias towards Oscilio.
Yep.
Now we're kind of seeing the opposite. A lot of people seem to be maybe moving away from Oscilio, and then Yuki Libender rewarded in this pod as the one of Oscilio. Not something I would have predicted.
It's also, I think, a classic tale of people expect a deck to be highly drafted, so they might have an unconscious bias of, well, I don't want to be one of 5 Oscilio, I don't want to be one of 4 Oscilio, but then we end up with a pod like this: 4 Zyggy, 3 Aurora, 1 Oscilio, and the pilot, Yuki Libender. She knows her way around a draft game.
The number of times I've seen Yuki end day one undefeated or X1, it is ridiculously consistent.
But let's see who else is joining Yuki among the undefeateds, because our featured drafter sits among these vaulted players. We got 6 players remaining at 6, and it writes itself. Who do you want to shout out, Pankaj?
I mean, there's so many known names here. Matthew Dilks, calling winner. Yuki Libender, we've seen it time and time again. Michael Hamilton, Dan Rutkowski. So many known names here within our top 6 undefeated players.
Yeah, Matt Dilks, of course, playing Kassai in CC, right? So with a win, Kassai goes, and Matt Dilks might be the person to get her there. Already won a calling with Kassai. Dylan Dietz, of course, was doing quite well at callings back in the new era. Was doing well, and I think Memphis top 8'd, or at least was quite close. Dan Rutkowski, of course, with Michael Hamilton. Pretty iconic seeing those two names back to back, given that they faced off in that USA National Championship final all those years ago, with Michael Hamilton, of course, taking it down on his journey to one of the more impressive runs we've ever seen.
Moving over to the X1s, even more iconic names here as well. Alexander Vor, your pick to take down this entire event. Doing well. Nova-chan as well, one of the few remaining members of Blue Pitch who's allowed to play, repping their team at the X&1 as well.
Majin Bay 5-1 only dropped the game when we watched the most disgusting couple of turns from Dan Rutkowski that we've ever seen. Poor Majin just absolutely blasted out of the arena, but looking to do some blasting of his own. Jonathan Magnuson 5-1, not taking the Zyggy deck that he brought to prominence, taking Betsy in CC, still 5-1. So we have to see this Betsy battalion doing quite well so far in the tournament. But we're not talking CC, we're talking OMN Limited, and we're talking about one of the more impressive players, I'll say it, one of the most impressive players that we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood, in Michael Hamilton. Going to have to take down Dylan Dietz. We know there's 3 Auroras, but only one of them, at least I think, I can't say for certain, but only one of them has a Tempestuous Kiss.
Yeah, and Michael Hamilton's draft deck, I mean, we saw that happen. He's one of the 4 Zyggies. His seat was better than the other Zyggies. Yep. No Zyggies to the 2 of the right of him, but still a little bit shaky over there. Can he overcome this one of 3 Aurora? We're going to have to wait and see.
Well, let us wait no longer. Let us head down to the arena to see if Michael Hamilton, 5-time calling champion, Pro Tour top 8, world champion, national champion, can continue the incredible streak and the incredible story he continues to write. In his way, Dylan Dietz, a powerful, majestic, ready and waiting for Michael Hamilton and Zyggy. You're going to have to see how it all shakes out.
And looks like Dylan here did win the die roll and choose to go second. That is quite significant for Aurora in this draft format. Definitely wants to start second, but at the same time potentially might be blown out a little bit. Michael Hamilton may have the space then to set up some ward pieces, maybe even chip in some arcane or force out some equipment from the other side, but Dylan definitely happy to have the choice to go second here.
Taking a look at the matchup between these two young heroes in limited draft. I mean, whose seat would you rather be in? Would you rather be the Zyggy? Would you rather be the Aurora?
The one of 3 Aurora who also won the die roll. If I had to put money on this, I would give the edge to Dylan over here. But on the other side, it's Michael Hamilton. And sometimes you just need to back the player.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that Michael Hamilton is going to go down with anything but a fight. But if there's one thing I know about this Omens of the Third Age format, it's that sparks are about to fly. It's all coming up. Pro Tour Tour Vegas. It's all coming up. Omens of the Third Age as Dylan Dietz and Michael Hamilton face off here in our feature match area. Live 6-0 on both sides of the table. Let's see which hero and which player takes it down.
And straight away, looking at the equipment over here, Dylan, despite being the one of 3 Aurora to Michael Hamilton's 1 of 4 Zyggy, does actually have the equipment disadvantage. Michael Hamilton has 1 more piece of equipment over his opponent. And also, a little bit of a spoiler, Sam, because I did manage to watch Dylan's match against Alexander Vore in the previous round. Dylan's the one with the tempestuous kiss.
Yeah, no, I know he has a tempestuous kiss. I just don't know if other people have a tempestuous kiss as well. So we'll see now. And Dylan take that powerful card on the way to victory. Electrolyze comes out after the first play for Michael on his first turn. Just that Thunderous Retort and an Arsenal.
And on Michael Hamilton's side, not a great turn 0 for him. Just starting up with a Thunderous Retort. No ward to speak of, no arcane damage pitch. Dylan kind of got away scot-free there on that first turn.
Here comes the Cosmic Duality on blocks, blocking out the Electrolyze for 3, so 1 damage. Going over the top. Down to 19 goes Michael Hamilton.
And we speak about Tempestuous Kiss, Sam. He's already found it. Opening hand has a Tempestuous Kiss, can't deploy it on this turn, and looks like, but still has a very efficient turn nonetheless. Has a Flowing Storm Strike right now to follow up this Electrolyze.
1 card in hand is the call from Dylan Dietz. Michael has to think about how much does he want to try to respect this on-hit effect. And for Dylan, does he want to pitch away that Tempestuous Kiss, not only put it to the bottom, but reveal to Michael Hamilton, oh, I got to be thinking about Tempestuous Kiss in this matchup.
Blocking 3 is a call from Michael Hamilton. Is he going to tap the Astral Piece? Yes, looking like he wants to deny the Lightning Flow from Aurora. And Aurora definitely can sometimes be a little bit Lightning Flow starved in Omens of the Third Age Limited. A lot of her hands typically need her to have an embodiment of Lightning. Without access to more flow, that can sometimes be a little bit of a choke point for Dylan Dietz. As he puts to the bottom of the deck a red Path of Same Ends, that is a very strong piece in second cycle, because at that point, typically your opponent maybe is down to just 1 or 0 flows themselves, so you're taxing the flow resource on the other side by a late game Path of Same Ends.
Here comes this Voltic Impact, the same cycle as the Flowing Storm Strike, but this one comes in for 6 with the 1 floating. Michael Hamilton threatening a follow-up because of the Thunderous Retort, giving this Voltic Impact go again. Also threatening to turn this attack from 6 to 7, threatening multiple things on this turn. The lightning is forking. How will Dylan Dietz look through the omens and figure out what's next?
Michael Hamilton presenting a little bit of a fork to the opponent, threatening either +1 on this or a threatening follow-up potentially.
Dylan assessing the board, assessing the situation, assessing the arena.
Wants to find a way to give go again to the Tempestuous Kiss in his arsenal, potentially lining up some blocks. There is a blue in there, but I believe that blue is also a go again source. I think that's Quick Succession, and the other reds all just attacks. So a little bit of an awkward hand for Dylan.
Take a look. There's... I thought I saw an Electron Jolt.
There is an Electron Jolt step as well.
I'm sure I'm going to regret this later. Double box.
A great call from Dylan as we hear, I'm sure I'm going to regret this later, but no blocks. Michael Hamilton pumps it up and gets to come in here with the Beckoning Brilliance to follow this up. Dylan Dietz down to 13 after the 1 pitch pumped into the Voltic Impact to make it up for 7. And now 4 more with this Beckoning Brilliance. This thing's got on attack effect, but here it's just 4 more damage. On this turn.
Very efficient turn cycle from Michael Hamilton over here, despite the little bit of a slower start. It ended up being just creating an action point for this turn cycle, but for his troubles, managed to do a 3-card 11, which in this format is quite incredible. 3-card 11 created lightning flow nonetheless. So
yeah,
kind of like a 3-card 12.
Blocked 6 with cards from hand on the last turn, so 17 points of value out of those 5 cards, not counting the equipment. 1 damage over the top as we're seeing the Bolt-bound Duality jump in the way of that Beckoning Brilliance.
Dylan Dietz kept this whole hand.
Going to go ahead and draw up the 4 cards. So 3 cards remaining for Dylan Dietz. Here comes the Jolt Step. There goes the Quick Succession. It can go alongside the Path of Same Ends that's at the bottom of the deck. It can also work nicely alongside Aurora's hero ability on this turn. Up to 2 Lightning Flow.
Shout out to Michael Hamilton for increasing a Lightning Flow count on Dylan Dietz's side, not allowing his opponent to miss that. And this is an interesting proposition for Michael Hamilton over here. You can perhaps prevent the damage on Path of Same Ends either by Astral Sanctuary or giving up a Lightning Flow, which would force Dylan to pay 1 to get this Path of Same Ends go again, which means that Dylan then won't have 2 resources available to activate Aurora to set up an embodiment of Lightning on the following turn cycle. Seeing 2 floating on the other side, it's kind of face up that Dylan perhaps wants to activate Aurora after this Path of Same Ends.
Before the Arcane, I'll cast the Calm Veil.
All right, here comes Calm Veil of Volthaven before the Arcane here to float some damage prevention. Now it's going to go ahead and eat up the 1 Arcane from the Path of Same Ends, which now means Dylan Dietz has to pay 1 into this Path of Same Ends if he wants to continue the turn with Go Again, which means that Aurora Hero ability all of a sudden looking a little more challenging to utilize.
So you have to wonder, does he want to at least use the 1 floating into his Snap Fingers so that he at least uses all these resources efficiently over here? But at the same time, Snap Fingers, in effect, you might want to save for that Tempestuous Kiss because it does add that rider to the Tempestuous Kiss and make the opponent discard unless they can prevent the Snap Fingers damage as well. So Michael Hamilton, very heads-up play there, recognizing that he really needs to prevent this damage from the Path of Same Ends to not let it get free Go Again.
And Michael also...
I'm at 18, right?
Let's see, yeah. Confirming life totals.
Yeah, okay.
But it is going to be a pitch of 1 for the Go Again on this Path of Same Ends, just for the attack with the Starfall.
I'll take 1 and 1.
Dylan Dietz valued here. I want this Scorpio to come in. I don't want to use one of these Lightning Flows to try to power up the Tempestuous Kiss in the arsenal on the next turn. It's just too important to come in with the Scorpio. This is an interesting decision. What do you make of it?
Well, the opponent has gone down to just 1 card, so it's pretty likely that Michael Hamilton won't have too much of an offense, looking like just, 1 card here, you can block this with the 3 block, and Michael Hamilton just created a flow on his turn, basically. So you can be pretty rest assured that you will have enough of a hand to perhaps activate Aurora on your own turn, and then also pitch for the Tempestuous Kiss.
Yep, up to the flow. There's the fragment. Blocks out the flow tide entirely. So Michael Hamilton, once again, without an arsenal, just has to drop the 4 cards as we pass the turn back to Dylan Dietz. 12, paying 16 here as we're on Dylan Dietz's turn.
Playing 16, but also 4 flows on Michael Hamilton's side. So he has the life lead here, 4 life lead on the board, but also has more flows than the opponent as well. And that is yet more life that he is representing.
Electron Jolt step. Make the embodiment alongside the Aurora Hero ability. I think we're pitching a blue. We're floating a resource. Tempestuous Kiss comes out with that plus damage. You can see a little bit of a laugh from Michael Hamilton.
I'm sorry. It's nothing against you.
Good little bit of banter here, Dylan. Yeah. It's nothing against you, just the cards I was dealt. 8 Go Again on attack, 1 Arcane. Any damage leaks through the first time, Michael has to lose a card.
And there's also 1 resource floating over here, threatening the activation of the Snap Fingers, which could absolutely push this discard effect through or force yet another flow out from Michael Hamilton. This is a very threatening Tempestuous Kiss. It is the reason why this card is called one of the few bombs available in Omens of the Draft Limited.
A card that hasn't seen its moment in the sun yet in CC, but it's rare in Flesh and Blood to truly have a bomb, a card that you can grab and be like, oh, this is a game changer. This is one of them. Now, can Michael find a way to use all the cards in his hand without losing a card to the Tempestuous Kiss effect? Can I go ahead and call a judge, ask a little bit of a question? I'm getting some intel on the judge call here. Looks like it's Michael Hamilton asking the judge, Judge, am I cooked? Is it cooked, Judge? Like, here's my hand. Am I cooked?
Please help me with this play line. I don't know how to get out of this.
Just call the judge over. So like, so I'm thinking about doing this. Thinking about doing that. No, of course not. Michael Hamilton probably just asking about timing windows, when and how can this Tempestuous Kiss hurt me. Let's head down to the feature match area. I don't quite know precisely what it was about, as it was just a clarifying question. But it is a Calm Veil of Volthaven once again.
Then the 1 ping will resolve. This will prevent it. I will go to 5 flow.
So 5 lightning flow here.
He's asking whether he can move to blocks, asking Dylan whether he wants to activate the Snap Fingers right now, but Calm Veil of Volthaven currently floating some prevention. So the Snap Fingers not going to do too much currently.
You can hear Dylan. Any reactions from you? So Michael Hamilton found the way forward. He utilized the whole hand. So he's going to be able to have the flittering force field. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the benefit of the Conville of Volthaven on the flittering force field.
7 on 8. This will go to 1
And I think that's what he was checking.
Gosh.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna.
So Flittering Force Field is getting the buff effect because an instant was played on this chain link. You don't need to play Flittering Force Field first and then the instant. The card is constantly checking, have you played an instant this chain link? And because Michael Hamilton had played the Conville of Volthaven earlier on this chain link, he still gets a +1 damage on that.
You're at 2 flow after, because you played yellow to go to 3, and then you're already down to 2. Okay.
Yep, just confirming everything here from Michael Hamilton, but you just have to, I mean, Michael, of course, got lucky, drew the Conville again, had the nice
with the
D
force
react
field.
there, had the force field ready, and has been making the flow. We saw him really prioritizing glide through Starlight, right, in the draft, like all these flow generator effects. And there, the snap fingers, you saw Dylan say, oh, wait, you're going to have prevention floating for my Scorpio. I have to use my snap fingers. Michael just said, I'll block it with the flow. So that prevention floating was able to eat up the potential Scorpio attack, which means that Tempestuous Kiss, the bomb, yeah, you got all the cards out of Michael Hamilton's hand, but that's pretty much all you did.
He completely faded that turn from Dylan Dietz, which is supposed to be one of the strongest turns available to him. Electrin Jolt Step buffing up the Tempestuous Kiss as well. Michael Hamilton says, just shrugs it off and says, okay, back to you. I still have my 4-point life lead. I still have the Lightning Flow lead as well. What are you going to do?
Michael Hamilton, though, does have to put on enough offense. In danger of fatigue, in danger of a draw. Both of these decks can run out of gas entirely. So they have to put together actual offensive turns to close the door.
Looks like Dylan Dietz has exactly that on his mind. Offensive turn. Starts the turn off with the Aurora hero ability.
No kisses for Michael Hamilton this day. Here comes
Dashing Fleetfoot. This is a very threatening on damage effect. Allows the Aurora to create an embodiment of lightning. Michael Hamilton with it.
I love Michael Hamilton's reactions. Every card that Dylan plays, he's like, oh, dude, this is tough. 4, go again on attack, deal an arcane. If it deals any damage, an embodiment of lightning will be created. So there goes some flow to prevent the arcane.
Creating a flow for flow here, effectively, is Michael Hamilton. Can he cover up 4 efficiently, though? So far, we've seen him done a great job of doing exactly that.
How many more tricks does Michael Hamilton have?
Already used his Robes of Astral Sanctuary way early in the game.
Let's see how he wants to go about this. You can see him taking a real look. There's another Thunderous Retort. That's not going to help him glide through Starlight alongside a Fleeing Starbreeze. So a couple of cards in that hand that don't block. The Cosmic Duality gets in front for 3.
And that's the only blocking card in this hand. And we already saw him block with a red Cosmic Duality early in the game. You brought up the potential for fatigue, Sam. As he keeps blocking with these threats, the potential for the fatigue goes higher and higher for Michael Hamilton.
And it's time for the Constella Tiara to come into play. Going to go ahead and prevent a damage.
And create a Ponder as well.
Are they going to miss? No, there's the Ponder. Make the Ponder off the Tiara. 1 damage here from the Scorpio Comet Tail.
I'll say no blocks here.
No reactions.
Take 2, go to 14.
Takes the full 2 from the Scorpio Comet Tail. Holding on to what looks like Thunderous Retort.
Yeah, and the Glide through Starlight.
Glide to Starlight. So that's the offense he's trying to mount. Ponder will, of course, refresh his arsenal, but the deck from Michael Hamilton's side looking mighty thin, and we know he's been pitching a few of those defensive pieces as well, like the Thunderous Retort that's just headed to the pit zone right now.
And
just be curious how much damage is left in this deck.
Because all that defense on the side of Michael Hamilton in the equipment zone has been used up. He's got this attack for 5, but that's all he's got on this turn. We'll have to wait and see what kind of offense he's able to mount. I think Michael Hamilton's brain is where ours is. Going through the graveyard. What do I have left? How can I actually close the door on Aurora and Dylan? I've got the flow. Does have the Ponder here, so that's the other thing. In this game, Michael Hamilton in draft, he's just been working off 4-card hand after 4-card hand. The Ponder token off the Tiara is his way to get a 5-card hand here. Can he use it?
10.
One thing about Ponder tokens in this format, though, many times aren't actually super useful. Triggers a Ponder here. What is the draw going to be for our feature drafter?
Fleeing Starbreeze is pretty good.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
Fleeing Starbreeze is pretty good.
With a bunch of flow as well, the Fleeing Starbreeze can potentially be a promise of an Aphrodite's activation as well, and maybe that sort of end game arcane damage reach is exactly what Michael Hamilton needs to close out this game.
Another Path of Same Ends on the combat chain. Zyggy faces down this attack. The end may be the same, but the path to get there, not quite identical. Arcane damage, plenty of flow for Michael Hamilton. 10 life for Dylan Dietz playing into Michael Hamilton's 14. We got 20 minutes left in this round. They've been playing fast. It's, of course, round 7 here, live from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player, as we have 2 players fighting it out to become one of the last remaining undefeated players in this tournament.
Such a tough call from Michael Hamilton here for what to do regarding this arcane damage on Path of Same Ends. Can't just keep sacrificing flows to cards like this, since those flows are also how he needs to mount his own offense through the Aphrodite. Looks like he will go ahead and take it. Especially when the opponent is holding up 2 cards. He's just banking that the opponent will have the resources to pitch into this and also just use the rest of the turn effectively.
Here comes Aurora. There's the blue, so that one resource, at least as of now, would have been able to be utilized. Here comes the embodiment. Here comes the Singeing Flow Stride coming forth.
So was able to use the 1 floating here for this attack, which is going to threaten the creation of yet another Lightning Flow token, refunding the flow that was used to give it go again.
If that's
1
a 0,
and 4.
yeah. Now, all of a sudden, for Michael Hamilton, though, that 1 pitch for Dylan Dietz looking like it would have been a little more awkward to utilize on this turn.
Unless Dylan's hand is a 0 cost quick strike, in which case Dylan just had the perfect answer to whatever Michael Hamilton was doing on that turn.
Yeah. Now Michael's got to think, because if it's 0 cost in the hand, the embodiment of lightning here would mean an attack into Scorpio. Oh, excuse me, yeah, lightning flow. Not an embodiment of lightning. Significantly less threatening here, my goodness.
Definitely still going to be the follow-up of the Scorpio over here. So Michael Hamilton on board facing down 7 damage here. 5 from the Singeing Flow Stride, 1+1 on the Scorpio, of course, if the Scorpio hits. A little bit in the tank is our featured drafter. You know, the early game off the back of the equipment, off the back of some efficient defensive hands, Michael Hamilton was able to fade some of the offense from the Aurora side, but now at this point, perhaps the deck quality coming back to bite him. He is facing one of the 3 Auroras, while he himself is one of the 4 Zyggys. Already had to block with 2 Cosmic Dualities. So some threats out of his deck. He also needs to consider not only how to deal with the offense from the other side, but whether he can even keep enough threats to not get fatigued in this game.
I will make a flow.
Make a flow, and that could be very important in this game for many reasons. As we see, the 4 damage. No blocks. The Fleeing Starbreeze that Michael Hamilton found off the top might be his path towards a potent offensive turn. And we'll see what the follow-up is from Dylan. It's just the Scorpio. Michael can take this comfortably, go down to 4. Dylan will have a card left in hand. And all of a sudden, all the blocking Michael Hamilton has done was all to put himself right here. Down to 4, but a 5-card hand, a go-again piece in the arsenal. An opponent sitting pretty at 10. But now it's all on Michael to put the pressure forward.
And with 3 lightning flows, it's potentially a double go again if Michael Hamilton can make that happen. You can play Fleeing Starbreeze, that'll give the current attack go again, play another attack and flicker that and get go again, if that's the sort of play that Michael Hamilton wants to go off of. It does require a very specific hand texture though. But if you can make that happen, that could be an incredible offensive output, potentially also an Aphrodite's activation there.
Flittering Spike, one of the more impressive cards in these Zyggy lists. When an instance played on the chain link, an additional +2 damage.
2 cards in hand.
2 cards, yeah.
The 1 in Arsenal as well, which we know is a Fleeing Starbreeze, which will give this go again and give it +2 as well, thanks to the Flittering Spike's effect. +2, but the on hit is effectively +1 more life, thanks to a lightning flow that's going to be generated.
Sounds like Fleeing Starbreeze to me.
What a call from Dylan.
Wow. Dylan Dietz smells like Fleeing Starbreeze. Might be Teen Spirit in other parts of the world, but it's Fleeing Starbreeze to Dylan Dietz. Gotta put a couple cards in front of this, as Michael Hamilton Wants to give go again with that instant piece. If Dylan blocks with 2 cards, won't be able to get any damage over the top.
Which makes a lot of sense as a read. There's not too many ways that Michael Hamilton can convert the rest of this hand if it isn't an action point generator.
Yep.
Since, of course, this card does not have fragments, so something like Auric Shards will not work on this card. There's not a legal target for it. So Dylan perhaps recognizing that, saying, cool, I have to block this out with the exact 5.
He nailed it. Here comes the Fleeing Starbreeze. Up to 5 goes its attack. Here comes the go again. Michael Hamilton making me so happy with the dice the right way, but now the Clear Conscience gets to come in for 6.
And that is a very strong on-hit over here from Michael Hamilton. Does have Fragment, though, so if Dylan Dees wants to, he can just fold his entire hand and not take any damage and ask Michael Hamilton, can you do it again? Fleeing Starbreeze will stick around, and with the Lightning Flows, as long as Michael Hamilton draws the requisite number of attacks, he actually can do this again quite easily on the following turn cycle.
Imagine if that was like a red Clear Conscience here.
So Dylan actually can't block this out. Got a quick peek at his hand here, Sam. He's holding a Storm Shard. That card does not block.
Wow.
And you'll be forced to bottom a card to this Clear Conscience as well, perhaps being punished for the block on the Flittering Spike. But I mean, that was an on-hit that was face-up too.
I've been tracking your pitch. Those Thunderous Retorts are coming around.
You can hear Dylan. Listen, I've been dragging your pitch. Those Thunderous Retorts are coming around. Love the banter here from these players. Love the shirt. Dylan Dietz rocking the Pro Tour Las Vegas shirt from the merch wall here.
We will both put a card from our hand on the bottom of our deck, similar to felling of a
Wow, this is
amazing. We each get a ponder.
Yeah.
Dylan has to lose a card from hand. Michael Hamilton just gets to refresh the arsenal with the ponder.
Michael Hamilton is playing this so impressively, showing us how even when your draft doesn't go as you want it to, this is how you can set up some real offensive turns with the cards that you do have access to.
Yeah, just beautiful play here from Michael Hamilton. Dylan Dietz doing his best. You can tell the type of player he is, right? He's calling out the exact play that Michael Hamilton has. He's like, I'm tracking your pitch. I know what the second cycle is coming. He's 6-0 at the Pro Tour. You know this is a badass player. And Michael Hamilton just showing off what is capable in this game.
And Dylan just went down to 0 flow. He activated Aurora over here. Now he's at 0 flow at 4. Now again, as we heard him say, he's been tracking the pitch. He sees 2 Cosmic Dualities blocked with already. He is trusting Michael Hamilton doesn't have too much arcane damage on his own turn. But with a Lightning Flow on the table, with an Aura as well, Michael Hamilton has at least 2 arcane damage to send via the Aphrodite's hero ability, weapon ability. If he has a few more pieces of arcane, is that a Corrosive Space Dust?
Wait, it is, and you just heard Michael say, wait, you have no flow, right?
Does he have exact lethal over here? Corrosive Space Dust, you can flicker it. It will deal 1 arcane when it leaves. You can activate Aphrodite's.
Oh.
And then when it dies, you can ping again.
I think you just heard Michael say, sorry.
Play a Cosmic Flare.
Cosmic Flare. 3 floating.
I think this might be it. Dylan perhaps seeing the writing on the wall.
Corrosive Space Dust enters the arena.
He's not happy to see this as Dylan. This is face up lethal. This is 4 damage. You have no prevention, no flows.
Activate Zyggy. Lose a Lightning Flow. We flicker the Corrosive. 1 arcane over. Dylan down to 3. Re-enter the Corrosive Space Dust, importantly with the Hollow counter, utilizing the Cosmic Flare's resources. And now it's just about crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and shooting your opponent in the face with an orb blast of arcane damage from the Aphroditeus.
Block the 1 arcane and then say no blocks.
Being so disciplined, just covering up all this damage. Just don't let any shenanigans happen.
Here comes 1 arcane from the ward on the Corrosive Space Dust. Now we have to see.
And Aphrodite is available to be activated because an Aura with a Hollow counter has entered the arena this turn.
And Dylan just saying, sure, here I come with the Scorpio as the Aphrodite hits the combat chain, and a little bit of a sigh of relief from Michael Hamilton as he found all the cards right when he needed him. We heard it from Dylan. Those Thunderous Retorts are coming around, but not if Michael Hamilton doesn't just take it all down first.
I am floored by that play from Michael Hamilton. That deck is not a great deck, but he's showing us how you can just outplay, how you can pilot it to the maximum efficiency, recognizing when you need to use your threats, when you got to be defensive, and just getting every piece of value from that deck.
Yeah, that was spectacular. I mean, it really was. And I big shout out to Dylan, right? You heard him all throughout that game. It was very clear the caliber of player he is. X and 1 was X and O up until that point. Sometimes you just run into Michael Hamilton, and sometimes you just watch a master at work. Let's take a look at the updated pod and see just how things are coming together. Pankaj, we had 4 Zyggys when we started this pod. We had 3 Auroras. We had 1 Oscilio. We have a world's champion in Michael Hamilton. We have a world top 4 competitor in Yuki Lee Bender. We have a player who was runner-up at the last Pro Tour about to take on someone who has won 5 callings for the rubber match of this pod. Does it get any better than this?
Michael Hamilton versus Yuki Lee Bender. Is this scripted or what? The 2 undefeated players here in this draft pod going to be facing off against each other for our final round of today to see who will remain undefeated here at day 1 of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Just unbelievable stuff here from Limited as Omens of the Third Age continues to not disappoint. Such great play from both of our players there, and Michael Hamilton we're seeing another potential run before our very eyes, but Yuki Lee Bender also knocking on the door of true greatness with so many great finishes over these last couple of years, but she's still looking for that major title to grab on and hold up.
I mean, she got runner-up at Proto Yokohama, and she did start the tournament very, very strong as well. Looking to run it back here. Got to face off Michael Hamilton in the last round of today, and if you're on Michael Hamilton's seat here, you got to be a little bit nervous. That's the one-off Oscilio that they're about to face.
Yeah, and Michael, Yuki, very good friends. I think they
teammates
play a lot of Flesh and Blood
point.
Yeah, teammates hanging out there, testing together. So you have to wonder if when they sit down in that feature match area, it might not feel a little familiar.
Absolutely. They also have a whole bunch of draft practice done as well amongst the 2 of them as well. They've drafted a lot alongside the other Invasion folks as well. They've played a lot of CC against each other as well. 2 players very familiar with each other, very familiar with the format as well.
Yeah. This game that we all love, it brings so much joy to so many. And one of my favorite things that has happened recently in Flesh and Blood has been all the new players joining us within the world of Silver Age. And there are some pretty exciting happenings in this world, because not only is Vetreiði between worlds, we also have Prism, Advent of Thrones, making her angelic debut in the Silver Age format, bringing Solana's Golden Gal from Majestic to Rare. What do you think that does to Silver Age, Pankaj?
I can't even begin to think. The figments that are coming in now, because of course in CC all the figments are Majestic, but now she has access to these unlimited figments over here. Also curious about, it's so, I feel like it would be quite scary to be honest, but I want to talk about the flavor here. Shadow Runeblade versus Light Illusionist. Live out the War of the Monarch here in Silver Age.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see just how powerful that hero ability on Vetreiði Between Worlds is as he enters the Silver Age format. Of course, we don't got the flip on here for Vetreiði, but we do know, I don't know, I have to imagine it's the exact same text, right? So you have to know that this Vetreiði is going to be able to do some powerful things. But Prism, that hero ability, so strong. One of the things in CC that made Prism so great, Empyrean Rapture, getting the free Figment flips every time you had a Herald hit. On your turn, you had that 1 free Figment hit, so you had to really think, I let this thing hit. It's 7, and immediately there's a potential for 4 defensive value. Not true in Silver Age, right? You're going to have to be pitching 2 every time, which will change the math, but these angels, dude, the Figment of Hope, Soraya, Archangel of Endless Hope, that is not anything to scoff at.
Especially since the Awaken effect itself already gives you 1 life back immediately. So you pay 2, you get 4 life in the form of Ward, and you also gain 1 as well. Lots of value looking to be gained in this Prism deck.
Yeah, Unlimited as well, giving us so many deck building choices if we are Prism players, able to decide just how many of these figments do we want to put in. I love the way that Silver Age can continue to adapt and evolve, right? We've seen Blaze be brought in now. We're seeing Prism be brought in. Raiden joining the fray, right?
Gravy Bones as well from the latest Silver deck, Silver Age starter decks as well. Yeah.
No, it's cool to see, and with the unbannings, right? Cash in, we get vigorous smash up back. But it's a really exciting time for Flesh and Blood in that way. But let's continue to set the stage for here and this Pro Tour. When you look at someone like Michael Hamilton, you look at someone like Yuki Lee Bender. Do you? I mean, you know them both quite well as a teammate and a testing partner, right? So, do you think when they sit down across, when they see that pairing pop up, because 2-0s, you have to imagine they're going to be pairing into each other. Is there any this is going to be a good one?
There's definitely a lot of respect, a lot of camaraderie, and definitely a sense of inevitability as well.
Yeah.
Like, come on, it's Yuki versus Michael Hamilton. It's about time we see these two titans faced off against each other.
And it's about to go down. After one of the more beautiful games of Limited we've gotten to witness here on the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour stage, Michael Hamilton and Dylan Dietz, they shared a laugh, they shared a game, but they cannot share the undefeated record. It's Michael Hamilton moving on at 6-0, taking on Yuki Lee Bender.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
Become the Shadow Lord and take your seat at local game stores from September 18th. Usurp the Shadow Throne pre-release kits are packed with stunning cold foil equipment and a special rainbow foil promo card. Most kits will contain a rainbow foil corrupted corpse, but a fearsome rainbow foil Balgor might just emerge instead, ready to unleash in your limited deck. I'll be there. Hopefully you will be too, but we have one of the most exciting games of Flesh and Blood in all of the game's history to get to first, so let's make sure we do that before we wrap things up for today. Scott Bryant, Hayden Dale back in the booth at Pro Tour Vegas, brought to you by TCG player Yukili Bender, Michael Hamilton. What else could you ask for to wrap up a day of competition?
Omens of the Third Age Limited has not disappointed us here on day one of Pro Tour Las Vegas, and we have an absolute barn burner of a final match for that 8-0 here on day one between two of Flesh and Blood's biggest names.
I want to check in with who's still around them in competition too, so let's take a look at the standings. We do know our top two, but Matthew Dilks also sitting on that undefeated podium and will be playing for the perfect record on day one as well, but plenty of familiar names just a step below.
Yeah, Matthew Dilks picking up his favorite Kassai, went 5-0 and has started off really nicely in draft here. But other names from our top table as well, including Daniel Rakowski at 6-1, Dylan Dietz, who we just saw on feature match, lose his first round, and then a number of players from all across the globe, whether that be the likes of Noah Clark from Canada, Marjan Bay, we all know very well there at 6-1, has come back through as well to be near the top. Ken Kuwahara, 6-1. Brody Spurlock still up there on that Vincent, of course, in CC. And a shout out to Max Diekman, one of our gravy players this weekend. And then look under there, Jacob Clements. Started off, I think it was 2-1, I think, lost in round 3, and has just been on a bit of a tear since then. We'll see where Jacob can finish up as we head towards the end.
Plenty of stories still to enjoy there. I want to give out a shout out to Martin, who is undefeated if you ignore the brutal massacre that occurred on camera. Well worth going back and watching that one. Haven't had the pleasure of doing so already. Couple more 6-1 players. Christian Haug, two-time World Championship top 8 competitor Rob Catton also sitting here on the list. Felipe Lima Cardoso, 6-1 as well. Oh, just an all-star cast all the way down.
Yeah, we're starting to see things tighten up, though, in those players who are starting to fall towards 5-2. We were talking about it before. You start to feel in this position like your back's against the wall. There's a massive, massive, massive difference, Scott, between finishing day one in a Pro Tour X&2 and X&3. And there's also a massive difference at finishing X&1 and X&2. So this final round of Swiss on day one, it really dictates, I think, for a lot of players, how you feel going into day two. How does your evening play out after day one? You're X&1, you're feeling really good. You're X&2, yeah, you're still feeling pretty good. X&3, you're starting to question life a little bit.
Been there. I think it's definitely the difference between a comfortable night's sleep and nervous sweats heading into the following day. But we'll have to wait and see which players manage each type of evening as we make our way through one more round of competition. I think this game is going to be something really special. We've seen Michael put on a bit of a masterclass with this draft, really. It's shown you how to make it work in what is a 1 of 4 Ziggy in this seat. There's one very large arcane-shaped hurdle in the way of this, though. We know that Yukili Bender is a 1 of Oscilio in this pod with a potential to, as the kids say, blow them up. How likely do you think it is that we see that happen? Do we think Michael is well prepared for this happenstance?
I mean, we saw in the draft Michael really prioritizing those cards that are important against Oscilio. Those Vault Havens, for instance, picked up 2 red versions of those. We've got some Thunderous Retorts in the deck. So Michael does have the way of dealing with Oscilio. The problem isn't dealing with arcane damage. It's dealing with a 1 of Oscilio. That's going to be the real problem because Yukili Bender's deck is going to be stacked. We just know it when you're 1 of 1. So Michael is going to have to work out how to navigate this game while understanding that there's going to be numerous amounts of red spells firing his way.
So will it be 1 of 4 Ziggies in this pod, or Wraith's favorite breakfast cereal in the form of Oscilios? Let's find out. We make our way down into the feature match area one more time today. 2 juggernauts of our game. It is Yukili Bender on your left. She's rocking Oscilio on the other side. Michael Hamilton choosing to go second one more time on Zyggy Starlight.
Yeah, two players who are very familiar with each other, played a number of times at high-level events, and you can see them chatting down there in the feature match area. They know each other well. They've played their fair share of matches at Tier 4s.
Invasion versus min-max games for all the marbles here on day number 1. Oscilio versus Zyggy. I think the impression here is this is a difficult one for Oscilio. Typically, when both decks are in a similar power level one way or the other, the ward tends to cause some problems for Oscilio all the way around. But I'm looking forward to seeing if that dynamic gets flipped on its head when there's such an obvious power level disparity somewhere in the pod.
And we go down to the feature match table and find out how it plays out for 8-0 here on day 1 at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Will it be our Canadian Yuki Lee Bender, or will it be Michael Hamilton? Home turf here in Las Vegas, or close enough. Home country.
It's all the same. We're going to see an Oscilio activation to start things off here. Constella Flow Slide will be discarded and played. Lightning Flow cashed in, immediately rebought courtesy of the Starfall spell. And we will see an incidental point of arcane damage joining it to boot. Got to have some alarm bells going off when the Volzar is not activated here. Means there is going to be more arcane coming. Thankfully, Calm Veil of Volthaven, the perfect answer to that question.
Yeah, Yuki with a pair of red power cards in hand, and here's one of them.
Crunch, Comet Collision, 5 points of arcane. 2 points of prevention still left remaining from that Calm Veil. We see 2 Lightning Flow available and up to 2 pieces of equipment here available for Michael if he wishes to use those to stem the bleeding. Says, no, I am better off saving these for more impactful arcane effects. I know you have these tap lessons past, these lightning overloads, and I'm going to need to shut down at some point in this game. Calm Veil can do its job, but I'll take the other 3.
Yeah, Michael wanting to save those for maybe sort of an effect that has a trigger on the back of it. You say tap lessons past, for instance. The other interesting thing as well is Michael does have 2 cards in hand here, so could have opted to potentially pitch into that Tiara, but instead wants to develop this Auric Shards here to finish the turn.
See that chromatic refinement as the last play here, not going in the arsenal, as we have a Ponder token to boot and enjoy, courtesy of Oscilio's hero ability. It's tap lessons past, I believe, in the blue variety there, and we're going to be choosing to not arsenal this, which makes a lot of sense if the resource card is what's important here.
Especially if you feel your deck is quite powerful and blues are never really what you're going to be playing. You know, when you've got other blues in contention and you're like, well, I'm probably going to play a blue out at some point, but Yuki's deck is quite powerful. Yuki probably doesn't need to be thinking in those sort of ways. So Auric Shards on the table here. How does Michael want to navigate this? Can't quite get a glimpse at the hand there of Michael to see what he's working with. It looks like we've got a Space Dust in the hand there, though. It's the yellow one, and then a trio of blues, including a couple of auras there. Or trio of auras as well. Blue auras, including a blue Thunderous Retort.
Some options available to our resident Zyggy here. On the other side of things, for Yuki, she's looking at Core Reaction, Meteoric Impact, and that blue tap lessons past we saw pondered into. I believe that last card, another chromatic refinement there.
Problem for Michael, no attack actions in this hand. So not a lot of damage, if any damage here available for Michael. So this might just be a bit more of a setup turn. We spoke about in the pre-show for draft about really being able to utilize your full hands, and it doesn't look like Michael's able to do that, or at least not easily with this hand. It could just be a chunk of auras that end up getting played out here. Might we see Thunderous Retort, for instance, get developed here just to be able to provide some arcane barrier?
We'll choose to activate Zyggy here to convert the hang and a blink out the glow. I like this a lot. I think leveraging a higher life total into Oscilio, very powerful where possible. Extra life gained here from the Ward 1 aura, and ultimately Aphrodisias enabled as well. See that weapon reached for here for 2 points of arcane damage with that remaining resource.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's the best of a bad situation here for Michael on this turn 1 with no sources of physical damage, no nice sort of fragment attack to come in with here. So just as you say, trying to accrue a little bit of value, bit of life gain, bit of arcane damage in the way of Yuki. And actually with Yuki's hand, she may have also wanted to be defending with a few cards, but does have the chromatic refinement to start the next turn.
Just small sequencing details that I can't help but appreciate here. Michael here incentivizing Yuki almost to keep the whole hand. If there's a big arcane flourish to come, small anemic turn and then goes Thunderous Retort on the end. Yep. And punishes Yuki for choosing to hold on to those tools by providing arcane barrier that simply wasn't there previously. It's only AB1.
Yeah, luckily the punish isn't too big. It's just, as you say, just the AB1. So we'll see if Michael ends up being able to leverage that. Finds a brush off in this next hand, your favorite blue brush off. And it looks like another Calm Veil in the hand for Michael as well. So probably going to get deployed here on this. But it's just a blue.
5, and this guy's still floating.
There's still 5 damage out of a blue, which is hard to complain about. Volzar doing its job, and we of course have that Chromatic Refinement red arcane trigger still floating at the moment, carefully announced there by Yuki.
Yeah, even blue meteoric impact has a lot of impact in these games, as you say. Just 5 damage thanks to a Volzar and the instant going to the graveyard.
Calm Veil of Volthaven, number 2. We see these early draft picks paying off for Michael here, able to soak up the majority, if not all of this arcane damage. Flow being created, in fact, ending up slightly ahead on prevention effects for the future. It will be a core reaction coming out of Yuki, though, one of the more impressive instant speed options that will enable Volzar heading into the next turn.
And this is a big turn. This has not gone well for Yuki. That Chromatic Refinement ended up being a dud. Didn't find any red card to pair with it, which would have changed the texture of this game if an attack was coming, a damage spell was coming through for 7 or 8, right? Instead, Michael's going to end this turn up, all things said and done. And the next thing that we need to turn our attention to is, we spoke about it again in the pre-show, but this is not a fatigue format, but it can go to fatigue. And the way that Michael is playing, preventing damage, keeping the life total high, Yuki is really going to have to manage her damage in this game.
Another one bites the corrosive space dust from the arsenal, blinked by Zyggy. We'll have a counter going on to it, and Aphrodisias leveraged here while Yuki is flowless. Pushing damage where possible brings Yuki Bender down to 14 here with what looked to be a otherwise somewhat awkward hand. Establishes more ward, more board presence, just continues to do the things that Zyggy wants to do in this matchup.
And Michael really utilizing the hand there. That was a little bit awkward again, as you say, but Michael was able to navigate that really nicely and has now gotten a nice little life lead here over Yuki Bender. A couple of auras still in play here. It's going to go back to Yuki's side, though. But first of all, does Yuki want to do anything? At instant speed, Michael is shields down for all intents and purposes, no cards in hand. So if Yuki wants to clear some of this ward out, she can potentially do it now at instant speed before Michael passes the turn back and draws up.
Quick note for the folks joining us in the chat. If you're joining us, make sure you're interacting for that Drinking Buddy giveaway today. We're going to be giving that one away at the end of the post-show, which will be a nice little wrap-up at the end of the day. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Once this game is over, pick up that very rare and exclusive promo card.
And Yuki's drawn up a red Cosmic Suture, and the way that Michael's hands have drawn up and the way he's played this, making that card kind of irrelevant on this next turn cycle, because we've just seen 2 turns of auras and arcane damage and no actual physical damage from Michael's side on these past 2 turns.
Yeah, Cosmic Suture for the double shock mode is not really where you want to be on this one. Just a raw 2 arcane damage to threaten ward. Yuki's hand here looks to be full of comic collisions, which will be turned on by this core reaction anyway. So this is just a matter of, I gotta convert my cards to do something.
Yeah, just, I mean, you do get to take away that ward 4 for the price of 2 damage effectively. But not the most exciting. We'll see how Yuki navigates his turn. Really, Yuki needs to find a nice damage turn here, and we'll start with core reaction, which is going to at least threaten 3 arcane to start.
Yellow variety going on down. Volzar already tapped out, courtesy of Cosmic Suture. So will just be the 3. We see another Thunderous Retort in the hand for Hamilton. We'll choose to hold on to that for now. Auric Shards eats some damage. Falling down to 17 will be Comet Collision as the follow-up, which will be fully charged, courtesy of that core reaction.
Yeah, Michael wants to use these Thunderous Retorts when he's kind of got nothing else to do and doesn't want to give value to Yuki, right? That's the best time to be using these. So it looks like there's a Fraying Life Force in the hand. There's a couple of things Michael can do on this next turn. So we're almost going to see Michael navigate these kind of on-off turns a little bit, at least what we've seen so far, and we'll see how the next turn cycle plays out. But yeah, important to note, Volzar utilized on Michael's turn, because if Yuki only Cosmic Sutured for 1, Michael could have given up that Auric Shards.
We'll see the Robe of Astral Sanctuary cashed in here to soak up a little bit of heat. Now 14 plays 14. Does have another Chromatic Refinement in the arsenal, but will still IP1 here. Meteoric Impact and Comet Collision. The 2 cards available there for the future.
That's a perfect draw there for Yuki Bender, though. Hitting that Meteoric Impact to put in the arsenal and pair with that Chromatic Refinement. A nice little one card 6 coming up next turn. A 7 rather.
Well, it might be a little more. There's another core reaction in that hand as well. Nebula Duality even going to be staring down Fraying Life Force on the other side of the table. So plenty of potency for Yuki, but not a lot of defensive value. Does make this tree a rather problematic proposition.
Yeah, and does Yuki actually have many resources in the hand? It look like maybe a single yellow, which will be fine. How do we block this up? And does Yuki, how many cards does Yuki want to defend with here?
You see one card reached for on defense immediately. There's still a Comet Collision in that hand that can play blocking duty if we'd like, but this is, again, one of those pain points for Oscilio in this format. Not only has this Ward Aura been almost borderline suffocating for Yuki this game, these Thunderous Retorts, similar story, but Fraying Life Force, Nourishing Glow in the same way, bolstering your life total proactively helps get you out of range of all of these arcane effects. We will block for 3 with that blue copy of Nebula Duality. Will fragment our Fraying Life Force. Gains a point of life back up to 15. Yuki will leak just a smidge of damage. A little bit more when those figments of fragmentation. Turbocharges back up to 7. So 4 damage bleeding through means it's now 10 plays 15 in favor of Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, good use of finding a nice window there for the figments of fragmentation there. We'll see what Yuki can put together here. And Yuki is down to 10, but Yuki has a big turn coming up and has navigated well despite some of the awkwardness of those hands in the first 2 turns.
Going to see Volzar activated with Chromatic Refinement for a Meteoric Impact for 7 points of Arcane. The rest of this hand is Constella Flow Slide, Core Reaction, and another red Arcane effect. It's premiums all the way down for Yuki. The question is, can she survive to get there?
I really like this play from Yuki of not playing the core reaction on Michael's turn and instead going to play it out on her own turn. You want to kind of split that arcane damage out a little bit, because if you end up sort of playing all the arcane damage in one big burst, Michael maybe just be able to do what we've seen previously. We just lays the hand down and says, okay, I'll absorb it all, and then I'll send you back with a 4 or 5 card hand. What can you do? So Yuki is just splitting up the damage a little bit, trying to use the hands efficiently, and actually wants to force Michael into playing some attack actions here.
Yeah, this is so much better into like a Thunderous Retort or a Spellbane Sigil or something of that ilk. Core Reaction will be extended off that Constella Flow Slide and a pass back to Michael, who is looking at Cosmic Duality, Corrosive Space Dust, Cosmic Flare, and a Flittering Spike as the 4 cards in hand here for our Zyggy.
So a decent chunk of damage in the deck here for Michael, or in the hand rather, for Michael. See how he wants to... I think we're thinking on the inner turn about this Cosmic Duality potentially.
Seems to be the consideration. There is a world where the Space Dust gets in while the getting is good. If you're interested in denying an Arsenal, taking a card away, forcing the Seeker's equipment.
And while you know that Yuki can't do anything at instant speed as well, so you're kind of just
No
you have
punish for
free
you.
you have free reign to play your hand out how you wish. It's a little bit more complicated when Yuki has a 5-card hand and can potentially do some things at instant speed. So that's what Michael seems to be weighing up here. See if that Flittering Spike gets involved. A card that kind of, to me, is almost a bit of a signature of this draft for Michael.
It's looked so impressive, even in just the yellow variety. Lightning Flow generation, an attack to tie the turns together when you have those embodiment of lightnings, a way to benefit from the abundance of instants that Michael's draft found. Just a really solid glue piece. Hayden, I love this format.
Yeah, I'm sold. I'm a big fan. So we are going to see it. Duality is going to be activated here, pitching the Flittering Spike, actually.
We'll see that Duality connect. 9 plays 8. At the moment, Lightning Flow number 2 generated for Michael. We'll see Cosmic Flow coming in. In addition to this, to play out the Space Dust, blink with Zyggy, and activate Aphrodisias. It is again all about pushing that wealth of Arcane while the shields are down for Yuki Lee Bender. Arcane from Corrosive Space Dust, 2 more from Aphrodisias. The Arsenal kept for the Canadian, but a pretty painful turn cycle.
Yeah, you want to learn about playing to the context of a game, then watch this from Michael Hamilton. He has navigated these last 3 turns, utilizing when the sort of tempo is down or the windows are open to push this damage, set things up, get auras on the table, and make life really, really difficult here for Yuki Lee Bender. Now we have to see how good this 5-card hand is for Yuki.
It's not. Talk about too much of a good thing. It's a pile of Comet Collisions, a tap lessons passed, and a turn to Mindfire. just no way to convert all these cards.
And that's why we've seen Michael, really tank on this and make sure he can work it out, because if he can get himself in these situations sort of turn after turn, he's going to just keep accruing the value and chipping away at Yuki's life total and not allowing her to utilize and convert her 4 and 5 card hands.
Seeker's going to be cashed in here to do something with one of these Comet Collisions, soak up the arcane damage from the corrosive space dust. But I can't help but notice that's now no equipment, no flow remaining for Yuki Libenda. With the flow available for Michael Hamilton, gotta watch that Aphrodisias. Things have the potential to get scary incredibly quickly.
Yeah. Yuki with these extra cards, to your point now, with no equipment, doesn't have good resource sinks either. We've spoken a number of times about just how you need to be able to convert these hands in this format, and Zyggy can actually do it really nicely because of the amount of auras and kind of natural ways to get go again and things like that. And Michael's still got the Constella Tiara as well, which he can dump resource into if he wants to.
So a moment of pause.
Yeah, Yuki is really tanking on this opt here, trying to work out what do the future turns look like. Is this a card I need? And how dearly would Yuki Libenda like that to be an Aethersling instead of Return to Mindfire?
Imagine.
Opt to the bottom there for Yuki.
Core reaction going off. Does threaten that arcane damage. As expected, that corrosive space dust then eats the brunt of it, as it does soak up all of that damage.
Yeah, worth pointing out we are in Yuki Libenda's turn. There's been so much happening on both sides, but we are in Yuki Libenda's turn as you see this Return to Mindfire being cast. Just to update, because I know so many things have been going on.
6 arcane, and you see the jeez on the face of Michael Hamilton as yet another just barrage of arcane damage comes pushing on through. It's been clunky damage, but it's still just huge.
Damage.
Michael Hamilton falling down to 2 and will need to stave off this. And a lovely little trick here from Yuki. I love the Ponder generation here from tapping the hero. Don't need to Arsenal anything, but information is king.
Yeah, we're going to drop it. It looks like you drop a red flashbolt, though. So this could be enough to get it done, though, because Michael only has the 1 lightning flow and this Constella Tiara. So Yuki may still be able to get this done despite how clunky these last few hands have been. She's navigated it really, really well. Used that op to perfection. But it looks like there is a blue in the hand as well. And there's a duality, a nebula duality. So I think Yuki may have enough damage to still be able to get this done. It comes down to what does she think Michael has to work with in the arsenal and in hand. Has he sat on some damage prevention? Because this Voltic Impact is representing lethal, so Yuki is going to have to make a decision.
What an incredible spot. That Tiara is still there. Does offer some insulation to keep Michael Hamilton alive.
Flow?
Yeah, 1 flow. 1 flow still currently available. Might be another one in a moment if this Voltic Impact finds a way to hit. And we know Michael, with enough cards in hand for that to be a very real possibility, going to be playing defense here with the duality and the arc ramp, blocking 5 as things stands.
Yeah, you keep playing patient here because you don't... I mean, Michael's still got 2 cards in hand, a card in arsenal, and the 2 damage prevention. So while in theory you have lethal with the duality and the flashbolt, with Balzar through the 2 prevention, you may not if Michael has any more damage prevention, and we've seen a number of damage prevention from him.
Michael here does have the resources to safely increase this Voltic Impact. Had some concerns for a second there that we might convert our cards and find ourselves caught by Flashbolt. Now 2 plays 3, chromatic refinement of the yellow variety. 1 resource remains. That is not enough for this Tiara to soak up damage, but 2 lightning flow means that Yuki Libenda can't quite get it done.
Wow, I wonder if that was a missed window there for Yuki Libenda to close the game out, and maybe Yuki needed to gamble a little bit on what Michael may have.
You can see the head hit the hand. The moment of pause. I think the realization setting in that maybe there was a chance that the more dangerous line was the way to go. It's going to have to be a red flashbolt proactively.
But now Yuki
3
shields down.
Arcane. Yuki has shields down. There are lightning flow available for Michael Hamilton. and a chromatic refinement on the table.
Does he have a duality in hand?
Is there a way to put it together and threaten a 3rd point of arcane damage?
I don't see a duality in Michael Hamilton's hand, though, so he's not going to be able to find the extra point of damage to pair with an Aphrodite by the looks of it.
We will glide through Starlight on the defense, combine it with that Constella Tiara. Going to be soaking up damage, falling on down to 1 point of health. Ponder token available, 3 lightning flow available right now.
But importantly, the 3 lightning flow, right? So can Michael Hamilton survive this? So this is coming in for 4 damage.
This is 4, which at the moment is enough to take the game away from Michael Hamilton. 2 cards left in hand, and hands on head, face, mouth, all of it. Head shake, it's pulsing cardia. And Riftbreaker, it's not enough. Comet Collision finds a way in a game where the deck did not want to cooperate for Yuki Lee Bender. The Arcane bleeds through, finds a way to make it work, and ends the day at Pro Tour Las Vegas at 8-0. What a remarkable showing. Talk about consistency. It's easy to forget Yuki Lee Bender was our finalist in Yokohama and is set up to do it again.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, how much that, if you look back to Yokohama, how much it meant to Yuki Lee Bender, but, you know, how much it hurt when she couldn't quite get there and go all the way to win that PT. And you see, like, a little bit of a smirk there. 8-0,
just a bit.
You got to feel pretty happy.
But
for Yuki Lee Bender, it's job not done, right?
No.
This is not, Yuki Lee Bender didn't come for an 8-0. She came to win Pro Tour Las Vegas. And what an absolute game we had there. And I got to say, Michael played that game so well. The deck that he drafted, as we said, 6 out of 10, maybe a 6.5 out of 10. I was surprised by some of those cards, I will be honest, like the yellow flittering spikes. We sharded them out.
So good.
But the way he played to kind of put Yuki in these positions where she could never utilize her hand the way that she wanted to, but Yuki returned serve on that as well and managed to find those points to push damage. Had just a really strong deck, right, as well. So much red damage in the deck. And then we saw Flashbot. How good is that card? We spoke about it in the pre-show as well. And yeah, very impressive in the end there.
I love me some Flashbolt. I think the way I'm going to put this for you, as you said, for Yuki Lee Bender, this is Friday.
This is Friday.
It's another day at the office. It's nothing special.
We're going to get to Sunday.
Yeah, we do. And I'm looking forward to doing exactly that one way or the other. Remarkable stuff about this format. It makes me kind of sad that this is probably going to be the last time this weekend that we see it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be heading down to my local, probably picking up a couple of boxes and saving those for some drafts in the future. It's something that I've done with other sets as well. I love going back and revisiting sets, and Omens the Third Age will definitely be one that I go and revisit. But we still have another draft to go tomorrow, and we have some players who are poised to make a run. You 3-0 in draft, and you're set up really nicely in that lead into those final 4 rounds of Classic Constructed to decide our top 8 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Starts looking very real from there. Want to remind you folks to get in on the ground early if you can. Early bird weekends, possibly one of the more important parts of Flesh and Blood right now. If you know you're going to be joining us for one of the many stops on the World Tour, get your free side event voucher by buying your package a little bit earlier on and making sure there is space for you at that event. Numerous weekends on the horizon here, so take a peek at the one that stands out to you. I am going to be
this weekend
making sure. Yeah, I mean, we watched the site break as people tried to get in to buy tickets for Souls. That's a very real thing, but I think the 100th Calling now in Atlanta, that Sink Below promo, very appealing to a number of people. Want to be ready for that next weekend. I am personally watching out for Paris and Wakefield, who's very much in my neck of the woods, to make sure I get in on the early game there as well.
Yeah, Sydney for me, excited to have the Calling return to Australia before the end of the year. And of course, we're going back to China. We're going to Shenzhen for another Calling in China after that really successful Silver Age Calling before Pro Tour Yokohama. So exciting to see that they get yet another Calling to end the year.
All kinds of goodies. The biggest one, of course, tickets live for the world premiere in Seoul, available now. And I double-checked. They are working. I had to go and check after the sheer influx of traffic earlier on. But if you want to make sure you don't miss out on To Die For, our lovely new K-pop band in the form of Malice, there's only one place that you need to be.
Yeah, it is a hero called Malice, not a town called Malice. And
Hey.
I want to talk, as we head towards the end of the day, about how day one has unfolded, because we said it at the top of the show. This Pro Tour is about the players, not necessarily about the heroes. And boy, did that show when we sat down for our final round and got to see Yuki Bender and Michael Hamilton duke it out 4-8-0. And a number of heroes as we entered day one. You know, the spread 32 heroes represented in our Pro Tour this weekend. No representation higher than, was it 13%?
13%,
our two most played heroes. And we said it, it's going to be about the players this weekend. If you know your deck inside and out, if you have tested these matchups, these sort of fringe matchups, given the amount of hero diversity there is right now, you are going to be supremely rewarded. If you enjoy this limited format and you have been getting your reps and following the evolution of this limited format, then you are also going to get heavily rewarded like we have seen today in our feature match area.
We're going to be wrapping things up here for the day with a post-show for you in just a moment. Stay tuned for that Drinking Buddy giveaway. But talk about a finale. It was all arcane, all superstars in our feature match area, and only one player with that 8-0 title. Her name is Yuki Bender, and there is much, much more to come.
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Welcome back to Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player, the trusted marketplace of Flesh and Blood. And what a day one it has been, folks. I'm Pankaj Bhojwani, joined by HowlingMines. Scott, how have you been after our first day of Pro Tour competition?
I'm pretty great. I actually think I like the Omens of the Third Age draft format more than I did heading into the weekend, and I was already really high on this format. I've missed casting with you. It's always a dark day when we don't get the opportunity to have it come together, but it seems like you've been casting all of the heinous war crimes today.
Yeah, a lot of blowouts on my end for sure. I blame Bryan, to be honest.
That's
especially
fair.
There's
That
an
tracks.
Arachne on the stream, and Arachne secretly wins. Bryan did something, I'm sure.
You heard it here first. That's all I'm saying on that one. Walk me through. I have a few favorite moments of the day for myself, but I haven't always caught the rounds you've covered. So what's been the highlight for you?
Ooh, that's a great... Oh, I think I have to say it's Andrew Lorenz's Aurora.
Okay.
I think he showed up on the Lightning Rune Blade, which a lot of players discounted, saying there's better aggro decks in the format, which, you know, there's definitely some truth to that, but he showed us what the unban of Skyward Serenade can do for that deck, and he had some very impressive technology as well. Promise of Plenty looked incredible in that deck.
Yeah, definitely gave me some Briar flashbacks on that one, I think, one way or the other.
Belittle Briar, no less.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think my favorite games of the day were Omen's draft. I think Michael's deck was a clinic on how to put things together, how to make things work for you one way or the other. I think that final game against Yuki was incredibly skill testing, found the windows to try and force through the arcane damage despite the clear card quality disparity. I'm all about that noise. That really hits for me. I did want to check in with that pod one final time just to kind of walk players through the end of the day. If you're wondering how any of our players did finish up, of course, our featured drafter, Michael Hamilton at 2-1, was a pretty strong finish. Not quite as good as Yuki Lee Benders in the end, but Nova-chan very happy, Daniel Rukowski very happy. The rest of this pod, not quite so much.
We were speaking of war crimes earlier. Daniel Rutkowski responsible for one of those war crimes in the last round of CC here in the feature match area, ending day one at XN1 as well. Incredible record for him there, as well as you pointed out, Yuki Lee Bender. I don't remember the last time Yuki hasn't ended at least X1 or better at a Tier 4 event. It feels like it just keeps happening again and again.
It's just crazy. We said it at the end of that round. It's easy to forget, but Yuki is our most recent Pro Tour finalist up until this point, and is now just sitting at the top of Swiss at the end of the next Pro Tour. If you don't understand how hard that is to do, trust me, I'm never doing it. I don't want to tell you in that capacity, but I think my best chance to have a go at that might be to hear from someone who can do it. So we're going to check in with Sam and Yuki Lee Bender and see how she's feeling at the end of day one.
Well, it's starting to become a bit of a ritual at these Flesh and Blood Tier 4s. We were just talking about this right before we sat down. I feel like I've done a lot of these, and I keep having Yuki Lee Bender in the booth after a clean XO on the day. Yuki, congrats. 8-0 once again. How are we feeling?
Feeling great. I wasn't sure how confident I was coming into the weekend overall, but yeah, I'm stoked. It's been going really well. I feel like I've been playing well and been getting a little bit lucky in the right spots.
That's always how it has to be. Yep. That's always how it has to be. Well, when we talked in Yokohama, you spoke a bit about the lightening of the load, shall we say, your own load you placed upon yourself, playing a little more for yourself, a little more for fun, taking a bit of the pressure off. You finding that that's continuing to buoy you here?
Yeah, I think so. It just feels a little bit more easygoing and not, just like not that there's this big weight, or if I make a mistake, it's easier to kind of just move on and refocus and go, okay, shouldn't have done that, but like, just carry on. I think I got a little bit too hard on myself in the past. So yeah, that's been continuing, and yeah, I'm feeling really good.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, I'm happy for you. Talk to me about your deck choice. Took Arachne Marionette, very different than the Oscilio deck you brought to Pro Tour Yokohama. Of course, that deck not around, but the hero still is. What brought you on Markney?
Yeah, I was playing Oscilio for Nationals and actually put a whole bunch of time into sort of like a hybrid list that was playing Gone in a Flash, but also Aether Flares and Future Sights, and I really liked that deck. But once Victor LL'd and Huntsman kind of crept in and Jarl crept in, I was looking and I was like, there's not very many decks I actually want to play against if I'm Oscilio, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
So I kind of last minute tried out a few decks. I tried Marionette, I tried Kassai, and I tried Syndra, who's kind of a tried and true for me. And Marionette was actually feeling really good, so I decided to just lock it in a few days ago, practice up, and here we are.
Yeah, just a few days of practice, and you too can be 8-0 at a Pro Tour. But maybe you might need a little tips. You might need a little help. Yuki, you've been running this masterclass series of articles on the website for quite some time. How's that been for you? Because I know it's clearly your play is at an all-time high, and you've been able to translate that to these great articles. How's that been for you to bring that series to the community?
It's been awesome. It's such an honor to be given the opportunity to share that with people and share that with the community. So I'm just in love with it. And yeah, I just really enjoy having the different topic each month, writing about sometimes evergreen topics like deck building or mirror matches or, these different things that kind of will always hopefully stand the test of time. I'm sure things will shift and evolve, but that's kind of the idea there. And then other times we get to go really deep on a specific hero and things like that. So it's been a lot of fun trying to figure out what I think would be good things for people to learn and good things for people to latch onto, while also giving people some access to ideas for constructed decks and things like that. Yeah.
What was it like playing as Michael Hamilton for the XO on the day?
It was good. Michael's a good friend of mine, so it was fairly relaxed. But of course, he's Michael Hamilton. He's an incredible player, so got to be on my toes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was nice. Kind of reminiscent of playing him for a win-in in Yokohama just earlier this year.
Right at
Not
the end,
exactly the same spot, but very, very close.
Similar,
so I've had a few of these games where we're both doing really well, and it's become something I'm a little bit used to. But it's always scary. He's probably about one of the toughest opponents you could ask for.
Well, I would say you're proven to be quite the tough opponent yourself, my friend. You talk about Yokohama. What would it mean to you to hit the back-to-back Pro Tour top 8? A lot of good work to go, but the 8-0's a pretty good start.
Definitely a good start. Very happy with where I'm at, and yeah, it would be incredible. I feel like I had a hot streak for a while, then kind of a cold streak, and then things have been going really well for me again. So yeah, hope I can keep the momentum tomorrow, and
hell yeah,
fingers crossed.
All right, any shout outs, any people at home you want to thank?
Shout out to Ellie. She can't be here. Love you. Shout out to the Team Invasion, and Team Stroopwafel. It's been just awesome. I feel like every Tier 4, we're kind of iterating, and we've really got it down. The team house has been a ton of fun. People are really supportive, and learned a lot from everyone. So yeah, shout out to Team, shout out to Ellie.
Hell yeah. Well, we're checking in on those teams, just like Invasion, throughout the weekend. Congrats again on the 8-0 Yuki Lee Bender. We'll send it on back to the booth.
Just brings me joy. That's really the only way I can put that. I love to see the smile on the face. I love to see just the honest ambition, and for that reason, we're going to be checking in with Yuki Lee Bender again tomorrow. We'll be our featured drafter to kick things off at the start of the day. Cannot wait.
I loved how she spoke about how the different heroes she was deciding in between leading up to this event. That is very Yuki Lee Bender, by the way. There's an image that goes around the Stroopwafel Discord. It's a fidget spinner with Yuki's face on it because she just keeps spinning through all these heroes in the lead up to the tournament. 2 days ago, she didn't know what she was going to be on.
I love that. That's even better context for the situation. Yuki's story is fantastic, but not the only story we have to focus on this weekend. We had numerous other players to watch, so let's check in and see how some of those stories finished up. Jacob Clements is 7-1. Grass green, sky blue.
And he was both of our picks to win this entire tournament. Still, X1, his only loss was in CC2 and Arachne Huntsman, which is, of course, a bit of a difficult matchup for him. Hot on his heels here, we have Michael Hamilton at X1 as well. And then a few more members, few other teammates, ex-teammates, Brody Spollock, Michael Fung, both in the X2 bracket as well.
Shomi Yamamura still very alive there at X and 2. Matt Foulkes on that Valda at 5 and 3. And Florin-Cristian Logman, unfortunately, not quite getting it through the wall. 4 and 4, not the record we were looking for on Betsy at the end of the day. But still an impressive showing, I think.
Speaking of unfortunate records, our current reigning Pro Tour champion has dropped from the Pro Tour Las Vegas. Evan Herndon, unfortunately, didn't have quite a good day one here, as he had in Yokohama.
Not everyone can be Yuki Bender. That's just not, not how these things work. Should we check in with some of the teams we were watching as well to see who had the best record at the end of day numero 1? Looks like we have some small issues with the records updating there, but we'll get to you in just a second. We'll start things off with the Snapdragons this time around. Looks like a pretty well-rounded chunk of finishes this time around. Lots of 6 and 2s for the Snapdragons.
I have to shout out my fellow Singaporean, Chu Meng Yip. I believe he's the only Singaporean to show up to this Pro Tour this weekend over here. Gonna have my eyes on him for sure. And this team so far doing incredibly well. A lot of players converting to day 2, which is no small feat at a stacked event like this.
Absolutely not. Bear with us, folks. Just some small technical issues. The Snapdragons don't want to reveal to you all their secrets just yet. This team did have a decent number of Jarl Vetreiði players alongside it. We saw Filippo Barbani, Dennis Sang was a deck these players defaulted to in the wake of Victor reaching Living Legend. I don't think it's been the best weekend for Jarl, which is a little embarrassing for me as a deck I was pretty high on heading into the weekend. But these players are still alive at the moment from what I remember, and hopefully things can kind of come back together for that deck at some point tomorrow.
Josh Lind as well, known Jarl stan for quite a while, was even on Jarl pre-Victor L. Elling as well. Huge proponent of that hero. Also want to shout out Jude Carnett from the Portland region on Kassai in Classic Constructed, I believe.
There we go. All right, looks like we're good to carry on. We'll check in the team at table 1. Rob Catton was 6 and 1 going into that last round. Took an untimely loss at the end of the draft there. 6 and 2 on Arachne Marionette. For the rest of the team, a little bit less of a good weekend, safe to say.
Andrew Rothamel and Bartosz, though, still live for day 2. Bartosz, of course, winner of the Polish Nationals this year as well.
Of course, Andrew Rothamel on Betsy in the game. Perhaps the more important of those two things. Happy to see the deck finally showing up and showing out. Invasion here, pretty strong day for both Yuki Bender and Margin Bay, 8-0 and 7-1 respectively. Peter picking up Basilio and somehow finding himself on the wrong end of the stick.
Yeah, and Nia Tran over here on Huntsman, I believe. Jimmy Nguyen, Arachne Marionette as well. Lucas Ng on Zyggy, one of the few Zyggies that had very strong records at the beginning of the day.
A rough one for Ian Zhang there on Dash.io. Did not quite come together. PCG, Matthew Dilks, also 8 and 0 overnight. Switches back to Kassai and just finds the magic again.
Both our undefeated players are both Canadians, and we've seen this happen before. Canada shows up to these Tier 4 events and just shows the world how to play Flesh and Blood. Matthew Dilks is joining Yuki Bender as our last 2 remaining undefeated players here today.
So you're telling me it's a World Championship finalist and a Pro Tour finalist are our final undefeated players? Who could have guessed?
From Canada, no less.
They're really good at this.
Exactly.
They're really, really good at this. 6 and 2 for Michael Yaska and Naib Mobasir there as well. Not so great for Hayden, Evan, and Jacob Barr, respectively. On to the Arcane Games and Events Pro team. It's 6 and 2s at the top of the card here for Anthony Pham, Alexander Vore, and Joshua Rath.
Alexander Vore, of course, Samo Burns picked to take down this whole event, 6 and 2. Pretty strong records on both CC and draft as well. Colin Erickson, the current reigning U.S. national champion, hanging in there. Going to be able to squeak into day 2 with that 5-3 record.
Jonah Overholt on Rhinar, squeaking into day 2 as well. Still going strong with the much beloved Brute. Let's check in with the 16 players from Team Sigil. It is Felipe Lima Cardoso that is leading the race over here. 7 and 1 overnight. But Guy Cohen, Connor Bryant, Anton Sidmaheas also in there alongside Aaron Grace and many others.
I got to catch up with Philippe earlier today. His only loss today was in the Oscilio mirror in the CC Swiss rounds, where the opponent was actually playing Yuki Bender's Oscilio deck, the one that has both pieces of the combo in it, Godner Flash and Aether Bindings for future side combos as well. And he got comboed in across 2 turns, both combos in 2 turns. So, that was a bit of an unfortunate loss for him there. But still, X and 1 record going to day 2. Incredible start for him.
and the Value Vampires, our last featured team of the weekend. We did kind of call it out at the beginning of the broadcast. Gravy Bones, arguably a little bit underappreciated, takes Max Diekman and Noah Clark to 7-1 finishes overnight.
There's lots of Marionettes up there in the X1 bracket as well. These Gravy players definitely poised to feast on the Assassin hero.
Incredible stuff from our teams. Let's check in with the final standings on the leaderboard. As you saw just moments ago, Yuki Lee Bender, Matthew Dilks, they are your 2 undefeated players overnight, but they are being chased by a pack of some of the best players in the game. It's Michael Hamilton, Dan Rakowski, Nova Chan, Margin Bay, Noah Clark, Jacob Clements, Max Diekman. The list goes on and on and on.
Everyone here is just a known name in Flesh and Blood. That is how far we have come when it comes to these Tier 4 events. That's how high, how intense the competition here is in Vegas.
See who else joining us in day 2 tomorrow. Brody Spurlock got there on Vin's set. Rob Catton there. Alex Vore. Jonathan Magnuson 6-2 on Betsy. If you are a Betsy believer, the dream is still alive. Naeem Mobasir, Shoma Yamamura, Damian Riggins. These are all arguably household names of the game, and it's pretty clear to see why.
There are so many narratives here building just towards the end of our day 1 at Pro Tour Las Vegas. I cannot wait to see how it continues to shake out.
Incredible stuff all the way round. Let's see who else is making day 2 with their 6-2 record. Sam Sutherland finding a way through there, still at 6-2. Reigning world champion Michael Yaska, Tatsuya Okanishi there at 6-2, coming fresh out of Japan. And how is there still more names on this list? Michael Fung, Lucas Oswald. Do want to give a shout out to Aaron Boyan, former UK national champion, is on a Ragney slip through the cracks this weekend.
Wow.
Now sitting at 6-2 and still live here at Pro Tour Vegas.
I have to shout out Lucas Oswald over here. He had a rough start to today. Was 1-2 after round 3 of CC, but has bounced back 3 of his draft rounds, won out the rest of his CC rounds as well. And here with a very strong finish on day 1.
Dennis Zhang there, 6-2 on that Jarl deck 2. More names coming as we see our players who are wrapping us up for the rest of the day. Who stands out? Vari Sevens. I love Vari. Vari brings me joy. Some of the most incredible facial expressions playing Flesh and Blood, much like Evan Tanguy as well. Happy to see we might have a taste of that tomorrow too.
It's going to be so incredible to watch our day 2 competitors, but I do believe we need to check in with our other undefeated player here at the end of day 1 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. Let's go ahead and hear what Matthew Dilks has to say.
Well, folks, it's Big Dilks energy here in the feature match area. Mr. Matt Dilks with the 8-0, coming on strong. How you feeling after the undefeated run so far?
I mean, I feel pretty lucky. I don't know. I haven't been able to put as much time into the game as I've previous before, so I don't know. It's been a good run.
Well, I mean, there's something to the free and easy feeling. Like, you take a little pressure off yourself, haven't had as much time. Even from my armory, I know sometimes I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'll just kind of play, and all of a sudden you start winning, right?
Yep.
So must feel good there. You say you haven't had a lot of time to play. On Kassai for the weekend, comfort pick. You are calling champion on Kassai, and here you are with a chance to LL that hero. What is it that brought you back to Kassai after all this time?
I mean, there's a lot of things that have to go right for me to LL her now, but I just really like the hero. I was kind of waffling between her and Gravy.
Yeah.
And I was kind of dependent in if Victor LL'd.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, I like her really, is why I chose her. And she seems good in the meta right now.
She's clearly good. A lot of good results in Shinjuku. And, you know, it seems that the faith is being rewarded with the 8-0 just a little bit. Well, talk to me about the limited format. You know, clean 3-0 in the pod. Like, what do you think this is? A little bit of luck, a little bit of gas in the packs. Like, you get past anything really good? We didn't get to see your games, but we know it clearly went well.
I just kind of heads down picked Aurora. You don't want to ask me really for drafting advice. I did very few drafts going into this.
Yeah.
I had 1 draft at Nationals, and I went Aurora in that. So I don't know. All the path of, I don't even know the names of the cards.
Same end?
Yes, that's the one. That's
well, you don't. You know, the paths all lead to the same end. And that's a W. That's a W right there. Well, I want to give you an opportunity. PCG has a pretty good run so far in the Flesh and Blood world over the last couple Tier 4 events. Maka Yasker, current world champion. Evan Herndon, of course, our PT Yokohama champion. These are, I think the technical term among your team is these are the boys. These are the boys. These are the boys. Tell me about the boys. Tell me about the team. How have you been going on this run so far?
I don't know. We've been doing okay, but we've been kind of waffling. A lot of our attention is very divided right now with a lot of different things, but I don't know. We're just very strong card players, I would say.
I would say so. I would agree it's going okay.
Yep.
I think that's a fine way to put it. Fine way to put it. Well, any other shout outs you want to give here? 8-0. Anyone watching at home?
Shout out to the team. Shout out to my family. My mom just had surgery recently, and that's going well. And shout out to my girlfriend, Crystal.
Shout out to Crystal. Shout out to Mom. Well wishes. Hope the recovery goes smoothly. And for you, hope the rest of the tournament goes smoothly as well, Mr. Matt Dilks. Congratulations on the 8-0. We'll send it on back to the booth.
I think Matt Dilks is who I want to be when I grow up. It's quite the vibe there. A nice way to end the day and a great result for a great player.
So you're going to shave the beard and be left with just the mustache? We're going to see just mustache Scott?
No. You've ruined it.
You just said you're trying to be like him.
Yeah, like not physically. Oh, God. You can't get the staff these days. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about this scenario. You know what? We need to wrap things up. I can't be doing with Pankaj anymore. So let's take a look at our schedule. If you've enjoyed the day of competition, I got good news. 2 more of them to come. Another 3 rounds of draft to kick us off tomorrow, and 4 rounds of Classic Constructed before we make it to the top of the mountain.
Top 8 Sunday, gonna be our day 3 over here. We'll be streaming every single round of the top 8 for sure, so you want to make sure you stick around for that and view all of it.
Speaking of things that are worth sticking around for, Drinking Buddy promo cards each and every day, which means we've got one of those to pull for you now. So go on, I'll give you a few seconds. Get in the chat there while you can. Cold foil hot stamped promo card to one lucky winner joining us today on the World Tour stream. If you don't find yourself lucky enough to pick one up today, fear not. 2 more opportunities both tomorrow and Sunday.
Exactly. Just be active in the chat all 3 days here today at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and you will be automatically entered in for this giveaway of this amazing Drinking Buddy. And while you're at it, pick up some real Drinking Buddies around you as well. Why not?
Worth noting, of course, you do need to be here. That's the only other thing.
True.
If you want to win the draw, you do need to be here. So I'm hoping that people are still here. So the mysterious voices are reappearing in my ears. Let's see if we have a winner of a Drinking Buddy for us today. Drum roll, please. Gunter 91130 in the chat. Congratulations, you're our Drinking Buddy for today. Beverages are on you.
Just waiting for confirmation that they are in the chat before we can confirm it. Please go ahead and send a message in the chat so we know that you are here.
What's
Still
that?
waiting on that. And they're here.
You want to send it to me? That's so generous of you. Thank you very much. Good to enjoy your promo card. Congratulations for picking up that Drinking Buddy. Pankaj, it's been a phenomenal day. Thank you for joining me in the booth to kind of send everybody home. I'm looking forward to 2 more days just like this one. I've been HowlingMines. You've been amazing. We'll see you then. Take care.